Shin Nanji was held in Jiang Jinyan's arms for a long kiss. When they finally stopped, her legs felt weak. The snow had lightened, but the wind picked up. Concerned she might get cold, Jiang Jinyan opened his coat and wrapped her tightly in his embrace. All the cold air seemed to be kept outside as she trembled slightly, trying to calm her breathing while feeling her heart race. A soft laugh came from above. His warm fingers brushed against her slightly reddened lips. "Have you learned to kiss?" Shin Nanji's gaze wandered, and she tried to pull away from his embrace, but he held her tightly. Unable to escape, she lowered her eyelashes and buried her flushed face in his chest to avoid his gaze. Jiang Jinyan's chest shook slightly as he held her close, his dark eyes filled with a gentle smile. As her legs felt weak, Shin Nanji stepped away from Jiang Jinyan's embrace and crouched down to admire the countless ice and snow roses. The thick snow held even more of these roses than the ones Jiang Jinyan had sent to the hall to create a sea of flowers a couple of days ago. Shin Nanji walked through the beautifully arranged sea of roses, stopping occasionally to find the right angle for close-up photos. While she enjoyed the flowers and the snow, Jiang Jinyan stood behind her, holding his phone and recording a few videos of the bright and cheerful girl in front of him. After nearly an hour, worried she might get cold, Jiang Jinyan took her back to the hall. Shin Nanji sat on the sofa and opened WeChat, where she saw messages and likes from Gu Qinghe and some other friends. Especially from Gu Qinghe. Instead of commenting on her post, she just liked it and then sent her a private message. Each line was filled with surprise and confusion. Xiao he miao. GIF Xiao he miao. Xiao he miao, before the international exchange meeting, who said it was just a marriage alliance. Xiao he miao. Wow, is it really this serious? Xiao he miao. Even in a hot romance, it can't be like this, right? Xiao he miao. And those countless roses. I can't even count how many there are. Xiao he miao. Considering we grew up together, please ask your husband how many roses there are so I can use it as a reference for my future boyfriend. Polite smile right after that. A long string of various emojis followed. Shin Nanji opened the input box, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on the screen, joking. Definitely not as many as at your wedding. After sending that, she saw typing for a long time on the other end and finally received a reply. Get lost. After joking with Gu Qinghe, Shin Nanji continued to reply to messages from Sheng Muya and the others, then returned to her impulsive WeChat post. Scrolling through the comments, she noticed that not only her usual friends but also Zhang's parents and her brother had surprisingly commented. Especially her brother's remark. Wow, you really fell into a rose pit. Gu Qinghe stayed in Beicheng for 3 days. On the 4th morning, she said goodbye to Grandpa Hua and Huo Ling and returned to Huaihai City. The Gu and her families needed to discuss the wedding details. Huo Jingcheng did not take Gu Qinghe back to the wedding villa, but directly returned her to the Gu family home. After the back-and-forth journey, Gu Qinghe felt exhausted. She spoke briefly with her parents before heading to her room to rest. Huo Jingcheng went to the study with Gu's father to finalize the wedding details. When he came down from upstairs in the evening, he saw Gu Wenchuan leaning against the entrance of the hall. They had only met once half a month ago, when discussing the marriage alliance, and had not seen each other since. Gu Wenchuan held a lit cigarette between his fingers, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. As Huo Jingcheng approached, Gu Wenchuan looked up at him, the brother-in-law who had taken his sister, and coldly smirked while flicking off the ash. With a mocking tone, he asked, after taking my sister, shouldn't you explain about your cousin? The hall was quiet, with no servants around, not even the butler. Huo Jingcheng paused for a moment, meeting Gu Wenchuan's cold gaze. Instead of addressing his question about Huo Ling, he replied, I apologize, but the Huo family is offering a 10% discount on the joint project with the Gu family. Gu Wenchuan smirked, extinguishing his cigarette with force, almost laughing in disbelief. Does Mr. Huo think our family needs that little profit? Huo Jingcheng remained calm. What does Mr. Gu want then? The Gu and Huo families will have over 10 joint projects. If Mr. Gu is willing, the Huo family can offer a 10% discount on each project. The scale of projects between two top families was immense. Just one project with a 10% discount could mean profits exceeding hundreds of billions. 20 minutes later, the Cullinan car drove away from the Gu family villa. After leaving the tree-lined road, Mu glanced at the vanishing main villa in the rearview mirror before looking at Huo Ling, who was resting in the back seat, his thoughts drifting to the past between Gu Wenchuan and Huo Ling. Years ago, after Huo Ling went abroad, Mu had managed to intercept Gu Wenchuan's investigation into her whereabouts. He had a general understanding of that past. Several years ago, before Gu Wenchuan fully took over the Gu family business, he had a brief romance with Huo Ling, who came from a branch of the Huo family. Mu was not directly involved and didn't know all the details, but he remembered that the documents indicated Gu Wenchuan had not revealed his true identity as the heir of the Gu family during that time, and Huo Ling had not mentioned her background either. In Huo Ling's impression, Gu Wenchuan was a very attractive boyfriend, but unfortunately, he didn't come from a wealthy background. She had inherited her father's pragmatic views and had strict requirements regarding her partner's status and power. After dating for nearly a month and realizing that Gu Wenchuan was just an ordinary person, Huo Ling began to think about breaking up. However, she really liked Gu Wenchuan's looks and decided to continue the relationship for a while longer, enjoying the experience. Things changed when her wealthy first love came back to her, wanting to reconcile. Without much hesitation, Huo Ling chose the latter, the wealthy heir, and went abroad with him. Gu Wenchuan met Huo Ling by chance at a social event. He didn't intend to hide his identity, but Huo Ling mistakenly thought he was from an ordinary background. He didn't bother to explain, and went along with her assumption. Huo Ling was interested in his looks, and Gu Wenchuan noticed it during their first meeting. At that time, he had just taken over the company and wasn't really thinking about dating. However, after a few chance encounters arranged by Huo Ling, they gradually got to know each other. Huo Ling was very different from the elite young ladies in Huaihai City. As they spent more time together, Gu Wenchuan became somewhat interested in her, seeing it as a distraction from the intense pressure of managing the company. Huo Ling often called him boyfriend, and at first, Gu Wenchuan would correct her. Eventually, he began to accept her words. As their feelings grew stronger, Gu Wenchuan considered trying to date her seriously and planned to reveal his true identity. However, just then, Huo Ling, who had been actively pursuing him, suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if she had evaporated overnight. Gu Wenchuan had people investigate her identity and discovered that she was from a branch of the Huo family in Beijing. It wasn't difficult for him to use his family's influence to track her down and bring her back, but when his people arrived abroad, they were stopped by Huo Ling. After several attempts, Gu Wenchuan became increasingly frustrated, and his connection with Huo Ling deepened. As for Huo Ling, she didn't regret leaving for a new start with her first love. She pursued power and didn't want to settle for an ordinary partner, believing she was in the right. However, not long after arriving abroad, she saw the powerful heir from the Gu family making his first public appearance in an interview, and she began to feel anxious. But what was even more frightening was when the reporter asked him about his plans after taking over the Gu family business. Gu Wenchuan smiled faintly in front of the media, but his words made Huo Ling break out in a cold sweat. He said, "I recently started dating someone, but she was only interested in wealth. As soon as we confirmed our relationship, she dumped me. Now, what I want most is to get her back and have a serious talk." After the interview aired, many people speculated that if Gu Wenchuan found that gold digger, she would be in serious trouble for playing with the feelings of the Gu family's heir. Huo Ling grew up in North City. Before seeing the news interview, she had never met the Gu family's heir, but she had heard about him, coming from a wealthy family and known for being quite ruthless. Just 2 days before she went abroad, she had heard that a small company working with the Gu family was colluding with others. When Gu Wenchuan found out, he immediately took action and caused the company to go bankrupt. Huo Ling felt panicked. For a moment, she even wondered how likely it would be for her to go back and tell Gu Wenchuan that she was just out to clear her mind. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. She had never had any relationship with Gu Wenchuan, and she was pregnant. Even if she managed to hide the existence of the child after returning, the new leader of the Gu family would not be easily fooled. It would only make things worse for her. With no other options, Huo Ling reluctantly sought help from Huo Jingcheng. The Huo family's relationships were complicated, with various branches involved in deceit and power struggles, especially during the time when Huo Jingcheng was taken by enemies and his parents were desperately searching for him. Aside from Huo Lanyin, Huo Ling's father was the only one among the branches who had a debt of gratitude to Huo Jingcheng's parents. Huo Ling used this connection to ask Huo Jingcheng for help this time. She appealed to the goodwill of their parents, and Huo Jingcheng agreed to help her, ensuring that Gu Wenchuan's people wouldn't find her. However, the condition was that she could never return to the country again. Huo Ling had no objections. Even if she were allowed to go back, she wouldn't dare to. Himu reflected on that past and felt a sense of regret. Their Huo family leader had never been able to let go of the fact that his parents died while trying to bring him back from enemies. Huo Ling used her father's goodwill to ask for Huo Jingcheng's help, which he couldn't refuse, even knowing that in her relationship with Gu Wenchuan, Huo Ling was the one at fault. The relationship between the Huo and Gu families gradually became distant because of this matter. Himu originally didn't think much of it, as their businesses and influences were not in the same area. As long as they avoided each other, there wouldn't be too much involvement. Who would have thought that Mr. Huo would accidentally marry Gu Wenchuan's only sister? Thinking of Huo Ling reminded Himu of something that happened yesterday. He glanced at the stern-faced Huo Jingcheng in the rear-view mirror and hesitated before speaking. Mr. Huo, Miss Huo called yesterday. She heard that you are getting married and wants to return to the country. Huo Jingcheng looked up sharply, his tone leaving no room for discussion, cold and emotionless. Tell her that the path she chose, she must walk to the end, even if it means kneeling. Himu quickly nodded, not daring to say anything more. At the Gu family villa, when Gu Qinghe came downstairs, Huo Jingcheng was no longer in the hall. Only Gu Wenchuan sat on the sofa, looking at his phone. She slowly made her way down the stairs, moving like a snail. When Gu Wenchuan glanced up at her, Gu Qinghe cleared her throat, touched her nose, and casually asked, I just heard something about a girlfriend? Brother. Under Gu Wenchuan's gaze, Gu Qinghe leaned in, curious yet cautious. Are you still looking for that sister-in-law I barely know? What she really wanted to ask was whether Gu Wenchuan still cared about that girl. But she didn't dare to be too direct. However, Gu Wenchuan had watched her grow up, and he could tell what she really wanted to know. As soon as she finished speaking, he coldly replied, She is not your sister-in-law. Your brother doesn't have a habit of wearing a green hat, so don't call her that. Gu Qinghe blinked, surprised. She didn't know that, due to Huo Jingcheng's interference, the Gu family couldn't forcibly bring Huo Ling back, but that didn't mean Gu Wenchuan couldn't find out what Huo Ling had been up to. From the moment he discovered Huo Ling's identity, all her actions, including her rich ex-boyfriend, were sent to Gu Wenchuan. He had sent people abroad several times, unable to swallow the resentment of being played and deceived. But when it came to feelings, there wasn't much. Huo Ling left early, and at that time, Gu Wenchuan had just begun to consider getting to know her. She ran off with her ex-boyfriend the very next night. In that short month they spent together, how much could there really be? Not to mention, Gu Wenchuan had already figured out what kind of person Huo Ling was, and so much time had passed since that incident. Jiang Jinyan noticed that Shin Nanji liked snow roses. The first snow of this winter lasted for several days, and the rose garden in the back of Yushan Mansion bloomed beautifully for those days. Even Shin Nanji's rarely active social circle was unusually lively during this time. However, perhaps they had shown too much affection. The day after the clear weather, Shin Nanji was called to the Shin Group headquarters by Shun Huayan with the words, I see you have nothing to do at home. Come help at the company. In the president's office, Shin Nanji sat at a small desk that Fong Jing had specially set up for her, surrounded by a pile of complicated documents and various projects. Her frustration reached its peak. Just as she was thinking about protesting and quitting, she looked up to see Fong Jing and several vice presidents coming in and out of the office, while Shun Huayan's calls and online meetings continued one after another. Her irritation was suppressed, and the young lady felt angry but unable to speak up. After a busy morning, Shin rubbed her eyes, which were sore from reading, and reached for her phone to take a break. Coincidentally, half an hour ago, Jiang Jinyan had sent her a message asking if she was coming home for lunch. Shin stole a glance at Shen Huayan, who was discussing work with Fong Jing, and like a student sneaking a break in class, she used a tall stack of documents to hide behind, silenced her phone, and opened WeChat to reply to Jiang Jinyan. During the time Shin was abroad for an international exchange conference, it was the busiest period for Tiancheng Group and E.R. Group. For more than half a month, Jiang Jinyan often had meetings late into the night, barely having time to return to their marital home. During this time, there were significantly fewer company matters. She no longer needed to be at the office every day, only occasionally attending online meetings. Jiang Jinyan had planned to work from home during this time to spend more time with her. But today, since Shin was called to Shin Group, Jiang Jinyan had nothing to do at home and went to Tiancheng Group instead. When Shin sent her message, the high-level meeting had just ended. Jiang Jinyan sat in his cool-toned office, looking down at the WeChat message she had sent. After finishing his discussion with Fong Jing, Shen Huayan turned around and saw his hard-working sister, with her head down, hiding her phone under a pile of documents, secretly chatting with someone. Shen Huayan was almost laughing in frustration as he walked over with the documents, just delivered by the vice president. Gigi, have you finished reading? Startled by being called, Shin jumped while tapping the screen. Her finger trembled on the screen. I want the little cakes from Li Ji in the north of the city, she typed, but as soon as she wrote I want, she accidentally hit the send button and the message was sent immediately. Not noticing her mistake, Shin smiled innocently and sweetly at her brother, trying to hide her phone under a stack of documents. Not yet, brother. Are you done with your work? Her phone buzzed. The screen, partially hidden under the documents, lit up, showing a message from Jiang Jinyan. What do you want? Shin didn't dare to look. She felt guilty and held her breath. Shen Huayan glanced down at where she had hidden her phone. He continued walking until he stopped at her desk. Almost done. I saw our Gigi chatting with someone and thought you had finished the materials. Shin surrounded by a pile of frustrating documents, felt a little rebellious, but didn't dare to openly resist. Finally, she muttered quietly, with so many materials, not to mention one morning, it might take 3 days to finish. Brother, I'm not a scanner. Your expectations are too high. Shen Huayan leaned against the corner of her desk, lazily complimenting her. Really? In my eyes, my sister is the most talented. A scanner can't compare. Shen lips twitched, feeling flustered by his praise. Noticing she was afraid of being questioned, Shen Huayan didn't scare her anymore. He tapped her desk with his long, elegant fingers, stood up, and returned to his own chair. The meal is ordered. I'll take you out to eat soon. If you want to keep reading, go ahead for a few more minutes. If not, just play for a while. Shin glanced at Shen Huayan a few times. Knowing he still had work to finish, she pretended to look through the materials. When her phone vibrated again from beneath the documents, she pulled it out, unlocked it, and opened WeChat to reply to the message. She explained the earlier situation to Jiang Jinyan, but before she could finish, someone knocked on the door of the president's office. Shen Huayan was reading emails and didn't look up, simply lifting the corner of his mouth. Come in. The door opened, and Fong Jing entered first, followed by a newly hired foreign expert in the stock market. President Shen, we've found someone to replace Asen. Shen Huayan paused his typing. When I looked up and saw the person Fong Jing invited, I frowned slightly. According to the information you gave me, Bruce is a woman? Fong Jing lowered his head. Yes, Mr.
Shen.
Bruce flew abroad unexpectedly. This Miss Qin is second only to old Qin in the A country stock market. While chatting with Jiang Jinyan, Shen casually glanced up and was surprised to see the familiar bright face beside Fong Jing. Miss Qin? Fong Jing paused. Qin Li, dressed in professional attire, exuded confidence and composure from her experience in the business world. When Shen looked over at her, Qin Li happened to be looking back. Shen Huayan glanced at his sister. Gigi, do you know each other? Shen Nanji nodded, unsure how to explain her relationship with Qin Li. After Fong Jing had explained Bruce's situation for a while, Qin Li placed the materials she brought on Shen Huayan's desk and spoke first. I know her. Miss Shen and I are friends. Let me introduce myself. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Qin Li, an international stock market expert often referred to as Nelly. I am honored to collaborate with Shen Group. Shen Huayan took the materials from Qin Li and saw the introduction stating, the granddaughter personally trained by old Qin. He didn't read further, closed the materials, and politely said to Qin Li, hello, Miss Qin. Shen Group is very satisfied with your skills and experience. Collaborating with you is a mutually beneficial choice. However, Asen is only on a 1-month leave and has not resigned. During this month, the group needs a short-term expert in the stock market, and having someone of your capability and status temporarily fill Asen's position would be an underutilization of your talents. Qin Li analyzed this official statement in her mind. Upon hearing the last sentence, she smiled and said agreeably, Mr. Shen, you are too polite. I have often heard about the legendary achievements of Shen Group led by you while abroad. I came to Shen Group simply to make a friend, nothing more. If Mr. Shen is willing, we can lower the cooperation contract by 3 percentage points. Shen Huayan. Fong Jing, who heard this, was also quite surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone willing to reduce their profit margin for short-term collaboration without hesitation. The key was that this Miss Qin came from the Qin family, a prominent family in the stock market, and was the granddaughter of old Qin, with undeniable top-tier abilities and no shortage of money. To be honest, he doesn't really understand why Miss Qin is so interested in their Shen family.
Qin Li s'était surprised Shen Huayan a bit.
He glanced at the resume on the table, lightly tapped his fingers on the edge, and said to Qin Li, Miss Qin, there's no need to lower the percentage. Let's stick to the contract. I look forward to our cooperation. Qin Li raised an eyebrow slightly. She glanced at Shen Nanji, and then looked back at Fong Jing, who seemed a bit surprised. Remembering the reference from Tiancheng Group, she made sure to ask, will I be coordinating with Assistant Fong, or Mr. Shen? Shen Huayan replied, you will mainly be working with Fong Jing. If there are any special circumstances, you can always come to me for a detailed discussion. Qin Li understood what he meant. She nodded in satisfaction, a bright smile in her eyes as she extended her hand to Shen Huayan, saying, then Mr. Shen, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Shen Huayan shook her hand. Pleasant cooperation. A few minutes later, in the pantry outside the president's office, Shen Nanji watched Qin Li, who had shed her professional demeanor and looked relaxed and charming, and couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin, what are you really doing at the company? Qin Li took a sip of coffee and replied straightforwardly, I'm here to pursue your brother. Shen Nanji. Qin Li continued, I was originally thinking about how to approach him, but I didn't expect that before I figured out a good method, the opportunity would just present itself. Shen Nanji. Qin Li put down her coffee and looked at Shen Nanji. By the way, since we ran into each other, do you want to go shopping this afternoon? Shen Nanji joked, and get some insider information from you? Qin Li thought for a moment and nodded. Shen Nanji smiled, and was about to agree when her phone rang. She stepped outside a few paces to answer it. After a brief conversation, she hung up and returned. Qin Li thought she had to leave, so she asked, do you have plans? Shen Nanji shook her head, no plans, let's go shopping this afternoon. The wedding date for the Gu and her families was set for the 18th of the 12th month. On the 10th day of the 12th month, Huo Jingqing asked He Mu to call Gu Qinghe to check if there were any details about the wedding that needed to be added. However, He Mu called Gu Qinghe 3 times in a row, but no one answered. He frowned and made another call, but it still didn't go through. Returning to the top-floor office, he reported to Huo Jingqing, Mr. Huo, no one is answering Miss Gu's phone. Huo Jingqing was signing documents. After finishing his signature, he closed the file and set it aside, rolling up his sleeve to check the time on his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, she should have been up already. He Mu, being responsible, asked Mr. Huo, should I send someone to check on her? No need, Huo Jingqing replied. Postpone the 11 o'clock meeting and have someone prepare the car. Himu nodded and quickly arranged to cancel the meeting. The new headquarters of the Huo family was not far from the villa chosen by Gu Qinghe. At 10:30, Huo Jingqing and Himu arrived outside the villa. Himu went to ring the doorbell, but after a while with no response, Huo Jingqing frowned, looking at the closed door. He said to Himu, "Use the spare key." Himu stopped ringing the bell, took out the spare key he had brought, and unlocked the door. When the door opened, the hall was empty. Huo Jingqing's frown deepened as he scanned the four corners of the hall. Seeing no one downstairs, he went straight upstairs to the bedroom. In the room, the curtains fluttered from the half-open window, and sunlight mixed with a cool breeze streamed in, creating a flickering light. Gu Qinghe was burning with fever, buried under the covers in bed, her face flushed. Her phone on the bedside kept vibrating from incoming calls, but she remained unresponsive. Huo Jingqing's expression darkened as he quickly approached the bed, lifted her gently despite the covers, and urgently told Himu to contact the nearest hospital while he carried Gu Qinghe downstairs. When Gu Qinghe woke up in the hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant, the first thing she saw was the window letting in the warm glow of the setting sun, followed by Shin Nanji, who looked worried, but relieved to see her awake. Gu Qinghe turned her eyes and instinctively tried to sit up, but felt extremely weak, and her throat hurt as if she had swallowed something sharp. "My throat hurts so much, and my head too," she said pitifully, reaching out to Shin Nanji for comfort. "Gigi, what happened to me?" Shin Nanji, who had been worried all afternoon since arriving at the hospital, replied with a hint of annoyance. "You're asking me? It's winter, and you thought it was a good idea to sleep with the window open at night? If your husband hadn't happened to come looking for you, who knows how bad it would have gotten." Last night, Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe agreed to meet this afternoon at Yushan Mansion. In the afternoon, she had someone bring some fresh fruit and asked Gu Qinghe on WeChat which juice she wanted, so it could be prepared in advance. However, her usually quick-replying best friend didn't respond for 20 minutes today. Worried something might be wrong, Shin Nanji immediately called her. But the call went unanswered until it automatically hung up. Still concerned, she tried again, and this time the call connected, but it was answered by Huo Jingqing. Hearing the words "your husband," Gu Qinghe, still dazed from the fever, took a couple of seconds to realize who he was talking about. Just as she was about to ask why Huo Jingqing was suddenly contacting her, he entered the room after finishing a conversation with the doctor. "Are you awake?" he asked in a deep voice. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Gu Qinghe was still in a daze and honestly replied, "My throat hurts, I have a headache, and I feel weak." Huo Jingqing's frown didn't ease at all. His gaze was heavy as it rested on Gu Qinghe. Under his intense stare, Gu Qinghe, who usually didn't care much about their arranged marriage, felt unusually flustered and nervous. "Is the baby okay?" she asked weakly. Seeing they had something to discuss, Shan Nanji tucked the blanket around Gu Qinghe and intended to leave. But just as she stood up, Gu Qinghe grabbed her wrist. Shan Nanji turned back. Meeting Gu Qinghe's pitiful gaze, she sighed and replied, "The baby is fine for now. Since you are pregnant, the doctor is being very cautious with the medication." After Gu Qinghe woke up, Himu went to call the doctor, who had just left, and returned to check on her again. Once it was confirmed that everything was okay, Himu and the doctors left one after another. Shin Nanji didn't stay long either. She exchanged a few words with Gu Qinghe and then left the hospital. Once the door closed behind Shin Nanji, only Gu Qinghe and Huo Jingqing remained in the room. With Shin Nanji there, it was easier to bear Huo Jingqing's serious expression, but now that they were alone, the silence felt heavy and tense in the air. Gu Qinghe pulled the blanket up, trying to hide herself. As she lowered her gaze to avoid eye contact with Huo Jingqing, he spoke in a low voice, "Miss Gu." Gu Qinghe had never seen Huo Jingqing speak in such a heavy tone. She trembled slightly, slowly lifting her eyelids and responding with a faint "hm." "For your safety, we will live together until after your delivery. Do you have any objections?" Gu Qinghe's eyes widened suddenly. She instinctively wanted to object. Of course, she had objections. But when she looked up and met his gaze, the words seemed to vanish, stuck in her throat and unable to come out. "It's the coldest time of the year, and Miss Gu," you sometimes forget to close the windows at night. It's hard to feel at ease with you living alone. Gu Qinghe knew it was her oversight, and she didn't have the confidence to argue back. But she wanted to say that it wasn't necessary for them to live together. She could hire more staff for the villa or go back to her family home. During her pregnancy, even if they didn't interfere with each other's private lives, she wouldn't be able to enjoy herself much. But ultimately, they were just in a contractual marriage, pretending in front of others. Living together for real, constantly seeing each other, would be too awkward. Before she could voice her suggestions, the hospital room door was pushed open again, this time with urgency. The first to enter was Gu Wenchuan, who had rushed over from a shareholder meeting. Next came her parents, who had been notified by Gu Wenchuan. "How did you end up in the hospital with a high fever?" Her mother looked anxious, quickly moving to her bedside to check on her daughter. Gu Wenchuan looked at his pale sister from the foot of the bed, took a deep breath, and turned to Hu Jingcheng, who stood nearby. "Mr. Huo, is this how you take care of my sister?" Gu Qinghe felt guilty and was about to pull her mother closer, stammering that it was her fault for forgetting to close the window and catching a cold. But before she could say anything, Hu Jingcheng took the blame. "I'm sorry. I was busy with work and neglected to take care of Qinghe." Gu Qinghe looked at him in surprise. Their eyes met. He continued, "I have moved most of my work around, and I will move in with Qinghe as soon as possible to take care of her." When Shin Nanji returned to Yushan Mansion, the sky was getting darker, and the cold wind blew the scattered snowflakes against her. The warm breath she exhaled quickly turned into white mist. Entering the courtyard, the hall was empty, and even the little dog was not around. Shin Nanji took off her down jacket and walked up the spiral staircase. As she turned left on the third floor toward her bedroom, she caught a glimpse of light coming from the study, which was not fully closed. She paused for a moment, then turned and walked over. Shin Nanji observed for a moment outside the half-open study door. She didn't see Jiang Jinyan speaking or typing on the keyboard, so she pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Jinyan looked away from the computer screen and raised his head to look at her. "The little one has run off again, and also," Shin Nanji walked over to Jiang Jinyan, but as soon as she spoke, he grabbed her wrist. "Madam, wait a moment." Shin Nanji was startled and instinctively turned to look behind her. Only then did she realize that the computer screen in front of him was displaying a video conference, and she was clearly visible on his camera. Shin Nanji's eyes widened, and she instinctively bent down to avoid the camera. Jiang Jinyan had only wanted to mute his microphone so her voice wouldn't be recorded. When he saw her suddenly bend forward, it looked as if she was trying to get closer to him on camera. He instinctively reached out to support her waist to prevent her from falling, while also muting the microphone and turning off the camera. "We're still in a meeting, madam." He held her firmly, keeping her close. His lips curled slightly, and his dark gaze met hers. His slow and calm tone, combined with the way he caught her, gave off a feeling of reassuring her to wait and do other things after the meeting. Shin Nanji realized that her instinctive reaction was inappropriate. Behind her was a serious meeting with high-level executives, and in front of her was this almost intimate position. She felt tense and couldn't relax at all. Her nerves tightened as well, making her miss the tone of his words. Shin Nanji clenched her hands anxiously and turned to check if the microphone and camera were properly turned off, her voice carrying a hint of complaint. "How was I supposed to know you were in a meeting? You didn't tell me." Jiang Jinyan gently rubbed her waist, guiding her to relax. When he looked at her, his expression was much softer than during the meeting. "I didn't have a chance to tell our Gigi before you came over."
How is she?
He asked. "Is Miss Gu feeling better?" Even though it was a video conference, the serious atmosphere in the meeting room, with executives discussing business, felt similar to an in-person meeting where their affectionate posture was under everyone's gaze. Shin Nanji nodded slightly, saying better as she tried to push his arm to get up. But Jiang Jinyan didn't let go, holding her firmly in place. "Don't be afraid, there are still 2 minutes left until the meeting ends." As he spoke, he patted her waist and glanced at the screen. "Wait for me a moment, it will be over soon." Shin Nanji turned her head to look at the screen. Remembering how he usually says a few words before ending online meetings, she turned back to ask him, "Will you turn on the camera later?" No, he said, holding her moving waist. His deep gaze shifted from the screen to her, and he tightened his grip slightly, keeping the restless girl close. Gigi, don't move. Shun Nanji wanted to say she wasn't moving, but before she could speak, the voice of Vice President Lee on the screen asked Jiang Jinyan about the decision on the Yar project. She pressed her lips together and held her breath in his embrace, glancing at him as he spoke to the executives in the meeting room. Jiang Jinyan had a strong sense of time. When he said 2 minutes, he meant it. Shen Nanji watched the time on the bottom left of the screen change to 5:58, and the video conference ended right on time. Before she could turn back, Jiang Jinyan, who had switched the computer back to the original page, looked at her while holding her waist. His warm palm pressed against her knitted top, radiating heat. Are you hungry? He asked. Shen Nanji shook her head. Jiang Jinyan replied, then we'll eat later. Shen Nanji was still processing what he meant when he gently held her chin and kissed her deeply. Her breath caught, and she instinctively tightened her grip on his shirt as the kiss deepened, their breaths becoming shallow. When she felt overwhelmed, she instinctively tried to pull back, forgetting that a large, hard desk was behind her. As she leaned back slightly, the edge of the desk pressed against her. Shen Nanji gasped softly, but before she could react, he suddenly pulled her forward and held her tightly again. The bright overhead light illuminated her slender neck, creating a delicate curve, and her long eyelashes fluttered as the kiss intensified, causing a slight ache. After a long moment, Shen Nanji felt her legs growing weak from the kiss. Suddenly, without warning, she was lifted and placed on the desk. The sudden shift and the blur in front of her made her gasp, her misty eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him. Jiang Jinyan guided her hand to his belt. Do you remember what you promised last night? Shen Nanji took a breath and suddenly remembered that last night, halfway through, she complained about her sore back and refused to continue, saying she would make up for it tonight. She opened her mouth, intending to deny it, but under his gaze, her refusal turned into, but I never agreed to do it in the study. In these matters, Shen Nanji felt shy. Except for the first time in the garage, and the time on the sofa when they discussed divorce, most of their moments were in bed. Even the times in the bathroom were very few. The study and desk had never been used at all. She pushed against his arm, wanting to jump off the desk and leave, but Jiang Jinyan held her firmly in place, even letting his hand wander a bit too much under her sweater. How about this? He interrupted her as she tried to make excuses again. 1 time here counts as 2 times for what you agreed to last night. Shen Nanji stopped moving. After thinking it over seriously, she reluctantly agreed. However, this particular Mrs. Jiang had become increasingly spoiled lately. Even though she had just agreed, less than 10 minutes later, she frowned and wanted to backtrack. She bit her lip, which was slightly red from his kisses, and looked at Jiang Jinyan with watery eyes, feeling dissatisfied. Without caring if she might fall, she threw herself into his arms, her voice trembling from the cold surface of the desk. No, the desk is too cold. Jiang Jinyan, frustrated but unable to stay angry, wrapped one arm around the delicate girl and used his other hand to grab a black jacket nearby, placing it on the desk before laying her back down. Is this better? After settling the debt from last night, Shen Nanji was too tired to even straighten her back. Jiang Jinyan carried her downstairs for dinner. At 10 o'clock that night, Shen Nanji lay in bed with a full stomach. She had already rested on the sofa for half an hour before dinner and had eaten to regain some energy, but she still felt tired. These past few days, Shen Nanji had been indulging in relaxation every night, often lying in bed after a bath to watch a drama or a movie for an hour. But today, she was too tired to watch anything and just wanted to sleep. Just as she was about to close her eyes, Guqing's video call came through. Shen Nanji rubbed her sore back and slowly turned in bed from lying on her side to lying face down. She reached for her phone, which had just charged, and tapped the screen to answer the call. As the signs of intimacy became obvious, the silk nightgown she wore couldn't hide anything. Before answering the call, Shen Nanji wrapped herself tightly in the blanket from the neck down, leaving only her head visible, and looked at the screen. Hey, You know pregnant women need to sleep early. Why are you still awake? Gu Qinghe hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. Her fever had gone down a lot, and she felt much better. Now full of energy, she leaned against the headboard, looking at her friend on the video call, who was lying on the bed, looking a bit tired and yawning. I can't sleep, my dear Gigi. I slept all night yesterday and all day today. Right now, I'm awake enough to help you with the experiment data. Shenanji. Gu Qinghe noticed the background of her friend's bed and asked, Are you going to bed so early today? Did I wake you up? Shenanji shook her head. Not yet, I haven't even closed my eyes. Gu Qinghe couldn't help but study her friend. Listening to her voice, she touched her chin and asked suspiciously, You didn't just get dragged around by that little dog, did you? Your voice sounds so soft and weak. She didn't look very energetic either. Lying in that position made her back ache more. Shen Nanji had just reached under the blanket to rub her back when she suddenly heard Gu Qinghe's comment, freezing in place. Unconsciously clearing her throat, she propped herself up a bit and focused on the screen. Is it? Before she could finish, she quietly put her hand down and, without blushing or panting, shifted the blame to the little dog that couldn't talk. Tuan has been quite mischievous these past few days. Gu Qinghe didn't think much of it. That little dog sticks to you like glue. Plus, with the snow falling tonight, pets follow their owners. It's no surprise it wants to run around in the snow. Shen Nanji felt guilty and didn't want to discuss the topic further. After Gu Qinghe finished, she quickly changed the subject. Are you feeling better? Gu Qinghe nodded, much better. If I don't have any more fever, I might be discharged tomorrow. Shen Nanji asked, Who is with you at the hospital today? Gu Qinghe replied, My brother and Huo Ling. Lying in that position for too long made her back hurt more. She adjusted her phone and switched from lying on her stomach to lying flat, then held up her phone to talk to Gu Qinghe. You really should have someone to take care of you in that villa at night. Maybe hire a housekeeper or a couple of live-in helpers. Mentioning this, Gu Qinghe couldn't help but sigh. It's not really necessary for the housekeeper or the aunt to come anymore. To ensure the child's safety, whenever I don't return home, Huo Ling will move in with me. Hearing this, Shen Nanji was surprised. So efficient? Gu Qinghe lightly clicked her tongue, rubbing her neck and sighing. Who says it isn't? If she had known that forgetting to close the window would lead to this outcome, she would have stayed awake all night yesterday. Half an hour later, Jiang Jinyan came from the study. The girl, who had been dozing off in bed, was now sitting up with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Her phone was back on the bedside charging, but the screen was still lit, indicating she had just ended a call. Jiang Jinyan glanced at her, closed the door, and walked over to the bed. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were tired? Shen Nanji was contemplating whether the 2 times on the bed were worth the 1 time in the study. The number of times had decreased, but the hard desk made her back ache. Not only her waist hurt, but her back was also sore. Lying down or leaning wasn't comfortable. Regardless of how it felt in the study, she wasn't very comfortable afterward. Holding a blanket, Shen Nanji frowned and said in a frustrated tone, My back hurts. I can't sleep. Jiang Jinyan picked up on her subtle hint for him to come over and massage her. Suppressing a smile, he asked, Can I give you a massage? Shen Nanji quickly lay down, as if she had been waiting for him to say that. The soft blanket was pulled back a bit, and the girl in her silk nightgown lay on her side, her silky hair cascading down her back onto the bed, revealing her fair neck. Here and over here both need a massage. She pointed to the areas that needed attention. After pointing, she pulled her arm back and rested both arms under her chin, waiting for him to come over. Jiang Jinyan's eyes softened with affection as he followed her lead, sitting on the edge of the bed, applying just the right amount of pressure while talking to her. Outside, the snow had fallen all night. By morning, the snow finally stopped. At 8 o'clock, the morning sunlight streamed through the frosted treetops into the courtyard, shining on the bedroom window. The housekeeper directed the staff to finish clearing the snow outside and approached Jiang Jinyan at the island counter, asking Mr. Jiang, should we clear all the snow in the yard, or leave half for the lady like last time? Jiang Jinyan held a cup of water and glanced outside, saying softly, "Leave half for my wife." The butler acknowledged him. As he was about to turn and leave, he heard Jiang Jinyan add, "Also." Butler Pang stopped and turned back. "Since my wife isn't awake yet, let's talk about breakfast later. Don't disturb her." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." It wasn't yet time for the annual leave, and there was a regular meeting at the company today. Jiang Jinyan didn't go to the office and informed Zhou to change the meeting to an online format. An hour later, after the meeting ended, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the time on his computer. He was about to check if Shen Nanji was awake when his phone on the other side of the desk rang. He exited the email and picked up the phone, seeing it was a call from his family home. He answered and held the phone to his ear.
Mom.
His mother's voice came through. "Jinyan, why can't I reach Gigi? Is she still not up?" Jiang Jinyan relaxed in his chair and replied, "Gigi went to bed a bit late last night and hasn't woken up yet. Did you need to talk to her about something?" His mother had been a little worried when she called. With her daughter-in-law's phone unreachable and the time already past morning, she feared there might be a conflict between her son and daughter-in-law. However, thinking it over, Jiang Jinyan was calm and refined, while Nanji was obedient and sweet. The chances of them arguing seemed very low. Hearing Jiang Jinyan say that she had slept late eased her worries completely, even relaxing her tone. "It's nothing serious. The year is ending, and things are getting busier. If you and Gigi don't have plans today, come to the family home for a meal. I want to discuss some things with you." "All right, Gigi and I will head over shortly." After hanging up, Jiang Jinyan went to the bedroom. As he opened the door, he saw Shen Nanji had already opened her eyes and was looking at her phone with missed calls. Hearing the door open, she turned around. "Did Mom call me?" "Yes, she did," he replied as he walked over. "Mom wants us to come over for dinner." Jiang Jinyan went to the closet and got the clothes for Shen Nanji to wear today. He gently ruffled her hair and helped her sit up, handing her the clothes. "Doesn't our Gigi always wake up at 10, no matter what time she goes to bed?" Shen Nanji looked up at him. He chuckled softly. "After fulfilling our marital duties, going to bed at 1 means waking up at this time. Sleeping at 10:30 yesterday also means waking up at this time." After nearly a week of waking up at 10 in the morning, Shen Nanji had almost formed a habit. Waking up late, by the time she arrived at the old house, it was already quite late. Early in the morning, Zhang's mother had someone prepare juice according to Shen Nanji's preferences. While sitting in the hall and chatting with Zhang's mother, Shen Nanji held the juice and unconsciously glanced several times toward the entrance and the staircase. Noticing her actions, Jiang Jinyan looked over, lowered his voice, and gently asked while rubbing the teacup, "Are you looking for someone?" Shen Nanji took a sip of juice and shook her head slightly. "Not looking for anyone." After returning from the exchange meeting, a lot had happened, and Shen Nanji hadn't thought much about Jiang Tingsu until today when she arrived at the old house and remembered the 2 photos he sent her about Qin Li. With the end of the year approaching, it was inevitable that she would run into Jiang Tingsu at the Jiang family home, but it was best to avoid seeing him as much as possible until the awkwardness between them had passed. "Jingxiu is not home," Jiang Jinyan said lightly. "He won't be back until after the 20th of the 12th month." Shen Nanji was a bit surprised, but she felt a little relieved. 2 days later, Gu Qinghe was discharged from the hospital. With Huo Jingqing's promise of "I will move in soon," Gu Qinghe began to think about their upcoming cohabitation. On the way back to the villa, she thought about how busy the Huo family was, especially with the wedding approaching. Even though Huo Jingqing had promised in front of her parents to move in soon, he probably wouldn't take the time to move in during such a busy period before the wedding on the 18th of the 12th month. However, she was surprised when she arrived at the villa and saw Huo Jingqing's secretary, Himu, waiting outside. Gu Qinghe's expression froze for a moment. As soon as the car stopped, she quickly opened the door and got out. "Secretary He, what are you doing here?" Himu was talking to a kind but somewhat unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon hearing her voice, Himu turned around, nodded respectfully, and smiled. "Madam, you're back? I'm here to help Mr. Hu move." "Move?" Gu Qinghe's face showed surprise. Himu nodded, and just as he was about to explain, Renheng, who had just returned from the branch office, came over with some people. Seeing Renheng approach, the friendly middle-aged man greeted Gu Qinghe politely and then said to Himu, "Since Renheng is here, I still have some tasks assigned by Mr. Huo to finish, so I will head back now. Take care, Uncle Bai." Not long after the butler left, Huo Jingqing arrived at the villa after a meeting at the company. At that moment, Himu was calmly directing people to move things inside. Seeing this scene that suggested a long-term cohabitation, Gu Qinghe felt uneasy. When she turned around and saw Huo Jingqing approaching, she quickly walked a few steps toward him, still surprised. "Mr. Huo, are you moving in now? Shouldn't we wait until after the wedding?" Understanding the implication in her words, Huo Jingqing looked at her with calm eyes and stated, "If what happened last time occurs again, the child may not be so lucky. Miss Gu, since we have chosen to keep the child, we must do our best to protect him." Also, he glanced at Himu and the others quietly moving things to the guest room on the 3rd floor and continued, "Our agreement remains unchanged. I will stay in the guest room, and you will stay in the master bedroom. If you wish, you can consider us as roommates. For the next 8 months, according to our contract, I will not interfere with your life, but you can reach out to me any time you need help." Gu Qinghe watched in confusion as Himu and the others continued to carry things upstairs. As the sky darkened and the outside became quiet, the sense of unreality still lingered. Huo Jingqing had a proposal meeting that evening, so after finishing up at the villa, he left for the company. In the hall, the nutritionist and housekeeper that Himu had found was still there. When Gu Qinghe came downstairs, she greeted her warmly, "Madam, would you like to have dinner? Today's nutritious meal is ready and can be served anytime." Aunt Wang was unaware of the true relationship between Gu Qinghe and Huo Jingqing, thinking they were just a loving couple from a wealthy family. After speaking, she remembered Huo Jingqing's instructions and added with a smile, "By the way, Madam, the sir said he won't be back for dinner tonight, so you can eat and then rest." Before going downstairs, Gu Qinghe wondered how they would manage meals now that Huo Jingqing had moved in. Living under the same roof but not eating together felt strange, yet eating together seemed odd too since they were just partners. However, it seemed she didn't need to worry. Huo Jingqing was busy coming and going all day, and the chances of them even crossing paths under the same roof seemed slim. With that thought, Gu Qinghe's worries disappeared. She told Aunt Wang she would have dinner now and headed to the dining room. After thinking about their future interactions, Gu Qinghe finished dinner and, as usual, quickly returned to her bedroom. She sat on the bed with a fruit platter, watching a show while getting her vitamins. At 8 in the evening, Gu Qinghe rubbed her sore neck and put down her tablet to take a shower. After washing up, feeling bored, she thought about calling Shin Nanji to pass the time. Just as she reached the edge of her bed, her phone at the foot of the bed chimed. An unexpected name appeared on the screen. Seeing the name, Huo Jingqing, Gu Qinghe paused for 2 seconds, recalling the day over a month ago when their families arranged their marriage. She remembered him handing her his WeChat QR code, asking her to add him for future contact. Since they got their marriage certificate, she and Huo Jingqing hadn't communicated much, with only a few phone calls, and she had completely forgotten about WeChat. She opened the message, and the screen displayed their chat. Besides the initial friend request notification, there was only one message. "Remember to close the window." Gu Qinghe looked at the message, then glanced at the window she hadn't dared to open today. She opened the input box and replied, "Okay." There was no further response from him. Gu Qinghe stared at the 2 somewhat awkward messages for a moment before exiting WeChat and calling her best friend. As Huo Jingqing mentioned, their living arrangement felt no different from before they cohabited. Over the past 4 or 5 days, aside from the afternoon they met when he moved in, they hadn't seen each other face-to-face at all, day or night. On the 5th day of living together, Gu Qinghe leaned on the sofa, scrolling through Huo Jingqing's occasional reminders to close windows or lock doors on WeChat. Following the principle of being a friendly roommate, she thought for a moment before opening the input box to inform him about her plans for the evening. "I'm going back home tonight and won't be staying." It seemed he had just the right amount of time to check his phone. Not long after sending the message, she received a concise reply. Okay. Jiang Jinian's birthday is on the 16th of the 12th month. Shen Nanji thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good birthday gift for him. On the morning of the 15th, feeling stuck, she opened Gu Qinghe's WeChat to ask if she had time to go to the mall. However, she soon found out that Gu Qinghe had gone back home early that morning. Shen Nanji scrolled through her friend list and quickly spotted Qin Li's WeChat, with whom she had chatted yesterday. She paused, glanced at the time, and decided to send an invitation to go shopping, just to try her luck. To her surprise, Qin Li replied almost instantly, "Sure." "What time?" Shen Nanji was typing, "What time are you free?" when another message popped up, "I'm free all day today, can go out anytime." She deleted her unfinished message and typed a new one. "How about 1 hour later at the mall in the city center?"
Qin Li replied, "Okay."
After sending the message, Shen Nanji changed her clothes and headed straight to the mall, arriving almost at the same time as Qin Li. However, this time, while Qin Li looked as polished as ever, there was a hint of gloom in her expression. Noticing Shen Nanji staring, Qin Li sighed and rubbed her face, linking arms with her as they entered the mall. "Come on, tell me what you want to buy." Shen Nanji glanced at her and replied honestly, "Jin Yan's birthday is coming up and I want to give him a gift, but I haven't decided what to get." Qin Li understood and thought for a moment before leading her toward the men's section. "For your husband, I think ties, watches, cufflinks, or belts would be good options." Although Qin Li rarely returned to Huaihai City, she had spent most of the past month in various malls there and was more familiar with luxury brands than Shen Nanji. Shen Nanji first looked at cufflinks. If women's luxury items are jewelry and diamonds, then for men, it's cufflinks and watches. She didn't ask the sales associate for recommendations, but browsed through the various cufflinks herself, finally selecting the most expensive Jacob Platinum cufflinks. Seeing her make a quick choice, Qin Li looked over curiously and gave her a thumbs up when she saw what she had picked. "Great choice. You casually picked the most expensive and unique luxury item." Shen Nanji handed the sales associate a black card. It wasn't one of the 2 black cards given to her by Jiang Jinian. It was her own black card. "Wrap it up, please." The sales associate respectfully took the card and swiftly processed the transaction. Another associate quickly packaged the cufflinks and handed them to Shen Nanji. "Mrs. Jiang, here are your cufflinks and black card." Shen Nanji accepted them, thanked her politely, and then she and Qin Li headed to the next store. Watches, ties, and belts were all on Shen Nanji's mind to buy, but after wandering around the store for a long time and hesitating, she ended up only buying a belt. Noticing her hesitation, Qin Li came down from the 3rd floor and curiously asked, "Have you chosen a watch and a tie? Why didn't you get them too?" As the wife of a powerful figure and the daughter of the Shen group, she didn't seem like someone who was short on money. Qin Li thought there might be a special reason, but the younger girl, holding her carefully selected gifts, said, "I'm not very good at picking gifts. If I give both the tie and the watch this year, what'll I give next year?" "Qin Li." "Shen Nanji. Let's save 2 for next year." Qin Li, who hadn't thought about this situation. After picking out the gifts, Shen Nanji and Qin Li didn't leave right away, but went to the women's clothing section. Qin Li seemed a bit down today. While they were looking at clothes, Shen Nanji found a good moment to ask if she was having any troubles with the Shen group's collaboration. "The collaboration is fine," Qin Li sighed. "I deal with stock market knowledge every day, and I could handle that with my eyes closed. What worries me is that I haven't made any progress in pursuing someone." Shen Nanji looked over at her while holding the clothes the staff had just brought. Qin Li sighed repeatedly and sat on the sofa outside the fitting room, feeling frustrated about her one-sided pursuit. She joined the Shen group to pursue someone, so during meetings, she mostly avoided interacting with Fong Jing and went directly to talk with Shen Huayan whenever she could. She thought that as they spent more time together, their relationship would progress. But after a week, there was barely any progress at all. In fact, it felt like she was moving backward. At first, discussing stock market matters was somewhat normal, but just when she started meeting him more often and brought stock market materials to his office, Shen Huayan frowned slightly and politely but directly told her, "Miss Qin, for discussions on this matter, you can directly connect with Fong Jing." Or, if you prefer to make decisions on your own, I and the Shun group trust your abilities. It was polite but also distant. His words completely shut down her excuse for visiting his office, leaving her unsure of how to proceed next. Though she had never been in a serious relationship, she had traveled often and watched others fall in love, so she felt quite experienced in that regard. She believes that it should be easy for a girl to pursue a guy. However, when faced with someone like Shun Huayan, who is tough and has a heart harder than stone, she feels completely lost. Now, she doesn't know what to do whether she pursues him or not. Shun Nanji came over with some clothes and had just sat down when she heard Qin Li, who looked frustrated and was rubbing her eyes, ask, "Sister Ji, is there something wrong with your brother's orientation?" Shun Nanji's mouth twitched. Qin Li gave up on using work as a way to get closer to him. After thinking for a moment, she asked Shun Nanji, "Sister Ji, does your brother have any hobbies or interests?" Finding common interests would be easier than discussing boring work matters to build a relationship. Shun Nanji racked her brain for almost half a minute and finally replied under Qin Li's gaze, "It seems he only likes to focus on work." At least in her memory, she couldn't recall her brother having any particular likes over the years. All his energy was spent on the Shun group and the Jinming group. Li. At noon, Shun Nanji and Qin Li had a meal at a nearby private restaurant. At 2 in the afternoon, Shun Nanji strolled around outside and then took a detour to the Shun group. When she arrived, Shun Huayan was in a meeting downstairs. She stopped the secretaries from interrupting him and sat at a desk she had set up, casually flipping through a document. Half an hour later, Shun Huayan came upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shun Nanji, who was unusually looking at company materials. "Oh, the sun must be rising in the west?" he said as he walked in. "Or are you having a conflict with someone again?" Shun Nanji was not very convinced. "Can I just be proactive and come to understand how the company operates?" Shun Huayan glanced at her indifferently. "In your beloved physics experiments, our young lady indeed has that awareness, but when it comes to company matters, the chances are much lower." Shun Nanji was left speechless. Having just finished a meeting, Fang Jing had many tasks waiting for Shun Huayan's instructions. Shun Nanji didn't want to disturb them, so she continued to look through the materials while waiting for them to finish. After about 10 minutes, Fang Jing took the project documents and left. Shun Nanji dropped the paper she was holding and walked over to Shun Huayan, trying to ask indirectly, "Brother, I heard that Miss Qin is a bit interested in pursuing you?" Shun Huayan paused while flipping through the documents and looked up at her, responding coolly, "What do you want to say?" Shun Nanji blinked innocently, making it hard not to feel sorry for her. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about your big life events, especially since I'm already married." Her last sentence trailed off softly. Before her words could fully fade, Shun Huayan chuckled coldly, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. "When you got married, did you ask for my opinion?" Caught off guard by a sudden reminder, Shun Nanji was left speechless. Shun Huayan lazily lifted his eyelids, looking at his sister, who seemed bored enough to worry about his marriage, with a half smile. "I didn't interfere with your big life decisions, and now you want to tell me to get married? Let me ask you if I find a sister-in-law who will manage the company. You." Shun Nanji thought seriously for a moment. Although she wasn't keen on taking over the various matters of the group, she eventually nodded in agreement. "Well, I could help manage during the honeymoon period. After that, she would hand the company back." Shun Huayan was almost amused by her response. Gripping the armrest of her chair, he playfully pushed her toward her desk. "Go play. This is adult business. Kids should stay out of it." Shun Nanji was not very pleased with this familiar dismissive remark from her childhood. Just as she was about to retort, Shun Huayan handed her a project document. With just one sentence, he extinguished her urge to argue. "Work on the project or play. Choose one." The words she couldn't say got stuck in her throat. Looking at the document pushed in front of her, she sincerely swallowed hard and pushed it back with a finger. Shun Nanji spent nearly the whole afternoon with Shun Huayan. While he dealt with business, she sat beside him, reviewing the materials he provided and occasionally chatting with him when he wasn't busy. Until evening, Jiang Jinyan sent a message to Shen Nanji, asking when she would come home. Shen Nanji closed her computer and, before leaving, looked at her brother behind the main desk. The eldest Miss Shen had been holding back a sentence all afternoon. She cleared her throat to hide her nervousness and said softly, "Bro, I just want to say one thing. No matter how busy the company is, you need to think about important life matters. Otherwise, if mom and dad find out." When Shen Huayan stopped typing, his sister's voice suddenly became much quieter. As he looked up, Shen Nanzi's unfinished words quickly faded away. Without waiting for him to speak, she grabbed the birthday gift she had chosen for Jiang Jinyan from the special cabinet, pushed her chair back, and swiftly walked toward the door. It's getting dark, and I have things to do. Bro, I'm leaving now." Shen Huayan felt both angry and helpless as he watched her hurriedly pull open the door and run out. Fast forward to the 18th day of the 12th month. The grand wedding of the Gu and her families was taking place. To accommodate Gu Qinghe, the wedding venue was set in Huaihai City. A few days earlier, old man Hua and Huo Ling had come from Beicheng. The Hua family was at the top of the social hierarchy in Beicheng, and the Gu family held a prominent position in Huaihai City. On the wedding day, countless celebrities and dignitaries attended, and luxury cars nearly filled the large parking lot. The church was decorated extravagantly, showcasing the union of the two wealthy families to the fullest extent. After the wedding, during the banquet, Shen Nanji and Jiang Jinyan's table was constantly visited by people toasting them. Even Gu Qinghe came over with a glass in hand to specially toast Shen Nanji. Shen Nanji didn't handle alcohol well. She only took small sips each time. However, with so many toasts, even those small sips added up, and she gradually became a bit tipsy. Jiang Jinyan was talking with Hu Jingcheng, Shen Huayan, and others. He didn't notice that the girl with low alcohol tolerance was getting drunk. When he turned back, she was already a bit tipsy, especially after toasting with Gu Qinghe. Jiang Jinyan walked over, put his arm around her shoulder, took the wine glass from her hand, and offered her a glass of juice instead. Ji, stop drinking. You'll feel awful tomorrow if you get drunk." At that moment, Shen Nanji was still somewhat clear-headed and responded to whatever he said. As the banquet ended, the effects of the alcohol began to hit her. Shen Huayan leaned against the table, feeling helpless and headachy as he watched his sister's drunkenness increase. He said to Jiang Jinyan, "The alcohol on the table is strong. Ji is a bit drunk. You should take her home." At Mr. Hu's place, he was happily asking for the address of their wedding house. Gu Qinghe stood next to Hu Jingcheng, chatting with the old man while her attention drifted a bit toward Shen Nanji. When she looked over, she saw Jiang Jinyan saying something to Shen Huayan and the others, then they left with Shen Nanji as the guests departed. "The wedding house is in Deepening," Hu Jingcheng said, bringing Gu Qinghe back to the moment. When she turned around, she saw the old man smiling at them. "So, after the wedding, will you two live separately or together?" Hu Jingcheng replied, "Of course, we will live together." Unlike their last visit to Beicheng, where they pretended to live together, this time they truly lived in the same villa. Facing the old man's inquiries and scrutiny, Gu Qinghe felt a little less guilty. Having grown up beside the old man, Hu Jingcheng understood his temperament better than anyone. After his last statement, he casually added, "If Grandpa doesn't believe us, why not stay with us in Deepening for a few days?" The old man waved his hand. "I won't join you young folks for fun. Just live well together." "All right," he said, getting up with his cane, preparing to leave with the butler and others. "Let the remaining guests be taken care of by Renheng. Qinghe is pregnant, so you two should head back to the wedding house. Grandpa and your aunt will return to the villa first." Shen Nanji, like before, was more obedient when drunk than when sober. On the way back to Yushan Mansion from the hotel, she hardly moved or made any noise. However, when Jiang Jinyan carried her into the bedroom at Yushan Mansion, the situation seemed to change a bit. Jiang Jinyan had seen her drunk before. The more she drank, the more obedient she became. As long as her clothes weren't too tight, she hardly spoke and would just lie down and sleep all night. Worried she would have a headache in the morning, Jiang Jinyan placed her on the bed and checked her clothes to ensure they weren't constricting before turning to ask the butler to make some hangover soup. Just as he was about to leave, the girl, who had been sitting quietly on the bed, furrowed her brows and grabbed his shirt. Jiang Jinyan turned back and saw her hazy eyes looking up at him. "Gigi, what's wrong?" She bit her lip, and her extremely beautiful face, with her brows tightly knitted, gave off a sense of grievance. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Perhaps it was the effects of too much alcohol. After hearing this, a certain girl, as if enchanted, lifted her head and leaned towards his lips when he softly called her name. The next day, sunlight streamed through the curtains, shining on the bedside. Shin Nanji woke up with a heavy head, and amidst the fog of a hangover, a particularly sharp pain at the top of her head stood out. Frowning, Shin Nanji sat up. She pressed her hand to her head and couldn't help but let out a small hiss, trying to recall what happened the day before. Her clear memories lasted until the end of the banquet, but after that, things became a bit hazy. As she lowered her arm and turned her head casually, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Jiang Jinyan, who was quietly leaning against the door and looking at her. Shun Nanji paused in her movement to get out of bed, her frown still deep, and murmured softly, "My head hurts." How could it not hurt? He straightened up and walked towards the bed. "Last night, while I was getting a towel for you during your bath, Mrs. Jiang bumped her head against the wall." "Shin Nanji." "Jiang Jinyan. Touch your head. Is there a bump?" Shin Nanji hesitantly reached for the most painful spot on her head and found. There really was a bump there. It was simply absurd. Jiang Jinyan pulled her hand away. "Don't press it. The family doctor came last night. Besides the headache, is there anything else that hurts?" Shun Nanji paused and shook her head.
No.
The day spent at home during the holiday passed quickly. Before she knew it, it was New Year's Eve. The festive atmosphere filled the entire city, and the bustling streets showcased the celebrations of the new year. The sun broke through the gloomy weather of the past few days, adding a touch of joy and happiness to the festive spirit. Shin Nanji set an early alarm. When the alarm rang, she glanced at her phone filled with New Year's greetings and quickly got out of bed to wash up. After getting ready and changing her clothes, she came downstairs to find Jiang Jinyan on the phone. Seeing her, he wrapped up his call and hung up, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "Are you ready?"
Yes.
Shin Nanji glanced at his phone. "Was that Grandpa?" Jiang Jinyan nodded. "Yes, Grandpa will arrive in Huaihai City in 2 hours. Is there anything else you need to take? I can take you to the old house." Shin Nanji's eyes brightened. "No, I'm ready to go anytime." Every year, the New Year is one of the few times when the main and branch families of the Jiang family, along with the younger generation, can gather together. When Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan arrived at the old house, most of the uncles from the branch family and the younger members of the Jiang family were already there. The old man's flight had not yet arrived, and Jiang's parents were happily chatting with the uncles from the branch family. Shun Nanji followed Jiang Jinyan to greet the elders. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she ran over to the younger members on the east side near the sofa. Seeing her approach, Jiang Lin, the daughter of her second uncle, quickly came over with a fruit platter, suppressing her curiosity and eager to ask about the marriage. In a low voice, she asked, "Gigi, how did you end up marrying my big brother? Why did the engagement suddenly change? Is there something going on?" Jiang Lin's mother had some personal matters abroad, and Jiang Lin hadn't returned to the country for the past 2 years. With graduation approaching and her studies demanding, she had little time to ask about things back home. Recently, the news about the engagement between the Jiang and Shin families had created quite a stir online. Although Jiang Lin didn't spend much time online, she had heard some rumors. She was curious about how the engagement ended up with Shin Nanji instead of Jiang Tingsu, who everyone thought would be the one. When she got home that day, she asked her mother, but her usually open mother was surprisingly tight-lipped about this matter and revealed nothing at all. When pressed, she simply said, "Children shouldn't worry about such things. There's never been a rule about who takes over the engagement between the Jiang and Shin families. Why can't your brother marry Nanji?" Shin Nanji didn't know how to explain at first. Well, There's really nothing special. With her vivid imagination, Zhang Lin continued to pry, linking it to the scattered trending topics online that had mostly been cleared. Is there no scandal or complicated history behind this? Zhang Lin. Before she could finish her question, a calm voice suddenly interrupted from behind, startling Zhang Lin into silence. Once she realized who it was, the usually bold second miss of the Jiang family stood up smoothly, like a mouse seeing a cat, her nervousness causing her to stutter as she greeted Jiang Jinyan, "BB Big Brother." Jiang Jinyan glanced at her, then sat down on the sofa next to Shenanji, observing the curious and timid younger cousin who was just as anxious as Shenanji. "If you want to know something, just ask me." Jiang Lin was too afraid to ask. For over 20 years, she had never feared anyone, except for her older brother, Jiang Jinyan. She was curious about the marriage alliance, but she didn't have the courage to ask him directly. With a forced smile, Jiang Lin quickly changed the subject, avoiding what she just said, and said, I don't have any questions, Big Brother. I just haven't been back for over 2 years, and wanted to catch up with Gigi. Sister-in-law." Hearing her sudden change in address, Shun Nanji was speechless. Jiang Lin was genuinely scared of Jiang Jinyan, so much so that when he arrived, she didn't dare to stay longer and quickly scurried away like a mouse escaping from a cat. It wasn't until the old man's private plane landed and they arrived at the family home that she felt safe enough to approach Shen Nanji again, just like in the past. Before lunch, Shun Nanji stepped out to take a phone call. When she finished and turned around to go back, she saw Jiang Tingsu, who seemed to have just returned from outside. He had a cigarette between his fingers, and upon seeing her, he instinctively extinguished it and paused by the begonia flowers, looking her way. A few months ago, when the old man returned to the country, Jiang Tingsu had almost frantically asked her when she would divorce Jiang Jinyan. That moment was still fresh in her mind. There was also the time at the overseas conference when he sent her 2 photos related to Qin Li. Shun Nanji was afraid of a repeat of that earlier scene. Today was New Year's Eve, and with relatives and the old man present, it wouldn't be good if things escalated. She intended to turn and go inside, but Jiang Tingsu spoke first. "About the photos last time, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the situation and caused a misunderstanding for you and Big Brother." Shun Nanji was a bit surprised. Jiang Tingsu extinguished his cigarette, smiling self-deprecatingly, but also with some relief. "I wanted to apologize in person, but I've been busy and didn't find the chance."
And
He paused, his calm gaze meeting Shun Nanji's, no longer showing the anger and resentment he had when he first learned about her marriage to Jiang Jinyan. It was like the years they grew up together, able to speak peacefully. "Happy New Year, sister-in-law." Shun Nanji had heard the term sister-in-law many times today, but what shocked her most was Jiang Tingsu's words. However, it was already a relief that they could meet without hostility. She nodded and politely replied, "Happy New Year." In the hall, the old man and the second uncle were calling for Jiang Tingsu. He didn't linger, hiding his bittersweet feelings and the regret he forced himself to let go of as he shifted his gaze from Shinanji. He casually tossed the half-burned cigarette into the trash can and walked toward the hall. This little incident didn't detract anyone's attention. The main hall was lively, filled with chatter. It was just evening, and outside, the sounds of fireworks began to echo. The old man, who was getting on in years, loved the lively moments of family reunions. After dinner, he had the butler bring out the prepared New Year red envelopes and distributed them one by one to the younger generation. With the old man leading, the scene of handing out red envelopes became quite chaotic, reminding Shinanji of the recent times when she accompanied the old man to collect contribution money from old friends. Once all the elders finished giving out their envelopes, Jiang Jinyan asked Huo Ling to distribute the red envelopes he had prepared for the gathered younger siblings. Shinanji didn't expect that Jiang Jinyan's envelopes for Jiang Tingsu and the other younger relatives included hers as well. She was holding so many envelopes that she couldn't keep track. Just as she was about to count them, she lowered her head and a bony hand offered her an envelope. Shinanji was slightly surprised, looking at the New Year envelope personally handed to her by Jiang Jinyan. She then glanced at Jiang Lin and the others around them, who were covering their faces with envelopes and sneaking glances at them. "Do I get one too?" she asked Jiang Jinyan softly. He placed the thicker envelope, which was noticeably different from the ones given to Jiang Lin and the others, into her hands. His voice carried a light chuckle. "Our Gigi is the youngest, so of course she should have one." Not far away, on a single sofa near the hall, Jiang Tingsu leaned back, holding the New Year envelope Jiang Jinyan had given him. He raised his gaze slightly toward the spiral staircase, where Shenanji and Jiang Jinyan stood. The bright-eyed girl and the elegant man looked particularly well-matched together. The girl's eyes sparkled like dazzling stars, making it hard for anyone to look away. After watching for a while, Jiang Tingsu suppressed the bitterness in his heart and lowered his eyelids.
Perhaps this was for the best.
With her by his side, he could only grow up under pressure. He swallowed his discomfort and grievances. But beside his older brother, she could always be happy and be herself. Late at night, the sounds of fireworks outside continued to fill the air. Shin Nanji sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by a large pile of red envelopes. The Jiang family sent red envelopes along with cards, and each envelope contained a substantial card. Shin Nanji opened the envelopes one by one, stacking the bank cards high. As she unwrapped the last red envelope, which was the one Jiang Jinyan gave her for the New Year, she found not a single card like those from her uncles and grandfathers, but 3 neatly stacked black cards, all with no spending limit. Jiang Jinyan stood by the bed with her as she opened the envelope. After she revealed the black cards, he ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "The password is still your birthday." On the afternoon of the first day of the New Year, after visiting relatives, Jiang Tingsu went to the private room at Xingyi to meet with Fang Zhiling and the others. Since Jiang Jinyan had been sent abroad last time, Jiang Tingsu and Fang Zhiling had rarely gathered to drink together. Once in the room, they chatted about their recent lives. Fang Zhiling noticed that Jiang Tingsu had become quieter than before, mostly just drinking. "I heard from my brother that you've been abroad for the past few months. Are you leaving again after the New Year, or will you stay in Huaihai?" The others looked over as well. Jiang Tingsu lowered his gaze, his drink gently swaying in his hand, reflecting a cold light in the room. "I might leave. Now that I'm grown up, it's my responsibility to help the family." He couldn't just be reckless forever. Fang Zhiling and Feng Zimo exchanged glances. "What about Nanji?" Everyone understood what Fang Zhiling was asking, including Jiang Tingsu, who was sitting on the couch. In the past, he wouldn't have accepted it. When he first learned that she had married his brother, he was solely focused on trying to break them apart. But he had been so caught up in jealousy that he never considered what would happen after they separated. Whether she married him or not didn't fundamentally relate to his brother. Since 2 years ago, when he first expressed his unwillingness to accept a family marriage, they had no future together. Moreover, it was clear that she and his brother would never divorce. Even if they did, he and she would never have another chance. This was a truth he had been blind to in the past, but after spending a few months abroad, he began to understand it slowly. After the New Year, Shenanji rarely saw Jiang Tingsu. Around the Lantern Festival, she seemed to hear the old man mention that Jiang Tingsu had gone to a branch company abroad, but she wasn't clear on when he left or when he would return. However, she didn't ask much. Their relationship was complicated, and after the Lantern Festival, the first day of the new school term was filled with a busy schedule of experiments. Every new semester is the busiest time for someone like Shenanji, who is pursuing dual degrees. The messages in the lab group chat keep ringing all day long. During the first week of school, Shenanji was extremely busy and just wanted to lie in bed and sleep when she got home. After getting through that first week, things slowed down a bit in the second week, and the first experiment in collaboration with a foreign university started smoothly. One evening, Shenanji returned home a bit earlier, but she still needed to spend over an hour organizing data after getting back. Jiang Jinyan knew about her passion for physics and provided her with a quiet environment, not disturbing her while he handled work matters. After finishing his tasks, he would occasionally hold a video meeting in his study and then go downstairs to feed the dog. On Wednesday, after finishing a video meeting and feeding the dog, he watched the puppy run around the backyard for a bit. When he went back upstairs, he noticed Shin Nanji still hadn't come out of her room. Checking the time, Jang Jinyan walked toward her room to ask if she wanted some juice. Just as he reached the door, he heard voices coming from inside, where the door wasn't fully closed. Jang Jinyan paused, holding the doorknob. The phone was on speaker, and he heard a relaxed female voice. Shin Nanji was typing on her keyboard, making changes to a document while chatting casually with someone on the other end. After listening for a few seconds, he recognized the voice from last autumn. The conversation continued, but it had shifted from academic topics to casual chatting. Chi Zheng was telling Shin Nanji about some outstanding seniors in his team who admired her talent in physics and her fresh ideas. He mentioned that he would introduce her to them when their teams met to discuss. Jiang Jinyan's eyelids drooped slightly, and he recalled that a few days ago, during a meal, Shin Nanji had mentioned that their current experiment was in collaboration with a foreign university. There are many universities that Huaihai University collaborates with, so it wasn't surprising. He hadn't asked much at the time, but today he realized that this university was coincidentally the one where Chi Zheng was pursuing his graduate studies. After making most of the data changes and resolving the necessary discussions, Shin Nanji's wrist was tired from a long day of work. Once she finished with the experiment, she didn't chat much with Chi Zheng, quickly wrapping up the conversation after mentioning a few things about the team. Save the modified data on the computer and forward it to the lab group. Exhausted, a certain young lady didn't stay at the computer for even a second longer. She grabbed her phone and headed outside. To her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Jinyan waiting outside. Without thinking much, she rushed into his arms, her beautiful eyes naturally brightening up. "Have you fed, Tuan Tuan?" "I have," Jiang Jinyan replied, holding her close. Noticing her rare initiative to cuddle, he raised his elbow and gently massaged her sore neck, asking, "Are you tired?" Such scenes had become very common since the start of the semester. It had even led Shin Nanji to develop a habit. Whenever she felt tired, she would just snuggle into his arms. He could always find the exact spot on her neck that needed a massage to relieve her fatigue without her saying a word. Today was no different. With a smile, she leaned her cheek against his neck, lazily purring like a cat, and began to share her thoughts. "I enjoyed the winter break too much. Not only did I gain a couple of pounds, but even after nearly 10 days of school, I still can't adjust to the new semester's pace." Last year, when the semester started, she was just as busy and felt like a spinning top, but she didn't feel as tired. During the entire break, she spent her days reading papers and researching, and at night, she squeezed in time to learn finance. She had grown accustomed to that intensity. However, this winter break was too relaxing, especially around the new year, when waking up around 10 in the morning became the norm, living as leisurely as Tuan Tuan downstairs. As a result, when school started, it felt like being a high-speed top whipped around. Jiang Jinyan held her with one arm while massaging her neck, his gaze deep. "If you're really tired, should we pause the experiment?" Shin Nanji shook her head, "No need. I've almost finished integrating the data. We're about to start the formal experiment. The initial phase is troublesome, but once we get going, it won't be too hectic." Besides, the experiment wasn't just her responsibility. It was the combined effort of 2 teams, along with many seniors and professors. The next day, Shin Nanji returned to Yushan Mansion at 6 in the evening, as usual. To her surprise, after dinner, when she went upstairs to handle the data, Jiang Jinyan was not in his study for an online meeting but was sitting beside her, watching her. Shin Nanji looked at the man who showed no signs of leaving, feeling a bit confused, and asked, "Don't we have a meeting today?" "No meeting," he replied, tapping on his tablet to check unfinished emails. "I finished everything at the office. There's nothing else today, so I'll stay here with you." Shin Nanji responded with a soft "oh," feeling a bit surprised. Noticing she was still watching him, her fingers resting on the mouse without looking at any data, Jiang Jinyan calmly asked, "Am I distracting you?" "No, not at all," she replied. He gently ruffled her hair, his eyes softening. Then why not get busy? Once you finish, we can go to bed early tonight. Okay, Shin Nanji nodded, feeling reassured. After the surprise of him being there faded, she quickly got into the work, moving the mouse to pick up where she left off, filling in data, and correcting any mistakes. Jiang Jinyan didn't disturb her at all, even checking emails quietly on his tablet instead of a laptop. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the mouse clicking under the soft light. About half an hour later, a sudden ringtone broke the silence. Shin Nanji frowned, glancing away from the computer screen to her phone on the desk. The name Senior Chi Zheng appeared on the screen. The ringtone continued, and seeing she didn't move, Jiang Jinyan looked over, his dark gaze scanning her lit phone screen. Why aren't you answering? Shin Nanji wasn't afraid to answer in front of him. She just felt it was strange with him watching. She picked up her phone, intending to step outside. Jinyan, I'll go take the call, so I don't disturb your work. As she started to get up, he gently pressed her down, saying, You won't disturb me. His voice was calm, and his expression was relaxed. His fingers lightly rested on the edge of the tablet, his gaze fixed on her. Just answer it. Shin Nanji hesitated for a moment, but his encouraging look prompted her. Just as the ringtone rang for the last 2 times, she slid to answer the call and held the phone to her ear. Senior Chi? Chi Zheng's voice came through, filled with excitement about progress in their experiment. Junior, we've made significant progress on our experiment. My advisor wants me to send the data to Professor Lin, but he hasn't received it. I've sent the information to you. Please forward it to Professor Lin when you have a chance. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she always felt that when she answered Chi Zheng's call, Jiang Jinyan's gaze was fixed on her. Shin Nanji felt a bit uneasy under that gaze. After Chi Zheng finished speaking, she said nothing more, simply replied, I will transfer it to Professor Lin tomorrow, and ended the call. Watching her actions, he smiled slightly. Finished so quickly? The feeling of unease lingered. Shin Nanji rubbed her ear and said, I just mentioned the data from over there. He nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, creating a subtle sound. Shin Nanji's eyelids twitched unexpectedly. Just as she turned to look at him, he casually asked, Do you usually coordinate tasks between the 2 teams with your senior? They exchanged glances for a moment. Shin Nanji bit her lip and replied, Not entirely. We only communicate about the data that needs cooperation. For everything else, I contact my seniors. Jiang Jinyan didn't ask any more questions. His earlier inquiry seemed casual, at least to Shin Nanji. However, the discomfort from being watched while she was on the phone remained. To avoid this situation again, she glanced at the time, thought for a moment, and muted her phone. Today, she finished her work earlier than yesterday. Before 9 o'clock, Shin Nanji shut down her computer. She even had time to go downstairs and play with Tuan Tuan, who had been neglected for several days, before taking a shower and going to bed. The next day was Friday. The new semester's schedule had a class during the first period on Friday morning. Shin Nanji was awakened by her alarm, with no time to linger in bed. Yawning, she got up to wash up and then changed clothes in the dressing room. By the time she came down, she felt a bit more awake, but still quite tired. As she held onto the railing while coming down the stairs, she thought about catching a quick nap on the bus to school. Just then, she reached the bottom of the stairs and saw Zhou Lin talking to Jiang Jinyan. They were a bit far away, so Shin Nanji couldn't hear clearly. However, the hall was quiet, and even the usually energetic puppy was absent. She could vaguely catch some words that sounded like experiment and Chi Zheng. Shin Nanji wasn't sure if she had heard correctly, but as she took 2 more steps down, she noticed Zhou Lin had stopped speaking, turned to her, and politely greeted her.
Good morning, ma'am.
Shin Nanji was feeling sleepy and pressed for time. She didn't pay much attention to whether she had misheard those 2 words. She nodded at Zhou Lin and replied, Good morning, then headed to the dining room, where she quickly ate a few bites of breakfast before waving goodbye to Jiang Jinyan as she walked out with her notebook. Jiang Jinyan escorted her to the car. As she got in, and the car drove away from view, he slowly withdrew his gaze. The warmth in the man's eyes faded significantly as he turned to Huo Ling and said, "Continue." Huo Ling responded, "Yes, Mr. Jiang. I had someone look into the matter of the experiment your wife is involved in. It is indeed a school that Qi Zheng recommended for direct doctoral admission, and our people found out that after both teams complete their respective experimental parts, they will need to go abroad for joint research for a period." Jiang Jinyan's gaze deepened. "How long?" Huo Ling lowered his head, "It seems. At least a month." After he said this, the air around them suddenly felt tense. Huo Ling touched his nose, not daring to speak further. The first experiment of the new semester was a highly anticipated groundbreaking experiment on a new type of high-temperature superconductor. By the end of the third week of school, after numerous tests, it finally succeeded based on many revised theories. On Friday afternoon, Du Rue, a second-year graduate student in the team, burst into the lab where several team members were present, holding the new experimental data that perfectly matched the data charts calculated by Shin Nanji after countless calculations. "We did it! We did it! There is no error in the data. Our experiment was a complete success." The team members in the lab, who were racking their brains for new algorithms, paused at this announcement. They quickly pushed aside the half-finished new data they were working on and rushed over to see the precise experimental data in Du Rue's hands. Miao Xiao, sitting next to Shin Nanji and discussing precision error analysis with her, excitedly hugged Shin Nanji.
"Ah,
"We finally succeeded. This experiment took longer than my life. If it hadn't worked, I would have doubted our theoretical foundation." Shin Nanji smiled and hugged her back. After several senior students finished reviewing the data records around Du Rue, one of them asked about the next steps. "I heard that Qi Zheng and his team are also close to a breakthrough. Since we have completed our experiments, shouldn't we go abroad for the next phase of the comprehensive experiments?" "We probably can't go." As soon as he said this, before anyone else could respond, Professor Lin, who had just entered the lab, spoke up. Everyone was taken aback, including Shin Nanji. They all looked at Professor Lin, whose expression was somewhat serious. The senior who asked the question spoke up first. "Why not?" "Professor, our experiments have been successful, and Qi Zheng's team is also making progress. The institute has been pushing for this experiment so much that the director comes to check on the progress regularly. Now that we finally have a breakthrough, why are we not moving forward?" This question was on everyone's mind. Professor Lin, with a touch of gray in his hair, sighed and said, "I'm not sure about the specifics right now." The director was indeed very eager for this experiment and had high expectations. However, when I brought the experimental data over, it seemed that the part handled by Professor Wang's team abroad is still incomplete. The institute said we don't need to go so soon. Miao Xiao furrowed his brow. Is it that we don't need to go so soon? Or are they just delaying things and effectively canceling the experiment? I remember there was an experiment in the chemistry department last year that just got dropped after delays. The other people in the lab also looked serious. The earlier joy from their successful experiment was completely gone. Professor Lin sighed again. Although he felt regretful, there was nothing he could do. The higher-ups were unwilling to let them continue interacting with Professor Wang's team too much, and no one could change that. But he didn't want to be too blunt, fearing it would dampen the students' spirits. He tried to lighten the mood and said, "Don't think too much about it. It's true that Professor Wang's team hasn't finished their experiments yet. Let's wait until they are done. Everyone has worked hard during this time, and since tomorrow is Saturday, take the time to rest. If there are any issues, we can discuss them next week." The atmosphere in the lab was heavy and gloomy. Even though they had finally reached a much-needed break, no one felt as happy as they had expected. Du Rue and a few other seniors sat dejectedly in their chairs at the lab table, their earlier enthusiasm extinguished like a splash of cold water. The delay in the experiment is not just a trivial phrase. It is the result of all the hard work and effort put in by the lab members over the past half-month. However, because of this phrase, the experiment is delayed. All that hard work could vanish at any moment. Shin Nanji looked at her discouraged seniors and then at the partially completed accuracy analysis report in her hands. Suddenly, She recalled something she had overheard on Monday morning when she came down from upstairs, words like experiment and qizheng. Huo Ling is Jiang Jingnian's personal assistant, available every day of the year. When would he have time to manage their experiment? An hour later, after leaving the lab, Shen Nanji did not return to Yushan Mansion but went straight to the Tiancheng headquarters. Jiang Jingnian was in a meeting downstairs when Huo Ling returned to get some documents and happened to encounter Shen Nanji, who had unexpectedly come to the company. He was taken aback but quickly recovered, instructing the secretary to bring snacks and drinks while preparing to inform Jiang about her presence. "Madam, the CEO is in a meeting. Please wait in the president's office. I will go tell him," he said. "No need," she replied, stopping him as he was about to head to the meeting room. She did not enter the president's office but stood in the corridor, looking at Huo Ling, who seemed slightly surprised by her arrival. "I have something to ask Assistant Zhou," she said. Huo Ling's attitude was humble and respectful, treating Shen Nanji as he would Jiang Jingnian. He nodded and smiled. "Please go ahead, madam." Shen Nanji pressed her lips together, skipping any small talk and getting straight to the point. "Did you tell the dean about the delay in our department's experiment?"
Well.
Huo Ling was genuinely shocked this time. Even in negotiations, he could handle tough conversations, but now he found himself at a loss for words in front of Shen Nanji. Seeing his reaction, Shen Nanji's suspicions were mostly confirmed, but she wanted a clear answer. As he tried to evade the question, she cut off his escape. "I can ask Jiang Jingnian and get an answer." "Assistant Zhou, just tell me directly, yes or no." Huo Ling hesitated for a moment. Finally, he lowered his head slightly and said softly, "Yes. The experiment by Team Qizheng is not finished yet and will take at least another week. The team at Huaihai University doesn't need to go so early. They would just be waiting around." He did inform Director Hao over the phone about the experiment being postponed as ordered by Jiang Jingnian, but it's only postponed for a few days. He didn't say they couldn't go, or anything else. Huo Ling never expected that their wife would come to ask him about this matter. However, before he could figure out where the misunderstanding was, Shen Nanji declined the snacks and juice the secretary brought, saying, "I have other things to do," and left the company. The secretary was taken aback, holding a bunch of snacks and small cakes, unsure whether to take them to the president's office or leave. He glanced back at the president's wife heading straight for the private elevator, then turned to Huo Ling. "Assistant Zhou, this. About President Jiang." Huo Ling glanced at the snacks the secretary was holding, didn't pause, and turned to the left elevator to go downstairs. "I'll talk to President Jiang. You can go back to your work." When Huo Ling arrived at the meeting room on the 29th floor, Jiang Jingnian was already discussing the major contract for the next quarter's project with the CEO of a Chinese company. Chang Tian followed Jiang Jingnian closely, handling all important contracts, so he understood the significance of this case. Huo Ling didn't dare to interrupt the signing, so he hesitated outside the door for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a text to Jiang Jingnian. However, Jiang Jingnian's phone was not nearby, it was on silent, and he didn't see the message. Half an hour later, hearing that the meeting seemed to be ending, Huo Ling immediately knocked on the meeting room door. Jiang Jingnian was speaking to the vice president about the project when he saw Huo Ling enter and glanced at the door, asking what's wrong. Huo Ling whispered, "President Jiang, your wife came by." Jiang Jingnian paused his movements with the project book. "When?" Huo Ling replied, "Half an hour ago." Jiang Jingnian had someone bring his phone and asked Huo Ling, "Where is Gigi now?" "She left soon after. She should be back at the marital home now." Jiang Jingnian lowered his eyes to check his phone. There were no messages in WeChat or missed calls, just silence. "Did she mention anything?" he asked. Huo Ling didn't dare to hide anything and replied honestly, "She just asked if the experiment delay was arranged by me. Nothing else." Jiang Jingnian frowned. In the conference room, the vice president and several senior executives sat quietly, focusing on their own thoughts. The key points of the project had already been discussed, and Jiang Jingnian did not stay long in the meeting room. He handed the project documents to the vice president and got up to leave. Huo Ling quickly followed, saying, "President Jiang, about tonight's regular meeting."
"Cancel it," he replied.
"Prepare the car. We're going back to Yushan Mansion. Understood. Huo Ling drove, and on the way, Jiang Jinyan called Shinanji, but after 2 attempts, no one answered. He ended the call and dialed the old residence. This time, it was quickly answered, and Butler Peng's voice came through. President Jiang? Jiang Jinyan pressed his forehead and asked Uncle Peng, has Gigi returned? Butler Peng was taken aback, his gaze shifting from the ringing landline to the group that had just rushed in. He instinctively replied, no, Madam hasn't come back yet. Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened. He didn't say much and quickly hung up. Then he dialed another number, instructing, immediately check on Madam's whereabouts. Huo Ling sat in silence, thinking about where things might have gone wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyan asked him, what was Gigi's expression when she came to the company? Huo Ling snapped back to attention and replied honestly, Madam didn't show much expression, just like usual. But, after asking about the delay in the experiment, she seemed a bit upset. Jiang Jinyan, sharp as always, noted the word upset and glanced at his phone, which had gone unanswered twice. He could already guess the problem. His expression darkened, and there seemed to be a storm brewing in his eyes, but his tone remained calm. What did you and Dean Hao say? We just conveyed your message, President Jiang, that until the foreign team completes their experiment, there's no rush for Madam and the others to go abroad. Halfway through, Huo Ling's eyes widened as he realized something, quickly looking in the rearview mirror with disbelief. Could it be that Dean Hao misunderstood something? What he meant was that due to the delay in the experiment, they should wait until Qi Zheng and his team finished their work and processed all preliminary data before sending the Huaihai University team abroad, reducing the time they would spend together. But Dean Hao, surely he didn't interpret it as a forced interruption of the experiment? This effectively means the experiment has been indirectly halted. Although he never majored in this type of physics experiment, he understands the feeling of putting in so much effort only to achieve nothing in the end. Huo Ling felt increasingly anxious. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. Mr. Jiang. His voice was weak, and he didn't even dare to look in the rearview mirror. He couldn't stop regretting that he hadn't emphasized more during the phone call with Dean Hao that day. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. The bodyguard had already sent the location of Shinanji to his phone. Jiang Jinyan looked down at the words Shin Family Villa, his expression dark and unclear. In Huo Lin's anxious wait, he spoke coldly. Turn around, go to Shin Family Villa. We'll contact Dean Hao about the experiment later.
And
Huo Lin was about to respond when he heard Jiang Jinyan's next words, stopping himself. Is the item we ordered some time ago ready? Huo Lin instantly remembered what Mr. Jiang was referring to and quickly nodded. I just got a call this morning saying it should be ready. Jiang Jinyan opened Shin Nanji's WeChat and said, have them deliver it. On the other side, at Shin Family Villa. Today, there were fewer company matters, so Shen Huayan returned to the villa before 6. To his surprise, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw his sister leaning against the entrance, looking at her phone. Shen Huayan was taken aback. He closed the car door and walked inside. It's almost dark. Why is our young lady home at this time? Shen Nanji put away her phone and looked up at Shen Huayan against the setting sun, her tone a bit sulky. I'm married, not cut off from my family. Can I come back to stay? Shen Huayan clicked his tongue. Who said newlyweds shouldn't live apart when we just got our marriage certificate? Shen Nanji. She lowered her eyelashes, her pretty face looking like she had been wronged. Shen Huayan stopped teasing her, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He walked up to her, ruffled her hair, and spoke gently, Who has bullied our Gigi? Tell your brother. Shen Nanji bit her lip, remaining silent. Shen Huayan led her into the hall. Ever since she married Jiang Jinyan, Shen Nanji rarely stayed over, but the villa had always prepared her favorite fresh juice every day since Shen Huayan returned home. Just waiting for the day when this girl suddenly decides to visit her family, and as soon as she enters the house, she can enjoy a glass of her favorite juice. Shen Huayan didn't ask the butler to wait in the hall. He personally went to the island counter to get Shen Nanji a glass of fresh juice. He handed it to her on the sofa and then sat down across from her, asking seriously, Did you have a fight with Jiang Jinyan? He had asked this question jokingly not long ago, but today he was serious. Shin Nanji remained silent, but Shun Huayan had watched her grow up and could easily see what was on her mind. He asked again, what was the argument about? It can't be about cheating, right? Someone like Jiang Jinyan would never be involved in such matters, even in 20 years. We didn't fight. Shin Nanji's voice was still very low. She held the juice in her hand without drinking it, feeling far from cheerful. It felt heavy and suffocating, as if something was weighing down on her. Amidst the gloom, a thread of anger began to grow, especially after seeing the messages in their small group chat. All the members of the lab had a small group for casual chatting, but since the new semester started, everyone had been extremely busy, and no one had time to chat for over half a month. Only today, even with a short break, no one felt like resting or having fun. After returning home, everyone lay on their sofas or beds, gloomily discussing the experiment that was likely to fail. The messages in the small group kept coming, and Shin Nanji stopped reading. Just as she was about to explain what was going on under Shun Huayan's questioning, the butler rushed in, saying that the young master had arrived. Shin Nanji paused. Shun Huayan glanced at his sister, and then stood up to go outside. Shin Nanji didn't follow him. At that moment, her phone buzzed with new messages, the notification sound ringing out at everyone. She put down the juice and opened the group chat to check. The latest message from the group leader, filled with exclamation marks, stood out prominently. Then came a forwarded message about the experiment's progress. Check the big group. The professor has posted new developments. Before Shin Nanji could finish reading and exit to see the forwarded message, the group was flooded with new messages. Xiao Zhu Tiansun. Yu Liang and I Yu Shangu. Da Wujiao Ying. Can I understand this as the delay is really just a temporary pause and not a cancellation of the experiment? Shi Qing. It seems that way based on the new messages from Professor Lin and the Dean. Zhang Xiaoyu. What are we still sulking about? We should hurry and contact Qijing to urge them to speed up the experiment. Tian Xiaoxiao at group leader, Brother Du Rui, you usually handle negotiations with them the most, so you should go and urge them. Group leader. Okay, I'll go right away. In the courtyard, when Shun Huayan came out, Jiang Jinyan was already walking towards him. Seeing him, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the hall behind him and asked, Is Gigi inside? Shun Huayan stopped and didn't reply, instead asking, Did you have a disagreement with Gigi? She's not in a good mood. Jiang Jinyan's fingers curled slightly at his side. It's not a disagreement, he said. There's just a misunderstanding. I'll explain it to Gigi. Shun Huayan pressed his lips together and remained silent. However, he didn't stop Jiang Jinyan from entering and instructed the butler nearby, Uncle Lin, go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare more dishes for tonight. Jiang Jinyan walked into the hall. Shun Huayan took out a cigarette, bit it, and lit it while standing in the courtyard without going inside. Are you angry? Jiang Jinyan approached the sofa, looking at the girl who didn't even glance at him. Shin Nanji's tone was stiff. What am I angry about? Despite her words, her face clearly showed anger. Jiang Jinyan looked down at her, his fingers silently tightening, suppressing the darkness in his eyes, and tried to keep his voice calm. Is it because I asked someone to delay the experiment? His tone was very light, so much so that it unexpectedly made Shin Nanji's suppressed anger flare up. She couldn't control it, her anger evident on her face, and she suddenly looked up at him. It's not just my experiment. It's the hard work of 2 teams. You casually saying, delay the experiment, makes all the efforts of both teams over the past month go to waste. Her tone was unusually harsh. Shin Nanji realized her emotions were getting out of control. When emotions take over, the words spoken can no longer be controlled. She had experienced this feeling once before during the misunderstanding with Qinli. Arguments driven by uncontrolled emotions only wear down relationships without achieving anything. She didn't want to argue with him right now. At least, she wanted to wait until her emotions cooled down a bit before talking. Shin Nanji picked up her phone, intending to go upstairs, but just as she stood up and took a step forward, he grabbed her wrist. Gigi, I never said you couldn't go. He looked at her. I also never said your hard work didn't matter. Shin Nanzi's lips were tightly pressed together. She struggled a few times, trying to break free from his grasp, but couldn't. She stopped wasting her effort and turned her head to ask directly, "Wasn't it you who told Zhou Lin to inform the director about pausing the experiment?" He admitted, "Yes, I asked Zhou Lin to do that." Shin Nanji felt her emotions rising again, but before she could speak, Jiang Jinyan explained, "But it's only a temporary pause. I never said the experiment was cancelled. There was a misunderstanding when Zhou Lin communicated with Director Hao, which led to the current situation. Gigi, you can check the group messages. Director Hao has already sent the latest updates." Just as he finished speaking, Shin Nanji's phone rang. She looked down to see it was a call from Tian Xiao. At this time, it could only be about the department's experiment. She glanced at the screen, pressed the answer button, and held the phone to her ear. Tian Zhao's excited voice came through. "Gigi, I just got the news. The date for going abroad is set for next Monday. I heard from Brother Du that it was arranged personally by Professor Lin and Professor Wang. The schedule is out. We leave next Monday, take a day off on Tuesday, and start the follow-up comprehensive experiment on Wednesday. By then, Qi Zheng and his team will have finished their preliminary work." After hanging up, Jiang Jinyan looked at the girl in front of him, who still had a slight frown. "Is it okay to go abroad in a week?
Or, do you want to go now?"
His voice paused, and he tightened his grip on her wrist for a moment. "Do you want to go right away, Gigi?" The last part of his sentence seemed to carry another meaning, and some of Shin Nanji's negative emotions lightened because of the call, but only a little. She didn't understand the meaning behind his last words, gripping her phone tightly, the hard edges leaving red marks on her palm. She looked up and asked him, "Why did you have Zhou Lin tell the director to pause the experiment?" If pausing the experiment meant canceling it, then she could understand why he had Zhou Lin negotiate with Director Hao, simply to stop the experiment from continuing. But since he didn't intend to interfere with their experiment, what was the point of pausing it? Just as she was pondering this, Jiang Jinyan provided her with an answer. "Because I don't want Mrs. Jiang to stay abroad for too long." He didn't want her to spend too much time with Qi Zheng and the others.
"What?"
Shin Nanji was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jinyan's dark eyes looked deep as he gazed at her, saying, "I'm worried that Mrs. Jiang might stay out too long, leaving her heart behind and not wanting to come back. I'm even more concerned that Gigi might enjoy her time abroad too much." At their age, young girls are often the most naive and unaware when it comes to love and feelings. Moreover, girls just turning 20 rarely find older men, 7 or 8 years their senior, attractive. Instead, they're drawn to boys closer to their own age, like Qi Zheng and the senior brothers from his team who are often mentioned in phone calls. Jiang Jinyan was confident that even if she did fall for someone else, he had plenty of ways to keep them apart and ensure she would never see that person again. However, if it came to that, she would surely resent him. He didn't want things to reach such a bad point. So, he selfishly wanted to limit her contact with Qi Zheng and others, cutting off any potential situations from the start. Just like last year, when he arranged for Qi Zheng to be recommended for a direct PhD program. Jiang Jinyan had been exposed to the darkest sides of society since he was 16 or 17, fighting his way through cutthroat business battles. He could see that at that time, Qi Zheng only liked Shen Nanji unilaterally. She felt nothing more for him than the friendship of classmates. But he didn't dare take the risk of having a peer who might develop feelings for her over time. So, before anything could start, he sent Qi Zheng abroad to eliminate their chances of continuing to interact. This time was no different. The innovative and challenging experiments they were currently working on involved only the best talents in the field. As they tackled complex physics problems day after day, the close interactions between strong peers could easily spark deeper feelings in young boys and girls. Especially since she had an almost obsessive love for physics, Jiang Jinyan couldn't stop her passion or interfere with her dreams. But he selfishly didn't want her to get too involved too soon. He wanted to limit the time they spent together. He asked Zhou Lin to tell Dean Hao that the Huaihai University research team should delay their departure to meet with foreign universities until Qi Zheng's team completed their experiment. This way, it would minimize contact between her and Qizheng without disrupting their work. However, Zhou Lin did not convey the message clearly to Dean Hao. The understanding of a pause in the experiment was taken as a complete halt. The hall was very quiet. You could even hear the gentle breeze outside. Jiang Jingnian held the girl's wrist firmly, his dark eyes focused on her. "Are you planning to stay at your parents' house tonight?" Shen Nanji's smile was tense, and her fingers instinctively curled up. Without her phone, her fingertips pressed against her palm, which had turned red from the phone's edge. His intense gaze felt almost tangible, and Shen Nanji lowered her eyelashes, avoiding his eyes, glancing sideways. At first, she had no intention of separating. When she left school to go to Tiancheng Group, she only wanted to ask Zhou Lin for an answer. After getting the answer, she didn't think about separation until halfway home. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling a surge of frustration that made her want to kick even the passing dogs. In her anger, she turned around and went to the Shin family. "Don't be angry," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her gently into his embrace, speaking softly. "It's my fault. Our Gigi is so obedient. How could she forget me? I misjudged the situation. Please don't be angry, okay?" Outside the hall, Shen Huayan stood by the flowering branches in the courtyard, lazily looking through the tall glass windows at Jiang Jingnian and Shin Nanji inside. The girl's brows were slightly furrowed, but her anger had clearly subsided. However, her delicate brow still showed signs of lingering grievance. As for Jiang Jingnian, before Shen Nanji and Jiang Jingnian got their marriage certificate, Shen Huayan knew much less about Jiang Jingnian than he did about Jiang Tingsu. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that the stern and indifferent head of the Jiang family could be so patient when comforting his newlywed wife? After a moment, Shen Huayan flicked the ash from his cigarette, recalling a recent conversation with friends in the industry about the marriage between the Jiang and Shin families. A friend who had known Jiang Jingnian since childhood had laughed and said, "Jiang Jingnian has given all his patience to our Gigi." Shen Huayan stayed outside for a while longer, waiting for the ash to fall completely before he glanced again at the scene inside the hall and then stepped in. "Sister, brother-in-law, it's already dark. How about we eat first? After dinner, you can continue?" His voice was lazy and relaxed. Shin Nanji was startled and instinctively pushed Jiang Jingnian away, biting her lip as she walked towards her brother. Shen Huayan felt a sense of helplessness. He suddenly thought that there might be some benefits to his sister marrying Jiang Jingnian. In a situation like this, if her partner were Jiang Tingsu, they would probably just end up in a never-ending Cold War. Since Su Wu appeared 2 years ago, followed by countless gossip and rumors, it had all been a series of Cold Wars, hadn't it? But Jiang Jingnian had an impressive ability to control his emotions. Even now, if the couple had any misunderstandings or conflicts, he wouldn't even allow a chance for tension to linger overnight. The butler and chef brought out dinner. The three of them sat together, eating in silence for the first time. After dinner, Shen Huayan leaned back in his chair with a glass of wine, lazily watching his sister and brother-in-law across from him. Just as he was about to ask if they wanted to stay the night, Jiang Jingnian spoke first. "Gigi, and I won't be staying tonight. We'll come back in a couple of days." Shen Huayan lightly swirled his wine glass. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but looked at his sister to ask for her opinion. "Gigi, do you want to go back or stay here?" Shin Nanji, holding her glass of juice, raised her eyes slightly at the question. Biting the straw, she quietly replied, I'm fine with either." From her tone, Jiang Jingnian could tell that she had calmed down significantly. He offered her an out. "I have a gift prepared for you. Shall we go back and get it?" Shen Nanji lowered her eyes, took a sip of juice, paused for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. Jiang Jingnian had the butler bring Shen Nanji's coat and helped her put it on before they prepared to leave. Watching this, Shen Huayan felt the last remnants of his worry fade away, and he smiled teasingly. "Sister, is a gift all it takes to cheer you up? Our little princess of the Shin family is too easy to please." He was enjoying the moment. "If you want a gift, I have some too." Shin Nanji joked back. It's not about the gift. You finally came back a day early, so I won't disturb you while you help me chase after my sister-in-law. Shun Huayan. He waved them off. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. Hu Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe had agreed on their wedding house, which was located very close to each other. In the evening, after returning from the mall, Gu Qinghe sat on the balcony, enjoying the sunset while flipping through a magazine about Paris Fashion Week. Halfway through, her neck started to ache, and as she rubbed it and looked up, she unexpectedly spotted a vehicle carefully driving by in a nearby villa area, loaded with a large shipment of pure gold roses heading north. Just like the last time Jiang Jinyan sent Shenanji a truckload of rosy goddess roses, countless flowers were packed in transparent boxes. However, the pure gold flowers sparkled so brightly in the sunset that they were almost blinding. Even with the glass boxes outside, the stunning sight of the truck full of pure gold bouquets was undeniable. Gu Qinghe was so surprised that she stared for several seconds. Finally, she reacted and quickly grabbed her phone from under the magazine, leaning over the balcony railing to take a few photos of the rose truck before it disappeared from view. She then selected all the photos and sent them to Shenanji. Is this another gift from your Jiang? What a grand gesture! Last time it was Rosy Goddess and Freud roses, and now it's pure gold replicas of the Rosy Goddess? Is this a gift, or is he throwing gold from the sky? There was no reply from Shenanji. Perhaps she was busy. After several minutes without a response, Gu Qinghe opened the photos again, zooming in on the beautifully packaged pure gold Rosy Goddess roses in the transparent boxes, unable to help but admire them. Although Shenanji hadn't replied, Gu Qinghe couldn't think of anyone else besides Jiang Jinyan who would spend so extravagantly for his wife. Having forgotten to charge her phone at noon, and after checking group messages throughout the afternoon and evening, Shenanji only realized her phone had died when she returned from dinner. She tapped the dark screen a couple of times, but hadn't charged it in the car. The Pullman soon arrived at the Yushan mansion. Shenanji got out of the car with her phone, followed by Jiang Jinyan. As they reached the entrance of the hall, just before stepping up the stairs, Shenanji suddenly froze. Under the dazzling light of the crystal chandelier, countless pure gold roses, perfectly mimicking the size of the Rosy Goddess, were arranged in a winding path from the entrance of the hall to the far end of her view. The roses formed a sea of golden flowers, with each stem adorned with colorful decorative lights, creating the illusion of stepping into a golden flower paradise. Looking up, the entire hall was almost covered with pure gold roses. Shenanji was stunned. With her leg raised halfway, she didn't know how to step inside. This. Shenanji pointed at the golden flowers, unable to find the right words. The butler, Mr. Pang, who had just finished setting everything up, approached with a big smile. Madam, this is a gift from Mr. Jiang. Would you like to take a picture? Mr. Pang was unaware that Jiang Jinyan and Shenanji had just had an argument. Since the last time when Madam took many photos of the ice and snow roses in the backyard and shared them online, Mr. Pang had been arranging gifts in the best possible way for her to take pictures from different angles. Shenanji turned in shock to see Jiang Jinyan standing behind her. He took her hand and led her into the hall. Although the pure gold roses filled the entire hall, Mr. Pang had left a clear path for easy access. When I said I had a gift for you, did you really think I was just making an excuse to get you back? Shenanji. After their argument, although she had calmed down a lot after the director and Professor Lin shared the progress of the experiment, there was still some awkwardness lingering. On the way back from the Shin family, she hadn't really paid attention to his words about the gift, as her mind was occupied with thoughts about their argument and the experiment. Even if she had thought about the gift, she never expected to be greeted by a breathtaking sea of golden flowers when she returned home. This kind of gift was something she had never received in her life. In the high society circle, gifts were naturally valuable. She had seen pure gold roses like the ones Jiang Jinyan sent, but only a few dozen at most, packaged into a large bouquet. Seeing so many filling a villa hall was a first for her. The hall of Yushan Mansion was spacious, and she couldn't count how many roses were among the golden sea. Even with a conservative estimate, It must have cost several million. The experiment was my fault, and I made you angry. Can these pure gold roses be my apology to you? Jiang Jinyan's voice pulled Shenanji back to reality. She looked over and heard him say, "If you like them, keep them. The small building in the back was cleaned out a few days ago. It will be your rose storage from now on, just for these roses. But if you don't like them, we can sell them, and the money will go to your private fund."
How about that?
Shenanji avoided his gaze, her eyes landing on the vast sea of golden roses. Her lips twitched slightly as she murmured, "With so many roses, the labor cost is a huge expense. Selling them directly would be a big loss." Jiang Jinyan's eyes softened. He gently ruffled the girl's hair and said in a deep, warm voice, "Then let's have someone store them in the small building at the back. That will be your dowry building." This time, Shenanji did not argue. She moved her fingers slightly on her phone, as if wanting to take a few pictures, but in the end, she didn't even lift her elbow. Noticing her actions, Jiang Jinyan asked, "Aren't you going to take a photo?" She pressed her lips together and replied softly, sounding a bit downcast, but her gaze remained on the flowers.
My phone is out of battery.
He smiled slightly and handed her his black phone. "Use mine to take pictures. I'll send them to you later." Butler Pang had quietly left the hall earlier, taking the mischievous puppy with him as he went. 20 minutes later, Shenanji went upstairs. The first thing she did in her bedroom was charge her phone. Once it powered on, messages flooded in. There were chats from the lab group, announcements from the larger group, and a photo sent by Gu Qinghe half an hour ago. Unlocking WeChat, she quickly scanned the messages and then opened Gu Qinghe's chat. Seeing the photos and the message at the bottom that said, "Send me a closer photo to admire," Shenanji chose a panoramic shot from the recent photos and sent it to her. It seemed Gu Qinghe had been waiting by her phone. As soon as Shenanji sent the photo, she received an immediate reply.
Wow.
"That's extravagant. I thought there were already plenty in the car, but it turns out there are even more. Did you hide some under the car, or were they transported in different vehicles?" Shenanji wasn't sure about that. Before she could think of a response, Gu Qinghe switched topics. "But seriously, my dear Gigi, with so many pure gold roses, even if you run out of money one day, just selling a bunch of those roselle roses from your flower sea would keep you well fed." Immediately after, a series of emoji-filled messages appeared on the screen. Shenanji chatted with Gu Qinghe for a while before returning to Jiang Jinyan's chat. Looking at the screen filled with photos and videos of pure gold roses, Mrs. Jiang realized that the frustration she had felt all afternoon had vanished without her noticing. TSK. She recalled her brother's words when she returned, "So easy to please." It really was easy to please. Shenanji lazily lay on her bed, propping her chin in her hand as she casually scrolled through the photos. Her thoughts drifted back to the conversation in the Shen family hall, where Jiang Jinyan explained his comments about the experiment. Her scrolling paused as her finger lingered on the screen. She accidentally selected a photo and almost deleted it. Startled, Shenanji quickly pulled her finger away. But the conversations from that evening lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. At that moment, she had been too angry to think about the meaning behind his words. Now, completely calm, she reconsidered. A few minutes later, Shenanji tossed her phone aside. She got up from the bed and walked down the spiral staircase. The flower-filled hall looked the same, with decorative lights still shining on the branches. Jiang Jinyan stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor, talking on the phone. When he heard footsteps coming down the stairs, he turned to look. Seeing Shenanji return, he paused for a moment, then told the person on the other end, "I'll talk later," and hung up, walking towards her through the flower-filled hallway. "What's wrong? Do you want to take more photos?" He stopped in front of her, and Shenanji remained on the last step, reducing their height difference. Jiang Jinyan ruffled her hair and said, "Don't let anyone clean up these flowers yet. Tomorrow is Saturday. Enjoy them for one more day before we move them to the small building in the back." Shenanji bit her lip lightly. "It's not about the flowers. What is it then?" he asked patiently.
Well.
She glanced away slightly, avoiding his gaze as she chose her words carefully. It's about going abroad next week. I would never betray my marriage, but if you're worried, how about this? If you have time next week when I go abroad, you could come with me? As she said the last two sentences, she quietly met his gaze again and added, "That way, you won't have to worry about me running off with someone." Jiang Jinyan didn't expect her to rush down just to tell him this, but warmth unconsciously flickered in his eyes. He pulled her into his arms, his voice tinged with a hint of laughter. His deep, dark eyes fell on her brows as she looked at him. "Do you really think you can run away while we're still married?" She didn't think so. Besides, even if she did run away, with the Jiang family's influence, whether she went domestic or abroad, if he wanted to find her, it would just take a phone call. So, she didn't understand what he was worried about. But she didn't dare to say this directly. Instead, she looked up and asked him the question he had just posed. "Will you go abroad with me next week?" The man's large hand rested on her lower back, gently pressing her waist as he held her close, his expression soft. "Next week, there are matters of the company, so I might not be able to get away." Shin Nanji raised her hand to wrap around his neck, her clear, bright eyes shining under the dazzling lights. With a slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes, her voice returned to the soft tone it used to have in his embrace. "Then I'll video call you every night. Would that make you feel better?" Jiang Jinyan smiled deeply, playing with her hair, and chuckled. "RGG is really easy to please." Shin Nanji caught the teasing in his words. But for some reason, she didn't want him to think she was too easy to please. She withdrew her hand from around his neck and pushed against his chest, trying to create some distance. However, Jiang Jinyan was quicker, tightening his grip on her waist and preventing her from escaping. Not caring whether she had pushed him away, she pointed to the flowers behind them, seriously emphasizing, "Not easy to please at all. Next time, not even flowers or gold will work." Jiang Jinyan could tell she was worried he might interfere with their experiments. He followed her lead. "As long as Gigi remembers you are married, I won't interfere with anything you do." "How does that sound?" Shin Nanji raised her eyebrows, feeling inexplicably happier from his words. But she pressed her lips together to keep from smiling, determined not to let him think she was too easy to please. Jiang Jinyan chuckled, looking at the girl in his arms who was finally feeling cheerful. Then, "Mrs. Jiang, can I have another hug?" Meeting his gaze, the proud little princess reluctantly raised her hands to wrap around his waist. With the support of the steps below, Shin Nanji, in Jiang Jinyan's embrace, could easily look over his shoulder and see the stunning sea of pure golden flowers behind him. She voiced her curiosity about the flowers she had seen for the first time. Weren't they all fresh flowers before? Why did you decide to use pure gold? His answer surprised Shin Nanji. He said, "Didn't you say before that you like flowers and gold? And diamonds? But high-quality diamonds are hard to find. By the time they locate diamonds with the best color and clarity and take pictures, it takes a lot of time. The time to carve the diamond is also high, so the gift made of diamonds isn't finished yet and can't be given to her today." Shin Nanji was taken aback. After thinking for a while, she remembered that just before winter last year, shortly after they got their marriage certificate, he had held her in his arms one late night and asked what she liked. She was exhausted and barely able to keep her eyes open, just wanting to curl up in her blanket and sleep. She didn't lift her eyelids and casually replied, "Flowers. What girl doesn't like flowers? Oh, and gold and diamonds." Actually, she liked diamonds the most. She especially loved collecting them. But gold holds its value best, so she liked gold too. At Jinting, after chatting with Shin Nanji, Gu Qinghe went straight to the bathroom to take a bath. 20 minutes later, she came out wrapped in a bathrobe, drying her dripping hair with a towel, and was about to use the hairdryer. As she reached for it, she realized she had forgotten the stand. Earlier, she had taken the hairdryer to the music room to get the stand, but when she entered, she took out the phone stand and left the hairdryer behind. Looking at the empty spot where the hairdryer should be, Gu Qinghe frowned, her mind repeating the saying, "A pregnancy makes you foolish for 3 years." Feeling frustrated, she tossed the towel aside, touched her gradually showing belly, and turned to leave the room to get the hairdryer she had left in the other room. Since they started living together, Gu Qinghe remembered that Hu Jingcheng had never come back before 9 at night. Usually the housekeeper and the maid didn't come upstairs. Her bedroom was right next to the music room, just a few steps away, and since there were no outsiders, she went over in her bathrobe. But unexpectedly, as she came out of the music room with a hairdryer, she accidentally bumped into Hu Jingcheng, who had surprisingly returned early today. Seeing her door open and worried she might catch a chill, he had come to help close it. Gu Qinghe didn't expect this situation at all, especially since she was only wearing a bathrobe. Without warning, she bumped into him, her mind blank for a few seconds. Once she realized what happened, she instinctively stepped back. But her movement was too sudden, and she almost tripped. Hu Jingcheng quickly reached out to steady her. When his gaze landed on her and he noticed her bathrobe, he was clearly taken aback. He quickly looked away, and after she regained her balance, he removed his hand from her waist. The bathrobe was already loosely tied, and with all the movement, the collar loosened, revealing a large area of skin below her collarbone. Gu Qinghe's mind went blank for a moment, and she instinctively tightened the robe. Then, without saying a word, she hurried to her bedroom and shut the door with a loud. Hu Jingcheng didn't expect to encounter such a situation by coming home early today. He stood still for a few seconds, then pressed his fingers to his slightly throbbing forehead, wanting to explain to her, but he was afraid knocking on the door would scare her again. After a moment of silence, Hu Jingcheng turned and went downstairs. Inside the bedroom, Gu Qinghe's heart was pounding like a drum in her ears. Recalling the moment she bumped into Hu Jingcheng while wearing the bathrobe made her feel embarrassed. After drying her hair and changing clothes, Gu Qinghe lingered in her room for a while before slowly opening the door and stepping out. At the staircase railing, Hu Jingcheng was standing there with a glass of water, as if waiting for someone. As soon as she came out of her bedroom, he turned to look at her. Gu Qinghe felt a bit awkward, as if she had accidentally run into a roommate in a situation she shouldn't have. But since they still had more than 6 months of living together, Gu Qinghe forced herself to act as if nothing had happened and awkwardly greeted him. "Did you come back early today?" Hu Jingcheng's gaze swept over her. It lingered for a second on her casually tousled, half-dried hair before he slowly replied, "There weren't many tasks at the company today, so I came back 2 hours early." Gu Qinghe responded slowly, trying to think of something else to say to end the conversation. Before she could come up with anything, he spoke first. "I'm sorry about today. In the future, I'll let you know in advance when I'm coming back." Gu Qinghe was racking her brain for an excuse when she suddenly heard his words and was slightly taken aback. Hu Jingcheng glanced at her again and continued, "It's getting late today. Tomorrow, I'll have a batch of hair dryers sent over, so each bathroom and dressing room will have 2 hair dryers." Gu Qinghe thought he was also trying to prevent a situation like today from happening again. She didn't refuse and, with a slight flicker in her eyes, touched her nose and nodded slowly.
Okay.
"Besides the hairdryer, is there anything else you need?" After asking, worried she might not understand, Hu Jingcheng added, "Just your usual daily necessities." Gu Qinghe quickly shook her head, "No, nothing else." Seeing her turn to leave, Hu Jingcheng called out to her again, "Aunt Wang said you haven't had dinner yet. The food is ready downstairs. You should go eat first." Gu Qinghe abruptly stopped, looked up at him, and politely asked, "Have you had dinner?" Hu Jingcheng nodded, "I ate out."
Oh.
She didn't pause any longer, quickly walked past him, and went downstairs. "I'll head down now." After dinner, she lingered in the lobby for a while. When she went back upstairs, Hu Jingcheng was no longer there. Gu Qinghe didn't stay outside for long, and quickly returned to her room. As usual, she spent her time online, browsing and relaxing. The next day, Saturday, she had completed all her experiments, and the plan for overseas comprehensive experiments was set. This weekend, she could finally enjoy a good sleep-in. Shen Nanji, like during winter break, stayed up late the night before watching a show on her tablet. In the end, Jiang Jinyan couldn't take it anymore and took the tablet from her hands to turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next day, she slept soundly until nearly 10 o'clock. Shen Nanji habitually reached for her fully charged phone on the bedside table. Before she could unlock the screen, Gu Qinghe's call came in. She paused for a moment, buried herself in the blanket, and just slid the screen to put the phone to her ear. Her voice was soft and sleepy. "Hello, Chingha? Ancestor." Compared to Shin Nanji's groggy voice, Gu Chingha sounded much more energetic, full of life. As soon as Shin Nanji picked up, she quickly exclaimed, "Did your flowers trend on social media?" Still waking up and slow to process, Shin Nanji didn't immediately understand.
What are you talking about?
Trending? Gu Chingha clicked her tongue, wishing she could shake her awake through the phone. The flowers. Those pure gold roses that could buy 2 mansions. Shin Nanji instantly woke up. Her first reaction was that she hadn't posted anything on social media yesterday. So, how did her apology gift make it to the trending list? As if knowing what she was thinking, Gu Chingha quickly provided the answer. From the trending video, it seems someone spotted it on the road. The buzz has really taken off. Gigi, I'll send it to you so you can take a look. Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed twice. Shin Nanji shook off her sleepiness, sat up, and tapped the screen to open the trending topic. It was indeed captured by chance on the road. In the video, when it was being transported through the city, a transparent box was covered with a cloth, but the wind blew a corner of the cloth away yesterday. This revealed the stunning golden roses inside. A passerby took a quick video and posted it online, which led to the trending topic. After watching the video, Shin Nanji thought it was fortunate that the cloth stayed on until they reached the villa area. Otherwise, the trending topic would have been even bigger. But before she could finish her thought, she scrolled down and saw the top comment with the most likes. It doesn't seem like there are many. From this angle, it looks all golden, but surely not the whole truck is filled with them? The reply to this comment had even more likes than the original post. You guessed wrong. I was bored yesterday and followed them all the way. I only realized when they uncovered the cloth that the whole truck was filled with these golden roses. I wouldn't dare buy this many roses. Which road were they on? Send me the location, and I'll head out right away to see if any roses fell off. Haha, if I find just one, I can relax for half a year. Seriously, with so many flowers, why look for ones that fell? Didn't someone follow them and know the address? Just go and take a bunch instead of picking them up off the street. The first commenter was silent for a long time before finally replying to that reckless comment. Steal? Do you know where those flowers are going? Have you heard of the luxury villa area in Huaihai City? Those flowers are being delivered there. The villas are not only extremely expensive, but every brick is marked with power. Forget about stealing flowers. Even a fly wouldn't be able to get in there. With such grand ambitions, it's more practical to just dream under the covers during the day. Below, a netizen commented. Seeing this, Shin Nanji thought. Just as she was about to leave Weibo, a group chat suddenly lit up with messages. Shin Nanji clicked in. It was a new group chat with friends, including Xingyue, Gu Wenchuan, Song Ziqian, and Feng Lin. Song Ziqian shared a trending video in the group and then tagged her with a sad tone. Wow, these netizens can dig up anything, haha. But Gigi, my card has been frozen by my family recently, and I'm a bit short on cash. With so many gifts, do you have room for them? How about you give me half? Consider it a startup fund for me, and when I get back on my feet, we can split it 50-50ths. What do you think? As soon as he sent this message, Sheng Yu laughed and replied with a voice message. I say, Song Air, you really have the nerve to say that. Those gifts are for Gigi. You can't just borrow someone else's gifts to start a business. If you're really in a tough spot because of your family, instead of thinking about Gigi's little treasure, why not go to Jiang Jinyan and share your troubles? Who knows? He might feel sympathetic and transfer some money to you, saving you the trouble of starting a business. Sheng Yu's comments were all in good fun. Everyone in Huaihai knew that the second young master of the Song family had his card frozen by his grandfather for being unruly. But Song Ziqian was the favorite of his grandfather since childhood. The old man was just upset this time and didn't mean to pressure him too much. If he just apologized, everything would be fine. Sheng Yu's words were both teasing and subtly advising him to make amends with his grandfather. However, Song Ziqian completely misunderstood. After listening to Sheng Yu's voice message several times, he replied, You know, that actually makes sense. It's foolish not to take advantage of a strong connection. But I'm not one to take advantage of others. Gigi, have you been feeling dizzy or unwell lately? Or does your fat dog have any symptoms? Song Ziqian enthusiastically promoted himself, even more than when he came to Yushan Mansion to treat Shin Nanji last time. I not only treat people, but I've also studied pet care for a while, so I can handle dog health issues too. Xing Yui and Gu Wenchuan were surprised by Song Er's shameless actions. Before they could speak, Jiang Jinyan silenced Song Ziqian. He added, "Thank you for your kindness, but my wife and our dog are both doing well. However, I heard that old Song has been feeling down and has a headache lately. You should go check on him. The consultation fee will be instantly covered by all your cards." Gu Qinghe's call was still on the line, and the speaker was echoing the busy signal. Before Shin Nanji could ask, Gu Qinghe said, "Gigi, my brother is calling. I'll take this call and video chat with you later." "Okay, talk later." After hanging up, Shin Nanji looked at the numerous messages from Song Ziqian in the group chat and then at his muted profile picture. She got out of bed and went outside. At the third-floor staircase, Jiang Jinyan was looking at his phone, seemingly replying to someone. After a moment, he put his phone away and took the bidding document from Zhou Lin, flipping through a couple of pages. He said, "Notify Vice Director Chen that the bidding will proceed as normal." Also, his voice softened, "Remember to have the trending topic removed." Zhou Lin quickly acknowledged. Before his words ended, he noticed Shin Nanji coming out of the bedroom. He looked up and respectfully greeted her. "Good morning, madam." Jiang Jinyan paused in his actions, turning to look at her. Shin Nanji had not changed her clothes and was still wearing the silk nightgown that Jiang Jinyan had personally bought for her. However, before leaving the bedroom, she had grabbed a long coat from the closet to wrap around herself. As she walked down the long corridor, she spotted Zhou Lin next to Jiang Jinyan. She initially intended to turn back to her room, but paused when Zhou Lin greeted her. Shin Nanji stopped and looked down at herself, confirming that she was fully covered except for a small part of her calf and ankle before raising her gaze. Jiang Jinyan looked her over and then waved at her. Shin Nanji hesitated for a moment between changing clothes and going over to him. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Jinyan handed the bidding documents to Zhou Lin and asked him to go to the study first. Zhou Lin took the documents without looking up and quickly left. Jiang Jinyan walked towards the girl by the bedroom door. As he got closer, he habitually ruffled her hair and asked, "Do you want to go out and see the flowers?" He added, "The flowers in the hall haven't been touched. If you want to see them, you can just go downstairs and play." Shin Nanji didn't come out just to see the flowers. She thought he was still there because he had replied to messages in the group chat, so she came to find him. However, she didn't expect Zhou Lin to be there too. After Jiang Jinyan spoke, Shin Nanji glanced at her silk pajamas under her coat and decided not to go down immediately. Instead, she said, "I'll go change my clothes first, then I'll come down." By the way, she looked up at him. "Don't you have to go to the office today?" Jiang Jinyan replied, "Not today, but I have an online meeting in 10 minutes. After it's over, I'll come downstairs to keep you company." Shin Nanji nodded and turned to walk back to the bedroom. "Then you go to your meeting. I'll change my clothes first." Meanwhile, Gu Qinghe finished a call with Gu Wenchuan and then video chatted with Shin Nanji to admire the extravagant pure gold roses for a while. She gently stretched her back, which had started to feel sore, and got up from the bed. The sunlight was particularly nice today, streaming in from the balcony and warming the room. Gu Qinghe slowly moved her waist and shoulders, opened the balcony window, leaned against the railing to breathe in some fresh air, and then turned to head downstairs to find some dessert. However, just as she opened the door and was about to step outside, she saw Huo Ling outside the piano room. At this time, he should have already been at the office, not at home. Gu Qinghe felt as if she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes hard, closed them, and opened them again, but when she looked back, the tall, indifferent figure was still there. The surprise in her eyes spread to her face. She let go of the doorknob, and when Huo Ling turned to look at her, she forced a smile and walked over to greet him. "Mr. Huo, what a coincidence. Is the office
Closed today?"
If she was surprised to see Huo Jingqing come back last night when it got dark, seeing him at home during the day was truly shocking. Since they started living together a week before the wedding, it's been nearly 2 months. Except for a few days during the New Year when they went to Beijing, she hasn't seen Huo Jingqing at home for even a day. Today, out of the blue, he appeared at home, which startled Gu Qinghe a bit. Was it because he mentioned last night that he would bring a hairdryer today? But even for something as small as that, the housekeeper and the live-in aunt shouldn't need to be present at the same time. He didn't have to come in person, right? As Gu Qinghe pondered what could be so important for him to be at home, Huo Jingqing frowned at a message on his phone, rubbed his forehead, and said to her, "It's not a holiday. Grandpa is making a surprise visit and will stay for 2 days. He's already in Huaihai." Gu Qinghe was taken aback.
Hua, Grandpa?
She hadn't fully grasped what Huo Jingqing meant, blinking and glancing at the continuous notifications on his phone. Not realizing the seriousness of the situation, she asked, "Can Grandpa come here for lunch? Should we book a restaurant or cook at home? I can ask Aunt Wang to start preparing." Miss Gu, Huo Jingqing looked at her and reminded her, "Grandpa is staying at Jinting this time." Gu Qinghe. So, he continued, "The problem now is that for the next 2 days while Grandpa is here, we can only stay in one room." Gu Qinghe paused, her mind racing back to his earlier statement. So, Grandpa wasn't staying at a villa near Jinting, he was staying in their marital home? This thought flooded her mind, and she instinctively recalled that aside from their recent engagement discussion, the last time Grandpa forced them to stay at the old house was when Huo Jingqing took her to Beijing. Otherwise, Grandpa never cared where they lived, especially after the wedding. Even during the New Year, when she and Huo Jingqing stayed alone, Grandpa didn't stop them. Why was he suddenly coming to their marital home without warning? Could it be that their arranged marriage was exposed? As she thought this, Huo Jingqing shared the same concern. But normally, that shouldn't be the case. Very few people knew about the two agreements. It was almost impossible for Grandpa to find out. However, it was also true that Grandpa made a surprise visit and only informed Huo Jingqing after arriving in Huaihai. This news was harder for Gu Qinghe to accept than the fact that Huo Jingqing would be taking several days off and staying at home. However, at this point, she couldn't afford to think about it any longer. There were more important issues ahead. During her visit to the Huo family's old house in Beijing, she realized that the old man was not easy to fool. It was unrealistic to think she could sleep in a separate room under his watchful eye. So, will you stay in your room or mine for the next couple of days? Huo Jingqing paused for a moment and replied, "Either is fine." Then he recalled a note from the pregnancy materials Renheng had found, which mentioned that some pregnant women might become attached to their sleeping environment and the bed they are used to. After a moment, Huo Jingqing changed his mind and said, "My room has a colder and heavier decor, so you might not be comfortable. During these 2 days with the old man here, I'll move to your room." Old Mr. Huo arrived even sooner than Gu Qinghe had expected. She wasn't fully prepared to start acting and had just gone to pick him up when his car arrived at Jinting. Being older, Mr. Huo didn't want to go out too much and decided to have lunch at home. Accompanying him was his younger sister, Huo Ling, who had been dragged along. During lunch, the old man smiled as he looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law sitting together. He briefly explained his sudden visit. "Grandpa is getting older and likes lively gatherings more. I hope my surprise visit isn't bothering you." Huo Ling, who was just there to make up the numbers, pretended not to hear and focused on her meal, silently rolling her eyes at her father's words. Gu Qinghe stole a glance at Huo Jingqing, who had smoothly transitioned into acting mode, naturally serving her food. She then turned to the old man and replied with a sweet smile, "Of course, it's not a bother at all. We're very happy to have you here, Grandpa." She added, "Even if you hadn't come, we were planning to visit you in Beijing soon." Hearing this, the old man became even more cheerful. "Then we should go together. But Qinghe, since you're pregnant, traveling back and forth might be too much for you. I'm in good health, so you and Jingqing can stay here, and I'll come to check on you from time to time." At the mention of from time to time, Gu Qinghe struggled to keep a straight face, worried that Grandpa Huo might unexpectedly show up at any moment. Before she could think too much, The old man looked at Huo Jingcheng, who was peeling shrimp for Gu Qinghe, and changed the subject. The baby is about 4 months old now, right? Jingcheng, did you go with Qinghe to the hospital for her checkup? Of course I went, he replied casually. He probably didn't have much talent for lying, and talking about this topic, which didn't require any deception, made Gu Qinghe's anxious heart settle a little. The old man was very concerned about his granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson and asked Huo Jingcheng, "What did the doctor say? Is everything okay?" Huo Jingcheng took off a disposable glove. He wiped his hands with a tissue and nodded slightly. "Everything is normal, all good. Just pay attention to diet and sleep." The old man nodded in relief. He looked around the Jinting hall and noticed there were very few servants. Worrying. Why are there so few servants and cooks in your marital home? My granddaughter-in-law is in her pregnancy and has a poor appetite. What can 2 or 3 cooks do? There are also the housekeeper and a few others, but can they take good care of you? The Huo family is large and wealthy. We have the means. Have Himu find more people to come over, so my granddaughter-in-law doesn't feel wronged. Gu Qinghe wanted to say that she wasn't feeling wronged at all. She spent her days playing and sleeping. Although there weren't many servants in Jinting, they had nutritionists, cooks, housekeepers, and everything she needed. She didn't have to worry about anything. All she needed to do was be happy every day. However, she was still unsure of the old man's sudden visit, and just as she was about to speak, she swallowed her words. While secretly observing how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law interacted, the old man suddenly asked, "By the way, Grandpa heard that the group has been very busy lately." Gu Qinghe paused while picking up shrimp. It was clear who he was asking about. She straightened her back a bit, and when her chopsticks touched the shrimp, she glanced at Huo Jingcheng. Huo Jingcheng placed a bowl of soup in front of her. His tone was calm and steady. "Not too bad. The group just had some changes, so it's understandable to be busy, but..." He shifted his gaze to the old man, who had come over for an unclear reason, and casually tossed the question back. "Didn't Grandpa stop managing the company a long time ago? Why are you asking about this?" Hearing that he was trying to pry for information, the old man shot him an annoyed look. "Grandpa isn't managing the company. I'm just reminding you not to focus solely on work. Your priority right now should not be to stay busy with work, but to pay more attention to your wife." The old man personally came to Huaihai. Huo Jingcheng didn't go to the company in the afternoon. He pushed back meetings that could be postponed and moved the others online. During the online meeting, Gu Qinghe stayed with the old man, trying to find out why he had come. They talked about everything from daily life to children, but she couldn't figure out the real reason for his visit. As the sun set, the most pressing issue gradually approached. After dinner, they sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted for a while. When it got dark outside, the old man didn't linger and quickly suggested he go rest. "Where is your wedding room?" "To the left at the top of the stairs," Huo Jingcheng replied. The old man looked up the stairs toward the 3rd floor and then asked them, "Is it okay if I take a guest room on the far right of the 3rd floor for a day or 2? I won't disturb you." Huo Jingcheng wanted to suggest that the old man stay on the 1st floor but held back and nodded instead. "Of course, it won't be a disturbance. There are 5 or 6 guest rooms to the right of the stairs. You can choose any." The old man cheerfully waved his hand. "I'll just pick the one furthest in. It's close to the elevator, so if I want to walk around tomorrow morning, I won't bother you." Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe could only agree with him. Once the old man's room was settled, Huo Jingcheng looked at Huo Ling across from him. "Aunt, do you want to stay?" Before he could finish, Huo Ling interrupted him, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. I'll just go back to my apartment." Before Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe's wedding, Huo Ling had already bought a property in Huaihai. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The old man also had his own villa in the city. However, her father didn't know what was happening this time. The old man, who usually didn't interfere in the couple's private life, had insisted on bringing her from Beicheng. After Huo Ling spoke, she noticed the old man looking at her and quickly added, "I'll come back tomorrow morning." 10 minutes later, Huo Ling slipped away from Jinting. Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe went upstairs under the old man's watchful gaze. Gu Qinghe's room was decorated in a youthful style, completely different from Huo Jingcheng's room. To ease the old man's concerns, Hu Jingcheng had sent some daily necessities over before noon to create the illusion that they were living together. Entering the room, Gu Qinghe fell silent as she noticed a few male items that clashed with the style of her bedroom. Just like last time at the old house, Hu Jingcheng said as he closed the door, "I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can have the bed." Gu Qinghe glanced at the sofa in her room, and then at her large bed. Finally, her gaze returned to the small sofa she had personally chosen, which was not suitable for sleeping, and she hesitated. When she moved in, there was a large, high-end sofa in the room, but she didn't like that style. Since she would spend the most time in this room while expecting, and the sofa took up a third of the space, she decided to replace the one she didn't like with 2 sets of soft, light-colored round and semicircular sofas. The ones she picked looked nice and were comfortable to sit on, perfect for relaxing and using her phone, but unfortunately, not suitable for sleeping. After looking at the sofa a few times, she turned back to the bed and said to Hu Jingcheng with some hesitation, "How about we both sleep in the bed? It's big enough." They could each take one side, and there would still be space for 2 more people in the middle. Last time at the old house, it was hard to tell if anyone had slept on the sofa, and Gu Qinghe didn't know if Hu Jingcheng had come back that night. But today, going to the study was clearly not an option. It would have been fine if the old man had stayed on the first floor. They could create the illusion of living together and separate at night, and then come down together in the morning. But now, the problem was that the old man was staying on the 3rd floor. The entire corridor on the 3rd floor was straight. Standing at one end of the corridor, you could see straight to the other end. And worse, on the left side of the staircase, besides her room, there was only the music room next door where she usually practiced. Hu Jingcheng's room and study were on the right side of the staircase. That meant they were on the same side as the old man. In this situation, under the old man's watchful eye, neither spending the night in the study nor sleeping separately was realistic. Hu Jingcheng looked at her small sofa, thinking about the old man's attitude outside, and a deep sense of helplessness crossed his eyes. "Then we'll make do for 2 nights. You sleep first, and I'll check my emails for a bit." Huo Jingcheng took his notebook to the sofa on the balcony, while Gu Qinghe turned to the bathroom to take her time. After a while, she found her tablet on the coffee table and climbed onto the bed slowly. It was still too early, far from her usual bedtime, and she couldn't fall asleep at that moment. Gu Qinghe glanced back at Hu Jingcheng, who was handling emails on the balcony. Before opening a video, she paused for a moment, took out her Bluetooth headphones from the drawer, and settled on the edge of her side of the bed to watch a show she hadn't finished the day before, passing the time. Gu Qinghe watched the show until 9:50. At 10 o'clock, she tossed the tablet aside, lay back on the bed, and closed her eyes to try to sleep. Not long after, she heard soft footsteps coming from the balcony. Then, the door opened quietly. The footsteps moved away down the hallway. The door wasn't closed tightly. Gu Qinghe thought she heard a faint voice from his grandfather. About 20 minutes later, Hu Jingcheng came back in, this time closing the door firmly. The ceiling light had been turned off when he left, and when he returned, he didn't turn it on, feeling his way to the bedside. There was a soft sound of him taking off his clothes in the dark, followed by a slight dip on the other side of the bed. Gu Qinghe lay on her side, facing her side of the bed, listening to the quiet breathing in the darkness. Her mind was becoming more alert, and despite trying to feel sleepy, she couldn't. Maintaining her position, she lost track of time. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly remembered that she tended to move around a lot in her sleep. Since she was sharing the bed with Hu Jingcheng, she hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble when she woke up. As the drowsiness finally hit her, those scattered worries faded, and she drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, she woke up briefly and thought about this. She turned her head to check the distance between her and Hu Jingcheng. Fortunately, although she had rolled a bit toward the center, she hadn't crossed over to the other side of the bed. As for Hu Jingcheng, his position and posture were exactly the same as when he lay down. Gu Qinghe even suspected he hadn't moved at all. Feeling extremely sleepy again, she shifted closer to the edge of the bed and hugged a corner of the blanket, falling back asleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Huo Ling received a prompt message from her dad. She was almost out of patience after being pushed around by her father. When he texted her for the second time asking if she had arrived, Huo Ling resignedly got out of bed, got ready, changed her clothes, and drove to Deepening. When she arrived, it was just 7:30. Looking at the time on her phone, Huo Ling ran her fingers through her hair. The usually well-groomed young woman looked a bit disheveled today, due to her father's urging. Mu was not at Deepening when she entered, but Renheng was there. As Huo Ling climbed the stairs, she was out of breath from her father's insistence. She leaned on the railing and saw her father waiting for her, panting and looking quite helpless. "Dad, why did you need me so early this morning?" she asked. Her father, leaning on his cane at the top of the stairs, pointed to the left side where the master bedroom was. Without any small talk, he stated his purpose for summoning her to Huaihai. "Jing Cheng and Qing He are awake, but your dad and your sister-in-law can't go into their room together. Since you and Qing He are both girls, could you please check on them and see if they are really together or just pretending for my sake?" Huo Ling was taken aback. She quickly refused no. "Dad, it's not appropriate for me to go. Qing He and I may both be girls, but there's still a difference between me and your grandson." Her father frowned in worry. Seeing his daughter trying to back away, he inadvertently turned and noticed Renheng halfway up the stairs, who quickly withdrew his foot, fearing he would be dragged into this. Before her father could say anything, he waved his hands repeatedly.
No, no, no.
"I can't do it either. Mr. Hua, I'm just Mr. Hua's secretary. How could I just go into his room?" No, that's absolutely not possible. Mr. Hua would fire me. Last time he was sent to the subsidiary, he worked hard to return. If he were sent back again, he figured he might never come back for the rest of his life. Huo Ling found it hard to understand why her father suddenly thought of this, just like how he unexpectedly came to Huaihai. Throughout the journey from Beicheng, she kept asking him what they were doing in Huaihai without any explanation. But her father remained tight-lipped, not revealing anything no matter how much she questioned him, as if she were a spy who could be turned by his grandson. "Dad, stop overthinking things," Huo Ling said, rubbing her forehead. "That couple has already gotten their marriage certificate and held a wedding. They even have a 4-month-old baby. What kind of act could they be putting on for you? Are you saying the certificate is fake, or that the wedding was just for show?" Her father snorted, still doubtful. "The wedding is real, and I did see the marriage certificate. But let me ask you, does that really mean their marriage is genuine? If they were just pretending with a marriage agreement, wouldn't they have everything in place, like the certificate and the wedding?" The term marriage agreement made Huo Ling freeze. She instinctively turned to look at Renheng, who was trying to sneak away halfway down the stairs. Noticing her gaze, he quickly shook his head in panic. "It's not me. I don't know anything." He's very tight-lipped. "When your family got married, I was sent away to the subsidiary and didn't know any details." Huo Ling turned her attention back. She finally understood why her father suddenly came to Huaihai City and insisted on staying in their marital home. She took a deep breath, worried that the situation would get more ridiculous, and tried to reason with her father. "Dad, don't jump to conclusions. If it were a marriage agreement, would they have a child? And where did you hear such a ridiculous idea? You think it's ridiculous too, right?" Her father replied. "When I first heard about this kind of marriage, I thought it was absurd as well. Remember the He family from South City?" he explained. Huo Ling nodded, recalling which family he meant. "You should remember the wedding of their second son and daughter-in-law that caused a stir in North City a couple of years ago?" Huo Ling nodded again. That wedding was quite the event, and people still talked about it with envy. The more he spoke, the angrier her father became. That second son from the He family refused to get married for the longest time, almost driving his father crazy. He really frustrated the old man. Then suddenly, that second son changed his mind. Not only did he agree to blind dates, but he also accepted an arranged marriage. Before long, he got a certificate and held that grand wedding with the youngest daughter of the Bai family. Until a few days ago, I went to play chess at Old He's house and found Old He angrily smashing a teacup and scolding his second son. When I asked, I learned that his second son and the young daughter from the Bai family are not truly married. They made some kind of agreement where, when the elders are around, they act like a couple, but when the elders are not there, they behave like strangers, not seeing each other for days or weeks. At his age, he never encountered such complicated arrangements when they got married. When he first heard this, he was shocked and found it hard to believe. But the evidence was right in front of him. The marriage agreement was sitting on the table, making it impossible for him to doubt. Looking at that marriage agreement and considering how the second son of the He family and the young daughter of the Bai family interacted, he couldn't help but think of his own grandson, who had been reluctant to marry for many years. He couldn't shake the feeling that the way the He family's second son interacted with his wife was very similar to how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law interacted. Especially after he learned that although Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe lived in the same house, Huo Jingcheng left early and returned late, often not getting home until 9 or 10 at night. He's heart grew heavier. What kind of husband works late into the night while his wife is pregnant? Unless they were not close to begin with, there must be something off in their marriage. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. The next day, he called Huo Ling, who had just returned from abroad, without telling anyone else, and quietly went to Huaihai. He wanted to see if there were any issues in their marriage, wondering if it was similar to the situation with the He family, just a fake marriage to fool the elders. Huo Ling had no idea what to say. Her grandfather stumbled upon such a situation while visiting, and coincidentally, he began to suspect Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe. Huo Ling rubbed her forehead. If it were fake, that would be one thing, but if it were true, would her grandfather get so upset he'd end up in the hospital?
Dad, please.
Don't overthink this. Uncle He's second son is just married without kids, but Jingcheng and Qinghe already have a child, which family pretends and includes a child in the act. And last night, didn't you see them return to their room together? With a child and sleeping together. How could that be acting? He still felt uncertain. He glanced at his little daughter with a hint of frustration in his voice. That's why I called you here, to see if they really live together. This night is so long, and no matter how much I watch, I can't keep an eye on them all night. Holland frowned, turning to look towards the master bedroom, unable to hold back a smirk. How can you be sure that just knocking on the door will tell you if they are living together? If they really wanted to fool him, they could just pretend in front of others, separate at night, and sneak back to the master bedroom early in the morning without being seen. So, even if he knocked and saw them in the room, it wouldn't prove anything. But the old man's next answer instantly cleared Holland's doubts. I'm getting old and need less sleep. I woke up at 4 this morning and couldn't go back to sleep. He pointed to the room at the far end of the corridor where he stayed last night and said, Do you see that? I've been practicing my exercises in the corridor since 4. It's straight, so I can see the other end clearly. If anything happens, I can see it right away. Holland had no more arguments left. Seeing that the old man was determined to find out if Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe were really in a fake marriage, Holland couldn't change his mind. She took out her phone to check the time and said, Since that's the case, Dad, let's not knock on the door. It's not convenient for any of us to go into their bedroom. The stairs are their only way down from the bedroom, so let's just wait here. It's already past 7:40. They won't take long to come out, and we can see the results from here. The old man thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the only option. Having listened to everything from the beginning, the unfortunate Ren Heng, stuck in the middle of the stairs, felt awkward. He stood there for a long time. Finally, trying to be inconspicuous, he discreetly took out his phone and informed their boss about the old man's stakeout at the stairs. Meanwhile, the old man at the stairs was getting more and more frustrated thinking about the marriage agreement. Can you believe it? These young people entering into marriage agreements is just ridiculous. It's a complete joke to treat something as serious as marriage so lightly. At this moment, Holland dared not say anything reckless. While praying in her heart that her uncle and aunt's situation was not as bad as it seemed, she nodded along with the old man's words. Yes, it's truly ridiculous and nonsense. Inside the room, Huo Jingcheng was standing by the inner side of the door. As he read the message from Ren Heng, He listened to the conversation between the old man and Huo Ling outside. Jinting was a top-notch luxury villa, built with soundproofing in all rooms. However, to handle special situations, high-tech devices were installed during the renovation. When the corridor door opened, the built-in sound receiver in the bedroom door lock allowed them to hear conversations outside without opening the door. To prevent them from changing rooms, the old man was positioned within the range of the sound receiver, so their conversation could be heard clearly inside the room. Gu Qinghe woke up at 7:35 and was startled awake by the old man's voice mentioning a marriage agreement at the door. She quickly forgot her sleepiness. Even when she woke up, she didn't notice that she had crossed over to the middle of the big bed. Seeing her sit up in shock, Huo Jingqing looked over and reassured her that the old man was at the stairs and the sound transmission was one way, so they couldn't hear their conversation inside. Gu Qinghe felt a bit relieved. She quickly got ready and nervously sat on the side of the big bed near the door, listening to the conversation outside with him. After hearing everything, Gu Qinghe thought how unlucky they were. Why did the old man have to visit the He family right after the marriage agreement was made? Her heart raced with anxiety. Huo Jingqing's grandfather had been a powerful figure for decades and was not easily fooled. With the He family's recent experience, it would likely be even harder to deceive him now. Just yesterday, she wondered why the old man, who usually respected their privacy, suddenly wanted to stay in their marital home for 2 days after they had just gotten married. It seemed he was suspicious of their relationship. "What should we do?" she whispered to Huo Jingqing at the door. The premise of their arranged marriage was to reassure the old man about his health. If this matter were to be exposed, it wouldn't matter if she and Huo Jingqing got scolded, but they must not let the old man get upset and end up in the hospital. Compared to her panic, Huo Jingqing was much calmer as he understood why the old man had come. He looked over at her, his gaze settling on her. His tone was steady, which eased some of her tension and anxiety. "Don't worry. The only basis for Grandpa to determine if our marriage is fake is whether we live together. Later, when we go out together, we just need to dispel most of his doubts while he's at his most suspicious. And to make Grandpa completely believe us," he paused slightly. His eyes met hers. "We probably need to act a bit more convincingly over the next 2 days." Gu Qinghe understood immediately. She gave him an okay sign, indicating that everything was fine on her end. 10 minutes later, they pretended to just wake up and open the door, only to find Grandpa and Huo Ling standing at the staircase, both looking at them. Huo Jingqing and Gu Qinghe exchanged a glance, both showing just the right amount of surprise and astonishment.
"Grandpa?"
"Aunt? So early, is something the matter?" As soon as Huo Jingqing and Gu Qinghe opened the door, Huo Ling lightly cleared her throat, signaling Grandpa to notice that his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were not in the same situation as the He family's second son. Despite his various suspicions and worries, weren't this young couple doing just fine together? At the bedroom door, Huo Jingqing held the door open slightly ahead, while Gu Qinghe followed closely behind in her coat. They were standing very close, looking like a newlywed couple heading out together in the morning. Grandpa glanced at them a couple of times, and his heart, which had been tense for days, began to relax a little upon seeing this scene. A smile appeared on his face as he kindly said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just came out of my room and was about to take a stroll. I noticed it was almost 8 o'clock and told your aunt that you two would probably be waking up soon. You came out just as we did," he said, his tone and expression completely natural. Huo Ling couldn't help but want to give her father a thumbs up. "Really?" Huo Jingqing approached, glancing between him and his aunt before returning his gaze to Grandpa, who had been awake since 4 in the morning. His tone was casual, as if he was just making conversation. "I thought Grandpa was checking up on us to see if we really lived together." The old man felt a moment of guilt at being caught, but he maintained a calm demeanor, refusing to admit it. "My great-grandson is already 4 months old. What would I need to check?" "Don't wrong your grandpa." Huo Jingqing waved to Gu Qinghe, who was standing at the door, inviting her to come over. He then said to his grandfather, "It's normal for Grandpa to worry, since we don't live together. Since Qinghe and I are both up, Why don't you go to the bedroom and see for yourself if we really live together? This way, you won't have to worry about our marriage so often. If Huo Ling hadn't suggested that his grandfather check, the old man's doubts would not have faded so quickly. But with his open and honest words, he encouraged him to go in. The grandfather looked thoughtfully at his grandson and then at their master bedroom, which was wide open and showed no signs of hiding. His skepticism noticeably decreased under Huo Ling's willingness to be checked.
What do you mean by that?
The grandfather waved his hand and turned to go downstairs, calling for Huo Ling. Can I trust my own grandson and granddaughter-in-law? All right, you two take your time to clean up.
I'll go for a walk, he said.
Huo Ling, who had been pulled in to make up the numbers, looked at Huo Ling and Gu Qinghe standing together, then glanced back at the grandfather, who had spent nearly 4 hours in the hallway and was now heading downstairs without hesitation. She quickly followed, her eyes asking, is he really just leaving like that? The grandfather shot her a look, as if to say, what else would I do here? Didn't you see them come out together? Huo Ling. Watching the grandfather go downstairs, Gu Qinghe, who was trying to maintain her composure despite feeling anxious, finally let out a long sigh of relief. She stepped back and leaned against the railing, feeling weak, and pressed her hand to her chest to calm down. Have we passed half of this test? Huo Ling nodded, his gaze on her. We've passed half, but the grandfather will continue to test us over the next 2 days. Gu Qinghe waved her hand. The main thing is for Grandpa to see if we live together. If we return to the room early tonight in front of him, it should ease his doubts even more. After saying this, as she relaxed, Gu Qinghe suddenly thought of something. She quickly took out her phone, instinctively reaching to call Shen Nanji, but just as her finger was about to tap the screen, she noticed the time. It was only a little past 8. It was the weekend, so her friend might not be awake yet. After thinking for a moment, she stopped and opened WeChat, editing a message to send. Today is the 1-month celebration for the daughter of Sheng Muyan's sister-in-law, held at the Fu Lai Winery, with many distinguished guests invited. For a typical 1-month celebration, people like Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe, who prefer to avoid crowds and gatherings, usually just send gifts and money without attending. However, since Sheng Muyan is a friend of theirs, it wouldn't be appropriate to just send gifts without going. Originally, Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe planned to go together, but when old Master Huo arrived, especially at such a critical time, Gu Qinghe thought it over and decided to send a message to Shen Nanji, asking her to go to the celebration and take her gifts. When Shen Nanji saw Gu Qinghe's message at 8:40 a.m., she remembered that Gu Qinghe mentioned Old Master Huo's unexpected arrival in Huaihai last night, so she guessed Gu Qinghe wouldn't be able to attend the celebration today. Seeing the message this morning didn't surprise Shen Nanji at all. She quickly replied with an okay, got up, and started getting ready. By the time she finished and arrived at the Fu Lai Winery for the celebration, it was already a bit late, and many guests were already in the hall of the front villa. Shen Nanji brought 2 gifts inside, gave the little girl a cash gift, played with the charming little girl for a while, and then chatted with Sheng Muyan for a bit before it was time to leave. Since the new school term started, she had been extremely busy, and her responsibilities as a wife had also drastically changed. After such a long time, she felt weak after just 1 drink at the crowded celebration. After chatting with Sheng Muyan for a while, she left the hall before the meal began. However, just as she exited through the revolving door of the winery, she unexpectedly ran into Meng Shijin, the daughter of the Meng family, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. In Shen Nanji's memory, Meng Shijin was a proud and flashy rich girl who would look down on those she disliked, often with a mocking gaze. Even her designer clothes matched her bold personality, making her stand out at any event. But today, her outfit was surprisingly low-key. So low-key that even her usual followers, who always trailed behind her, were nowhere to be seen. However, her gaze when she looked at Shen Nanji remained the same as before. Especially the jealousy, resentment, and bitterness in her eyes made Shen Nanji suddenly remember the birthday party of the Gu siblings from years ago when Meng Shijin provoked her, and in a fit of anger, she slapped her. Shen Nanji frowned slightly. Looking at Meng Shijin, who was suppressing her jealousy and resentment, her emotions leaking through her eyes but being held back, Shen Nanji's frown deepened. What does this mean? Is she trying to recreate the scene from last time and insult her again? Or does she want to fight? Before she could finish her thought, Meng Shijin, holding her bag, suddenly glared at her as if she wanted to say something but ended up saying nothing. Frustrated, she left the winery in a huff. Watching her leave in anger, Shen Nanji recalled the jealousy mixed with hatred in Meng Shijin's glare. It was all so confusing. For many years, the Shen and Meng families had been on friendly terms, especially after her parents passed away and the Meng family grew stronger. During those years, Meng Shijin seemed to want to step all over her. But due to the Jiang family's status and power, she didn't dare to act. The conflict in the garden after Gu Wenchuan and Gu Qinghe's birthday party was the most intense one in years. At that time, Shen Nanji thought Jiang Tingsu had dumped her, and the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Shen families was falling apart. She was eager to vent years of frustration. The sarcasm and disdain in Meng Shijin's eyes felt like she was looking down on her. But today, when she looked at her, although there was still jealousy, the condescending arrogance was gone. Instead, there was more of a feeling of anger and frustration, as if she wanted to defeat her but couldn't. Shen Nanji didn't understand what Meng Shijin had been through or what she meant. But she didn't dwell on it and quickly left the winery to get into the car waiting outside. Jiang Jinyan had a meeting at the company today and wouldn't be back all day. He hadn't visited the Shen group for nearly a month. After leaving the winery, Shen Nanji had the driver take her directly to the Shen group headquarters. When she arrived at the company and chatted with Shen Huayan about the Sheng family's full-month celebration, she casually mentioned running into Meng Shijin on her way back. On the leather sofa in the office, Shen Huayan played with his phone. Hearing his sister mention the Meng family with confusion, he smiled knowingly. Perhaps Miss Meng has something she wants to say to you, but hasn't spoken up. Shen Nanji was looking through the materials he had given her when she heard this, and a question mark appeared on her forehead. What could she want to talk to me about? Over the years, they had never had a proper conversation. The only time they interacted for a longer period was at the last birthday party when she provoked her and slapped her. In response to her question, Shen Huayan just smiled and remained silent, offering no further explanation. What time will your husband finish the meeting tonight? If it's late, I'll have someone book a restaurant in advance, and I'll take you to have French cuisine. Shen Nanji looked up from the materials. I'm not really sure. Shen Huayan replied, send a message to ask. I'll have Fong Jing book the restaurant. Shen Nanji did not stay at the Sheng family for the banquet, and Meng Shijin also left. After meeting Shen Nanji, she didn't even go to the banquet hall inside and went straight back to the Meng family. In the villa, when she returned, Meng's father, who had been waiting in the hall since early morning, quickly put down the newspaper he hadn't really read and asked her, Did you see Mrs. Jiang? Did you apologize to Mrs. Jiang? Did she forgive you? Meng Shijin's expression darkened. She could still hold it together outside, but hearing such words at home, which had been repeated so often over the past few days, made her feel extremely frustrated, and her anger flared up. I didn't apologize. She slapped me. I didn't slap her. Why should I apologize to someone who hit me? Meng's father trembled with anger. Seeing her attitude, he knew that this time was another wasted effort. He stood up in frustration, angrily pointing at his stubborn daughter, wishing he could slap her.
Why?
Just because she is Jiang Jinyan's wife. Just because the Shen family is no longer what it used to be. Just because of her status, we can no longer afford to offend her. 10 years ago, after the turmoil in the Shen group, the company was indeed in a precarious state for a while. During that time, the sudden death of the chairman led to the collapse of the entire Shen group. For small families and companies that relied on the Shen group for opportunities, that period was like a whale falling, giving life to many. The Meng family, for instance, quickly seized opportunities and projects from the Shen family after its downfall, rapidly growing stronger. But now, the Shen group was no longer the same as when it had just faced a major change. Since Shen Huayan returned to the country last year and completely removed Shen Huan and his group from the Shen family business, the entire Shen group has transformed at an astonishing pace under his leadership. In just 6 months, the Shen headquarters and its rapidly growing subsidiaries have expanded their industry and influence to the peak level that the Shen parents had during their time. In fact, the current strength of the Shen family surpasses what it was 10 years ago when the Shen parents were still around. The Mang family and the Shen family have always been rivals. When the Shen family was weak, the Mang family was strong. Now that the Shen family is regaining its strength, the Mang family's position has been declining under the influence of Shen Huayan and the Shen group. At this rate, the status and company size that the Mang family had taken from the Shen family during its turmoil will soon be forced to be relinquished. But that is not the most challenging part. The Mang family was already struggling under the pressure from the Shen group, but then Shen Nanji married Jiang Jinyan. Behind her, besides the Shen family, there is also the formidable Jiang family that no one dares to provoke. Moreover, Mang Shijin, who is unaware of the consequences, insists on offending Shen Nanji. Since she insulted Shen Nanji's parents at the Gu family's birthday party in front of Jiang Jinyan and Jiang Tingsu, the Mang family has faced retaliation from the Jiang family starting the very next day. The first came from Jiang Tingsu's ban in the entertainment industry. Then, in several bidding competitions with the Jiang family, the Mang family, which had struggled to qualify for cooperation, was completely rejected by Jiang Jinyan before they even had a chance to present their bid. After several setbacks, those in the business world began to subtly realize that the Mang family and the Jiang family were at odds. Since then, the Mang family's situation has become even more difficult. Meng Song felt helpless. On one side, the Shen group, led by Shen Huayan, stood like a mountain in front of them. They couldn't even compete, let alone stand against it. On the other side, there was the Jiang family, which, while currently indifferent, could easily bring them to bankruptcy if they chose to act. In desperation, Meng Song decided to have the defiant daughter apologize to Shen Nanji and seek her forgiveness to give the Meng family a chance to survive, but she still refused to humble herself. Seeing this rebellious daughter remain so proud and unrepentant, even biting back with attitude, Meng Song became even angrier and pointed at her, scolding, "Do you not understand why Mrs. Jiang is upset with you? You saw Jiang Tingsu with those questionable little stars outside, and you thought Shen Nanji had become a joke in the circle, believing she was abandoned by the Jiang family, so you deliberately went to mock her, right? I'll tell you, Mang Shijin, I watched the surveillance footage from that day. If you hadn't brought those 2 clueless followers with you to insult her parents, would she have hit you? All you do is eat, drink, and play, trying to compare yourself to others. Do you even realize how much the Meng family's status has fallen? This all started when you offended Shen Nanji in front of the Jiang family leader that day. Now, in the entire Huaihai, there is no place for the Meng family. I wanted you to apologize to Shen Nanji, to seek a way for the Meng family to survive. But you came back without doing anything. Do you know how hard I worked to find out that Shen Nanji would attend the Sheng family celebration today, just so you could have a chance to meet her?" Meng's mother heard the argument and hurried down from upstairs. Seeing Meng Song furious, she rushed to stop him before she fully descended the stairs. "Old Meng, why are you shouting at the child? Can't you talk nicely?" Meng Song's face darkened, and seeing her still defending Meng Shijin made him even angrier. "How can we talk nicely? Do you not understand the current situation of the Meng family? She, a young lady who has never done any work, doesn't understand, and you don't either?" Meng's mother hesitated, her defense of her daughter abruptly cut off. Meng Song forcefully pulled off his tie, struggling to calm his anger, and then said to Meng Shijin, "I will find another opportunity for you to meet Mrs. Jiang again. When you do, you need to sincerely apologize to her. In the next few days, I will personally apologize to Mr. Jiang and Mr. Shen on your behalf." Shen Nanji was unaware of the chaos in the Meng family. In the evening, after finishing dinner with Shen Huayan, she was picked up by Jiang Jinyan and taken back to Yushan Mansion. Once home, she, as usual, took off her coat and was about to play with Tuan Tuan, but as she took a step, Jiang Jinyan grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. She turned back, her clear and curious eyes looking at him. The Samoyed, wagging its fluffy tail and waiting for its owner, tilted its head and looked over as well. Jiang Jinyan ignored the silly dog, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her onto his lap, and placed his warm palm on her lower back, gently massaging her. I was busy today and didn't get a chance to massage our Gigi, so I'm making up for it now. The man's voice was low and gentle, with a hint of a smile, making it sound like he was patiently coaxing her. Shin Nanji couldn't help but smile a little. Between playing with Tuan Tuan and being held by him for massage, she chose the latter, without any guilt. Her body, which had been tense from preparing to get up and play with Tuan Tuan, relaxed completely in his embrace. She obediently let him hold her, even guiding him on where to massage her. Jiang Jinyan's eyes were filled with deep affection. Seeing the girl in his arms smile, his own lips unconsciously curled up. Not far away, Tuan Tuan, holding a ball and waiting for his owner to take him out to play, watched the scene with big, bright eyes, his wagging tail drooping down. The butler, who came in from outside with some items, noticed the dog's lack of awareness. He set down what he was carrying, walked over to the dog, patted its head, and pulled it outside. Come on, Tuan Tuan, I had someone cook you 2 big bones. Don't just stand there shining, let's go chew on some bones. Dragged outside by the butler, the dog thought. Noticing the girl in his arms softly humming with comfort, Jiang Jinyan's gaze grew warmer. One hand continued to massage her waist while the other gently squeezed the back of her neck as he asked, "What did you do today?" Shin Nanji, resting her chin on his shoulder, straightened up a bit upon hearing his question. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like clear lake water. After returning from the Sheng family's full-month banquet, I went to the headquarters to look at the reports. Speaking of reports, I learned a lot of new things today. Shin Nanji's lips curved up, like a box of stories opened, as she shared her afternoon's learning with him, counting on her fingers. Jiang Jinyan listened quietly. When she occasionally mentioned some professional topics about company operations, he subtly offered her a few insights related to the new knowledge she had just learned. By the time Shin Nanji finished speaking and habitually summarized her thoughts, she suddenly realized that his occasional pointers had helped her grasp a lot of new information on top of what she had learned that afternoon. She paused, and as she quickly organized the web of knowledge in her mind, her eyes brightened significantly. Seeing the girl staring at him, Jiang Jinyan suppressed a laugh, paused his hand on her waist, and looked at her with raised eyebrows. "What do you want to say?" Shin Nanji's delicate fingers unconsciously rested on his strong arm, her curious eyes eager for knowledge. "If I want to learn about company management, do you have time to teach me?" Jinming Technology needed Shan Huayan to go abroad for at least a month, so he left Shin Nanji 3 books on company operations for her to read during her free time. Shin Nanji didn't dislike reading, but those operation management materials were filled with complex terms, and it took her half a day to understand and remember a single page. However, if Jiang Jinyan taught her, she could finish an entire book in a day. Listening to her, Jiang Jinyan ruffled her hair and said playfully, "Didn't we agree when we got married that you could ask me anything you didn't understand? Yet you haven't asked me once." Shin Nanji averted her gaze, saying tactically, "I was busy with experiments." He chuckled and asked, "When are you not busy?" "This week." She quickly replied, looking back at him. "Tonight doesn't count, but starting tomorrow until you leave for abroad, I'm free this week." Old Mr. Hu stayed in Huaihai City for 3 days. During these days, he didn't go out or take walks, spending all his time in the Jin court. Gu Qinghe cooperated with Hu Jingcheng in their act. At first, she felt awkward and guilty, but under the old man's various tests and observations, her acting skills improved rapidly. By the end, she almost developed a natural instinct for it. On the 4th day at noon, after lunch, the old man suddenly looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law across the table and said without any preamble, "I've been here for several days. Since you two are getting along well, I'll be going back this afternoon." Having shown no signs of leaving that morning, Gu Qinghe was momentarily stunned by the sudden announcement, but then she let out a long sigh of relief. However, the scene was nearing its end, and they still had to play the farewell part. Before she could speak, Huo Ling said beside her, "If Grandpa is comfortable here, why not stay in Huaihai? It's closer to Qinghe and me, and we can spend more time with you." A few hours before learning that they would return to Beicheng, Huo Ling came to meet with the old man and prepare to leave. Listening to her nephew's words of retention, she couldn't help but glance at him and Gu Qinghe a few more times. When she unexpectedly met her aunt's meaningful gaze, Gu Qinghe's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately, the old man's suspicions were fading. He didn't notice their actions and simply waved his hand, saying, "Grandpa can come here often in the future. All of Grandpa's old friends are in Beicheng. If I stay here, I can only chat with them over the phone. It's not as enjoyable as sitting together for tea and chess." Huo Ling didn't insist further, saying, "Then in a few days when we have time, Qinghe and I will come back to see you." The old man quickly refused. "You don't need to run back and forth. Qinghe is pregnant, and it's inconvenient for her to travel. My health has been improving day by day. I can come to Huaihai." After chatting for a while, the old man didn't linger and soon had people prepared to return to Beicheng. Gu Qinghe and Huo Ling followed them to see them off. After the old man got into the car, Huo Ling stopped by the fountain outside, signaling them not to send them off any further, as the wind was strong and they might catch a chill. Unlike the old man, who kept reminding Huo Ling to take good care of Gu Qinghe and fulfill his responsibilities as a husband, she looked at them meaningfully several times before finally smiling and saying, "You really are a good match. Take care of each other." This abrupt comment left Gu Qinghe feeling uneasy. After Huo Ling and the old man's cars drove away, she tightened her coat and furrowed her brow, recalling the way Huo Ling had looked at them. She felt a bit anxious and turned to Huo Ling, asking, "Now that we've finally eased Grandpa's suspicions, do you think your aunt might suspect us again?" She couldn't shake the feeling that, as Grandpa's suspicions had lessened over the past few days, her aunt seemed to look at her and Huo Ling as if they had worked hard to hide things from the old man, but she had already seen through their act. Huo Ling watched the cars gradually disappear from view. Reflecting on his aunt's gaze towards him and Gu Qinghe, he simply replied, "I don't think so. There's no need to worry." The wind was particularly strong today. Although it was spring, the recent cold snap made it feel especially chilly. Gu Qinghe didn't stay outside for long and quickly returned to the hall, with Huo Ling following her inside. In the past few days, Gu Qinghe has been exhausted from acting nervously. As soon as she entered, she wanted to collapse on the sofa and take a break from the roller coaster experience of the past few days. Before she could reach the sofa, she heard Huo Ling's voice from outside. "Grandpa has left. I've asked someone to pack up the master bedroom. From now on, our interactions will return to normal." Gu Qinghe had no objections and nodded eagerly. Huo Ling took the coat handed to him by the butler, preparing to go to the office. "I have several meetings today, so I will probably be back late. Before evening, someone will have everything packed up. Also, it's windy today, so remember to close the doors and windows before bed to avoid catching a cold." Gu Qinghe nodded again, responding quickly. After Huo Ling left, Gu Qinghe felt light and ran back to her bedroom, pulled out her phone, and called Shin Nanji. On Tuesday afternoon, she had no classes during the first period, and Shin Nanji was just getting into a car to go to school when she received the call. As she got in, she flipped the camera around to face her friend on video. Before Gu Qinghe could say anything, Shin Nanji guessed, smiling. "Are you free now?" Gu Qinghe lay on the big bed without any grace, letting out a long sigh. "Yes. Finally, I don't have to feel anxious all the time." As she spoke, she looked at the tree-lined road quickly passing by outside the car window and asked, "Aren't you free during the first period this afternoon? Why are you going to school so early?" "There's no class during the first period," Shin Nanji replied. "But I'm going abroad next Monday, so I need to go to the lab today to verify the final data." The two chatted casually until they reached the school gate, and Shin Nanji hung up the phone, got out of the car, and walked toward the lab building. Since the Sheng family celebration, Meng Song had been trying every day to create opportunities for Meng Shijin to meet Shin Nanji and apologize properly. Meng Shijin had been looking very unhappy. First, she couldn't bring herself to apologize to Shin Nanji. Second, she didn't believe that the Meng family's current situation could be changed by a few words of apology. The atmosphere in the Meng family was very heavy. Until a week later, a piece of news came that was neither good nor bad. Shin Nanji had gone abroad, and it was unclear when she would return, so the opportunity to meet was off the table for now. The need to apologize was also temporarily unnecessary. When Shin Nanji arrived at the hotel in Country A, it had just rained and the sky was overcast. By early evening, it had grown completely dark. Shin Nanji didn't stay outside for long. After saying goodbye to a few senior brothers and sisters, she headed straight to the hotel she had booked in advance, pushing her suitcase. Once she entered the room with her key card, she ignored her luggage and picked up her phone to make a video call to Jiang Jinyan right away. He answered quickly. Behind the elegant and refined man was the familiar, cool-toned office of the headquarters. Seeing him, Shin Nanji couldn't help but smile, her voice soft, making the listener's heart feel light and fluttery. "You went to the office so early?" There is a time difference between Country A and her home country. It was evening there and daytime back home. Shin Nanji looked at the current time and calculated that it should still be before 7:30 a.m. back home. Jiang Jinyan's gaze softened. Looking through the screen at her, he said, "Yes, there's only a dog at home, so I don't need to be there. I'll work extra these days, and once I finish my tasks, I'll come to see you abroad in a few days." Shin Nanji's eyes lit up. She was surprised, but even happier.
Great.
"Then come quickly." Jiang Jinyan's eyes warmed even more when he saw the hotel suite behind her. He asked, "You've arrived at the hotel, right?" "Yes." Shin Nanji turned the camera to show him around the suite, then turned it back to her. "It just rained here, and it got dark early. We were planning to go out for dinner together, but it's wet outside, and after sitting on a plane all day, everyone is quite tired, so we canceled the dinner and just came to our rooms." Noticing the fatigue in her eyes, Jiang Jinyan minimized the video call and sent a message to Huo Ling, asking him to contact the hotel manager to arrange dinner for the presidential suite. After sending the message, he casually asked at the other end of the video, "Is this the suite Huo Ling booked for you?" Shin Nanji nodded, "Yes." During this rainy season in Country A, Jiang Jinyan had checked the weather for the next 2 weeks just 3 days before her trip. Several days were forecasted to have thunderstorms. Concerned that she might not be comfortable, he arranged for Director How to provide funding for Professor Lin's team under the guise of research. This time abroad, from professors to students, they were all booked into the best hotel rooms. The suite Shin Nanji was staying in was a special soundproof and well-located luxury suite that Jiang Jinyan had Huo Ling book in the name of the Jiang family. "I ordered food, and it will be delivered in 10 minutes. After eating, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow we have a whole day to adjust, so there's no rush for the experiment right now." Shin Nanji obediently replied. She didn't hang up, and Jiang Jinyan didn't either. They just continued talking. Huo Ling finished contacting the hotel manager and came over with some documents to ask Jiang Jinyan when the regular meeting would start. As he entered, he noticed Jiang was on the phone with his wife. He wisely kept quiet and, without waiting for Jiang Jinyan's instructions, sent a message to the secretary in charge of the meeting to delay it by 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, hotel manager Ivan personally delivered the dinner. After greeting Shin Nanji, the staff arranged the dishes on the dining table, filling it almost completely. At the suite's door, Ivan respectfully handed a business card to Shin Nanji, saying, "Mrs. Jiang, I am Ivan, the hotel manager. Mr. Jiang specifically asked me to let you know that you shouldn't eat spicy food these days. All the meals delivered tonight are not spicy, and there are juices in the flavors you like. Here is my business card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Shin Nanji took the card and thanked him politely. After Ivan and the staff left, Shin Nanji approached the table, looking at the variety of delicious food, remembering Ivan's reminder about avoiding spicy food. Feeling a bit of discomfort from a mouth ulcer on the roof of her mouth, she gently touched it with her tongue. Before sitting down to eat, she quickly ran to the bedroom, grabbed her phone, and took a photo to send to the person who ordered the food. Having not slept on the plane, she felt tired and sleepy. After dinner, she took a quick shower and went to bed. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Shun Nanji reached for her phone on the bedside table and checked the time. It should be around 8 o'clock in Huaihai. Guessing that Jiang Jinyan had probably returned to Yushan Mansion by now, she got out of bed, washed her face to wake up, and called Jiang Jinyan on a video call. She wanted to see how Tuan Tuan was doing. Tuan Tuan was just a month old when she was brought home, and Shin Nanji usually didn't travel much. The last time she attended a wedding seminar abroad, Tuan Tuan saw her leaving with a suitcase and didn't understand what she was doing. Instead, she playfully chased after the suitcase wheels with her chubby little paws. Until she left in the car, the little one only realized what was happening and drooped its tail, which was happily wagging in the air. Later, the little one fussed and refused to eat for almost a day. Jiang Jinyan personally fed it dried meat, slowly coaxing it to eat. After the last experience, the little one seemed to have a strong memory of suitcases. Before coming abroad this time, when she took out the suitcase, it immediately tried to crawl inside. After taking it out several times, the little one understood it couldn't come along and sat sadly next to the suitcase, looking at her with its big, wet eyes. Before leaving, Shin Nanji talked to it for a long time, telling it she would only be away for a short business trip and would return soon. She wasn't sure if it understood, but to ease her worries about it refusing to eat again, she wanted to see it in person. After sending the video invitation, Shin Nanji waited a few seconds, and soon the call connected. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Jinyan if the little one was with him, a face suddenly appeared on the screen. Seeing half of a face upside down in the camera, Shin Nanji froze, quickly flipping her phone to see Song Ziqian smiling next to Jiang Jinyan's phone. She twitched her lips, a bit surprised. Brother Ziqian? In the lobby of Yushan Mansion, Song Ziqian, who had been caught by Jiang Jinyan's cold stare and was pulling back his head, stopped when he heard Shin Nanji greet him. He leaned in again, grinning and waving at her. Gigi, it's me. You went abroad so early? I was just thinking about chatting with you, but Uncle Pang said you left already. Seeing the enthusiastic Song Ziqian on the screen, Shin Nanji suppressed her smile, nodding. I arrived early yesterday. Brother Ziqian, how do you have time to come to Yushan Mansion? Seeing Song Ziqian unexpectedly made Shin Nanji recall a week ago when he was promoting his skills in dog neutering in their group chat. Worried he might actually try something with the little one, she immediately asked him why he was at Yushan Mansion when it was already past 8 in the evening back home. Suddenly, the screen shook and Song Ziqian's face disappeared, replaced by Jiang Jinyan's. He came to see if our dog needs to be neutered. Shin Nanji. Did this young master run out of money again? Didn't he return to the Song family? Why was he interested in her dog? Did you have another falling out with Grandpa Song? Before she could finish her thought, Song Ziqian's anxious voice quickly came through. Gigi, don't misunderstand. I didn't touch that fat dog. I just came to chat with your husband. When he mentioned fat dog, a dissatisfied barking sound came from the speaker. Do you want to keep an eye on Tuan Tuan? Jiang Jinyan glanced at Tuan Tuan running in from the hall and asked Shin Nanji on the phone.
Sure.
It hasn't gone on a hunger strike again, has it? No. Jiang Jinyan replied gently, switching the camera to the back, and Tuan Tuan's excited figure instantly appeared on the screen. Hearing her voice, the little one wagged its tail like a propeller. Seeing that it was eating and sleeping well, Shin Nanji felt relieved. Since Song Ziqian was still there, she didn't talk much with Jiang Jinyan and quickly ended the call after checking on Tuan Tuan. In the hall, Jiang Jinyan instructed Butler Pang to take Tuan Tuan outside. Noticing that his friend had plopped down on the sofa with no signs of leaving, he pressed his temple, pointing outside at the dark sky. It's almost midnight. You come to chat at this hour? Song Ziqian looked a bit sad. I came during the day, but you were busy. I heard from Zhou Lin that you've been swamped lately, with appointments to meet partners scheduled for 4 or 5 days later. Although he and Jiang Jinyan were close enough that he didn't need to make an appointment to visit Tiancheng's headquarters, he didn't want to waste Jiang Jinyan's daytime hours for something so trivial. Jiang Jinyan sat on the opposite sofa, skipping the small talk and getting straight to the point. Did you have another falling out with Grandpa Song? Song Ziqian clicked his tongue, too tired to discuss the messy details. Besides, he felt he was interrupting Jiang Jinyan's late-night call with Shin Nanji. Once he left, the couple would probably continue their long chat, and he didn't want to burden them with his troubles about returning to the Song family. Instead, he casually said, "I think relying on the family isn't the way to go. I plan to open a medical research institute, like Gigi's lab, but I need some funding to start." Jiang Jinyan could easily read between the lines. Even without asking, he guessed that Song Ziqian had another falling out with Grandpa Song, and his card had been frozen again. Without questioning him, he directly asked Huo Ling to bring over a black card. "I'll provide the funds, you provide the manpower, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Seeing the black card handed to him, Song Ziqian was stunned. "So straightforward?" He sounded a bit surprised. "What if I end up losing money? The Medical Research Institute costs a lot of money. Just the expensive equipment inside is a significant expense." Jiang Jinyan wasn't very clear on how this second-generation rich kid got into a conflict with the Song family again, but he was familiar with this kind of situation and experience. 2 years ago, Jiang Tingsu had a similar conflict with his family, not any less serious than Song Ziqian's. After so many years of friendship, he understood Song Ziqian's personality well. He often seemed carefree and disorganized, but if he wasn't truly out of options, he wouldn't come to him in the middle of the night. Moreover, given his medical skills, the chances of the research institute losing money were extremely slim. Jiang Jinyan casually lifted his eyelids and said, "If you lose money, it will be your family's responsibility." Song Ziqian quickly tucked his black card into his pocket and assured him, "Don't worry. I guarantee with my years of medical expertise that it's impossible to lose. I have nothing else to do." He quickly stood up and left. "You all keep chatting. I'm off to start my business. Wait for my good news." After Song Ziqian left, Jiang Jinyan opened his phone. 2 minutes ago, a message from Shen Nanji popped up, saying she was going to discuss the details of the formal experiment starting tomorrow with her senior sister. After reading it, he didn't call back, but replied with a message. Beside him, Huo Ling saw that Song Ziqian had left, looked out at the hall, then turned back to Jiang Jinyan and asked, "Mr. Jiang, should we cancel the online meeting scheduled for 9 p.m. or proceed as planned?" Jiang Jinyan replied, "Proceed as planned. Since Monday of this week, everyone at Tiansheng Group has been working overtime at a high intensity. Whether negotiating projects with partners or following up on ongoing documents, they have compressed time to the extreme. However, under this pressure, no one in the group has voiced complaints or grievances. Because during these days, everyone has been receiving double overtime pay, and after this week, starting next week, everyone will also have at least 3 to 5 days of paid vacation. The length of the vacation depends on everyone's work efficiency over the past few days. With this incentive, the group completed all of this week's tasks in just 3 days. Early Thursday morning, Huo Ling finished handing over tasks with the secretarial team and entered the president's office with next week's reports and project contracts for Jiang Jinyan to sign. "Mr. Jiang, the CEO of the Our Country Chuangling Group is coming for an interview about next quarter's bidding project on Friday afternoon. Do you think we need to change the time?" Jiang Jinyan signed the document and handed it to Huo Ling. Listening to the timing he mentioned, he did not respond immediately but asked, "Has Mr. Feng arrived in the country?" Huo Ling nodded. "He has arrived. The appointment for Friday afternoon was scheduled last month by Chuangling Group. Mr. Feng reached Huaihai City yesterday." Jiang Jinyan capped his pen, slightly raised his eyelids, and said sharply, "Contact Mr. Feng and ask if we can move the interview time earlier." Huo Ling understood what he meant and left the office with the signed document. Half an hour later, he returned, this time with a much more upbeat tone. "President Jiang, I've contacted Mr. Feng. He said the earlier, the better. His wife seems to be unwell these days, and Mr. Feng wants to finish the bidding project as soon as possible to return home. But Friday afternoon was the time we agreed upon. Mr. Feng was worried that we wouldn't be able to adjust our schedule, which is why he has been waiting for Friday." After hearing this, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the schedule for today and tomorrow, tapped his fingers on the table, and told him, Change the interview time to 2 p.m. today and move tomorrow's executive meeting at 8 a.m. online. Seeing that the executive meeting was now online, Huo Ling boldly asked, "So, should we go to his wife's place first thing tomorrow morning?" Jiang Jinyan replied, "Yes, go a day early. Also, notify everyone that starting tomorrow, once they finish their work, they can begin their vacation." Huo Ling's tone became excited. "Yes. I'll arrange it right away." The Tiancheng group was working intensively, and the comprehensive experiments at the overseas lab were also progressing rapidly. According to the original schedule, it would take about a week and a half for the two teams to merge before the midterm deadline. However, during the week of traveling abroad and waiting for the teams to meet, they had completed their individual tasks early. With nothing to do in the lab, everyone gathered to calculate the data needed for the upcoming comprehensive experiments. With a large amount of pre-calculated experimental data as support, when they officially merged with Qi Zheng's team to start the experiments, the progress was swift. Within a week, they successfully reached the midterm stage. Professors Lin and Wang were concerned that their students might get exhausted from 2 weeks of continuous experiments, so they gave them a break after completing the midterm portion. On Friday evening, after submitting the latest experimental report, a message about the weekend break was sent in the group chat, instantly lifting the serious atmosphere in the lab to a cheerful one. After packing up, Shen Nanji and her senior sister Tian Xiao walked outside together. Just as they came down from the lab building, they were called by Zhou Yuan, who rushed over after submitting his experiment report. Zhou Yuan had run from the professor's office in a hurry, making his hair a bit messy and his breathing a little heavy, but the bouquet of roses he held was perfectly intact, not a single petal out of place. Tian Xiao and Shen Nanji turned around at the same time, and when they saw the large bouquet of fresh flowers in Zhou Yuan's arms, they were momentarily speechless. Tian Xiao instinctively glanced at her junior sister, Shen Nanji. Zhou Yuan was a star student under Professor Wang, and also a direct senior to Qi Zheng, who was directly admitted to a doctoral program. Zhou Yuan was very good-looking, standing out among his peers in both height and appearance, and he was known as the campus heartthrob in the physics department, making him quite popular on campus. Yesterday, while doing experiments, Tian Xiao had heard that Zhou Yuan, who claimed to be only interested in experiments and never accepted love letters from girls, actually had someone he wanted to pursue. At the time, she didn't take it seriously. Although she was curious about the gossip during the tedious experiment process, they had only known each other for a week and weren't very familiar yet, so she couldn't find a way to dig into this half-baked rumor. But who would have thought that the girl Zhou Yuan mentioned was actually her junior sister? Shen, junior sister. Zhou Yuan took a moment to catch his breath. When Shen Nanji turned to look at him, he extended the bouquet of flowers he had specially bought for confessing his feelings. The usually aloof academic, when confessing to someone he liked, felt his heart race just like anyone else. The nervousness and anxiety he had never experienced even during challenging experiments surged over him the moment Shen Nanji looked his way. He didn't even get to say that he had chosen these flowers after a whole day of consideration and bought them at noon. "When I passed by the flower shop earlier, I thought this bouquet would suit you, Shen junior sister. I wanted to give it to you." Shen Nanji glanced down at the bouquet he offered. She looked surprised but didn't reach for the flowers. Under Zhou Yuan's gaze, which was both a gift and a confession, she quickly took a step back and politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, Zhou Senior. The flowers are beautiful, but I'm married, so I can't accept them." Zhou Yuan paused, and for a moment his eyes dimmed. He didn't believe that Shen Nanji was married at such a young age. He thought she simply didn't like him and was using marriage as an excuse to turn him down. Zhou Yuan's disappointment was clear on his face as he slowly took back the rejected flower, forcing a smile and saying, "I understand that you don't like it, Shen. But there's no need to make up a story about being married." Seeing his misunderstanding, Shen Nanji replied, "It's not a story. I really am married." Zhou Yuan nodded, trying to hide the ache in his heart. "Okay." He forced a smile, took back the flower, and said to her as usual, "Then let's pretend this flower doesn't exist. I hope we can still work on experiments together like before." Shen Nanji smiled politely, "Of course." She didn't stay long and quickly said she had to leave. I have some things to do, so I'll go now. Zhou Yuan nodded with a warm smile. As Shen Nanji turned to leave with Tian Xiao, Zhou Yuan watched her walk away, and the forced smile on his face slowly faded. Qi Zheng, who had just come out and witnessed the whole scene, watched Shen Nanji walk further away on the path in front of the lab, then walked slowly toward Zhou Yuan with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Shen is really married, he said to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan paused and looked back. Seeing Qi Zheng, he felt a bit surprised, but not too much. His attention quickly returned to what Qi Zheng had just said. He found it hard to believe Shen Nanji's claim of being married, and now hearing it from Qi Zheng made it even harder to accept. Isn't she only 20? How could she get married so early? He could believe she had a boyfriend, but marriage was hard to accept. Qi Zheng chuckled lightly, recalling Zhou Yuan's confession to Shen Nanji, which reminded him of his own time at Huaihai University before he was recommended for further studies. He thought that if Jiang Jingnian hadn't intervened, allowing him and Shen Nanji to continue working together, he would have eventually confessed to her as well. The outcome would likely have been the same as Zhou Yuan's, unhesitating rejection. In the 2 seconds of silence from Qi Zheng, Zhou Yuan seemed to think of something, and his expression gradually darkened, even tightening his grip on the bouquet. Even though I settled abroad with my parents since I was 10, it shouldn't be that common to get married so early in the country. Or is it that Shen Nanji was tricked by some guy? Qi Zheng was surprised that Zhou Yuan would think along those lines. However, considering Shen Nanji's background, there shouldn't be anyone who could easily deceive her. He smiled knowingly, meeting Zhou Yuan's gaze. It was a sincere reminder and, as a fellow student, a subtle suggestion for him to move on. Senior Zhou has been abroad for a long time and is only interested in academic research, so he probably doesn't know about junior sister Shen's background. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Until the next moment, when he heard Qi Zheng continue, junior sister Shen is the daughter of the Shen family in Huaihai City, the heiress of the Shen Group and Deepening technology, which has connections both domestically and internationally. With her status, not to mention someone like Huang Mao, after graduation, people like you and me will probably never have the chance to see her again. Zhou Yuan's heart jolted. As for the person who will marry her, Qi Zheng paused for effect, prompting Zhou Yuan to look over with a frown. He didn't say much more, just told Zhou Yuan the trending topics online should still be up. If you search for junior sister Shen's name, you can find out who her husband is. After Qi Zheng left, Zhou Yuan stood in place for a long time. Finally, he took out his phone and typed Shen Nanji's name into the search bar. As soon as he finished typing, the first result that appeared was the official website of the Shen Group and Tiancheng headquarters, linked to the news about the marriage between the little princess of the Shen family and the head of the Jiang family. Zhou Yuan's gaze lingered on the words head of the Jiang family for a long time before he clicked into the website and scrolled down, unable to deny Shen Nanji's claim that she was already married. Meanwhile, as they walked from the school gate to the hotel, Tian Xiao glanced back toward the school entrance. After turning her gaze back, she suddenly asked Shen Nanji with curiosity, "Speaking of marriage, it reminds me of the trending news about the pure gold rose last Friday." She lowered her voice, her expression similar to Gu Qinghe's when gossiping, and asked Shen Nanji quietly, "Junior sister, tell me the truth. Were those flowers sent to you?" Shen Nanji didn't expect her to bring up this old story suddenly. Just as she was about to respond, Tian Xiao interrupted with a smile. "Don't try to fool me. I heard from my cousin that those flowers were sent to the Yushan mansion. As far as I know, junior sister, you live at the Yushan mansion, right?" Tian Xiao could be considered half from a wealthy family. To be precise, her cousin's family is a small but notable one in Huaihai, but her own family is quite laid back. Besides her extraordinary interest in physics, her parents are the type who are content as long as they have enough money to live on, showing a rather indifferent attitude towards ambition. So in the swirling elite circles, the Tian family could only be considered a minor player. Last Friday evening, a truckload of countless pure gold roses quickly surged to the top of trending topics. She was holding her phone at the time and naturally saw it, but after searching through the comments for a long time, she couldn't figure out which mansion they were sent to. A couple of days later, She accidentally heard her cousin mention that those enviable pure gold roses were delivered to Yushan Mansion. Yushan Mansion. When Tian Xiao first heard the name, it sounded familiar. It wasn't until she went to Director Hao's office to submit materials that she suddenly remembered where she had seen that name before. During the first week after the new semester started, she had seen it in her junior sister Shin Nanji's archived documents. She recalled that she had casually glanced at the director's desk, and in the unfiled correction documents of Shin Nanji, the address listed was the Yushan Mansion reported by Jiang Jinyan. In the entire Huaihai area, there are many people with the same name. There might also be places with the same name, but there couldn't be another mansion with the same name as the top luxury Yushan Mansion. Outside the school gate, Tian Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. Shin Nanji hesitated for a moment, and under Tian Zhao's questioning gaze, she slowly nodded. Tian Zhao's eyes lit up even more. Shin Nanji seriously doubted that her senior sister was looking at her like she was a huge treasure, shining brightly. Junior sister, you are really low-key. Tian Xiao linked arms with her, and after getting a confirmation, she was so excited, she felt like jumping around. If someone sent me that many pure gold roses, I would take a different photo every day and post it until everyone blocked me. Shin Nanji. After parting ways with Tian Xiao at the hotel entrance, Shin Nanji took the elevator up to her suite and swiped her card to enter. As soon as she opened the door, before she could fully push it open, something suddenly burst out from inside, forcing the door open and leaping onto her. Shin Nanji's mind buzzed, and just before she could scream, an excited bundle of fur rushed towards her, wagging its tail. In the suite, Jiang Jinyan, who had just landed in a country with a dog less than half an hour ago, frowned and walked over, sternly stopping it. Tuan Tuan, stop it. Shin Nanji's suppressed scream faded away. Looking at the excited Samyed rubbing against her, and then seeing Jiang Jinyan in a long black suit walking over, the girl at the door froze for a moment. Then, her clear and beautiful eyes lit up instantly, like a shimmering lake reflecting the brightest stars, filled with surprise and joy. She first bent down to pet the eager dog, then took a few steps inside. As Jiang Jinyan approached her, she quickly jumped into his arms. He caught her and held her tightly, while the fluffy Samyed wagged its tail and joyfully circled around them. Why didn't you tell me you were coming today? Shin Nanji smiled at him from his embrace, her eyes sparkling with his reflection. Jiang Jinyan gently stroked the corner of her eye, his tone a mix of tenderness and helplessness. I wanted to surprise you, but this little pup couldn't wait to see you. The moment we swiped the card at the entrance, it was already trying to rush out. The little pup barked twice, as if agreeing or protesting. But when it raised its head and saw that neither of its owners was paying attention, it scratched the shiny floor in frustration, then lifted its leg to kick the door before running off to its food bowl to drink the goat milk it had barely touched. Shin Nanji glanced at the running pup. Seeing it gulping down the goat milk and chewing on treats, she raised an eyebrow. Is Tuan Tuan hungry? Jiang Jinyan shifted his gaze away, giving the pup a dismissive look. His tone was neutral as he replied, that pup refused to eat anything on the plane and went a whole day without drinking. It's no wonder it was hungry. Jiang Jinyan had initially planned to pick Shin Nanji up at the school gate, but he didn't expect their dog to have such a strong reaction to flying for the first time. It was one thing to refuse food and water, but at the beginning of the flight, it was so hyper that it couldn't stay still in the crate, bouncing around like it was on a sugar rush. By the end of the flight, it was exhausted, looking like it had lost half its energy, barely able to move. Worried it might be unwell, Jiang Jinyan quickly had the driver take them to the hotel first to feed it dog food and goat milk. After hearing this, Shin Nanji's eyelids twitched. She pointed at the little dog near the island counter, wagging its tail and chewing on a piece of jerky, and asked, Can it really fly on a plane like that? Jiang Jinyan also felt a bit troubled. It's our private plane, so a little noise is fine. If it were a business jet, with its behavior, it would have been blacklisted long ago. He shifted his gaze from the puppy back to the girl in his arms. How have things been these past few days? She raised her eyebrows and replied, Everything is going smoothly. We've completed the midterm progress of our experiment. I was planning to call you on video, but you and the puppy got here first. Like a couple who had been apart for a long time, Shin-Nanji snuggled up to him, her bright eyes curving with happiness, her voice soft and playful, almost like she was unconsciously being affectionate. Jiang Jinyan looked down at her, and when she tilted her head to meet his gaze, he gently rubbed the back of her neck, leaned down, and pressed his lips softly against hers for a few kisses. When they first got their marriage certificate, she would instinctively try to pull away every time he kissed her, even though she tried hard to control that reflex. Her body would tense up, and her breathing would become stiff. But now, she simply blinked her bright eyes, stayed in his embrace, and tilted her head up for him to kiss her. Even when the kisses felt really nice, she would hold onto the hem of his shirt, playfully responding to him while standing on her tiptoes. Jiang Jinyan chuckled softly. He wrapped his large hand around her slim waist to keep her steady. After a while, Shin-Nanji was a bit breathless, turned her head to avoid his kisses, and playfully buried her face in his chest. Jiang Jinyan gently rubbed her back to help her catch her breath. Since you've finished the midterm, do you have a break for the next couple of days? Shin-Nanji hesitated, then lifted her face, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her lips still felt warm and tingly, as if the sensation from their kisses lingered. There was a hint of blush at her eyes, making them look slightly misty. Hearing his question, she nodded. She bit her lip and said, "The professor probably worries we'll burn out, so he gave us 2 days off before the next phase of the experiment." He responded in a teasing tone, "Then I'll take you out to have some fun in the next couple of days." "Is it true?" he asked. "Did the lady not invite me herself?" He referred to last week when, after some distance between them, she asked him if he would like to accompany her abroad to reassure him that she wouldn't be taken away by someone else. Shin-Nanji had no objections. But, is it okay that the Tiancheng group has been without a leader for so long? He assured her, the projects for the next 2 weeks are all handled. If anything comes up, we can switch to an online meeting. Shin-Nanji felt completely at ease. Just as she was about to hold him a little longer, she suddenly remembered a scenic spot she wanted to visit but hadn't had the chance to, and said, "I heard that Mirror Moon Lake in Dongyi is very beautiful. Since we have time in the next couple of days, why don't we go there?" "Sure, let's go tomorrow morning." They chatted for a while, and after more than 10 minutes, their puppy, Tuan Tuan, finally finished eating after a long day. Shin-Nanji picked up its favorite toy ball and went to play with it. Considering the puppy's behavior on the plane, she was a bit worried that it might not adapt to the new environment right away. But to her surprise, Tuan Tuan seemed carefree, just like when she first brought it from the old house to Yushan Mansion. The little one skipped the adjustment phase and happily played with the ball around her. Jiang Jinyan's phone on the island counter rang. He glanced at Tuan Tuan running toward the observation deck with Shin-Nanji following behind, walked to the counter, checked the caller ID, and answered the call. It was Zhou Lin calling to report that Zhou Yuan had confessed to Shin-Nanji this evening while holding flowers. Listening to Zhou Lin's careful recounting, Jiang Jinyan raised his gaze and looked at the observation deck, who was teasing the silly puppy with the ball. Zhou Lin reported cautiously. After finishing, he hesitated for half a second. Then, respectfully asked Mr. Jiang, "Should we send someone regarding this Zhou senior of a lady?" "No need," Jiang Jinyan replied in a low voice, pulling his gaze back from the balcony. "Just act as if you don't know anything. There's nothing to be done." She had already turned down those suitors, so there was no need for him to do anything further that might upset her. Moreover, she was focused on the current experiment, having invested countless efforts and energy into it. Zhou Yuan was part of the team, and any changes could affect next week's progress. Zhou Lin, who had been with Jiang Jinyan for a long time, understood what he meant. He didn't ask further and quickly acknowledged. Shin-Nanji was unaware of the content of Jiang Jinyan's call. After not seeing each other for a week, the puppy was as excited as if it had taken a stimulant, bouncing around with a ball and eagerly rubbing against her. Shin-Nanji was completely focused on this lively puppy. At that moment, she truly understood what Jiang Jinyan experienced while bringing it on the plane, as the puppy was just as hyper as if it had seen its great-grandmother. After a while, Shin-Nanji grabbed the happy little one, whose tail was wagging like crazy, and squatted down. She gently stroked its head down to its back and said, "You really are a purebred little pup." The puppy didn't understand what Shin-Nanji meant, but that didn't stop it from being thrilled to see its owner. It half lay by her legs, looking up at her with big, round eyes. Shin-Nanji played with the puppy for a while, then reached for the ball it had accidentally dropped to the side. She shook the ball to get its attention and then threw it up in the air. The little one sprang up and easily caught the ball. It then came back to Shin-Nanji, nudging the ball into her hand. After she caught it, it gently nudged her wrist with its nose, asking her to throw it again. Understanding its request, Shin-Nanji tossed the ball lightly in her hand but didn't throw it high. Instead, she changed direction and threw it into the spacious living room. "This time, we're playing fetch," she said as the ball rolled away, right in front of the puppy's eager eyes. The puppy reacted quickly, chasing after the ball as soon as it was thrown. However, it was so focused on fetching the ball that it didn't notice Jiang Jinyan walking over after finishing a phone call. The moment it picked up the ball, it accidentally bumped into Jiang Jinyan's leg. The little one whimpered with the ball in its mouth, looking quite pitiful. Jiang Jinyan glanced down at the oblivious puppy, showing no sign of apology. "You weren't watching where you were going, so why are you upset?" The puppy continued to whimper, but since it had the ball in its mouth, its complaints sounded more silly than fierce. Realizing this, it turned around and went back to the balcony, dropping the ball and gently pawing at Shin-Nanji's hand, as if to complain. Shin-Nanji couldn't help but laugh, her hand shaking a little as she tried to comfort the puppy. Jiang Jinyan walked over slowly and saw that the silly pup was still whining about something. He looked at it with disdain, feeling too lazy to recall all the memorable chaos it had caused throughout the day. "I had someone bring food. Are you hungry? Let it be for a while. We should go eat first." After finishing their meal, Shin-Nanji took the puppy, Tuan, downstairs for a short walk. Just as she was about to take a shower after coming back, someone knocked on the door. She got up, set down the clean clothes she had just picked up, and walked to the door. Tuan was quicker, wagging its tail and blocking the doorway. When Shin-Nanji opened the door, before she could say anything, the puppy poked its head out. Outside the door stood Tian Xiao, holding some documents and waiting to enter. She was startled when she suddenly saw a dog's head pop out and stepped back with a yelp. Once she recognized the dog, her gaze dropped, and she peered through the door. Tuan was trying to squeeze out from between Shin-Nanji's legs and the door frame, but Shin-Nanji quickly blocked it with her leg. Tuan. By this time, Tian Xiao had regained her composure. She liked dogs too, but was just caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the puppy. Looking at the lively and beautiful Samoyed, she resisted the urge to pet it, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Junior sister, is this your dog?" Shin-Nanji wasn't sure if Tian Xiao was afraid of dogs. Tuan was quite energetic and she worried it might accidentally hurt Tian Xiao, so she kept it from going out. "Yes, senior sister, are you afraid of dogs?" Tian Xiao quickly shook her head, her gaze never leaving Tuan, clearly wanting to pet it. "Not at all. I'm a true dog lover." As Shin-Nanji was holding Tuan back, she looked up and noticed her senior sister seemed very interested in the puppy. Seeing this, she slowly eased her grip on Tuan. With her permission, Tian Xiao bent down and happily petted the little guy's head. After petting it, she suddenly remembered the unexpected appearance of a dog in her junior sister's room, especially since, when her junior sister had just opened the door, she thought she heard a man's voice inside. Before she could finish her thought, she looked up and saw Jiang Jinyan striding over after finishing a phone call. Everyone in the business world, and among the elite circles, knew Jiang Jinyan's face. Although Tian Xiao didn't follow the path of managing the family business, she had recently seen an interview with Jiang Jinyan on the cover of a financial magazine her father reads. Naturally, she recognized this powerful figure, the current head of the Jiang family, who holds the fate of many in his hands. She straightened her back instantly, like a student meeting an important leader, standing straighter than a soldier, hardly daring to breathe. She nervously greeted Jiang Jinyan, whom she had only seen on magazine covers. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Her voice was loud and clear, even more so than when company subordinates greet their highest boss, startling Shen Nanji, who was sitting across from her. Tian Xiao gave Shen Nanji an apologetic look. However, she didn't dare to linger. Jiang Jinyan's status was such that her father might not even be able to arrange a meeting through all his connections. Her nerves were tighter than a stretched string. If she had known Jiang Jinyan had come all the way to see her junior, she wouldn't have dared to disturb the newlyweds in the evening. "This is the form we need for next week's experiment." Tian Xiao quickly handed the paper to Shenanji. "And," she added briefly, "Li Wen and the others downstairs prepared some barbecue and beer. They wanted me to invite you to join, but since Mr. Jiang is here," she quickly glanced at Jiang Jinyan standing next to Shenanji, ready to make her escape. "Junior sister, you all carry on, I'll take my leave now." Before she finished her sentence, she waved and hurried toward the elevator. Shen Nanji watched her rush away as if something was chasing her, feeling a bit of empathy. In the years before she married Jiang Jinyan, she had also run away quickly whenever she saw him during the holidays at the old house. Turning back, she noticed Jiang Jinyan was looking at her. Shen Nanji smiled, pressing her lips together to hide her amusement, and said, "It seems my senior is a bit scared of you." The little one between them looked up curiously at both of them. Jiang Jinyan raised his eyelids, his voice neutral. "Weren't you also scared of me back then?" "Let's go," he said, closing the door and leading her inside. "The water is ready. Go take a shower." Shen Nanji cheerfully agreed, grabbed her change of clothes from the sofa, and quickly went into the bathroom. When she came in, she casually brought a tablet with her. Shen Nanji had been soaking in the bath for a while. By the time she finished getting ready and stepped out in her silky nightgown, Jiang Jinyan had already finished his shower and was sitting on the sofa checking emails. Seeing her come out, he put down the tablet and smiled gently, waving to her. "Gigi, come here." Tuan Tuan had been taken to another room by Jiang Jinyan, along with its food bowl and dog food. After a tiring day on the plane, the puppy quickly ran to its bed in the new room and sprawled out to sleep. Shen Nanji placed the tablet on a nearby lace table and noticed that Tuan Tuan was no longer around, guessing it had gone back to rest. She didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked over to Jiang Jinyan. After a long bath, her cheeks were flushed from the steam, resembling a ripe fruit. The thin silk nightgown draped down to cover her delicate, fair legs, with two slender straps resting on her shoulders. In the bright light, her exposed skin looked smooth and white, even whiter than snow. She intended to sit next to him, but before she could get close, Jiang Jinyan raised his hand to wrap around her waist, asking, "Can I hold you?" Shen Nanji blinked, meeting his deep gaze, then looked down at his legs. A warm blush rose in her cheeks. Her eyes flickered, and she paused slightly before shifting her gaze and gently sitting on his lap. Watching her, Jiang Jinyan's eyes darkened with interest. His hand tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. The thin, smooth fabric of her nightgown slid up as she settled onto his lap, revealing more of her fair skin. Jiang Jinyan leaned down to kiss her. His fingers traced her soft waist, moving lower. At one moment, Shen Nanji's brow furrowed slightly, and a soft sigh escaped her lips, but before she could speak, he silenced her with his kiss. The nightgown around her waist had become wrinkled without her noticing. She unconsciously bit her slightly reddened lips, resting her head against a shoulder. Her delicate waist was held firmly by him, trembling slightly under his touch in the bright light. Jiang Jinyan kissed her ear, and Shen Nanji exhaled softly, trying to lean away, but he pulled her back. She took a shallow breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He gently caressed her lips and looked into her eyes, which seemed deep and endless. "What's wrong?" She let out a soft hum, burying her face in his neck. Like a little one being teased, her voice trembled softly. "The light is too bright. It hurts my eyes. Turn off the light. And I'm tired and want to go to bed." He chuckled softly, his magnetic voice whispering in her ear. Shun Nanji's breath grew warmer, and her ears tingled with sensitivity. Do you want to see what time it is, madam? She bit her lip, feeling a bit sore, and replied firmly, avoiding his gaze. I don't care what time it is. My back hurts, and I just want to go to bed. Jiang Jinyan looked at the delicate girl in his arms and, following her wishes, lifted her up and carried her to the bed. She complained about the bright light above her head, so after placing her on the bed, Jiang Jinyan turned off the main light, leaving only a dim wall lamp for visibility. Shen Nanji sat up in bed, adjusting to the darkness. Just as she looked in his direction, he grabbed her waist and pushed her down. Little princess, can we continue now? After finally having 2 days off, Tian Xiao, Li Wen, and the others planned to enjoy their time in Country A. Last night, when Tian Xiao went to call Shen Nanji to join them for skewers, they intended to mention their weekend plans. However, seeing Jiang Jinyan personally with Shen Nanji, they wisely decided not to disturb the newlyweds. Thinking about exploring and trying local food, Tian Xiao and the others left the house around 7 or 8 the next morning. Meanwhile, Shen Nanji in the top-floor suite struggled to get out of bed until after 10. After a week apart, last night had been unexpectedly wild, and while it felt great at the time, the aftermath was overwhelming. Her body felt like it had been taken apart and put back together. She slowly sat up, supporting her sore body, and wrapped herself in the blanket to recover. Eventually, realizing her back and legs hurt, she decided to lie back down in the soft bed. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep again, waking up at noon. Shen Nanji pushed the blanket off her face and, upon looking up, saw Jiang Jinyan standing by the bed, watching her. She paused, and under his gaze, she reached for her phone on the pillow to check the time. When she saw the numbers 12:01, she fell completely silent. Jiang Jinyan gently rubbed her waist through the blanket, teasingly saying, "It's already noon, and you're still in bed. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're being mistreated." Shen Nanji rolled her eyes and then looked away, shyly touching her nose and mumbling, "Isn't staying up late a form of mistreatment?" His hand paused, and he slowly looked at the girl who was denying everything right after waking up, laughing in disbelief. Just mistreatment? Wasn't it comfortable too? Shen Nanji's face inexplicably flushed. She pulled the blanket up to cover her face. Jiang Jinyan stopped teasing her, pulled the blanket away, and picked her up, saying, "You were complaining about being hungry last night. It's past noon now. Don't you want to eat?" He took her clothes and helped her put them on. "Lunch has already been delivered. Let's eat something first." Since Saturday afternoon, Jiang Jinyan had been taking Shen Nanji to all the places she wanted to visit. After a fun-filled weekend, Shen Nanji, exhausted, just wanted to sleep when she flopped onto the bed. Jiang Jinyan followed her in at a relaxed pace. Seeing her bury her face in the blanket, he approached and gently brushed her hair aside, asking, "Do you want to take a bath?" Shen Nanji murmured, too tired to open her eyes. "I'm so tired. I don't want to move." He chuckled helplessly. "Shall I help you wash?" The bed slightly opened her eyes, thought for a moment, then sat up and reached out for him, saying, "Then carry me." Jiang Jinyan bent down and easily lifted her up, striding toward the bathroom. After their bath, they snuggled under the blanket and enjoyed a long, comfortable sleep. The next day, when she opened her eyes again, she felt refreshed and all her fatigue had vanished. They had agreed to meet at the lab at 8 on Monday when the holiday started. Shen Nanji glanced at her phone. There was still an hour left, so she had plenty of time. After washing up and changing, she found that Jiang Jinyan had already had breakfast delivered to their suite. As she stepped out of the bedroom, she saw her favorite breakfast spread across the table. Jiang Jinyan, dressed in a shirt and dress pants, was pouring fresh juice for her. When he saw her, he gently said, "You're awake. Come have breakfast. I'll take you to school afterward." Shen Nanji smiled and walked over with a light step, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if they were still at the Yushan mansion. Jiang Jinyan placed the juice in front of her and then sat across from her to share the meal. Seeing the bright joy in her eyes, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you really that happy about doing the experiment? Shin Nanji was taken aback and realized the secret happiness in her heart. After breakfast, Jiang Jinyan took Shin Nanji to school. Zhou Lin followed him there. On the first day Jiang Jinyan arrived, the Tianshan company also sent several secretaries and drivers to be on standby. Since he didn't need to go to the office or attend online meetings today, he decided not to have them come and personally drove Shin Nanji instead. When they arrived at the school, just before getting out of the car, Shin Nanji paused while unbuckling her seatbelt. She turned to look at the driver's seat, feeling a bit uneasy, and asked for confirmation. You're not going back to the country today, right? Jiang Jinyan was surprised that she stopped just to ask this. He smiled and replied, I'm not going back. I'll be here with you for a while. If anything comes up, I'll let you know in advance. Shin Nanji felt relieved. She opened the car door and got out, looking back at him through the lowered window, waving before turning to walk inside. In the back seat, the energetic dog, Tuan Tuan, was playfully barking and pawing at the window. Jiang Jinyan glanced at it in the rearview mirror and opened the window halfway. Be good and don't make a mess, or I won't take you next time. Just as Tuan Tuan was about to bark at Shin Nanji, it immediately quieted down upon hearing this. When Shin Nanji arrived at the lab, Tian Xiao, who was used to waking up early, was already there. As soon as she walked in, Tian Xiao, who was preparing to look at some forms, leaned over with a teasing and curious look, whispering, Little junior sister, how's the world of two treating you? Shin Nanji coughed lightly. What world of two? Tian Xiao had a knowing expression. I saw you and your Jiang boss together at Mirror Moon Lake on Saturday. Talking about this, Tian Xiao was like an excited little creature, bouncing around but still managing to keep her voice down. I never imagined how the top person in the pyramid interacts with his wife until I saw you two out having fun together. You're such a perfect match. No wonder you don't pay attention to any other guys who confess to you besides your Jiang boss. By the way, your senior sister is very considerate of your relationship and didn't say a word, afraid of interrupting you. Unlike that single dog in biology that follows you around without a clue, I almost want to take it away. Junior sister, next time you and your husband go out, if no one can take care of your Samoyed, bring it to me. I can take care of dogs, and will make sure it is healthy and happy. Shin Nanji seriously suspected her senior sister was eyeing her dog and wanted to help her raise it. People gradually arrived at the lab, and a few minutes later, they heard the voices of Professor Wang's students greeting Zhou Yuan at the door. While talking, Shin Nanji and Tian Xiao looked up to see Zhou Yuan glancing over. He smiled warmly and nodded at them, just like before last Friday. It was as if the bouquet that never had a chance to confess had never existed. After the final experiment officially began, Shin Nanji became busy again, just like last week. However, the difference was that before, after completing her daily tasks, she would stay back to double-check the data for that day and the next to ensure the experiment was accurate. But since Jiang Jinyan arrived, Shin Nanji finished her tasks and returned to the hotel, leaving all data calculations and verifications for after dinner. Her senior brothers and sisters from Professor Lin's team had spent a long time doing experiments with Shin Nanji. They noticed that their usually dedicated junior sister was now heading to the hotel right on time in the evenings. A few curious seniors joked while packing up the materials. Our junior sister hasn't been working overtime lately, has she? Knowing some details, Tian Xiao smiled and said, Our junior sister has someone waiting at home, so it's different from last week when she was all alone. After the incident with Zhong Jun last year, everyone in the department knew Shin Nanji's true identity. Hearing Tian Zhao's words, the two seniors who had been puzzled about their junior sister's early departures exchanged surprised glances. Is President Jiang still here with our junior sister? Tian Xiao gave them a look that said otherwise. Why do you think our junior sister goes back so early every day? One of the seniors recalled that during the trending topic, some people even claimed that their junior sister and the head of the Jiang family were just in a loveless marriage. She really wanted to dig up that negative comment from the countless posts and ask the person, how could a loveless marriage lead to someone like their junior sister? Wasn't that just blind? A few people finished packing and walked outside. They wrapped up early today, and the sunset outside the lab was beautiful, casting a warm glow on them. The fiery clouds created a stunning scene. Speaking of their junior sister, Tian Xiao remembered the day last Friday when she interrupted her junior sister and Mr. Jiang, who were rekindling their relationship after a long time apart. She reminded the others, "Try to talk to our junior sister during the day for the next few days. Let's not disturb their married life at night." Li Wen and the others signaled with their hands, "Don't worry, we single folks know how to behave." The final experiment took a week and a half. Shen Nanji was surprised that Jiang Jinyan actually stayed with her abroad for the entire week and a half. Before they knew it, it was the last day of the experiment. All the data was accurate, and the first experiment after the new year was successfully completed. The end of the experiment meant that the physics team from Huaihai University would soon return home, and after 20 days of collaboration, the two teams were about to part ways. After submitting the data and reports, to celebrate the successful completion of the experiment thanks to the teamwork of both groups, the two professors suggested everyone go out for a nice gathering. They chose a nearby 5-star restaurant. The atmosphere during the meal was lively. After the two teams came together, they had worked hard in the serious lab for 20 days, overcoming one challenge after another. Now, the experiment was completed several days ahead of schedule, and everyone's joy was evident. To let the younger members enjoy the celebration, Professors Lin and Wang left the private room early. With the usually strict professors gone, the atmosphere became even more relaxed. The group of talented individuals shared their experiences from the experiment, along with amusing gossip and interesting stories from their student days. Shen Nanji knew she couldn't handle alcohol, so she only drank the juice in front of her. Time slipped away, without them noticing. Amid the lively chatter, her phone chimed. She put down her juice and checked her phone. It was a message from Jiang Jinyan. He said it was raining outside and asked when she would return, offering to pick her up. Shen Nanji glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. After finally enjoying a nice break, the others were still thinking about going to karaoke after dinner. Instead of joining them, Shen Nanji preferred to return to the hotel to play with her dog. So, she typed a reply to Jiang Jinyan, "I'll be back soon." The reply came quickly. "It's raining and getting cooler. It's a bit chilly, so I'll come out later. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Shen Nanji replied with okay and placed her phone face down on the table. After chatting a bit more with Tian Xiao and the others, she estimated the time and suggested they head back in 4 or 5 minutes. They all knew Jiang Jingyan was nearby, so they didn't insist on staying and simply asked if anyone was coming to pick her up before letting her go. "Professor Lin gave us 4 days off. Little junior sister, we'll see you next Monday at Huaihai University." Jiang Jingyan arrived sooner than expected. Although he said 10 minutes, he arrived in less than 8, parking the car downstairs at the restaurant. When the message came in, Shen Nanji had just exited the elevator. Seeing his message that he had arrived downstairs, she quickly walked toward the restaurant entrance. Zhou Yuan and Qi Zheng stepped outside for some fresh air and happened to see Jiang Jingyan coming to pick up Shen Nanji through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the corridor. The man stepping out of the black luxury car was tall and dignified, exuding an aura of authority that made it hard to look directly at him, even from 3 floors up. Yet, his gaze toward the young woman running out of the restaurant was gentle and focused. Zhou Lin was in the driver's seat, and Jiang Jingyan held an umbrella as he went to greet Shen Nanji. Upon seeing him, the girl quickly ran down the steps, clutching her phone. As she approached, Jiang Jingyan tilted the umbrella toward her, shielding her from the cold wind and rain while helping her into the car. Zhou Yuan, watching this scene from the 3rd-floor window, felt a moment of gloom. Unlike Qi Zheng, who had spent nearly 2 years at Huaihai University with Shen Nanji as classmates, Zhou Yuan's understanding of her was limited to her talent in physics and a superficial knowledge since the international conference began. He remembered this exceptionally beautiful junior sister as someone who remained calm and composed, rarely showing strong emotions, whether with people or during experiments. But in front of the man coming to pick her up, her expression was bright and radiant, as if she had shed her calm exterior to reveal her most genuine, lively self. Zhou Lin came down to open the car door. Jiang Jingyan helped Shen Nanji into the car. Soon, the car door closed, and Jolin quickly returned to the driver's seat as the black luxury car quietly drove away in the rain. Zhou Yuan gazed in the direction where Kalinin had left and asked Qizheng, "Is that the husband of Sister Shen, the leader of Zhang's Tiancheng group in our country?" Qizheng withdrew his gaze from the traffic where Kalinin had merged and nodded, "Yes." Zhou Yuan didn't say anything more. Qizheng also remained silent. Since the experiment was over, starting tomorrow, the team members from Huaihai University would gradually return home. As Qizheng said, they might not even have the chance to meet Shenanji again in the future. On the busy road, after getting into the car, Shenanji was about to tell Jiang Jinyan that the experiment was complete and they could go home tomorrow. Before she could speak, she heard a soft whimpering from the back. Shenanji turned to look. Sure enough, she saw the little puppy that had been left in the trunk. The little guy had its front legs on the trunk's edge, supporting itself, and was wagging its tail, calling out to her with a pitiful sound. What happened to it? Shenanji turned to look at the whimpering puppy, and seeing it like this made her lips twitch. How did it end up in the trunk? A disobedient Samyet had caused a ruckus the entire way, and Jiang Jinyan didn't even have the interest to look back at it now. It got excited in the rain, and once in the car, it treated the windshield wipers like a toy, as if there were mushrooms mixed in its dog food. After it caused so much trouble, I wanted to open the window to let it cool off, but this silly dog just stuck its head out to catch the rain. When it got tired of barking at the windshield wipers of the car next to us, it acted like something strange was happening with them. The other cars on the road looked at the silly dog as if it were foolish, but seeing it in Kalinin's car, they wanted to scold it but didn't dare. They quietly slowed down to move their cars away from the puppy's line of sight, to avoid having their windshield wipers provoke this precious little dog. After it barked at their car 3 times, Jiang Jinyan couldn't take it anymore and tossed it back into the trunk, hoping to keep it out of sight. Shenanji couldn't help but smile at the thought of that scene. But before she could say anything, the chubby puppy jumped up from the trunk and skillfully made its way over. Shenanji. Although the puppy was afraid of Jiang Jinyan's stern face when Shenanji wasn't around, it wasn't scared at all when she was there.
Just like now.
After squeezing out from the trunk, it ran straight to Shenanji, stretching its head to nuzzle her hand, wanting her to hold and pet it. Shenanji was worried that the clueless puppy might get scolded, so when it came closer, she quietly moved towards the car door, creating some distance between herself and Jiang Jinyan. While petting the little one, she taught it not to bark at other people's cars. Luckily, it was in a luxury car. On the road, other vehicles would avoid it from a distance. If it were in a regular car or out on its own, its behavior would surely get it scolded. Noticing the girl next to him inching closer to the car door, Jiang Jinyan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the silly dog without much expression. The little one wagged its tail slowly, listening to Shenanji's lesson. Suddenly, a cold and dangerous gaze fell on it, causing its tail to stop wagging immediately. It turned its head to look at Jiang Jinyan. Shenanji was petting the puppy's head when she saw it suddenly look towards Jiang Jinyan. Confused, she was about to ask what was wrong when the puppy stiffened its tail, pushed its head into her hand, and quickly returned to the trunk with its tail held high. It sat down properly, facing them, and looked back with its tongue out. Shenanji was puzzled. Why did it leave again? The little one made some soft sounds and turned in circles but didn't come back, just staying there obediently. Jiang Jinyan withdrew his gaze from the puppy, reached out to hold Shenanji's wrist, and pulled her closer, saying, "It probably likes the air in the trunk." "Is the experiment finished?" Shenanji turned to glance at the puppy, then nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. We can go back home starting tomorrow." The comprehensive experiment wrapped up on Wednesday afternoon, and Shenanji and Jiang Jinyan returned to Huaihai City from country early Friday morning. They were still on a private plane, with Tuan accompanying them. The plane landed at 9 a.m. on Friday. Compared to their trip abroad, Shenanji slept in the lounge from the moment she boarded the plane until they landed. After returning to Huaihai City, she felt so refreshed that she didn't even need to adjust to the time difference. After spending a long time abroad, she dropped Tuan off at Yushan Mansion and then went to Jinting to see her best friend. When she arrived, Gu Qinghe had just woken up and come downstairs. Seeing her friend so early, Gu Qinghe was surprised and quickly asked Aunt Wang to prepare a fruit platter and drinks. "You're here so early?" Gu Qinghe said as she led Shen Nanji to the sofa in the hall. "I was just about to go pick you up." Shen Nanji only learned yesterday that Gu Qinghe had been sick with a cold for the past few days. Worried it might affect her experiment, she hadn't told her. During a phone call yesterday, Gu Qinghe accidentally mentioned it, and when Shen Nanji pressed her, she revealed she had been having intermittent low fevers. Although she felt better since yesterday, Shen Nanji was concerned that if Gu Qinghe went out too soon, the cold might worsen, so she decided to move her return home 2 hours earlier. Aunt Wang quickly brought over a fruit platter and drinks. Shen Nanji politely thanked her, but noticed her best friend's pale face. "Why does your face look so white?" She held Gu Qinghe's hand, which felt cool even in the warm villa. "Are you running a fever again?" Gu Qinghe adjusted her knitted jacket, hugged a cushion, and leaned back on the sofa, looking tired. "I don't think so, don't worry." She spoke casually and even tried to reassure Shen Nanji. "I just woke up. It's probably just that." However, Shen Nanji was still worried. She noticed a fluffy blanket in the corner of the sofa and leaned over to grab it, spreading it over Gu Qinghe's legs. "Have you taken your medicine?" Gu Qinghe rubbed her forehead and shook her head. "I didn't take any today. I'm pregnant, so I'm not too comfortable taking medicine all the time." Her low fever wasn't serious, just a little bit. The family doctor had said on the first day that if she could manage it, she should avoid medication. Last time, when she forgot to close the window and had a high fever, she had already taken quite a bit of medicine. Since the intervals between doses were short, taking more this time wouldn't be good for the baby. Gu Qinghe didn't want to dwell on her cold and quickly changed the subject. After chatting for a while, Shen Nanji held her hand again to check her temperature and noticed her hand was still cool, deepening her frown. "Qinghe, are you cold?" Gu Qinghe pulled the blanket up a bit and shook her head. "I'm okay, not too cold." Just as Shen Nanji was about to suggest going to the hospital or calling the family doctor again, they heard a noise from the hallway. Then, Aunt Wang's surprised voice came through. "Sir, you're back?" Gu Qinghe looked surprised and turned with Shen Nanji to see Huo Ling entering in a suit. Gu Qinghe instinctively glanced at the time. It was still before 10. Why was he back so early today? She looked up at him again, puzzled, and asked, "Did you forget something?" "Not at all." Huo Ling didn't take off his coat as he walked over. He glanced at Shen Nanji, nodded, and greeted her before his gaze returned to Gu Qinghe's pale face. "I just finished a meeting. I'll take you for a checkup now." "Checkup?" Gu Qinghe asked in surprise. "Isn't it tomorrow?" Huo Ling replied, "I had Himu contact the hospital. We can go today. It's a good chance to check why you've been having a low fever." Gu Qinghe frowned slightly, feeling a bit reluctant to go. She wasn't sure if it was because she had just woken up or if the recurring low fever was making her feel tired. Noticing her friend's hesitation, Shen Nanji encouraged her. "You should go to the hospital. The heating in the lobby is so warm, but your hands are still cold. You might still have a low fever. It's not a good idea to tough it out. Let's have a doctor take a look first." Huo Ling added, "The car is ready, and the hospital has been informed. We can go straight for the checkup when we arrive." "All right," Gu Qinghe agreed, pulling off the blanket to get up. "I'll go change my clothes first." Shen Nanji initially planned to go with Gu Qinghe, but she was worried that she might catch a cold since she had just returned from abroad and was still adjusting to the time difference. She insisted on staying behind. Having been abroad for 20 days, Shen Nanji wasn't sure how Gu Qinghe and Huo Ling's relationship had progressed. She also didn't want to interrupt their time together, so she asked Gu Qinghe to message her after the checkup and then headed back to Yushan Mansion. Feeling tired, Gu Qinghe took her time changing clothes. By the time she came downstairs, about 15 or 16 minutes had passed. Huo Ling was at the entrance, discussing something with Himu. When she arrived, Himu quickly went out to get the car. Huo Ling glanced at the sickly Gu Qinghe, his brow furrowing slightly, and then led her outside to the car. Himu had already arranged everything with the hospital, and when they arrived, the doctor was waiting in the examination room. The checkup went smoothly, and the two doctors responsible for Gu Qinghe's examination quickly reviewed the urgent report. After reading it, the lead doctor addressed Huo Jingcheng, saying, "Mr. Huo, the baby's development is fine, but Mrs. Huo's constitution is a bit weak and her immunity is low. With the recent drastic changes in weather, her weakened state has led to the recurring low fever, as well as loss of appetite and fatigue." Listening to this, Gu Qinghe's brow furrowed even more. Huo Jingcheng, who was beside her, glanced at the frowning Gu Qinghe and asked, "In this situation, can we use medication directly?" The old doctor looked at the list in his hand, then at Gu Qinghe's pale face. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Generally, it's not recommended to use medication during pregnancy, especially for mild fevers. However, given Mrs. Huo's current condition, relying on her immune system to recover would take too long. I will prescribe some medication that won't affect the fetus to help Mrs. Huo recover quickly. Gu Qinghe relaxed her brow. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that only medication was needed and no hospitalization, she heard the kind old doctor continue, "To ensure better results and minimize the medication's side effects, I suggest Mrs. Huo stay in the hospital for 2 days and receive intravenous treatment." Gu Qinghe thought, great. What was inevitable had arrived. She sighed deeply, feeling somewhat resentful. Before Huo Jingcheng could speak, she made one last attempt to argue. "Since taking medicine and getting in 4 have similar effects, I think taking medicine is fine. It's simpler and won't worry my parents." Before she could finish, Huo Jingcheng calmly interrupted her. "I will stay with you in the hospital. There's no need to worry the Gu family, Dr. Du. I will accompany my wife during her stay." Dr. Du nodded repeatedly and immediately instructed his assistant to prepare the 4 medication. Hearing his words, Gu Qinghe instinctively looked up at him. "Isn't the company busy lately? Why are you staying with me? If I really need to be hospitalized, I can ask Aunt Wang and Qinghe." Her words halted. Looking over, she saw his calm expression. "The agreement clearly states that during your pregnancy, I will fulfill my responsibilities whenever you need care." "This is not a burden," he said. "The child in your belly is also my child. This is what I should do." Gu Qinghe was somewhat surprised by his attitude. But upon reflection, it didn't seem too unexpected. She stopped arguing. As he said, this was also his child. She was exhausted from the low fever, so it was reasonable for him, as a father, to take care of her for a couple of days. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Dr. Du handed the examination report to Huo Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe. "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo, I will have the medication prepared. You can receive the 4 this afternoon. The VIP room is already arranged, and Mrs. Huo can go there to rest." Afternoon. In the VIP hospital room, Gu Qinghe sent a picture of her hand within 4 to Shin Nanji. Typing with one hand is difficult, so she sent a voice message instead, her brow slightly furrowed, her voice sighing and a bit melancholic. Once you enter the hospital, you have to get poked. Gigi, my dear, I finally understand how much you dislike the pain of getting poked." Huo Jingcheng was outside talking to a doctor. As he turned to enter, he heard Gu Qinghe's words. He paused for a moment, then walked in. His tone softened, his voice still calm but warmer than usual. "You only need 2 IVs. Today counts as 1, and tomorrow will be the other. The day after, you can go home." Gu Qinghe was waiting for her best friend's message, her attention focused on her phone screen. Suddenly hearing Huo Jingcheng's words, she took a moment to realize he was responding to her earlier comment about not wanting to be poked. A hint of surprise stirred in her heart. Usually, she doesn't pay much attention to company matters, but over the past few days, she noticed He Mu and Renheng coming to find Huo Jingcheng with piles of documents and project proposals, indicating that the Huo group has been very busy. Especially during this hospital stay, she saw He Mu come by twice in less than half an hour, and Huo Jingcheng took 2 or 3 work-related calls. Despite this, he stayed to comfort her, a pregnant woman. Since becoming pregnant, she had stopped attending school and found herself bored at home, so she had read many parenting books and watched educational videos about pregnancy. From those videos and materials, she had heard that as the baby grows, the mother becomes more fond of a child. But she had never heard that the expectant father, who rarely interacts with her, would also become increasingly concerned about the baby as the months pass. He even finds time in his busy schedule to be with her. Gu Qinghe shook her head, about to look away. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. She looked over to see Himu entering with his phone. He hurried in, looking respectful yet a bit apologetic as he glanced at her. "Sorry, ma'am. I need to consult Mr. Hua about a call from a subsidiary. It will only take 2 minutes." Gu Qinghe nodded, signaling for him to go ahead. Himu handed the phone to Huo Jingcheng. Huo Jingcheng glanced at the note on the screen, said nothing more, handed Gu Qinghe the warm water he had just poured, and took the phone outside the room. Himu did not go out but asked if she needed anything prepared. "Ma'am, is there anything you would like me to have someone bring? Or should I prepare some snacks for you?" "No need." Gu Qinghe took a sip of water and placed the cup on the bedside table. "I have everything I need. I just finished eating, so no snacks are necessary." Himu nodded and said before leaving, "Mr. Hua is not going to the office today. Run Hung and I will stay in the next room. If you need anything, just let us know." Gu Qinghe acknowledged him. Not long after, Huo Jingcheng entered, and Himu went out to attend to his tasks. The room fell silent again, until there was a ding sound. Shen Nanji's message came in. Worried about Gu Qinghe's condition, Shen Nanji first asked what the doctor said, then comforted her friend, and finally asked, "Is Mr. Hu still at the hospital?" Huo Jingcheng was in the hospital room, and Gu Qinghe did not send a voice message in front of him. Instead, she opened the input box and typed, "Yes." Shen Nanji did not chat much with Gu Qinghe. At first, her friend sent voice messages, but these 2 sentences were typed. Since one hand was receiving in 4, it was easy to hurt the needle with long typing, so she quickly ended the conversation and advised Gu Qinghe, "You should rest well. Don't move your hand too much. We'll talk after your 4 is done." Having not slept well the night before, Gu Qinghe felt bored alone in the hospital bed after replying to Shen Nanji's message, and soon lay down to sleep. Perhaps the medication she received made her drowsy, as Gu Qinghe quickly fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, the entire room was dim, and the only sound was the faint tapping of a keyboard. She slowly lifted her hand. The needle on the back of her hand had already been removed, leaving only a patch from the 4. Gu Qinghe rubbed her forehead. Sitting up slowly, she looked toward the source of the faint keyboard sound. At the moment she sat up, Huo Jingcheng, who was on the sofa handling company emails, looked up. The keyboard sound stopped instantly as he turned to her and asked, "Did I wake you?" The curtains were not closed, but it was already dark outside. The room was dim, with only the light from his computer screen illuminating the space. Gu Qinghe shifted her gaze from Huo Jingcheng's computer and shook her head.
No.
"I'm a bit hungry. How long did I sleep?" Huo Jingcheng got up to turn on the light. As the bright light from the ceiling flooded the room, Gu Qinghe instinctively squinted, taking a couple of seconds to adjust to the sudden brightness. "Almost 5 hours." Huo Jingcheng's voice came from the table as he poured her a glass of warm water and handed it to her. "Drink some water first. Dinner will be here soon." Gu Qinghe took the glass. She glanced at the laptop he had casually placed on the sofa. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Himu, who knocked and entered. The VIP hospital room had all the necessary facilities. Dinner was delivered directly to the room where they ate. After finishing her meal, Gu Qinghe strolled slowly in the corridor outside the room, making 2 laps. Huo Jingcheng had arranged for the quietest VIP room on the top floor, and aside from the occasional passing doctors and nurses, there were hardly any other patients or family members around. The entire floor was very quiet, and even the stairwell was not crowded, so there was no worry about being pushed around by a crowd. Next to Gu Qinghe's room was a lounge that the hospital director had specially prepared for Huo Jingcheng to handle his work. While she walked around to aid her digestion, Huo Jingcheng held a small meeting in the lounge, with Himu and Runhen coming in and out to deliver documents. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Qinghe returned to her room. Himu and Runheng had not left yet. They were still in the lounge next door. The door was open, and Gu Qinghe could occasionally hear Huo Jingcheng talking on the phone. Around 9 o'clock, Huo Jingcheng returned from outside. Seeing him sit back on the sofa with his laptop while she was watching videos, she looked up and said, "If you're busy, you can go back." "No need," Huo Jingcheng quickly replied without hesitation. "I want to keep an eye on you." Gu Qinghe had stayed in the hospital for 2 days due to a mild fever and cold. Huo Jingcheng kept his promise and stayed with her in the hospital for the entire duration. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Qinghe, who was finally no longer having recurring fevers, eagerly checked out and returned to Jinting. Worried about her health, Huo Jingcheng called a family doctor to Jinting, along with nutritionists who would stay in a small villa behind Jinting to monitor her condition before taking Himu to the company. After being discharged, aboard Gu Qinghe immediately called her best friend to chat for a long time. Although 2 or 3 family doctors had been added to Jinting, they mostly stayed in the small building behind and only came to check on her health in the morning, noon, and evening. At other times, they rarely came to the main building, so Gu Qinghe's daily routine remained the same as before her hospital stay. In the evening, Gu Qinghe, as usual, took a stroll in the courtyard after dinner to help with digestion before returning to her bedroom to continue watching the new drama on her tablet. At 8 o'clock, Huo Jingcheng returned from the company. Gu Qinghe was so engrossed in her show that she didn't hear him come back. However, after he went upstairs, he didn't go to his study, but instead knocked on her door directly. Gu Qinghe was startled. She glanced at the door and then at the time. She paused the video, got up from her bed, and went to open the door. Huo Jingcheng was still in his suit, and the hallway light cast a small shadow under his eyes. Surprised by his sudden knock, Gu Qinghe didn't speak right away. He asked first, "Are you feeling unwell today?" She shook her head, her fingers still on the doorknob, and they spoke through the half-open door. "No, everything is fine." Huo Jingcheng looked at her face. It was rosy and glowing, unlike the past few days when she had a low fever and seemed weak. "It's been chilly lately, so don't forget to close the window at night. If you need anything, come to my room or send me a message." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement. Huo Jingcheng didn't say anything more. He reminded her to rest early and not stay up late before turning back to his room. Gu Qinghe felt better, and Shin Nanji was relieved. The 4-day break quickly passed, and classes resumed on Monday morning. After successfully completing the most challenging experiment of the new semester, returning to the Huaihai University lab, the 2nd and 3rd experiments were scheduled one after another. However, compared to the hectic start of the semester, the courses in April were much easier. As spring spread throughout the city, the temperature in Huaihai City gradually rose with each sunny day. At 4 in the afternoon, after finishing her tasks at school, Shin Nanji wasted no time. She grabbed her notebook and quickly took a car back to Yushan Mansion. At 4:30, the car stopped outside the villa. Tuan Tuan, who was waiting by the fountain for Shin Nanji to return, saw the car pull up. Without waiting for her to get out, the little one jumped up, wagging its tail happily, and ran over. Shin Nanji asked Butler Pang to take the notebook into the hall and spent about half an hour playing with Tuan Tuan on the backyard lawn before handing Tuan Tuan over to the butler and taking her notebook upstairs. When Jiang Jinyan returned, Shin Nanji was already in his study with the last set of materials she hadn't had time to study. She opened the door and saw the girl who usually played around happily at home was surprisingly sitting quietly in his study today. Jiang Jinyan raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze curious. "What's going on today? Did the sun rise in the west?" As the weather warmed up, Jiang Jinyan rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his lean wrist. He walked toward her while talking. Shin Nanji sat behind his desk, with a book of materials in front of her, her bright eyes following his movements. When her gaze unintentionally landed on his wrist, she felt a sudden warmth and quickly looked away, trying to suppress the vivid memories from last night that made her blush. She bit her soft lips and pointed to the materials, saying, while organizing the materials, "I found one I forgot to read. My brother is coming back tomorrow, so I need to work late tonight." Jiang Jinyan approached her desk, took the materials from in front of her, flipped through a couple of pages, and smiled lightly, glancing at her. "Didn't you usually read at the desk in the bedroom? Why the change of location today?" Unknowingly, Shin Nanji felt that the way he pronounced the word desk was a bit slow, as if it carried a different meaning. This successfully brought back the images she had just tried to push away. Her eyes flickered even more. This time, she didn't look at him, her sparkling eyes darting around, but her tone remained serious. The study is more efficient for studying than the bedroom. He smiled slightly, closing the materials. Is that so? Of course. She reached for the materials in his hand. Do you have time to teach me? If not, I can study by myself. Of course I have time to teach you, Gigi. He avoided her hand and pulled a chair from across the table to sit beside her. He started explaining the materials from the first page in a way that was easy for her to understand. Jiang Jinyan spoke at a moderate pace, and with just a few words, he quickly got her engaged. The distracting images faded away as she focused on the serious business theories. By the time Shin Nanji came back to her senses, she had already studied half of the materials. She checked her phone and saw it was almost 8 o'clock. She had been studying for a full 2 hours. Seeing her stop, Jiang Jinyan timely placed a cup of warm water in front of her. Before she could reach for her waist, he gently placed his hand on her lower back and started to massage her. Tired? She took the water, leaned against his massage, and quickly felt some relief from her fatigue. She sipped a few times and replied a little. Then the rest. He closed the documents and didn't continue. We'll study tomorrow. Your brother's flight is in the afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Shun Nanji nodded. After putting down the cup, she relaxed and enjoyed his massage. However, just as she was starting to feel good, he stopped. She turned to look at him, about to speak, when he patted his leg and said, "Sit here. It'll be more comfortable." Shin Nanji glanced at his leg, and then at his hand resting on the armrest. Without hesitation, she stood up, pushed the chair behind her, and sat on his lap. Jiang Jinyan wrapped one arm around her while the other hand lightly rested on her side. Where else, little princess? Shin Nanji didn't hold back, reaching behind to guide his hand to her sore lower back, asking him to massage it. This spot, can you reach it?
Sure.
He tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. The softness of her waist pressed against his firm abdomen created a contrast of strength and softness. Shin Nanji let out a soft gasp, her breath catching for a moment. Worried that the closeness might change things, she pushed against his thigh, trying to lean back a little. But as soon as she moved, he held her in place. What's wrong? He asked with a smile. She licked her lips, her lower back slightly tensing. Is it too close? He didn't let go, his arms securely around her, speaking casually. If you're too far, our little princess might fall. Be good, don't move. Shin Nanji hesitated for a moment. After a while, she finally relaxed her waist. As the distance closed, her previous position became a bit uncomfortable. Shin Nanji slowly adjusted to find a comfortable position, her delicate arms resting loosely by his side, her head leaning on his shoulder, lazily closing her eyes to enjoy his massage. Jiang Jinyan looked at the girl in his arms, a fond smile spreading across his face. The study was very quiet, with a calm and gentle atmosphere flowing through the air. Jiang Jinyan changed angles while massaging the girl in his arms. As he adjusted the pressure and direction along her spine and sides, the girl lazily resting on him let out soft sounds of comfort. Go a little lower, yes, right there. 2 thumb widths down on the left side, press there too. Jiang Jinyan asked, where else? She shook her head, resting her head against his neck, her gentle breaths tickling him slightly. Jiang Jinyan paused his breathing, his deep gaze becoming even more intense. Even his cool fingers, pressed against her waist, felt warm. But Shun Nanji, wearing a knitted shirt, didn't notice. Recently, school had been less busy, and they spent more nights together compared to the start of the semester. After each tiring day, the delicate Shin Nanji would complain about back pain. Every night before sleeping, Jiang Jinyan would hold her close, comforting her while giving her a massage. At first, when he started, Shin Nanji would direct him on where it hurt more, asking him to change spots occasionally. But as time went on, in her tired state, her body began to remember the routine, and soon, every time he massaged her, she would comfortably nestle in his arms and feel sleepy. This time was no different. As the soreness in her back faded under his touch, the girl in his arms began to drift off to sleep. Just when she was about to fully succumb to sleep, the hem of her knitted shirt was lifted, and his warm fingers pressed against a sensitive spot on her waist, causing her to tense up and suddenly open her eyes. She straightened up slightly, looking at him with a hint of caution, gripping his wrist to pull his fingers away from her shirt. "My shirt isn't thick. It's fine to press outside." Her unfinished words were silenced as her fingers tightened against his shoulder. Her soft waist, which had straightened, was pressed back into his embrace, fitting snugly against him. Shin Nanji felt a bit tense. When Jiang Jinyan gently pressed on a certain spot on her lower back, her stiff posture quickly relaxed, allowing him to hold her close. Shin Nanji took a soft breath, her breathing becoming slightly heavier. The man's gaze was deep and intense, looking at her as if peering into a dark lake. With every movement of his warm hand along her waist, she unconsciously tightened her lips.
Gigi.
He gently brushed his lips against hers, holding her waist to lift and press her down. Shin Nanji shifted from sitting with her knees together to straddling him. The man's long fingers lightly touched the corner of her lips, signaling her to relax. "Don't bite." Shin Nanji let out a soft hum but seemed a bit unwilling to cooperate. No funny business. Just this." She was already hesitant to look directly at the bedroom table, fearing a repeat of yesterday's events in this study. If that happened, she would have to find a new study again tomorrow morning. Jiang Jinyan's arm was behind her. He moved away from her lips, gently stroking her head and asking, "Just 2 kisses, is that okay?" She didn't respond, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she leaned in closer but reminded him again, "Just kisses, nothing more." Feeling a bit dizzy from the kisses, Shin Nanji completely forgot that his hand was still inside her clothes until someone suddenly knocked on the study door from outside. The girl, feeling flustered, quickly pushed him away to get up, but her legs felt weak from the kisses, causing her to stumble. Jiang Jinyan raised his hand to steady her and helped her fix her clothes, softly saying, "What are you afraid of? No one dares to come in." After a moment of silence inside, the butler, Mr. Pang, who had been waiting downstairs for nearly 2 hours for them to come down for dinner, knocked on the study door again. This time, Jiang Jinyan's calm voice came from inside. "What is it?" Mr. Pang didn't push the door open but spoke from outside. "Mr. Jiang, when will dinner be served?" Inside the room, Jiang Jinyan smiled as he pulled the girl, who was trying to escape, closer and asked in a low voice, "Shall we eat first or continue?" "Dinner," she quickly replied, her tone almost overpowering his last word. Jiang Jinyan chuckled, gently rubbing her slightly flushed lips, and happily told the outside, "We'll be down in 10 minutes." Mr. Pang quickly acknowledged and hurried downstairs to prepare. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, Shin Nanji lay on the bed chatting with Gu Qinghe on WeChat. Half an hour later, Jiang Jinyan came in after finishing a work call. He saw the bed holding some documents under her elbow, but her eyes were glued to her phone, typing away with interest. Jiang Jinyan took off his watch and placed it on the table, walking over. He removed his tie with one hand and pulled her closer by her waist. "It's 9:30. Isn't it time for our couple duties to begin?" Shin Nanji's gaze wandered as she held her phone tightly. When he leaned down to kiss her, she quickly turned her head, glancing at him with a hint of mischief, and asked, "Have we been spending a bit too much time together lately?" Jiang Jinyan looked at her, noticing her playful attitude. He gently pinched the back of her neck and replied with a smile, 3.5 times a week, is that too much?" The half time depended on whether Mrs. Jiang was willing. If she was, it would be 4 times. If not, it would be 3 times. On average, that made 3.5. Shin Nanji felt a bit guilty, her gaze drifting to the side, but she still spoke confidently. "Isn't it just 2 times every 2 days? That's not too much, right?" After 1 time, her waist would ache for a day. 1 night of activity, 1 night of rest. Just as she finished resting, it would be time for their next couple duty. She thought, that should still count as frequent, right? Before she could say more, Jiang Jinyan took the phone from her hand, glanced at the screen, saw their chat had ended, then turned it off and set it aside. He wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her toward the bathroom. Then today, just half a time in the bathtub. Hearing his words, her eyes lit up for a moment, but when she heard the last 3 words, she quickly shook her head. No, no, no. Just once is fine. But I don't want to go in the bathtub. The next day, at 9 o'clock, Shin Nanji got out of bed. Last night wasn't too wild. Her waist was a bit sore, but not serious enough to stop her from walking or going out. There was a sudden morning meeting at the company, and Jiang Jinyan had left for headquarters at 7:30. After getting ready, Shin Nanji checked her phone and saw a message from him that morning. After reading it, she quickly replied, and he messaged back. Awake? Sitting on the edge of the bed, she tapped on the screen with her fingers. Yes. Jiang Jinyan, it's Saturday. Do you have any plans? Would you like to come to Tianqing? Looking at the message, Shin Nanji checked the time and replied without hesitation. Sure. Jiang Jinyan, let's have breakfast first. I'll have the driver pick you up later. Remember to bring those documents with you. Shin Nanji typed OK, and an emoji popped up above the input box. She chose one from the options and sent it. Downstairs, breakfast was being prepared. Just as she finished changing her clothes and went downstairs, butler Peng brought the breakfast to the table. With a kind and respectful expression, he said, Madam, the driver is waiting outside. Do you have anything else you need to take? I can prepare it for you. No, that's all. She walked toward the dining room with her phone. Uncle Peng, you don't need to worry. I just need to take a few documents. Butler Peng replied, and after she sat down, he brought her a cup of fruit tea and said, Madam, the weather has been dry lately. This fruit tea was specially prepared for you by the nutritionist at Mr. Zhang's request. Please try it and see if you like the taste. Shin Nanji took a sip and noticed a hint of bayberry juice. Besides the bayberry, there seemed to be a few other flavors, but overall it was a nice balance of sweet and sour, with a blend of tea and fruit aromas. Having spent so much time together, Butler Peng could easily tell from Shin Nanji's expression whether she liked something. After just one sip of the fruit tea, her eyes brightened slightly, indicating her satisfaction with the new flavor. He smiled and said, Since you like it, I will prepare this flavor for you in the coming days. Shin Nanji smiled back. Thank you, Uncle Peng. At exactly 10 o'clock, Shin Nanji arrived at the Tianqing headquarters. Jiang Jinyan was still at a project meeting. However, the president's office had already prepared various drinks and small cakes. As soon as Shin Nanji entered, Huo Ling handed her a USB drive. Madam, Mr. Jiang went to the project meeting and will be back in about half an hour. This is for you from him. Looking at the USB drive he handed over, Shin Nanji hesitated. What's on it? Huo Ling teased. Mr. Jiang said you will know once you take a look. After he left, Shin Nanji glanced at the USB drive and decided against sitting on the sofa to review her documents. Instead, she went to Jiang Jinyan's desk and plugged the USB into his computer. Jiang Jinyan's computer was filled with high-level documents. She quickly skimmed past the complex files and opened the USB drive. To her surprise, it contained the second half of the materials she hadn't finished studying yesterday. There were about 20 more pages in that document. Jiang Jinyan had summarized the content in an easy-to-understand way and created a PowerPoint presentation that was visually appealing and easy to remember. When Jiang Jinyan returned from the meeting, Shin Nanji had already flipped through nearly a third of the PowerPoint. Hearing the door open, she looked up from the text, and her eyes brightened with a smile upon seeing him. Jiang Jinyan walked over, went around the desk, placed one hand on the chair behind her, and leaned with the other hand on her side to glance at her progress on the PPT. Do you understand it? She raised her eyebrows, very clearly. Shin Nanji looked up at him, a warm smile on her lips. Why did you decide to make it into a PPT format? He ruffled her hair, pulled over a chair to sit beside her, and took the mouse from her hand, clearly indicating he wanted to teach her. I was worried that our Mrs. Jiang might have trouble getting up this morning, so after you fell asleep last night, I made a PPT of the key points from the material you hadn't finished studying. This way, it will be easier for you to learn. He flipped through the PPT. Is there anything you don't understand? Shin Nanji shook her head, no. She looked at the pages he was flipping through and called out when the slide reached the 17th page. Let's start from here. She pointed at the computer, just from the last line. After saying that, she thought of something and turned to him. By the way, do you have anything important to do later? If so, she could study on her own. No, he replied. There's nothing else before 3 o'clock this afternoon. I've arranged for a private restaurant, and after we finish the remaining material, I'll take you out for a meal. When he heard her mention last night that there was still some material left to review, Jiang Jinyan pushed all his morning plans to the afternoon and tomorrow. He had intended to stay home with her this morning and help her finish the remaining material. However, an unexpected situation arose at the Yar branch that needed his attention, which is why he came to the office. With the help of the PPT and the parts Shin Nanji had already reviewed, they finished studying the remaining half of the material in about an hour. Since there was still time, Jiang Jinyan took Shin Nanji out for a stroll before heading to the private restaurant in the north of the city. This time, the new dishes at Lao Fuji private restaurant were creative, and the serving speed was a bit slow. By the time they finished eating and returned, it was nearly 2 o'clock. Shin Nanji didn't go back to the Tiansheng headquarters, but went directly to the Shin group. When she arrived, Shen Huaiyan had not yet returned. She went to the president's office, where Zhang Lan came over to report on the company's recent situation. After that, Shin Nanji took out the materials she had and began to review them one by one, so her brother wouldn't randomly pick one to question her when he returned. Shin Nanji had been in the office alone for nearly half an hour when Shin Huaiyan arrived by elevator. He opened the door to the president's office and immediately saw his sister sitting quietly, looking at documents with one hand on her phone. Shin Huaiyan, with his coat draped over one arm, was momentarily surprised. He put his phone away, placed his coat on a nearby sofa, and walked in, clearly surprised. So, responsible? He smiled and joked. You're not causing any trouble, are you? Shin Nanji replied. What trouble could I cause? Can't you hope for something good for your sister? Shin Huaiyan chuckled, loosened his tie, and went to the water cooler to fill a cup. He leaned against the large desk behind her, looking a bit relaxed, and glanced at the documents in front of her, his voice calm with a hint of teasing. I didn't expect to come back and see our little Nanji studying company-related things. I thought you had changed. Then he shifted the topic and asked, is school still busy? Do you have time to come to the company? Shin Nanji snapped the documents shut. Her refusal was quick and decisive. Busy, no time. Shin Huaiyan responded with a pause. He took a sip of water, glanced at her, and lightly turned the cup in his hand. Perhaps due to just getting off a long flight, his voice was lazy. I heard from Fong Jing that you finished your experiments. How can you still be so busy? Shin Nanji knew her academic situation couldn't be hidden from Jiang Jinyan or her brother. She didn't argue, but shifted the conversation. The experiments are indeed done, but since I'm pursuing a double degree, I'm naturally busier than most. You can't treat your sister like a workhorse. Hearing her say workhorse, Shin Huaiyan clicked his tongue, stopped turning the cup, and looked at her. Have you ever seen a workhorse that doesn't get up until 10 on a Sunday? Shin Nanji. She seriously suspected her brother was implying something. Shin Huaiyan had been abroad for over a month and had just landed when Fong Jing knocked on the door with documents. Shin Nanji quickly organized the documents and placed them on the table in the break area. Shin Huaiyan watched her efficient movements, almost laughing in frustration. However, while Shin Nanji managed to escape from his desk and the pile of group matters Fong Jing was about to report, she couldn't avoid the stack of documents Shin Huaiyan tossed her way. Since you're here, help me look over a few documents. Consider it a test of what you've learned during this time. Suddenly overwhelmed with a pile of documents, Shin Nanji exclaimed. There were many documents brought by Fong Jing, and Shin Huaiyan had already sat down in his office chair, listening to him report on the senior management matters. Shin Nanji looked at the stack of documents in front of her, then at the 4 large books she had just finished studying, which were stacked high enough to be a fist's height. She felt a headache coming on and furrowed her brows. After staring at the pile of documents for a while, she resignedly pushed the large stack aside and pulled out one document to read. Behind the spacious desk, Shin Huaiyan, who was listening to Fong Jing's report, glanced over at Shin Nanji on the left side of the sofa area. About 10 minutes later, as Fong Jing was preparing to leave with the project materials signed by Shen Huayan called out to him calmly. Fong Jing stopped and turned back, asking Mr. Shen, "Is there anything else you need?" "Move Zi's desk back," he instructed. Fong Jing instinctively glanced to the left side of Shen Huayan's desk and quickly nodded, "Yes, Mr. Shen." On the sofa, Shin Nanji, who had just finished reading a document and was thinking about how to implement it, suddenly looked up upon hearing this and immediately voiced her objection. "No need to move it. Brother, I won't be here for long. It took a lot of effort to move that desk out. There's no need to bring it back in. It's too much trouble." Before she could finish, Shen Huayan looked over at her. "Which rich heiress reads documents on a sofa? Wouldn't that be a joke if it got out? If you really don't want to move the desk back, I can have your exclusive office reopened and decorated with more plants according to your preference. You can choose one of the two options." As the rightful heir of the Shin Group, Shin Nanji had always had her own office in the company. It was right next to Shen Huayan's office, fully equipped with the best facilities, reserved for her for several years. However, she rarely came to the company, and when she did, she only spent a little time in his office before returning to school. She had never used her office, and it gradually became unused. Shen Huayan thought she didn't like the decor and layout of that office, since she had never visited it. He had not mentioned it again, keeping it available and ensuring it was cleaned regularly, waiting for the day she might change her mind. Now, suddenly bringing up the office next door, Shin Nanji, who had just opposed moving the desk back, hesitated for a moment and immediately chose the first option without any further thought.
Then,
"Let Assistant Fong bring in the desk." Shen Huayan had always intended for her to take over the company sooner. If she agreed to have her office cleaned out today, endless documents would start pouring in tomorrow. It would no longer just be about her brother reviewing a few files. It would turn into her brother occasionally helping her with work. This would effectively mean she was being pushed to take over the group. Seeing the young lady, who was forced to deal with all this mess and was being controlled by their president Shin, Fong Jing couldn't help but smile a little. But his professionalism quickly took over, and he efficiently said to her, "I'll have the desk brought in right away, miss. Please wait a moment. It will be done within half an hour." Shin Nanji gave him a half-hearted smile and a glance. After Fong Jing left, Shin Nanji hugged a cushion and rested her chin on it, continuing to look through the documents in front of her. Just like when Jiang Jinyan handled official business, Shen Huayan's work phone had not stopped ringing since he returned. Half an hour later, the highly efficient Fong Jing directed people to bring in the desk, placing it next to Shen Huayan's large desk, just like when Shin Nanji learned about company management from him a while back. Shin Nanji looked at the familiar desk and clicked her tongue. She didn't go over immediately, but continued to read the documents in front of her. 20 minutes later, after finishing the second document and preparing to send both the first and second ones to Shen Huayan, she set the cushion aside and was about to get up when the door to the president's office was pushed open again. Fong Jing's voice came first. "Miss Qin, please." Shen Nanji paused her movement and instinctively looked over. Qin Li walked in directly. She didn't notice Shin Nanji sitting on the sofa at the end. Instead, she walked in with a bag of clothes and said to Shin Huayan, who was replying to emails at his desk, "President Shin, the clothes are cleaned. I'm bringing them to you." As she spoke, when she reached the center of the office, she suddenly caught sight of someone out of the corner of her eye. Her voice stopped, and she instinctively looked over, locking eyes with Shin Nanji, whose gaze was filled with curiosity and gossip. Ji. What a coincidence." "It is quite a coincidence," Shin Nanji nodded, her eyes darting between Qin Li and Shin Huayan, clearly wondering if she had missed something. "Also, is it time for her to change her words? Her gaze is too obvious. So obvious that it's hard to ignore." Shin Huayan felt a twitch at his temple from her stare. Unable to hold back, he said, "Nanji, stop overthinking." Shin Nanji blinked innocently, but the brightness in her captivating eyes showed no sign of fading. Shen Huayan, feeling a headache, turned his gaze away. He looked at Qin Li, his eyes glancing over the paper bag in her hand, and said, "Miss Qin, you're being too polite. It's just a piece of clothing. No need to send it. Qinli smiled, walking towards his desk in high heels, placing the bag at the corner of the table, her clear eyes sparkling. It's still a gift. I haven't properly thanked Mr. Shun for his help that day. When you have time, I'll be in Huaihai for 2 months, and I'd like to invite you to dinner. Shin Nanji happily set down the documents in her hands. Before Qinli entered, she had been about to stand up, but now she relaxed and sat back down on the sofa, glancing at her brother and sister Qin while trying to be less noticeable. Shin Nanji didn't realize that even though she was trying hard to blend in, her curious and gossiping gaze, along with her face that clearly showed she was eager to know more, made it hard to overlook her. Shan Huayan, with a helpless glance at her, rubbed his temple and said to Qinli, "It was just a small effort, Miss Qin. No need to be so polite. The Shin family has many matters to handle lately, so let's skip the dinner, and you don't need to thank me." Qinli felt a bit disappointed, but since she wanted to tackle this challenge, she didn't feel too discouraged. She quickly nodded. "Since Mr. Shun is busy, we can arrange a meal another time. Regarding the company and stock market, we'll be collaborating for a long time, and I hope our cooperation continues smoothly." Shin Huayan nodded. All right. Qinli didn't stay long in his office. She soon turned to leave. Before going, she glanced at the curious Shin Nanji, raised an eyebrow, and gave her a knowing look. After Qinli left, Shin Nanji jumped up from the sofa, excitedly running over to Shin Huayan. "Brother, you too, put away your curiosity. There's nothing to discuss." Before she could finish her sentence, Shin Huayan anticipated her question and cut it off. Shin Nanji blinked at him, her eyes shining like they were filled with stars. "Can't you say anything?" she whispered, asking quietly. When she asked the question, the curious little princess, Shan Nanji, subtly moved to the left side of the desk and peeked at the clothes in the paper bag. The clothes were neatly folded, but it was easy to see that it was a suit jacket. There was a small SY on the inside of the sleeve, which belonged to her brother, who usually wore it on business trips. Seeing her like a curious cat peeking into the bag, Shan Huayan rubbed his temples and briefly summarized the situation to satisfy her curiosity. "While abroad for a business dinner with Jean Ming Technology, I ran into Qinli, who was talking about a partnership with a CEO from an overseas company. That CEO had too much to drink, so your brother helped Miss Qin out." Oh, Shin Nanji elongated her response slightly. Shan Huayan didn't say more and directly urged her, "All right, let's go. Hurry home to find your husband." Shin Nanji had other matters to attend to and didn't linger. She handed him the documents he asked her to review and then noticed the stack of materials she had brought with her. She turned and asked, "I just finished studying these materials with great effort. Brother, aren't you going to check them?" Shin Huayan's gaze had just landed on the computer screen. Hearing her, he looked at the stack of materials she had placed on the table. After listening to her, he lightly tapped the table, half smiling. "Since Jiang Jin Yan taught you personally, do I really need to check? My sister isn't foolish. The head of the Jiang family came to teach you, and you still wouldn't understand?" Shin Nanji. Wow, he's so confident. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late studying last night. As if sensing her thoughts, Shan Huayan narrowed his eyes and unexpectedly added, "I'll check next time. I'll give you 2 more documents next week, and I'll do a surprise check in 2 weeks. Shin Nanji's mouth twitched. She didn't say anything more, grabbed the documents from the table, and quickly opened the door to leave the CEO's office. Qinli was still downstairs in the cafe. As soon as she left the Shun headquarters, Shin Nanji received a WeChat message from Qinli. By the time she looked at her phone, she had already ordered her coffee. Qinli had chosen a seat by the window near the door. As soon as Shin Nanji walked in, she saw Qinli leaning back in the booth, lazily stirring her coffee with a spoon while waiting for her. When she approached, Qinli waved, her red lips curling into a smile, and her brows slightly raised. The lazy yet slightly assertive charm in her movements caught Shin Nanji's attention, making her glance over a few more times. "Nanji, over here." Shin Nanji smiled and walked over to sit across from Qinli. "When will you be back?" Qinli rested her chin on her hand and pushed a small cake she ordered toward Shin Nanji. I'll be back around the same time as your brother.
Try this.
I heard your brother mention desserts while abroad, and I realized you like these sweet treats. I wanted to see how it compares to the ones from the old restaurant in Qingdong. Shenlanji took a small spoonful and put it in her mouth. The sweet flavor quickly melted on her tongue, and she smiled, saying, "It's very sweet." By the way, Shenlanji looked at Qin Li. "Didn't you say you would be staying abroad for a while? Is it not busy over there?" Qin Li had gone abroad on the 20th of the last lunar month. When she left, she messaged her, saying there were several projects at the Qin family that needed her attention, and she might not be back for 3 to 4 months. So, when Shin Nanji saw Qin Li in the president's office earlier, she was quite surprised.
Qin Li siga.
There was an unexpected issue. After the new year, I had to deal with the Lin family overseas, but their boss is not a good person. This kind of partnership isn't worth pursuing. Even now, thinking about it made Qin Li angry. She took over the Qin family's business, building on the connections her grandfather had established. Whenever her name came up, people would always mention her grandfather's name. Those who worked with her knew her identity and the Qin family's influence abroad. No one dared to behave inappropriately or insult her at the table. Except for this Lin family boss. He took advantage of a few drinks at a business dinner to act inappropriately. She had never encountered such a situation before, and the 2 assistants she brought along were sent away under the pretext of revising a contract and hadn't returned. Just as Qin Li was trying to find a way to leave, Shen Huayan, who was also there discussing a partnership with Jinming Technology, noticed her and helped her deal with that person. Afterward, when her grandfather learned of the Lin family's behavior, he was furious and personally went to the Lin group. Their boss claimed he was drunk and confused, saying he mistook her for someone else and apologized, but this crossed her grandfather's line. He immediately rejected the Lin family's partnership. He also cut ties with all the companies that usually cooperated with the Lin family. Qin Li's previously packed schedule suddenly opened up, allowing her to return to Huaihai. After hearing this, Shen Nanji asked about another matter. What about the partnership with the Shin family? How long is it renewed for this time? Qin Li raised an eyebrow and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be long-term for now." Shen Nanji was a bit surprised, but it also seemed like she wasn't that surprised. Zhang Lan reported to her about the headquarters situation from time to time, including stock market analysis. Zhang Wei, the original head of the stock market department at Shen Group, officially resigned after a long vacation due to family reasons. Qin Li truly had a talent for stock market research and analysis. Before the new year, she temporarily took over Zhang Wei's position and signed a short-term cooperation contract with Shen Group. During that time, the stock market data for the headquarters and its subsidiaries improved significantly compared to when Zhang Wei was in charge. Even Zhang Lan, who was strict and meticulous, had mentioned more than once that if the company could continue to work with Qin Li, it would be a great boost for Shen Group. When Zhang Wei suddenly resigned, Shen Nanji thought about the possibility of signing a long-term contract with Qin Li if the opportunity arose. She never expected that such an opportunity would actually come. Qin Li stared intently at Shen Nanji's beautiful face, resisting the urge to pinch her cheeks, and continued, "Besides the company's collaboration, your brother is really my type. I want to pursue him and see where it goes." Qin Li not only wanted to pursue Shen Huayan but also had her eye on his sister, who was Jiang Jinian's wife. She was physically and ideally attracted to Shen Huayan, while her admiration for Shen Nanji was purely for her beauty. Who wouldn't like a sweet, soft, and stunning little sister? However, Jiang Jinian had clear boundaries. While she could chat and be friends with his wife, hugging was off the table. But if she could win over Shen Huayan, his wife would be her sister-in-law. With that close relationship, she could hug her whenever she wanted and take her shopping. Shen Nanji looked at Qin Li's smiling eyes, puzzled, and waved her hand in front of her. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Li cleared her throat and let go of the spoon in her hand. "That I was thinking about how to pursue your brother." It was getting late when Shen Nanji and Qin Li finished talking outside. By the time they returned to Yushan Mansion, it was already dark. Jiang Jinian had already returned from the company and was pouring water at the island counter. Shen Nanji played with the dog for a bit in the yard before quickly going inside with her phone. She walked lightly to the island counter, and Jiang Jinyan looked up at her. If you don't come back soon, I thought you were going to stay at your family's house today. Shin Nanji cleared her throat softly, her bright eyes narrowing slightly. Sister Qin Li is back in the country. I ran into her at the company today, so we chatted for a while. By the way, she paused, arriving at the island counter, resting her arm on its edge. Under the sparkling light of the crystal chandelier, she met his gaze. Do you know that Sister Qin Li is back? Jiang Jinyan noticed how she referred to Qin Li. He remembered that she had only recently met Qin Li and initially called her Miss Qin out of politeness. It hadn't been long, and now Qin Li had managed to get her to call her sister in front of others. Handing her a cup of warm water, Jiang Jinyan spoke calmly. I've heard. The granddaughter of Old Man Qin is making a big return to sign a 2-year long-term partnership with the Shen family. It's already spread through the overseas stock market. Not only had it spread, but everyone was also speculating whether this meant the Qin family was shifting their focus back to the domestic market. Ever since Old Man Qin moved to country decades ago, the focus had been on that market, and even recent collaborations had been overseas. This sudden return of Qin Li had stirred quite a buzz, and various speculations were rampant. Jiang Jinyan leaned against the island counter, looking at the girl across from him, who was happily sipping water. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he casually asked, Did you gather any news from your brother? Is Qin Li here for the partnership or to be your sister-in-law? Shin Nanji thought for a moment and quietly replied, probably. Maybe. More likely the latter. Just then, the dog, Tong Tong, happily ran in after circling around the butler, heading straight toward them. Shin Nanji set down her cup, bent down to pet the puppy, and when it playfully nibbled at her sleeve to signal her to take it out to play, she couldn't help but smile. Before leaving, she turned back to Jiang Jinyan and said, Are we having dinner later? I'll take Tong Tong for a quick walk first. Seeing her so excited, Jiang Jinyan didn't stop her. He didn't mention that dinner was already prepared and just waiting for her to come home. He nodded and said to her, There are some new toys for the puppy in its bed. You can take them along. Okay. Shin Nanji took the puppy to its bed to find the toys, then headed outside to the hall with the clingy puppy. Jiang Jinyan, who was standing at the island counter, wanted to join her. Just as he took a couple of steps outside, the phone rang suddenly.
He took out his phone to check.
It was Jiang Tingsu, who had gone to the overseas branch after the new year and just returned yesterday. He swiped the screen to answer and held the phone to his ear. Tingsu, what's up? On the other end, it seemed he was still outside, with a low wind mixed with his voice.
Bro, I need to talk to you about something.
When are you free? Jiang Jinyan glanced at the dark sky outside. When he looked back, he saw Shin Nanji and the puppy playing in the courtyard outside the hall. Is it about the company project? He asked. Jiang Tingsu nodded.
Yes.
Jiang Jinyan stepped outside.
It's too late today.
Mom and Dad have been asking about you these past few days. Since you're back, you should go see them at the old house today. We can talk about the project tomorrow at the office. Jiang Tingsu had no objections. Okay. After hanging up, Jiang Jinyan stood at the entrance, watching Shin Nanji and the puppy play for a while. Soon, Zhou Lin's call came in again. Jiang Jinyan frowned as he glanced at the phone. Shin Nanji threw a ball for the puppy, but it missed the catch and bumped into Jiang Jinyan, sending the ball flying toward him. He tossed the ball back to the puppy and turned to answer the call. President Jiang, Zhou Lin got straight to the point without any small talk. I need to report something to you. Go ahead. Here's the thing. The overseas branch has informed us that a new bidding project finalized last quarter was set to start this week. However, the second young master, who is responsible for following up on the project, suddenly stopped all cooperation between the branch and the bidding company, halting the project completely. It seemed there was more than one project that had been stopped. According to the information from the overseas branch, besides the main project, there were 4 other projects that also seemed to be halted. Zhou didn't have all the details yet, but he had already sent someone to investigate. He planned to report back with the findings tomorrow morning. However, the project in collaboration with the bidding company is a quarterly project for the branch next month, involving a cash flow of 1 to 2 billion. As soon as he received the news, he immediately called Jiang Jinyan. After listening, Jiang Jinyan frowned slightly, recalling the call he just had with Jiang Tingsu. If he guessed correctly, they were likely talking about the same project. Jiang Jinyan did not order Zhou Lin to inform the branch's senior management to continue working with the bidding company, nor did he directly reject Jiang Tingsu's order to terminate the collaboration as the acting president. He simply asked Zhou Lin, "Which bidding company is it?" Zhou Lin replied, "It seems to be the overseas subsidiary of the Mang family from Huaihai City." Hearing the name Mang family, Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened. Find out what happened in between. After spending some time outside with Tuan Tuan, Shen Nanji came in and noticed Jiang Jinyan's phone seemed to be constantly ringing. She asked, "Is there something going on at the company?" Jiang Jinyan turned off his phone and placed it face down on the table as he walked towards Shen Nanji. "It's nothing serious, just some fluctuations with the branch's project. Tired from playing? Want to go eat?" Shen Nanji nodded happily and followed him to the restaurant. The next day, Shen Nanji returned to school early, while Jiang Jinyan, after dropping her off, headed straight to the Tiancheng headquarters with the driver. When he arrived at the elevator, Jiang Tingsu was already waiting in the president's office. Seeing Jiang Jinyan enter, Jiang Tingsu, who was sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone, quickly stood up and spoke first, "Brother." Jiang Jinyan pointed to the office area, "Come over here." Jiang Tingsu walked over and sat across from the desk. "How long have you been here?" Jiang Jinyan asked his younger brother, who had been abroad for 2 to 3 months. During these months, Jiang Tingsu had matured a lot while abroad, and his temperament had stabilized significantly. However, in front of Jiang Jinyan, he still unconsciously suppressed his rebellious nature, sitting up straight and behaving more formally than he did even in front of Jiang Feng. Especially after impulsively ruining the collaboration between the branch and the bidding company, he felt a mix of respect and fear of being scolded by Jiang Jinyan. As he thought about how to explain the branch's situation to his brother and how to properly apologize for his mistake, Jiang Tingsu heard Jiang Jinyan's question and instinctively adjusted his posture to be as upright as when Shen Nanji was in front of Jiang Jinyan. "I just arrived 5 minutes ago. Did you see Mom and Dad yesterday?" Jiang Jinyan asked Zhou Lin to bring in tea, but didn't rush to discuss the project. "I've met with him." Speaking about family matters eased some of Jiang Tingsu's anxiety. He habitually complained to Jiang Jinyan, "But Dad thinks that my trip abroad after the New Year is just for fun. He keeps trying to instill his values in me while pretending to check on how I'm doing, lecturing me for half the day." Jiang Tingsu vented about his visit to the old house yesterday for a while. After finishing, he paused and brought up the trouble he caused abroad. "There's something I need to tell you, brother. I didn't approve the main project for the branch next quarter. I rejected it." A simple rejection of a project worth nearly 2 billion didn't seem to anger Jiang Jinyan. He glanced at Jiang Tingsu and finished his sentence. "The collaboration with the Meng family?" Jiang Tingsu, who was in the middle of confessing, suddenly stopped speaking and looked up at Jiang Jinyan in surprise. "Brother, you knew?" Jiang Jinyan's reaction was completely unexpected for Jiang Tingsu. Before coming, he had thought for a long time about how to explain that his first major project was ruined due to personal issues. But before he could explain, Jiang Jinyan reassured him. The Jiang family doesn't need partners who rise by stepping on others. Since the collaboration is off, the branch can simply bid for the project next quarter with suitable partners. Although Jiang Tingsu was a bit surprised by this outcome, if given another choice, he would still reject the collaboration between the Meng family and the branch for the quarterly project. With the issue resolved, Jiang Tingsu's anxious heart finally settled. However, the Meng family was becoming increasingly restless. Meng Song believed that the Meng family's decline was mainly due to Meng Shijin offending Shen Nanji at Gu's birthday banquet. So, after learning that Shen Nanji had returned from abroad, he tried every day to create opportunities for Meng Shijin to meet Shen Nanji, hoping his daughter could apologize and improve the Meng family's situation. But Jiang Jinyan and Shen Huayan seemed unwilling to let Shen Nanji get involved with the Meng family. Each time Meng Song suggested going to the Shen or Jiang families to apologize for Meng Shijin, He was politely refused. He also found it difficult to arrange a private meeting with Shen Nanji. Shen Nanji was not like other wealthy young ladies who enjoyed attending various parties and events. The young lady from the Shen family is not interested in the superficial fame and fortune of the outside world. Her daily schedule is so fixed that it leaves no room for any loopholes. She only goes to school or the Yushan mansion. Even when she occasionally visits the Tiancheng group or the Shen group, she is always followed by bodyguards personally arranged by Shen Huayan and Jiang Jinyan. There's no chance for a chance encounter, and no one can get close to her. While Meng Song was stressed out watching the company's stock drop day by day, another unexpected event occurred. In the evening, at the Meng family villa, Meng Song had just returned from the company when he received a call from his secretary. Hearing that the collaboration with a subsidiary has been cancelled, Meng Song, who had just sat down on the sofa, jumped up in shock. His voice immediately rose, drawing the attention of Meng's mother and Meng Shijin in the hall. "What did you say? What do you mean the bidding collaboration was rejected?" The collaboration between the subsidiary and the Tiancheng overseas branch had completed the bidding process. How could it suddenly be invalidated? The secretary's voice was hesitant. It was the second young master of the Jiang family who rejected the contract. We are not clear on the specifics yet, but when the contract was sent to the Tiancheng branch, the acting CEO, the second young master Jiang, rejected it without hesitation and declared that even if the Jiang family does not take on this project, they will not collaborate with the Meng family. Meng Song felt dizzy with anger. He pressed his head, trying to suppress the overwhelming frustration, and hung up the phone without listening to what the secretary had to say next. Meng Song has a son and a daughter. His son, Meng Yan, is the heir he had long decided upon for the group. Since Shen Huayan returned to the country last year and Meng Shijin offended Shen Nanji, causing a significant drop in Meng's stock, Meng Song sent his promising son Meng Yan to the overseas subsidiary to find opportunities abroad. He hoped to establish a foothold there quickly. If one day the Meng family loses its standing in Huaihai, at least the overseas subsidiary would provide an escape route. However, Jiang Jinyan had been abroad for many years, and the overseas market had already been largely monopolized. It would not be easy to carve out a place in an established market. Fortunately, last year, before any conflicts arose, the Meng family subsidiary was fortunate enough to be shortlisted for the bidding with the Tiancheng branch. This project is crucial and could be seen as a lifeline for the Meng family, determining whether they could fully open up the market abroad. Before Meng Yan went to the subsidiary, Meng Songqian repeatedly reminded him to ensure the project proceeded smoothly by any means necessary. Now that the bidding was approved and the contract was finalized, Meng Song thought everything was stable abroad. Who would have guessed that the cooperation would suddenly fall through? Meng Song was so anxious that his hands were shaking as he searched for Meng Yan's number in his contacts, dialing it incorrectly twice before finally getting through. The other end picked up slowly. Just as the call was about to disconnect, someone finally answered. Meng Song felt like a pot of hot oil was poured over his heart. As soon as the call connected, he suppressed his anger and anxiety, quickly asking, what happened with the subsidiary's contract? Why did Secretary Tong say the cooperation was cancelled? Meng Yan, tell me honestly, what is going on? Seeing Meng Song so angry, Meng Mu and Meng Shijin felt a jolt of worry. The villa's hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. However, Meng Yan seemed unconcerned. His voice was heavy with sleep, as if he had just been woken up, and he sounded impatient, almost scolding his father for overreacting. Dad, why are you so worried? What do you mean, why? Isn't it because Jiang Tingsu, the acting president, rejected the contract? Why are you so anxious? This project is a key focus for the Jiang branch next quarter. What does a simple rejection from Jiang Tingsu mean? Dad, are you confused? To cancel a project of this importance, it requires the personal signature of Jiang Jinyan, the true leader of the Jiang family. Do you really think Jiang Jinyan would allow him to act recklessly and just declare a breach of contract? That's nearly 2 billion in projects, a KPI target for the next quarter. How could Jiang Jinyan let him behave like this? Not to mention, given the situation with Shen Nanji, I don't believe there's no tension between them. Jiang Jinian might even use this to take action against him and push him out of the group. Dad, stop overthinking. For a cooperation of this level, Jiang Tingsu's empty rejection doesn't count at all. Meng Yian completely dismissed the issue. Yes, he had a bit too much to drink with his friends that day and carelessly mentioned that when the Meng family rose again, they would definitely deal with Shin Nanji, the daughter of the Shin family, abroad to vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, Jiang Tingsu overheard that conversation. He really had been a bit tipsy. In front of so many friends and brothers, Meng Yian felt the pressure. They all knew about the Meng family's recent troubles. Who wants to be looked down upon by friends who usually bow and scrape? So, after drinking, he spoke too freely, letting his anger out while trying to save face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tingsa happened to pass by and overheard him say, "Once the Meng family rises again, I'll find a chance to bring Shin Nanji over and have some fun." Thinking back on it now, Meng Yian was still furious. Jiang Tingsa barged in and hit him, making him lose face in front of his friends. He was still filled with anger. His father called him furious, demanding to know what happened. Jiang Tingsu was just a privileged young man, relying on his background and Jiang Jinyan's protection to live a carefree life. From the way Jiang Tingsu threw punches, Meng Yian could tell he hadn't completely moved on from Shin Nanji, who was now his sister-in-law. If he were Jiang Jinyan, he would have already secured control of the Jiang family's power and would never give Jiang Tingsu any chance to get close to the group's upper management. Instead, he would use this opportunity to push Jiang Tingsu to the sidelines. Why share power in such a large family business when he could control it all himself? After talking with Meng Song couldn't relax like Meng Yian. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. If Jiang Jinyan had such a limited vision, he wouldn't be able to elevate the Tiancheng group's influence in just a few years. He also couldn't create an overseas yard group that rivaled Tiancheng in market value. No matter how much tension existed between brothers, family would never abandon each other in times of trouble. Moreover, with Jiang Tingsa's methods, even if he was allowed to grow freely in the group, he could never reach Jiang Jinyan's level. Even if Jiang Jinyan handed over the Jiang family's power to Jiang Tingsu, he wouldn't be able to handle it. There was no way Jiang Tingsu could compete for control of the group. He simply didn't have the ability to fight for it. In fact, Meng Yian's words were too naive. If Jiang Jinyan really signed the order to cancel their cooperation, the Meng family would be finished. Feeling uneasy, Meng Song pressed Meng Yian for details about the conflict with Jiang Tingsu, trying to suppress his worries. The Jiang family has strict traditions. Although Jiang Tingsu was rebellious in the past 2 years and made headlines with a celebrity named Su Wu, he has become more composed and responsible in recent months. Normally, he shouldn't be getting into public arguments or fights. However, Meng Yian refused to say much, only claiming that he had a few drinks and there was a minor conflict, nothing serious. Meng Song was furious when he suddenly received a document from his secretary. When he opened it and saw the cancellation notice for the bidding project signed by Jiang Jinyan, his eyes widened in shock. His worst fear had come true, and he trembled, his face pale as paper. On the other end of the phone, Meng Yian, who had not yet received the news and was lounging on the sofa, casually said, "Dad, just relax. The Jiang family won't really refuse to sign this project. Are you still daydreaming?" Meng Song shouted in anger, his forehead veins bulging as he scolded Meng Yian, who was still being disrespectful. If he were in front of him, Meng Song would have hit him hard enough to send him to the hospital. "What have you done?" "The cancellation notice for the Tiancheng headquarters bidding project has come to me. This has alarmed the higher-ups at Tiancheng and directly affected Jiang Jinyan. The cooperation between our families is completely over." Besides the loss of this crucial cooperation, Meng Song was also worried about whether the Meng family would face retaliation from the Jiang family. Previously, the Jiang family had looked down on them, and under the shadow of Shen Huayan and the Shin family, the Meng family was already struggling. If the Jiang family decided to take action against them, the Meng family would be utterly defenseless. In the lounge of the overseas subsidiary, Mang Ian jumped up in disbelief upon hearing Meng Song's words. The color drained from his face as he realized the gravity of the situation. How is that possible? How could Jiang Jinyan allow Jiang Tingsu to cancel the cooperation? Meng Song was so anxious that he wished he could slap this useless son. He had no time to waste and hung up the phone, personally contacting Jiang Jinyan's assistant to try to arrange a meeting. Zhou Lin had already investigated everything and understood Jiang Jinyan's intentions. He didn't give Meng Song the chance to bother their CEO and simply said there was no time for an appointment. News of the cancellation and rebidding for the Tiancheng subsidiary project quickly spread through the network of partners. After handling the important tasks of the group and moving from Beijing to Huaihai City, the Huo Group, led by He Mu, finally had the opportunity to expand its overseas business. He sent someone to monitor the overseas market and received some unexpected good news. Without wasting a moment, he took the bidding proposal issued by Tiancheng and quickly rushed to Hu Jingqing's office. Mr. Hua. In the office, Ren Heng was reporting on work. When he saw He Mu rush in, Ren Heng turned around, thinking that the old man had come for an unexpected inspection. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw He Mu bypass him and place a document in front of Hu Jingqing. Mr. Hua, there's a bidding project available from Tiancheng's overseas branch. What do you think? Hu Jingqing glanced at the document and immediately said, "Prepare the bidding proposal as soon as possible." He Mu understood and quickly responded, hurrying out. Ren Heng was left stunned. Before he could continue reporting on the meeting, Hu Jingqing looked over and said, "You go too. Let's secure this overseas bidding project first." Ren Heng replied in a daze, "Yes, Mr. Hua." The Huo Group acted quickly. While the Meng family was desperately trying to find a way to remedy their situation, news of the Huo family's successful bidding project spread throughout the circle. The Meng family was in turmoil, and Meng Yan, who had boasted and was now facing embarrassment, regretted his words, but no one was there to comfort him, and neither the Jiang nor Huo families paid them any attention. On the day of the successful bid, Hu Jingqing returned to Jinting early. It was just getting dark. As soon as he entered, he saw Gu Qinghe asleep on the sofa in the living room, wrapped in a light blanket while watching a movie. The weather had warmed up recently, but it wasn't warm enough to sleep on the sofa, especially since she was pregnant. After a long time on the sofa, her body wouldn't hold up well. He took off his coat and walked over quietly, standing beside the sofa for a moment. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, Hu Jingqing didn't disturb her. Instead, he slowly bent down, being as gentle as possible, and carefully picked her up. The bedroom was on the 3rd floor. Going up the stairs would likely wake her. Huo Jingqing avoided the spiral staircase and went straight to the elevator. Aunt Wang, seeing this, quickly came over to press the elevator button. Once they reached the bedroom, Huo Jingqing walked to her room, approached the bed, and gently laid her down. Even with the slow movements, as soon as she touched the bed, Gu Qinghe frowned slightly and opened her eyes. When Gu Qinghe suddenly saw Hu Jingqing, she was momentarily stunned, thinking she was dreaming. It wasn't until he looked down at her and their eyes met that she snapped out of her sleepy confusion. Instinctively, she took a step back, almost bumping into the headboard. Hu Jingqing noticed and quickly reached out to support the back of her head. This movement brought them closer together, so close that they could almost hear each other's breaths. Gu Qinghe's nerves tensed up. She steadied herself, sitting up on the bed while glancing around. Realizing she was in her own room and not the living room, she moved her lips and looked at Hu Jingqing, who was standing by her bed. "Did I fall asleep downstairs?" she asked. Hu Jingqing replied with a soft He rolled up the cuffs of his shirt with his long fingers. "Even though it's getting warmer, sleeping on the sofa can lead to catching a cold or putting pressure on your stomach." She nodded, glancing at the clock and noticing it was still not yet 7:30. Hu Jingqing had gradually returned to a normal after-work schedule over the past few days, usually coming back after 8. Today, he was home early. As if sensing her thoughts, he explained, "The company isn't busy right now, so I can come home earlier. Have you eaten dinner?" Gu Qinghe nodded, "I have." Noticing her looking out the window, he assumed she wanted to go for a walk and asked, "Do you want to take a stroll in the yard?" I can accompany you. Gu Qinghe quickly shook her head without hesitation. No, I'm a bit tired. I should take advantage of this drowsiness and sleep for a bit. Huo Jingqing complied, turning to grab a glass of water and placing it on her bedside for her to drink if she got thirsty. Then you rest first.
Call me if you need anything.
He left quickly, remembering to turn off the overhead light and close the door behind him. Gu Qinghe was genuinely tired. After he left, she rubbed her forehead, which was throbbing, and without worrying about the fact that it was still early to sleep, she pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. The lingering drowsiness and the dim, quiet environment made it easy for her to fall asleep again. However, she didn't sleep for long. Before midnight, she was jolted awake by a nightmare. Gu Qinghe was drenched in cold sweat, her breath quickening as she woke up. The curtains in the room were tightly closed, and even the small lamp by the bed was off, leaving the entire room in darkness. In the extreme silence, even her breathing seemed amplified. She sat on the bed, clutching the corner of the blanket in the dark, trying to calm her breathing, but the loud thumping of her heart wouldn't fade away. Along with that, the dream felt unusually vivid and real. Over the past few days, she had been sleeping poorly, likely due to her advancing pregnancy. Either she lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep, or if she did manage to sleep, she would wake up quickly, often having nightmares. As her pregnancy progressed, her anxiety increased, and the ongoing sleep troubles only made it worse. During the day, she often felt tired and restless. After sitting alone in her room for a while, she gradually calmed down. She felt wide awake and knew she wouldn't be able to sleep, so she turned on the light, took a sip of the cold water on her bedside table, and tried to ease the dryness in her throat. She realized that her lack of sleep was affecting her, leaving her feeling foggy during the day. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were unusually clear. With this much energy, she knew she wouldn't be able to fall asleep even if given another 2 hours. Determined, she walked to the sofa, picked up her phone, and scrolled through her WeChat contacts, but it was too late, and everyone was already asleep. After scrolling through, she didn't click on anyone's name. Feeling frustrated, she opened a video app to watch a few videos to pass the time. The next morning at 7, Huo Jingqing left for an early meeting. Around 8:30, Gu Qinghe came downstairs. She had only managed to sleep a little after 3 in the morning, and she felt worse than the previous days. Seeing her pale face, Aunt Wang, who took care of her, approached and asked, "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Gu Qinghe replied gloomily, "I didn't sleep well last night. I feel a bit tired." Knowing she was pregnant, Aunt Wang was concerned and asked, "Should I call Sir and ask him to come home early today?" "No need," Gu Qinghe said, walking to the dining table. She glanced at the breakfast spread, which included her favorites, and it barely lifted her appetite. "I'll just go upstairs and rest for a bit. You can go ahead and do your work, Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang hesitated, but, seeing Gu Qinghe's determination, she looked at her a few times before stepping out. However, she couldn't shake off her worries. Although Gu Qinghe had spent more time in her room than usual over the past few days, she had seemed fine. Today, though, her complexion was noticeably worse. Aunt Wang was cautious. After leaving the hall, she called Himu. This morning, during the first class, Shen Nanji spent some time in the library looking up literature. She thought that Gu Qinghe should be awake by now, so on her way back to the lab, she sent Gu Qinghe 2 messages to ask how she was doing these days. Just after finishing her porridge, Gu Qinghe received Shen Nanji's messages. Not wanting to type, Gu Qinghe quickly initiated a video call. Shen Nanji answered the call. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and most students with early classes were still in class, while those without early classes were mostly still in their dorms. There were hardly any people on the way from the library to the lab. Despite the lack of people, Shen Nanji still took out her Bluetooth headphones to talk to Gu Qinghe. Seeing her best friend's pale face on the screen, Shen Nanji frowned slightly. "Why do you look so pale? Did you not sleep well?" Gu Qinghe sat on the sofa holding a pillow, sighing deeply. "Not only did I not sleep well, but I also kept having nightmares." She sighed again. "Gigi, have you heard of pregnancy anxiety?" I only knew it was a term, but I never thought I would experience it myself one day. Shen Nanji's frown deepened. Qinghe, what are you anxious about? Are you worried about the baby, or about recovering your figure after giving birth? Gu Qinghe paused for a moment, then said gloomily, I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm just anxious about the baby right now. With a long time until the second class, Shen Nanji wasn't in a hurry to go to the lab. She sat for a while in a small pavilion on the tree-lined path, enjoying the birds and flowers while continuing to talk to Gu Qinghe. What are you anxious about regarding the baby? She asked softly. Gu Qinghe leaned back on the sofa, as if finally finding a way to express herself, and poured out her worries to Shen Nanji. I'm worried about whether the baby is healthy, whether I will get through the late pregnancy well, whether the baby's heartbeat is normal, and whether there is a risk of abnormalities. These concerns were clear signs of pregnancy anxiety. Because of her worries, she couldn't stop overthinking, even though these issues might not exist. Don't think too much. Aren't all your checkups normal? The baby is definitely fine. Tomorrow is Saturday. How about I accompany you to take a walk and help you relax? Or, if you're really worried, we can go to the hospital for a checkup? When Aunt Wang called Himu, Huo Jingcheng had not yet returned from the meeting. A few minutes later, as soon as the meeting ended, Himu immediately went to find Huo Jingcheng. Mr. Hua. At the elevator, Himu saw Huo Jingcheng. What's wrong? Huo Jingcheng was talking to Renheng about today's projects. When Himu hurried over, he stopped speaking and looked up. Himu said just now, Jinting called and said that Madam doesn't seem to be feeling well. Mr. Hua, should we send a doctor over or? Huo Jingcheng frowned. He didn't walk forward but handed the project document to Renheng and turned back toward the private elevator. Proceed with the project as discussed in the meeting. I'll go check on her. Renheng quickly took the document. Seeing this, Himu stuffed the files he was holding into Renheng's arms and hurried after Huo Jingcheng. Mr. Hua, I'll drive. Renheng, holding two documents and staring blankly at Himu who took his task, exclaimed, What? Huo Jingcheng went straight down to the basement level. Once in the car, he remembered there was an unremoved camera in the hall. He took out his phone, tapped a few times, and opened the live feed. As soon as he opened it, he heard Gu Qinghe and Shen Nanji talking. Listening to their anxious words about pregnancy, Huo Jingcheng's brow furrowed. He looked down at today's date, mid-pregnancy, weeks 13 to 27, with a prenatal checkup scheduled once a month. This month's checkup was still a day away. But seeing Gu Qinghe's pale face and her anxiety causing sleep issues, Huo Jingcheng pressed his fingers against the edge of the phone and told Himu, who was driving, Contact Dr. Chen. Let's move the checkup up by a day. He glanced at the time and, without waiting for Himu to ask, gave him the specific time, at 10 o'clock. Himu glanced in the rearview mirror and quickly nodded, Yes, Mr. Hua. Having just passed the morning rush hour, Himu drove quickly. By the time Huo Jingcheng returned to Jinting, Gu Qinghe had just finished her call with Shen Nanji. Seeing him return unexpectedly, Gu Qinghe was momentarily stunned. Today is Friday. Why are you back so early? Huo Jingcheng walked toward her, his gaze lingering on her still pale face. Aunt Wang called and said you were feeling unwell. I came to check on you. Gu Qinghe turned to look at Aunt Wang outside and bit her lip, saying, It's nothing serious, just a bit of poor sleep. You didn't need to come back for that. Are you not worried about the baby's development? At this, Gu Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't mentioned anything like that to Aunt Wang. Just now, when she was on the phone with her best friend, there was no one else in the hall, just her. Seeing her look at him with a terrified expression, he pointed to the surveillance camera on the inside of the hall door. There's a camera in the hall. Didn't you know? Gu Qinghe's pupils shrank as she turned to look where he pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small camera that could rotate 360 degrees on the inside of the hall door. She assessed the camera's coverage and realized it could see from the entrance of the hall all the way to the staircase. She was stunned for a moment, unable to respond. When she regained her composure, she turned to Huo Jingcheng and asked, When was this camera installed? Huo Jingcheng sighed softly. It was there from the beginning. The hall's camera and the ones around the courtyard were installed at the same time during the renovation. These internal cameras were only accessible to the owner when they bought the villa. At first, he thought about removing the camera in the hall and had even instructed Huo to do so. But then he remembered she was pregnant, and in case something happened at home when the housekeeper and the nanny were not around, this camera could help detect any accidents. So, he decided to leave it until after she gave birth. He recalled telling the housekeeper to inform her about the camera, but it seemed she was unaware of it. After hearing this, Gu Qinghe looked up the spiral staircase and remembered something else. "There's no camera upstairs, right?" "There's no camera upstairs," he replied. "Besides the ones on the courtyard pillars, this is the only camera inside the entire Deepening." Gu Qinghe felt a bit relieved. Returning to the main topic, noticing she was still sitting on the sofa, Huo Ling gently touched her slightly rounded belly and said, "The baby will be fine. Since the beginning of the pregnancy, we haven't missed any checkups, and all the results have been normal, so there's no reason to worry. But since you're feeling anxious now, let's go to the hospital for another detailed ultrasound and fetal heart monitoring to put your mind at ease." Gu Qinghe hesitated. "Today?" Huo Ling nodded. "Yes, today. Not sleeping well during pregnancy can affect both you and the baby. Since you're already feeling anxious, it's best to resolve it as soon as possible." The hospital for Gu Qinghe's checkup was not too far from Deepening, just a 20-minute drive, and soon they arrived at the hospital entrance. Huo had already arranged everything with the hospital. After Huo Ling and Gu Qinghe arrived, they took the VIP route, and everything went smoothly from the checkup to the results. Perhaps due to pregnancy anxiety, Gu Qinghe felt particularly nervous this time. She had been through several checkups since becoming pregnant, but this time, the anxiety and fear overwhelmed her, causing sleepless nights and restless days. Gu Qinghe furrowed her brows. The gentle voice of the doctor brought her back to the moment. "The baby is healthy, and there are no issues with the heartbeat monitoring or the ultrasound. However, the mother is experiencing significant stress, which has affected her sleep. It's important to find ways to manage this stress." The doctors shared several comforting words about managing the mother's emotions and what to pay attention to next. Huo Ling stayed by Gu Qinghe's side, listening carefully. Noticing her ongoing anxiety, especially after several days of poor sleep, he understood that if she couldn't manage her pregnancy anxiety effectively, it would only worsen over time. After leaving the checkup room, Huo Ling asked Huo to contact a psychologist and take Gu Qinghe upstairs for a consultation, hoping it would help her feel better. Pregnancy anxiety and pre-delivery anxiety are not uncommon. In fact, it's quite common for pregnant women to feel anxious during the second trimester and before delivery, worrying about the baby's health, recovery after childbirth, and even the baby's gender and appearance. The psychologist, Dr. He, was a friendly middle-aged woman who immediately put people at ease. She was also the head of the psychology department at the hospital. When Huo Ling and Gu Qinghe arrived, Dr. He was already waiting for them. Huo had arranged this appointment on short notice, so Dr. He didn't know much about their identities, just that they were an important couple. As soon as they entered, Dr. He greeted them warmly and, noticing Gu Qinghe's baby bump, her expression softened even more. "Feeling a bit anxious during your pregnancy?" Gu Qinghe nodded as she sat down. Dr. He asked, "What specific symptoms of anxiety are you experiencing?" Huo Ling glanced at Gu Qinghe. She frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice, sharing her worries with the doctor. In front of the head of the psychology department, there were many cases of pregnant women experiencing anxiety during their pregnancy. She first comforted Gu Qinghe's emotions and then provided psychological guidance based on what she had said. After speaking, she turned to the man beside the pregnant woman, who looked quite distinguished, and then glanced at Gu Qinghe, saying, "It is normal for pregnant women to experience emotional fluctuations due to hormonal changes. Anxiety and insomnia during pregnancy are also common. At this time, it is important for the pregnant woman to stay calm and maintain a regular routine, and the husband's support is especially important. From a doctor's perspective, I suggest that when there are feelings of anxiety and worry, the expectant father should provide as much companionship and comfort to the expectant mother as possible, as this can effectively alleviate these symptoms. Additionally, as the pregnancy progresses, especially in the later stages, issues like sleep disturbances, anxiety, and leg discomfort may still arise. The husband should spend more time with his wife and help relieve her discomfort, which can positively impact the pregnant woman's emotions. After returning from the hospital, it was already late. Seeing her wanting to retreat to her room, Huo Jingcheng called out to her, "Qinghe." Gu Qinghe stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him from the stairs. "What's wrong?" He took a few steps forward, keeping a distance that was not too far but also not too close to make her uncomfortable. "Do you have any intention of moving in together?" His question was quite sudden. So sudden that Gu Qinghe's eyes widened a bit. Move in together?" He nodded and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. A big part of your emotional fluctuations is due to my lack of care. If you're willing, we can share a room, and I can keep an eye on you." I don't think that's necessary," she quickly rejected without much thought. "I'm used to sleeping alone. Moving in together might be a bit difficult for me." Huo Jingcheng recalled the last time when his grandfather made a surprise visit. They were forced to stay together then, and he hadn't realized how much she struggled with sharing a space. Moreover, after falling asleep, whether it was due to her sleeping position or feeling cold, she would unconsciously move closer to him during deep sleep. He worried that if she woke up and crossed the line she had set for herself, it might affect her mood. So, every morning, he would gently move her back to her side to avoid making her uncomfortable when she woke up. But now she didn't even think about it, and just refused outright. Huo Jingcheng looked at her for a moment, but didn't insist on his idea. After a brief pause, he said, "Since you don't want to live together, how about changing rooms?" Gu Qinghe was confused. Huo Jingcheng continued, "Our rooms are at the ends of the hallway, and there's a long corridor between us. It's not convenient for me to take care of you. If you agree, we can move to rooms that are closer." He paused for a moment before adding, "On your side, besides your room, there's only an unoccupied music room next door. I have many empty rooms on my side. I can have someone clean one for you so you can stay next door. There will be a wall between us, so it won't feel like living together, but it will be close enough for me to take care of you. How does that sound?" Gu Qinghe was slightly silent. She wanted to say that she could manage on her own and didn't need him to spend extra time on her. But she suddenly remembered that she had just come out of the hospital, so her words didn't carry much weight. Moreover, she had just turned down his offer to share a room. If she refused to move next door as well, they would have to spend a considerable amount of time together, and continuously rejecting him didn't seem right. Thinking this over, Gu Qinghe, who initially wanted to shake her head, nodded instead and said, "Okay." Huo Jingcheng made a phone call. "Have someone tidy up now, let's move today." The butler and the others moved quickly. By evening, the room next to Huo Jingcheng was set up as a copy of her previous room. From the sofa to the bedding, and even the noticeable or subtle decorations in the corners, everything was exactly the same as her previous room. At 6:30, after finishing a call with Himu, Huo Jingcheng took Gu Qinghe upstairs. "Since I'm worried you might not feel comfortable, everything in there is exactly like your old room. Let's see if you need anything else." Gu Qinghe walked around the room and, glancing up, noticed the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Seeing that even the chandelier was the same as in her room, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Turning back, she shook her head and told Huo Jingcheng, "No, I don't need anything." Huo Jingcheng stood at the door and didn't come in. "Usually, at Jinting, I'm either in my bedroom or my study. These rooms are all next to each other. If you need anything, just call me or text me."
Gu Qinghe nodded again, "Okay."
Huo Jingcheng spent half a day at the hospital. When he returned, he saw the housekeeper and others arranging the room. This took almost the whole day. He had an important meeting that he couldn't miss, which was pushed to the evening. He didn't have dinner with Gu Qinghe and instructed the nutritionist and chef to prepare meals according to her taste before heading to the company. Gu Qinghe had dinner in the restaurant as usual. Afterward, she went upstairs to video call Shen Nanji. Although she hadn't been going out much lately, she knew that her best friend and Jiang Jinyan's relationship was getting stronger every day. Being considerate, She didn't talk too long, chatting for just over 10 minutes before quickly ending the call before 8, so as not to disturb the couple's evening together. Around 9:30, after lying in bed for an hour without feeling sleepy, Gu Qinghe opened her door and went outside. Her new room was just a wall away from Huo Jingqing's bedroom, with the study directly across from the bedroom. Stepping out, she could see both rooms nearby. Gu Qinghe had visited this side before, and usually both Huo Jingqing's bedroom and study were kept closed. But today, both doors were slightly ajar, with nearly a 10-centimeter gap. Peeking through the gap, she saw the bedroom was completely dark, with no light at all. The study, however, was lit, indicating that Huo Jingqing was in a meeting, and she could hear snippets of French related to company matters. Gu Qinghe studied finance, and she often learned about various foreign languages, including Russian and French, in school. Hearing Huo Jingqing speaking French during the meeting unexpectedly reminded her of being back in class. Their French professor was known for being a master of hypnosis, making students sleepy as soon as the class began, and many would doze off by the end. Listening to the familiar hypnotic tune, Gu Qinghe thought about going downstairs to find some fruit and watch a show to pass the time. The soundproofing in Jinting was excellent, and Huo Jingqing left the door slightly open to keep an eye on her. After standing outside his study for nearly 2 minutes, he surely noticed her presence. Seeing that she neither returned to her bedroom nor went downstairs, Huo Jingqing gestured to the person reporting in French on the video call, signaling a brief pause in the meeting. Outside the door, Gu Qinghe was about to enjoy the soothing sounds to help her sleep when she suddenly noticed the noise inside had stopped. She instinctively turned to look back. At a glance, it perfectly matched the moment when Huo Jingqing opened the door and stepped out. Gu Qinghe paused for a moment. The little spark of drowsiness she had just felt faded away. "Can't sleep?" he asked her. Gu Qinghe turned toward him and nodded slowly a little. Huo Jingqing suggested, "How about I call a massage therapist to help you with some sleep points?" Gu Qinghe hesitated for a moment. She had thought about this method before and had tried it, but it didn't seem to work well. While waiting for her response, Huo Jingqing was already thinking of other ways to help her sleep. Before he could come up with anything, she shook her head and said, "Not for now. I can stay out here for a bit. You should go back to your meeting." Huo Jingqing listened to her words and recalled how she had unconsciously come out of her room and stood outside his study for 2 minutes. He guessed, is it the French language that helps you sleep? Or is it the sound of the meeting? She silently replied, both together. Huo Jingqing. He opened the door and let her in. "Go inside and listen." Gu Qinghe looked around his study, glanced back at him, and then followed him inside. Huo Jingqing found her a new blanket to wrap herself in. Once she settled on the sofa, he returned to his desk and signaled for the meeting to continue. Gu Qinghe, with a keen sense for sleep, wrapped herself in the blanket and leaned back on the sofa, making no sound, just listening to the soothing sound she remembered, gradually feeling drowsy. Nearly 20 minutes passed. After yawning twice, Gu Qinghe lifted the blanket. When he looked over, she pointed to the door and quickly returned to her room. After closing the door and turning off the lights, she collapsed onto her bed and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, she woke up feeling refreshed. Seeing that this method worked for her, Huo Jingqing said nothing but privately instructed Himu to change all future international meetings to online sessions, scheduled between 8 and 9 o'clock. With a psychologist checking in regularly and having found an excellent way to sleep, Gu Qinghe's anxiety gradually lessened day by day. Her spirits improved each day as well. Before long, the May Day holiday arrived. Knowing that girls her age love to have fun, Jiang Jinyan started planning a trip for Shenanji for mid-April. On the day school let out, he arranged everything for Tian Sheng Group and ER Group. The next morning, he took everyone on a flight, along with that little companion who followed them everywhere. Having had real experience flying, Tuan was no longer acting up this time. Instead, he quietly squeezed between Jiang Jinyan and Shenanji, looking out at the scenery. Seeing the stubborn little dog, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the pup with no sense of boundaries and resisted the urge to push it away. He asked the girl in his arms, Gigi, do you want to raise another puppy? Shin-Nanji had no resistance to the chubby little dog. Hearing his words, her eyes lit up, and she turned her gaze from the clouds outside to him, asking how small. He chuckled and gently rubbed her waist, speaking affectionately. Any size is fine. It's up to you. A puppy 1 or 2 months old would be great. As he spoke, he glanced at the Samoyed that seemed to understand, looking over with its owner. Tuan Tuan might feel lonely, with just one dog. We should get another one as a companion. I think it would like that. The little guy understood this time. It whimpered, wagging its tail in protest. Shin-Nanji thought the pup didn't like other dogs, so she dropped the topic, considering it just a joke. However, after 3 days of playing outside, on their way back to Huaihai, they stopped at a hot spring resort. There, she saw Tuan Tuan, who had changed from being clingy, running off to bring back a 1-month-old Samoyed puppy. After soaking in the hot spring half the night, Shin-Nanji woke up late the next day. When she found that the clingy dog was nowhere to be seen, she reluctantly got up to look for it. Outside the resort, she spotted Tuan Tuan dragging the little puppy by the scruff of its neck toward their home. The puppy clearly did not want to come along, and its mother was chasing after them. But this silly dog, whether out of defiance or caution, glanced back at the mother dog and then hurriedly ran away with the puppy. Standing by the fountain at the resort entrance, Shin-Nanji watched the scene unfold, realizing that just a few days ago, when she and Jiang Jinyan mentioned getting another dog, Tuan Tuan had protested loudly. She clicked her tongue, finally understanding that the saying dogs have their own minds was true. Seeing her, Tuan Tuan ran even faster, happily wagging its tail as it dashed toward her, with the little puppy making soft whimpering sounds in its mouth. The mother dog behind stared at the dog thief boldly carrying her puppy home in broad daylight, looking a bit stunned. Especially when she saw the thief, her pace slowed down for a moment, but upon hearing the little puppy's cries, she quickly regained focus and ran a few more steps toward it. Shin-Nanji watched this strange scene of the thief bringing a dog to her and felt an urge to turn and leave. However, her own puppy had no sense of the situation. Instead, it seemed to think this was a proud moment. It rushed over, dropped the Samoyed puppy in front of her, and then raised its head, quickly and carefully pointing with its paw at the frightened little puppy curled up on the ground. Its expression seemed to say, "Quick, pick it up. I brought you this dog." Shin-Nanji. The mother dog hesitated and stopped about 10 meters away in front of the fountain, unsure whether to chase after her puppy. The little pup was clumsily trying to get up and find its mother, but the thief wouldn't let it go. Every time it took a couple of steps toward its mother, the thief would pull it back. "Shuehua," from the end of the tree-lined path, a worried voice called out. As the mother dog was anxious to reclaim her puppy and hesitated to approach, she heard the call, wagged her tail slightly, and stopped in her tracks. Shin-Nanji looked over at the sound. It was an elderly man with some white hair, looking fit and energetic, dressed like an old caretaker from a villa community. People who could live in such a place were not to be trifled with. If Shuehua bit someone, it would definitely cause trouble, and Mr. Lin was hurrying over quickly. As he rushed over, he called out for Shuehua, urging it not to move. Hearing the familiar voice, the mother dog wagged her tail and ran a few steps toward the old caretaker. Seeing her approach, Mr. Lin felt relieved. He patted her head, his loving gaze turned toward Shin-Nanji, and then he walked over, with his Samoyed mother following closely behind him. Watching this scene, Shin-Nanji felt even more strongly that she was an accomplice in stealing a dog, caught red-handed by its owner. She wanted to grab her puppy's ear and scold it. But before she could make a move, the kind-looking old man approached, smiled at the puppy chosen by her pet, and then looked at her with a warm expression, introducing himself. "I am the butler of the villa over there. My last name is Lin. I take care of these dogs. Is Snowflake okay? Did it hurt you?" Snowflake is the name of the mother dog. Shin-Nanji shook her head repeatedly. No. My dog brought back a puppy." As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the puppy chosen by her pet, intending to return it. Old Lin noticed her intention and quickly stopped her. "There are several more puppies at home. If you can take care of a Samoyed this well, Young lady, you must really like puppies. If you like this one, feel free to take it. Shin Nanji, who had already prepared a basket of apologies for returning the puppy, was taken aback. Old Lin explained, Snowflake is the family dog. The owner has been busy with work and rarely comes back. I take care of the villa and Snowflake. Actually, we didn't plan for Snowflake to have puppies, but by the time we realized it, she was already pregnant and had 6 puppies at once. Since the owner is rarely here and there aren't many staff to help, we intended to find 2 loving families to give some away. Young lady, if you like, you can take one. He pointed to the chubby little puppy in Shin Nanji's arms and continued, this villa area is quiet and secluded, with few outsiders. It's hard to find good families to give them to. This puppy is the first one we are giving away. If you like it, there are 5 more at home that you can choose from. After the meeting, Jiang Jinyan came down from the 2nd floor. As soon as he came out, he saw his wife holding a puppy and talking to old Lin from the Chin family next door. Shin Nanji didn't come often and didn't know this old butler, who had worked for the Chin family for a lifetime, but Jiang Jinyan was familiar with Chin Sheng, the heir of the Chin family, and knew old Lin as well. Old Lin naturally recognized Jiang Jinyan. In this villa area, there were only a few families who could afford to buy such large villas, so knowing the identities of the neighbors was essential for a butler in such a wealthy household. Not to mention that the Jiang family and the Chin family often cooperate in business. Actually, when he was chasing after Snowflake in this direction, he recognized that this was Jiang's private villa. However, he rarely went out and didn't surf the internet much, so he wasn't familiar with Shin Nanji's identity. Since she could stay in Jiang Jinyan's personal villa, she was likely the young lady from the Shin family who had just married into the Jiang family. But since he had never seen her, old Lin was worried about making a mistake. If she was just a distant relative of the Jiang family, calling her Mrs. Jiang might lead to an awkward situation if he was wrong. Then Jiang Jinyan came over from behind. Uncle Lin. Old Lin looked over, his smile growing wider. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Jinyan walked over to Shin Nanji and glanced at the Samoyed puppy in her arms. He looked up and nodded slightly to old Lin, introducing her. This is my wife. Old Lin smiled and looked over. So she really is Mrs. Jiang. I had a feeling earlier, but I wasn't sure and didn't dare to say anything. After they chatted for a while, the conversation quickly returned to the dog. After hearing about his silly dog sneaking into someone else's doghouse to steal a puppy, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the wagging-tailed Tuan sitting obediently on the ground and asked Shin Nanji, Do you like this puppy? If you do, you can keep it. Shin Nanji's mouth twitched as she looked at the mother dog, Snowflake, next to old Lin. Maybe we should let Snowflake take the puppy back first. The puppy was so small, looking like it was just a month old. She was worried that Tuan might steal the puppy in front of its mother and get into trouble later. Shin Nanji returned the puppy to its mother, but just 2 hours later, Tuan stole it again. Shin Nanji recognized that it was the same little puppy. This time, Tuan was running ahead with the puppy in its mouth, while the mother dog chased after them, stopping and starting. Behind her, several fluffy, white Samoyed puppies were following in a line. Shin Nanji looked at her silly dog with a complicated expression. Then she looked at the line of puppies behind their mother, puzzled as to why Tuan only wanted to steal this one. After a few rounds of stealing and returning the puppy, in the evening, Shin Nanji was holding a fruit platter under the sunshade in the villa's courtyard, ready to enjoy the sunset. Just as she was about to sit down, she heard a few faint barks outside. She put down the fruit platter and went out to look. At a glance, she saw the little puppy that had come back again. Next to it was a mother dog. This time, it wasn't taken back by her mischievous puppy, but delivered by the mother dog herself. When she came out, Snowflake raised her front paw and pointed at her puppy, which had been stolen several times by the puppy thief. With a mix of helplessness and seriousness, she nudged the puppy towards Shin Nanji. A soft bark made her intention to give the puppy to her very clear. This time, old Lin came along too. Unlike the first time when he anxiously chased behind, worried that Snowflake might bite someone, he was relaxed and calm this time. It seemed he had expected this outcome after witnessing the puppy being stolen multiple times right in front of Snowflake. At first, when Snowflake saw such a bold thief in broad daylight, she was surprised and immediately chased after it, forgetting about her other puppies that were still nursing. But after it happened 3 or 4 times, she was at a loss for words. Later, when she saw the thief running away with her puppy again, she merely lifted her head to glance at it, too lazy to chase. In the end, when she saw the thief being locked in a cage by its owner and unable to escape, Snowflake simply decided to bring her stolen puppy back herself. That evening, in the villa's hall, old Lin personally delivered a dog bed. Shin Nanji looked at the little puppy, which was as speechless as its mother at the sight of the thief, and at Tuan Tuan, who was excitedly leaning down to the puppy, wagging its tail and barking loudly, clearly more mature than the hungry little puppy. Shin Nanji fell into deep thought. The puppy stubbornly brought back a dog, and Jiang Jingnian personally called Shinsheng to inform him. After hanging up, he walked over to stand beside Shin Nanji, watching this silly creature, which had found itself a playmate through its persistent efforts, and felt a bit speechless. Jiang Jingnian, unable to bear watching the foolish dog's antics, commented with a light click of his tongue, "It really did find a playmate after all." On the last day of the holiday, Jiang Jingnian and Shin Nanji returned to Huaihai City. As soon as they landed, Shin Nanji received a message from Shun Huayan. Seeing the unread message that said, "Back from vacation? Come to the company," Shin Nanji suddenly remembered that she had been enjoying herself so much these past few days that she forgot to review the new materials she had received half a month ago. Go upstairs and find those 2 company documents buried under a pile of experimental data. On the way to the Shun group, Shin Nanji was cramming and reviewing the papers. However, the documents her brother gave her were too thick. Even with her all-nighter energy from the experiments, she only managed to skim through one by the time she arrived at the company. She hadn't even looked at the other one. Shin Nanji felt a throbbing in her temple, especially when she got out of the car and heard a ding from WeChat with a new message. "Did you finish reading those 2 documents? Remember to bring them." That meant they would be checked. Shin Nanji's eyelids began to twitch. Looking at the message, and then at the unread booklet in her hand, she lingered in the parking lot. It was only when Shun Huayan sent another message that she bravely pressed the button for the elevator to the top floor. Qin Li happened to be there today. As soon as Shin Nanji stepped out of the elevator, she ran into Qin Li coming from the secretary's office. Seeing her, Qin Li teased her with a playful look that had a hint of flirtation. "Gigi, how was your honeymoon? Did you have any big discoveries?" Shin Nanji cleared her throat and slightly avoided eye contact, mumbling, "Not really. Just unexpectedly got a puppy." Qin Li asked, "That's it?" Shin Nanji shook her head, "That's all." Qin Li seemed surprised. "You and Jiang Jingnian went out specifically and didn't explore? Just got a dog?" Shin Nanji remained silent. "TSK." Qin Li exclaimed, "Such a great holiday, and you 2 spent it on a dog. What a waste." She looked regretful. "I didn't message you these days to avoid interrupting your time together. If I had known you were just picking a dog, I would have taken you out for fun. I guarantee you would have had a great time. In the end," she added, "and I would even get you another dog." After a pause, Qin Li quickly continued, "During the Dragon Boat Festival, come out with me, and I'll make sure you have an experience that feels like 10 days in just 3. Shin Nanji nodded eagerly, Okay. After wrapping up that topic, with a mix of nervousness and curiosity, she glanced towards the president's office and quietly asked Qin Li, "What about you and my brother? How's it going? Any real progress?" Qin Li rolled her eyes and waved the large stack of documents she was holding. 5 days, this much progress is not bad, right? Shin Nanji was stunned. Qin Li couldn't bear to mention the intense overtime work of the past few days. The amount of work done during the 5-day holiday was more than what she had accomplished in half a month. Shin Nanji looked at the stack of documents. Then she glanced at the 2 reports in her hands. Suddenly, she realized that her brother was actually quite considerate towards her. At least he gave her half a month before assigning her these 2 tasks. Qin Li, holding a pile of documents, glanced towards the president's office and couldn't find the words. giving a thumbs up instead. With a tone of deep admiration, she said, "It's no wonder your brother can bring Shun Corporation back to its peak in such a short time. Now I understand why you say he has no hobbies other than work." With a leader who works over 15 hours a day even during holidays, the company would have to thrive. "Are you still pursuing him?" Shin Nanji asked quietly. Qinli was persistent. "I am. If I can't catch him, that's fine, but giving up halfway is not my style." Shin Nanji wasn't in a hurry to enter the president's office since she hadn't finished reviewing the materials. While talking to Qinli, she hadn't said much when she saw her brother coming from the other side of the corridor, accompanied by Fong Jing, who was holding documents. Shin Nanji thought he was heading to a meeting, her eyes brightening with anticipation as she asked, "Brother, do you have something to attend to?" Shun Huayan glanced at her. He didn't rush to respond. Turning to Fong Jing, he instructed, "Follow the plan we discussed earlier," before walking over. He looked at her a few times, and in response to her hopeful gaze, he slowly said, "I'm not going out. Fong Jing said you arrived at the office half an hour ago. Since I hadn't seen you, I thought my sister was stuck in the elevator and came to look for you." Shun Nanzi's anticipation faded. The brightness in her eyes dimmed a bit, and the smile on her lips stiffened as she awkwardly said, I just ran into Sister Qin, and I was talking to her." As her words trailed off, she glanced at Qinli. Her eyes clearly conveyed, "Sister Qin, my brother is free now. It's a good time to pursue him." Receiving her look, Qinli quickly took a step back. She was already exhausted from the workload over the past 5 days. If she stayed any longer, she felt she might collapse. Timing was crucial when it came to pursuing someone. With her energy drained from 5 consecutive days of overtime, she dared not remain there any longer. Without waiting for Shinanji to assist, Qinli, eager to escape, spoke up first. "I still need to explain the report I have, Gigi. I'll head back now, and we can chat tomorrow." After saying this, she quickly pressed the elevator button and hurried downstairs with her documents. Shun Nanji was taken aback. She swallowed the words she hadn't had time to say before the elevator doors closed in front of her. Shun Huayan adjusted his cuffs, glanced at her, and said calmly, "Is no one chatting anymore?"
"Come in with me."
Shin Nanji tightened her grip on the documents and reluctantly followed Shin Huayan back to the president's office. "Have you finished reading those 2 reports?" In the office, Shin Huayan set aside the files on his desk and raised his hand to ask for the 2 reports. Feeling a bit nervous, Shin Nanji quietly handed them over. Shin Huayan flipped through a few pages while sitting in his office chair and asked her, "Did you finish reading them?" Shin Nanji sat in another chair, her gaze drifting as she replied, "Well, I guess it's okay. I should have finished reading them." Hearing her uncertain response, Shin Huayan looked at her and paused his flipping. "Should? Can I be randomly checked?" Shin Nanji felt a bit anxious, straightened her back, and glanced at the report he was flipping through, saying, "The one below is fine." Shin Huayan. He rubbed his brow. Noticing her hesitant tone, he set the report down and didn't press her. "Then take it back and keep reading. We'll discuss it next week." Caught off guard by his words, Shin Nanji paused for a moment. She was a bit surprised, so, "No random check. You haven't finished reading, so what should I check?" Worried he might change his mind, Shin Nanji quickly took the 2 reports from in front of him, not forgetting to flatter him. "My brother is just so easy to talk to." Shin Huayan leaned back in his office chair, watching his sister suddenly brighten up and relax, almost laughing in disbelief. Seeing her shower him with compliments, he handed her 2 documents from the side. "Don't rush to praise me. Take some real action and read the documents you need." Suddenly silenced Shin Nanji. Shin Nanji was held at Shin Group for over 2 hours. By the time she returned, it was almost dark. Jiang Jinyan, who had gone to a meeting at Tiancheng headquarters, was already back. After dinner, Shin Nanji saw a message from Gu Qinghe. While watching the puppies play on the lawn in the backyard, she chatted with Gu Qinghe. After talking for a while about the holiday, Shin Nanji asked Gu Qinghe about her recent health. "Have you been feeling better these days?" In the living room, Gu Qinghe nodded enthusiastically, lounging on the sofa. Much better. I found a great method to help me sleep, so I've been sleeping well lately. The two chatted for a while. When Gu Qinghe heard her friend say that Tuan Tuan brought home a puppy from the hot spring resort, she even opened a video call to show Shin Nanji the little Samoyed, the second puppy raised at Yushan Mansion. Seeing that Tuan Tuan's puppy, over 6 months old, was still less mature than a 1-month-old puppy, Gu Qinghe exclaimed, "I thought Tuan Tuan would be jealous of having another puppy." Shin Nanji, sitting on a lounge chair in the backyard, rested her forehead on her hand while holding her phone, watching the two puppies chase each other on the lawn, and couldn't help but smile. It was stolen from its mother 4 or 5 times before it was brought home. It really treasures it. Around 8:10, they ended the call. Just as Gu Qinghe was about to go upstairs, she saw Huo Ling coming back from outside, still on the phone, likely handling work matters. Upon seeing her, he told the person on the other end to hold on a moment, then turned to her and said, "There's a meeting in the study in 10 minutes.
Want to join?"
Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. He didn't take the stairs, probably to avoid her following him, and went straight to the elevator, pressing the button. Gu Qinghe grabbed her phone and followed him. When they arrived at the study, she confidently walked to the sofa. The sofa in his study originally matched the black and white color scheme, but after her 3rd visit to borrow space for sleep, he replaced it entirely. Now, the sofa was the same as the one in her bedroom, soft, comfortable, and youthful. However, it clashed with the overall style of his study. This unique sofa looked quite out of place. But despite its oddness, for Gu Qinghe, this familiar sofa was truly effective for sleep. The next day, when Gu Qinghe woke up and went downstairs, she was surprised to see Huo Ling still at Deepening. She instinctively glanced at the clock, realizing it was almost 9. Before she could ask why he wasn't going to the office, he spoke first. "There's a project at the company that requires me to be away for 2 days. Can you manage on your own? Or I can take you back to your family home." Gu Qinghe was a bit surprised, but after a moment, she nodded gently at his second question. "I can manage on my own. If you want to go back home, I can just return by myself. You can go on your business trip." As soon as she said this, Gu Qinghe suddenly remembered that when Huo Ling left, her sleep aid also went with him, and her pleasant mood from a good night's sleep faded a bit. She bit her lip and asked him, "Will you be back by the evening of the 3rd day?" Huo Ling nodded. "Yes, I can be back in Huaihai City by that afternoon." He then picked up the tablet he had prepared and handed it to her, continuing, "I'll be away for 2 nights. This tablet has 2 recorded meeting audio files in French. Play 1 each night when you go to sleep, and by the 3rd night, I'll be back at Deepening." Gu Qinghe was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect him to prepare something like this. The joy she had just lost seemed to return instantly. She couldn't help but smile as she took the tablet. Huo Ling then explained her daily routine for the next 2 days. "I've arranged everything with a nutritionist, family doctor, and housekeeper. If you go back home, the nutritionist will follow you. If you stay here, they will take good care of you." Gu Qinghe nodded eagerly, "Okay." Huo Ling didn't stay long. The flight was almost ready. After discussing the plans for the next 2 days with Gu Qinghe, he left Deepening with He Mu and Renheng. Her parents were on vacation during the May Day holiday and wouldn't be back until tomorrow afternoon. Her brother was at home, but the Gu family was busy lately. He was also working long hours, and as a pregnant woman, she felt she would only add to his burden if she went over. It was better for her to stay at Deepening. With a tablet Huo Ling left behind, Gu Qinghe felt much more at ease. She wasn't hungry yet after just waking up, so instead of going straight to breakfast, she sat on the sofa and called Shin Nanji for a video chat. As soon as the call connected, she saw her best friend dressed and packing her notebook. Not wanting to interrupt, she asked, "Gigi, are you going out?" Shin Nanji placed her phone on the stand in front of the sofa, quickly packed her notebook and 2 notepads she usually used, and reviewed with Qinghe. "Go to school for a bit. There's something we need to attend to in the group chat. We meet at 10. Did they say what it's about?" Shin Nanji replied, "No, Professor Lin sent the message early this morning, just said to come for a meeting." Gu Qinghe glanced at the time. It wasn't too early, for 10 o'clock. She didn't chat much with Shinonji and quickly prepared to hang up. Then you go ahead. I won't keep you. We can talk later this afternoon. Shinonji nodded. Okay, it's just a meeting, it shouldn't take long. I'll head to school first. As she came down the stairs with her bag, Zhang Jinyan had just returned from an early meeting at the company. Seeing her getting ready to go out, he asked, Aren't you free this morning? Shinonji quickly walked down the last few steps. I'm free, but there's a sudden meeting in the department that I need to attend. I'll give you a ride. She asked, Aren't you busy after this? Zhang Jinyan took the bag from her. Not busy. I only had one early meeting, and it's over now. When Shinonji arrived at the physics department's lab building, her senior, Tian Xiao, and others had already gathered. A few early arrivals were discussing the topic of today's sudden meeting. Brother Du Rue, who usually handled various forms for the department and communicated with Professor Lin about the lab's progress and other details, entered the room. The others looked at him eagerly. Brother Du, do you have any inside information about what this meeting is for? Everyone who was called by Professor Lin had now arrived. Du Rue looked around and, without hesitation, said, I heard a bit. It seems to be related to the research lab. Tian Xiao and Shinonji sat together. Hearing this, Tian Xiao whispered while linking arms with her junior, Could it be another international seminar? Following the group message, they arrived at the meeting room right at 10 o'clock. Soon, Professor Lin and Dean Hao arrived. Professor Lin didn't go on stage. He exchanged a few words with Dean Hao before sitting down, while Dean Hao took the podium. The attendees of this small meeting were all top students from the physics department, the best of the best from their entrance exams. Dean Hao didn't give a lengthy opening speech. Looking at these outstanding students with pride and satisfaction, he stated directly, The reason for this sudden meeting is that there's a rare academic research opportunity, and we want everyone to participate. After the last international seminar, top physicists from around the world have jointly established a research institute. Our school, along with several other top universities and renowned institutions abroad, will send some of our most experienced physics professors to form a research team to tackle important physical experiments together. This is a rare opportunity for everyone to access the best resources and experts from various universities, but the institute will be located in Countryar for now. Dean Hao looked at the group of students below him. You are the carefully selected talented students of our department. This research institute will greatly benefit you. If anyone is interested, please fill out an exchange student application form later to study abroad at the institute for 1 year and return home after that. Dean Hao continued to discuss many details about the research institute. By the end of the meeting, an hour had passed, and everyone left the conference room with a blank application form in hand. The students were excitedly discussing the opportunity, with some saying it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance not to be missed, while others felt the news came too suddenly and were unprepared for a year-long commitment. Shinonji looked down at the application form in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. Noticing her silence, Tian Xiao, who was very interested in the research institute, paused and asked, Junior sister, are you interested in going? She replied, This is a rare opportunity, and you are the most talented among us. If you go, you will definitely benefit greatly. Before Shinonji could respond, Professor Lin's assistant came over and called her to the professor's office. Shinonji handed the application form to Tian Xiao, saying, Senior sister, please take this back to the lab for me. I will find you later. Tian Xiao nodded eagerly. You go to the professor first. Dean had already left, and only Professor Lin was in his office reviewing materials. As soon as she entered, he pointed to a nearby sofa with a friendly demeanor, inviting her to sit down. Nanji, what do you think about the Physics Research Institute that the dean just mentioned? I am still thinking about it. Professor Lin nodded in understanding. It was natural to take some time to think about such sudden news. Take your time to think it over, Professor Lin said. This Physics Research Institute in Country R is a great opportunity for growth. It will just be a bit long from this September to next September. Other students in the department, including Professor Lin, were not worried. They were all passionate about physics and experiments, and such opportunities were not to be missed. Only Shinonji was different. As his most outstanding student, he secretly hoped she could join as well. This opportunity, with a year of training, would provide her with more growth than her 3 years at Huaihai University. However, she had the powerful Jiang family behind her. Before this small meeting, Dean Hao had privately discussed this matter with him several times. A year apart might not seem long, but for Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan, a newlywed couple married for only 6 months, it felt significant. The Jiang and Shin families were both top-tier families, unlike ordinary people. They had been debating whether to meet with Assistant Zhou Lin to discuss this with Jiang Jinyan beforehand. But in the end, neither of them had the courage to tell Jiang Jinyan that they wanted to take his wife abroad for a whole year. In the office, Professor Lin felt a headache just thinking about how Dean Hao had left him with the difficult task of convincing Mr. Jiang. He sighed inwardly and looked at his most promising student, choosing his words carefully. Nanji, think this over. There's no rush. Just give me your answer before the exchange student application period ends.
And
He paused, talk it over with Mr. Jiang.
a year is not a short time.
Shin Nanji understood his meaning. I will think it through. After leaving Professor Lin's office, Shin Nanji went to Tian Shao to collect the application form. On her way back to Yushan Mansion, she held the form tightly and felt a bit lost in thought. Jiang Jinyan was on a call with company executives, and Zhou Lin was nearby. When Shin Nanji entered the hall and saw him busy, she hesitated for a moment, thinking about what she wanted to say, but ultimately decided to keep it to herself. At 7 in the evening, after dinner, Jiang Jinyan went to his study for a multinational meeting for each at our group. Shin Nanji went to the backyard lawn as usual to play with the 2 little ones. She was preoccupied with thoughts of going abroad and found herself distracted while playing. Tuan Tuan nudged her sleeve with its mouth several times, urging her to throw the ball for them. The mansion had various lights and lampposts from the front yard to the back. As it got darker, the lights grew brighter. Surrounded by 2 playful pups, Shin Nanji stayed in the backyard until nearly 8 o'clock. When she returned to the hall and spent over half an hour watching a show on her tablet to distract herself, around 8:30, Jiang Jinyan came down from the upstairs after meeting. Seeing she hadn't gone up yet, he went to the island counter to get some water and asked the girl, who was holding a tablet in one hand and petting a dog with the other, "Did you play with them for an hour and a half?" Shin Nanji silently glanced at the 2 pups sitting neatly on the ground, looking up at her. She withdrew her hand from their heads, cleared her throat softly, and slowly replied, "Not really. I spent over half an hour watching a show." Jiang Jinyan poured 2 cups of water and brought one to her. "Do you want some water?" Shin Nanji set down her tablet and took the cup, holding it in her hands. Did the meeting finish? Under the bright chandelier, she looked up at the man, whose cold demeanor hadn't completely faded, her voice soft. Jiang Jinyan brought the cup to his lips, took a sip, and nodded. It's done. There was no one else in the hall. The butler and others had already returned to the staff quarters. Thoughts of the meeting about going to a physics research institute abroad for a year resurfaced in Shin Nanji's mind. She tightened her grip on the cup, her eyes flickering, her delicate lips pressed together as she spoke softly. There's something I want to discuss with you.
You can say it.
The light from the crystal chandelier cast a small shadow under his eyelids. Jiang Jinyan swallowed a sip of warm water, his deep gaze resting on the girl sitting cross-legged on the sofa, wrapped loosely in a light blanket. Shin Nanji touched her nose, her eyes drifting away from his, avoiding direct contact, her long eyelashes fluttering unconsciously. Her voice felt like it was getting lower. Today at the school meeting, there's an opportunity at a physics research institute in Country R. If I go, I might need to be away for a while. Jiang Jinyan's hand paused on the rim of the cup. In the brief silence of the hall, he watched the girl who wouldn't meet his gaze and slightly parted his lips. How long? He asked. A month or 2 months? Shin Nanji replied, a year. The air around them fell completely silent. Shin Nanji felt as if the deep, dark gaze from the side seemed almost tangible. Even Tuan Tuan and Xiao Tuanzi felt that something was off. The clever Tuan Tuan gently grabbed the little cub by the neck and quickly led her Samyad back out of the hall. Jiang Jinyan laughed in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the sofa, who was drinking water with her head down. Her dark eyes were so deep that even light couldn't them. Gigi, are you discussing this with me? Shin Nanji's heart skipped a beat. She tightened her grip on the cup, not looking up, and quietly replied, "Isn't that what we're doing?" Jiang Jinyan set down his cup and walked over to her. Is it a discussion or a notification? She had already made up her mind. If she weren't a little afraid of him, her response would have been to slam the application to study abroad on the table and directly tell him she wanted to live apart for a year across the ocean. Shin Nanji felt a bit unsure. Just when she thought he would refuse her request to live apart right after getting married, he sat across from her and asked, "When are you going?" Shin Nanji's eyelashes fluttered. She tried to decipher his tone for any sign of agreement or disagreement, but unfortunately, she couldn't tell. She replied obediently, "I'll go in September and return in September next year." Jiang Jinyan didn't say anything else. Shin Nanji waited for a long time, but he didn't say she couldn't go. She quietly looked up at him. "You don't oppose it?" Jiang Jinyan looked at her directly, his lips curling slightly as he tossed the question back to her. "Is it useful for me to oppose?" Our Gigi has already decided to go, hasn't she? Shin Nanji relaxed her grip on the cup a little, but still worried he might be upset. "You're not angry, right? Is your husband really that petty?" To keep Jiang Tai by his side, he would stop her from pursuing her passions? Shin Nanji's fingers, which had been tightly gripping the cup, instantly relaxed, and she placed it on the table. Jiang Jinyan beckoned her over, patting his lap. "Come here." A smile crept onto her lips, and the tension she had felt all day finally eased as she lifted the blanket and walked toward him, her waist softening as he pulled her into his embrace. Shin Nanji intended to sit on his lap, but before she could, he pulled her forward, causing her to fall onto him. With his strong arms around her, Jiang Jinyan looked at her, and with his other hand, he gently brushed his fingers over her lips, reminding her, "You can go for as long as you want, but Gigi, you must not forget what you promised me." Shin Nanji quickly realized what he was reminding her of. She nodded repeatedly and promised, "Don't worry, I am very aware of my married status and will never stray." His tone was casual as his hand rested beside her lips and then slid down to her ankle, as if it were just a joke. "If that day comes, just use a chain to keep me here day and night." As he said this, his palm firmly rested on her ankle. The coolness of his fingers made Shin Nanji shiver slightly. She leaned closer to him, assuring him of her moral values and commitment to her marriage. Early the next morning, Shin Nanji submitted her completed application to Professor Lin. Seeing the application, Professor Lin smiled and quickly placed it with the stack of applications from her senior classmates. He then looked up at Shin Nanji and asked, "Have you discussed it? Is everything okay at home?" Shin Nanji, noticing that her mentor was more focused on collecting her application than asking her this question, replied, "Yes, we discussed it, and it's fine for us to go together." Professor Lin let out a sigh of relief. His tone was much lighter than the day before.
Great.
"Then prepare with your seniors. After the summer break, I'll take you all in September." As Shin Nanji left Professor Lin's office, she hadn't even returned to the lab when she ran into Tian Xiao, who was hurrying down the hallway. Upon seeing her, Tian Xiao rushed over, excitedly asking, "Junior sister, can we go together?" Shin Nanji smiled brightly. "Yes, we can go together. I've submitted the application." Tian Xiao was so happy she could almost jump. "That's wonderful. All of us seniors are going, not a single one missing." According to the high-level decisions made in the meeting, Zhou sent several key projects for the next quarter to the president's office, requesting the order of project initiation and asking Jiang Jinyan to sign. When he entered, the vice president in charge of the A country branch was reporting on the bidding project with the Huo Corporation. Zhou was very perceptive, holding the documents and waiting quietly without interrupting. After about 10 minutes, once the vice president finished, Zhou nodded to him and then approached Jiang Jinyan with the documents, needing a signature. President Jiang. He placed the project proposal on Jiang Jinyan's desk and said, "These are the quarterly projects from several branches discussed in the meeting. Which one do you want to prioritize first?" These projects were directly coordinated by Huo Ling with the general managers and vice presidents of each branch. As Jiang Jingnian's most experienced assistant, he was well aware of each branch's situation. Given the different focuses of the headquarters and the branches, he thought Jiang would surely prioritize the subsidiary in Country A. After all, Jiang had spent the most time there while expanding the market overseas, and among all the branches, the one in Country A was the most valued. However, he was surprised when Jiang quickly scanned the project proposals and then focused on the one from Country R instead of Country A. Jiang pointed at the project report from the senior board member of Country R and said, "Let's start with this one." Huo Ling was a bit taken aback. But what surprised him even more came next. Additionally, Jiang Jingnian said, closing the signed project proposal and handing it to him with a cool tone, "Have the senior board members from Country R follow up on these projects and pause the others for now." Huo Ling took the document, and his expression changed when he saw what it was. "But if we do this, the headquarters focus for the coming year might gradually shift towards the Country R branch." Jiang rubbed his forehead and said nothing, simply replying, "Just go ahead and do it." Huo Ling didn't dare to argue, and quickly left with the documents. He was puzzled. These projects were crucial and required Jiang Jingnian's personal attention. If Jiang didn't oversee the Country R branch like he had done in Country A in previous years, the Country R branch might not be able to handle projects of this level. This confusion lingered until the next day. While discussing recent project changes with colleagues in the secretariat, when Country R was mentioned, another secretary suddenly said, "We've had quite a bit of contact with Country R recently. I heard that our president's wife will also study there for a year." What a coincidence! Upon hearing this, Huo Ling, who had been puzzled about Jiang Jingnian's project shift, suddenly understood why Jiang was redirecting the group's focus towards Country R. Today, there were no extra activities at school, so around 4 in the afternoon, Shin Nanji returned from Huaihai University. Jiang Jingnian has a meeting tonight, so he will be home late. Shin Nanji, not wanting to go home alone, left school and went straight to Tiancheng Group. However, trouble was waiting for her. Just as she parked her car and was heading to the exclusive elevator to the top floor, Meng Shijin suddenly called out to her, startling Shin Nanji. She turned around to see Meng Shijin, the daughter of the Meng family, looking haggard and unwell, standing a few meters away. The last time Shin Nanji saw her was at the baby shower for Sheng Mayan's child, where she noticed that Meng Shijin didn't look as glamorous as usual, and even her usual followers were missing. Seeing her today, from her overall state to her clothing style, it was clear that she was not even close to the Meng Shijin of a few years ago, and even compared to the last baby shower, she looked much worse. Anyone who saw her might think the Meng family was going bankrupt. At this moment, Shin Nanji had no idea that she was right. The Meng family really was facing bankruptcy. To be precise, it wasn't a strict bankruptcy, but the Meng family had lost all footing in Huaihai City. All their businesses were hanging by a thread, and they could collapse at any moment, either tonight or tomorrow morning. The Meng family subsidiary, which held most of their hopes in Country A, had also become a lost cause due to Meng Yan's reckless actions. Meng Song was now putting all remaining hopes into selling off assets in Huaihai City, holding on to the last bit of their retreat, and making a final struggle to maintain a foothold in Country A. However, neither Jiang Jingnian nor Shen Huayan had shared this with Shin Nanji. Before the May Day holiday, Shin Nanji was busy with experiments at school, and after the holiday, she was occupied with arrangements for studying at a physics research institute in Country R. She had no time to hear rumors, and she was almost completely unaware of the Meng family situation. So when the Meng family's young lady, who had been comparing herself to Shin Nanji for nearly a decade and always wanted to put her down, stopped her and spoke the first words, Shin Nanji was taken aback. "I've fallen to this state, Shin Nanji. You must be feeling quite pleased, right?"
Huh?
Her tone was mocking, and her expression was filled with sarcasm. "I always thought it would be you who would end up like this, but I didn't expect the Meng family to be expelled from Huaihai." Shin Nanji picked up on the key information from her words. Meng Shijin sneered, not stepping too close. In the flickering light of the motion sensor lamp, she stood 2 or 3 meters away, looking at Shin Nanji, whom she considered a lifelong rival. Since the turmoil in the Shin family began 10 years ago, I have been waiting for this day, waiting for the Shin family to completely disappear, waiting for you to be discarded by the Jiang family, to fall from the heights of the prestigious Huaihai group and land in the mud, never to rise again. I didn't expect that I wouldn't see the Shin family completely collapse or your relationship with the Jiang family deteriorate, but instead, I witnessed the Mang family falling apart. Shin Nanji frowned, but her eyes showed little emotion. She calmly looked at Meng Shijin, who was losing control and had nowhere to turn, forced to accept reality. I don't think I've offended you. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Meng Shijin, causing her emotions to briefly spiral out of control, her eyes turning red. Yes, you haven't offended me, and even 10 years ago, the Shun and Meng families had no major conflicts. But Shinanji, do you know how lucky you are? Your luck makes everyone jealous, to the point where they wish to tear you apart and take everything you have. Even if they can't take it, they want to destroy it all. The lines on Shin Nanji's forehead deepened. She had thought Meng Shijin still had a bit of reason and clarity left. Now, it seemed that was not the case. She was about to turn and leave, planning to call security to have her removed, when her finger just touched the screen of her phone. She saw Meng Shijin stagger back 2 steps, her voice growing softer, filled with mocking sobs. It was like a final glance back before accepting her fate. Do you know how much you have? The only daughter of the Shin family, born into wealth and love, pampered by your parents, who are afraid of you getting hurt. Even your adopted brother treats you like a treasure, fearing you face any grievances, putting you first in everything. Not to mention the Jiang family and Jiang Jinyan, who protect you at every turn. Do you know how much envy you inspire? Her voice grew quieter, the mockery almost drowning out her tone. Anything you have, even just one thing, is something I don't. Shin Nanji's finger paused on the dial. Meng Shijin continued, You are the daughter of the Shin family, and I am the young lady of the Meng family. 10 years ago, the Meng family status was below the Shin family, and I was not as good as you. But 10 years later, the Shin family has declined, while the Meng family has thrived, and I am still not as good as you. Though we come from the same background, I have never had parents who truly valued me, nor a brother who protected and cared for me, wishing only for my well-being. My only worth is to secure a beneficial marriage for the Meng family, becoming in their quest for power.
Just like now.
Meng Ian has become unreliable. When her father thinks of her, he sees her merely as a daughter who can be married off, using her future as a bargaining chip to give the Meng family a chance to survive. So how can she not feel hatred? How can she not feel jealousy? She despises Shin Nanji intensely. She is also extremely envious of Shin Nanji. Shin Nanji has everything she can never have. Despite her efforts day after day, year after year, she has gained nothing, ultimately ending up in a pitiful state. The news of the Meng family's bankruptcy and their removal from the ranks of the Huaihai elite quickly spread throughout the community. Since that day in the parking lot, Shin Nanji has not seen Meng Shijin again. After Meng Song took his family to Country A, Meng Shijin was soon arranged to be engaged to a young man of Chinese descent from Country A. With this marriage, the struggling Meng family managed to secure a fragile position in Country A. As for whether this superficial marriage will last or if the Meng family can truly stabilize itself in an already saturated market, those watching from the sidelines are uncertain. But one thing is clear. In the future, Huaihai City will no longer have the Meng family, which once thrived by exploiting the Shin family's resources. Once the Research Institute in Country A was put on the agenda, several esteemed professors from various universities began working on the establishment of the institute, while experiments in the laboratory took a brief pause. Every day, aside from attending classes, reading papers, and completing tasks assigned by Shun Huayan, Shin Nanji had little else to do. Before they knew it, summer had arrived. The temperature rose day by day. As the months went by, Gu Qinghe, already reluctant to move, felt the heat rising just by glancing at the sunlight outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making her even less inclined to go out. Yushan Mansion and Jinting are very close to each other. After summer vacation began, Shen Nanji often brought her two little ones to Deepening to keep Gu Qinghe company. Since the 2 days of business travel that Huo Ling could not avoid during the second trimester, he had not left Huaihai City for a single day until mid-July. With the help of a therapist and other external support, Gu Qinghe's anxiety during pregnancy has completely healed, and even in the later stages of her pregnancy, she has not experienced any relapses. On a typical night in mid-July, Gu Qinghe fell asleep during a video call while listening to a French meeting. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Gu Qinghe woke up almost instantly, cold sweat covering her forehead. She instinctively reached for her phone to call Huo Ling, but with nearly 2 weeks until her due date, she hadn't expected to feel this pain and was completely unprepared. The pain was intense, making it difficult for her to even unlock her phone in the dim light. As the pain intensified, Gu Qinghe abandoned the idea of calling Huo Ling. She propped herself up on her elbows, bit her lip to endure the pain, and called out for him. The meeting had run late, and Huo Ling was still awake. Hearing her voice through the slightly open door, he paused his signing and quickly got up to go to her. With a click, the room was suddenly bright. Gu Qinghe's eyes filled with tears, her body aching and her sweat soaking through her soft satin pajamas. "Huo Ling," she said, her voice trembling with fear. "I'm in pain." Huo Ling, usually calm and composed, showed a moment of hesitation but quickly regained his composure. He called the hospital he had already arranged for and instructed the housekeeper to prepare the car. After making the call, he rushed to her side, soothing her while being as gentle as possible as he carried her toward the elevator. When Gu Wenchuan and Gu's parents received the news, it was nearly dawn. Although the baby arrived 2 weeks early, all the preparations had been made a month in advance by Huo Ling. Fortunately, at 5 in the morning, the baby was born safely, a healthy, chubby boy. Since moving to the villa in Huaihai City a month ago, the elder Huo had been waking up early, sending messages to Huo Ling every morning between 5 and 6 to check on his daughter-in-law. This morning, before he could send a message, he saw the one from his grandson sent half an hour earlier. "Safe delivery, mother and baby are well." The elder Huo was so excited and surprised that his hand shook, almost dropping his phone. After reading the message several times to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he immediately called the housekeeper to hurry and prepare the car for the hospital. After a long 37 weeks of pregnancy, Gu Qinghe finally woke up, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling particularly lighthearted and cheerful. When Shen Nanji arrived, Miss Gu was happily eating fruit, looking very energetic and relaxed. Besides her slightly pale face, there was no sign of the weakness that usually follows childbirth. Old Mr. Huo and Gu's parents had just gone next door to see the newborn baby. Shen Nanji placed the fruit basket on the bedside table and felt relieved to see her friend in good spirits. Sitting by the bed, she chatted with Gu Qinghe and asked, "Isn't your due date in a few days? Did you give birth so soon?" Gu Qinghe took a bite of a strawberry and said, "I thought it would be next week. I wasn't prepared at all last night, but..." She paused, seeming carefree. "It's fine this way. At 37 weeks, I was feeling so uncomfortable. Once I recover, I want to go out and enjoy myself." Shen Nanji had been at the hospital for a while. By the time she returned to Yushan Mansion, it was getting late. After dinner and a shower, she lay down in bed. Just as she was about to relax and watch a show on her tablet, her brother's email popped up. Staring at the new task, Shen Nanji hesitated to open the email, not wanting to dive back into the endless company emails and projects at night. She stared at the message from Shen Huayan for a long time without touching the email. Finally, she typed a quick message, "Brother, it's night time, and it's already past 8. Even the workhorses need a break, right? Plus, I'm your sister." At that moment, Shen Nanji truly understood Qin Li's determination. After experiencing a week of endless overtime under her brother, she admired Qin Li's persistence in pursuing him. Even she, as his sister, felt like rebelling. After sending the message, it took almost a minute for a reply. "This is tomorrow's task. I didn't ask you to look at it tonight." You won't have much time before going abroad, so work extra hours and gain more experience in company management. Reading that, Shin Nanji's mouth twitched. She pushed the tablet far away, gave up on watching shows, and instead spent 2 hours scrolling through Weibo on her phone. With her upcoming trip abroad, her classmates from the physics department were enjoying their last days of freedom, posting updates more frequently than the weather forecast. She was the only one stuck handling company matters, and even sleeping in felt like a luxury. After spending the entire summer in a dark and busy company, Shun Huayan finally realized it was time to stop working and checking emails during the last week before going abroad. In the small group chat, details about the trip had been updated frequently. The first 2 months in country at the Research Institute would have a light course schedule to help everyone adjust, but there would be no holidays. It was possible that she wouldn't be able to come back for 3 to 4 months during the year. Shin Nanji wanted to spend more time with Jiang Jinyan in this last week, but it seemed he was busier than she was. Every morning, he left for the office before she woke up, and he still wasn't home when it was dark outside. On the evening of the 25th, Shin Nanji sat on the sofa in the lobby of Yushan Mansion, holding a chubby little bundle in her arms. With a delicate frown, she looked at the WeChat messages where she asked him when he would be back, and he replied with 2 messages. I'm still in a meeting, probably another half hour. Sleep if you're tired, I'll be home soon. Her frown deepened. With only 5 days left before going abroad, she decided not to stay home watching shows with her 2 puppies the next morning. After getting ready, she went straight to the Tiancheng headquarters. When she arrived, Jiang Jinyan had just returned from the morning meeting. He seemed a bit surprised to see her. Behind his large desk, he put down the file he had just opened and waved at her as she entered the president's office. Why the sudden interest in coming to the office?
Come here.
Shin Nanji closed the door casually. She walked around the desk and stopped in front of him, her delicate lips slightly pursed as she asked, Is the company very busy lately? Jiang Jinyan took her wrist and pulled her onto his lap, saying, It's almost the end of the month, and several important projects between the headquarters and branches are not finished yet, so it's a bit busy these days. He looked down at her, who seemed a bit bored, and wrapped his arm around her waist. Are you feeling bored? Actually, it wasn't that boring. Gu Qinghe had already recovered and could go out shopping freely. She could meet her friends for shopping and afternoon tea. Qinli had been in Huaihai City all month, and the stock market had been stable in August, so there was no need for overtime. She had plenty of time to attend various gatherings and yacht parties, and she could also hang out with Qinli. There were also friends like Sheng Muyan, with whom she could meet for tea, parties, and shopping. As long as she wants, she can spend the remaining days in a fulfilling way without repeating herself. However, after going to country in 6 days, she won't be back for a long time. Deep down, she wants to spend more time with Jiang Jinyan rather than attending various parties. Shin Nanji attributes this feeling to the fact that they are newlyweds. They have been married for less than a year and will have to be apart for a year, which doesn't feel good. So before going abroad, she wants to make sure they spend more time together. She didn't expect that things would be so busy at the company. Seeing the girl in his arms with her eyes downcast and silent, Jiang Jinyan thought she was bored. He gently squeezed her neck and softly said, How about I take you out for lunch? While he thought about canceling some less important plans to make time for her, he also considered how to take her out for some fresh air. When we come back in the afternoon, I can take you to the botanical garden to see the flowers. How does that sound? Shin Nanji shook her head silently. Her lips pressed together, giving a slightly pitiful impression. With her delicate arm resting on his neck, she leaned against him and said, I don't really want to go out. Have you been at the company these days? Am I delaying your work? Jiang Jinyan looked at her for a moment, his deep black eyes softening. Of course not, he replied, holding her tighter and gently kissing the corner of her lips. I'm very happy that you can come. There's a lounge inside. When I go to meetings, you can watch shows or take a nap in there. While I work, you can play next to me. How does that sound? This time, Shin Nanji finally nodded. She didn't let him take her out for lunch. After spending almost 2 months at Shin Group and dealing with various company matters with her brother, She knew very well that canceling a scheduled lunch didn't mean he would have nothing to do. The canceled plans would need to be rescheduled for another time. The more time he spent with her, the more extra hours he would have to work. I'll order delivery from a restaurant for lunch. We can eat at the office since it's hot outside, so we won't go out. As soon as Shin Nanji finished speaking, before Jiang Jinyan could respond, there was a knock on the door of the president's office. She instinctively straightened up, quickly stepping out of his embrace and walking towards the sofa in the meeting area. Let's do it this way. I'll choose the restaurant. You can keep busy. With her gone from his arms, Jiang Jinyan glanced at the girl walking towards the sofa and called for the person outside to come in. Tiansheng and Yi are large multinational groups, and any small changes in their business or management are significant. Jiang Jinyan planned to complete all project handovers between the headquarters and branches on the day Shin Nanji went abroad, so he could accompany her to Country Yar. Therefore, everyone in the group has been very busy these days, with various projects in full swing. Huo Ling was focused on the documents in his hands and hadn't noticed Shin Nanji arriving at the company. When he entered the president's office and casually glanced at the sofa, he was surprised to see Shin Nanji there.
Mang?
Shin Nanji nodded at him in greeting. Huo Ling quickly understood the situation. After delivering the documents to Jiang Jinyan's desk, he respectfully said to Shin Nanji, "I've arranged for some small cakes and drinks to be brought over. If you need anything, just let me know." Shin Nanji smiled gently and replied, "I don't need anything for now, Assistant Zhou. You can go back to your work." However, after leaving with the signed documents, Huo Ling personally brought a variety of small cakes and different fruit desserts, even tea drinks, filling an entire table. Shin Nanji was taken aback by the sight. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Jinyan, who was handling emails behind his desk, spoke first, addressing Huo Ling directly. "This month's bonus is doubled. Go to finance to collect it." Huo Ling beamed. "Thank you, President Jiang." Shin Nanji stayed at Tianjin Group for 3 days. She went in with Jiang Jinyan in the morning and returned with him in the evening. When she was tired, she would sleep in his lounge. After waking up, she would snack while watching shows, and when she got tired of that, she would sit next to Jiang Jinyan and watch him handle work, occasionally helping him review a few documents. It was the second to last day before their trip abroad. When she woke up in the morning, she was surprised to see that he hadn't gone to the office and hadn't even changed out of his loungewear. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up in bed and asked, "What time is it? Aren't you going to the office?" "I'm not going today," he said, putting down his tablet and walking over. "Things at headquarters are almost done. Today, I'll stay home with you." Shin Nanji blinked in surprise. "But I remember Assistant Zhou mentioning yesterday that there was an important signing meeting that hadn't happened yet." Jiang Jinyan sat on the edge of the bed. "It's already done. That signing meeting was for the bidding of the Our Country branch project. I held it in the study after you fell asleep last night." Then he asked her, "Breakfast is ready. Are you getting up to eat?" Shin Nanji quickly nodded. "Okay." He said, "Yesterday you mentioned wanting to watch a movie. After dinner, I'll take you to the cinema." However, Shin Nanji wasn't really in the mood to go today. There was still tomorrow, and she had to board a flight early the day after. She suddenly felt a bit lazy about going out. "Isn't there a special screening room upstairs? Why go out when we can just watch it at home?" She replied. "That's fine." Jiang Jinyan agreed, without hesitation. The Yushan mansion had a dedicated movie room with top-notch equipment and decor. Even renting a theater wouldn't provide this kind of experience, but watching a movie at home had its unpredictable factors. It was easy to get distracted. In the later part of the film, she lost track of the story. In the dim light of the room, soft, muffled sounds mixed with the movie's audio, and the flickering light from the screen created a cozy atmosphere on the large, soft sofa bed. Shin Nanji completely forgot what the second half of the movie was about. As the last 2 minutes of the film played, the shifting lights froze, and Shin Nanji, feeling warm and a bit sweaty in Jiang Jinyan's embrace, was about to catch her breath when he suddenly asked her, "Do you want to try something new?" She only heard the surface meaning of his words and didn't think much further. Leaning her head against his chest, she softly asked, "What do you want to change?" Jiang Jinyan's hand moved around her shoulder, gently brushing her hair. He didn't specify what to change, just patted her waist, telling her to wait on the bed for a moment. He quickly left and returned. Shin Nanji regained some strength. Just as she was about to ask which movie he picked, she caught sight of the screen and froze when she realized what film it was. She pulled off the light blanket and tried to get out of bed, but Jiang Jinyan held her waist and gently pushed her back down. A familiar voice filled the quiet room, sending shivers down her spine. Jiang Jinyan held her waist, leaned down to kiss her lips, and blocked her escape route completely. I chose something fitting. Do you like it, Gigi? Shin Nanji's eyelashes fluttered, and her thoughts were suddenly pulled back to when they first got their marriage certificate. Gu Qinghe had sent her a wedding gift, and she had been caught watching 10 short films one after another, forced to watch them all. In the screening room, the atmosphere was intense, and the temperature was rising. Shin Nanji's eyes were slightly red, and her tightly clenched fingers turned pale. The short film seemed to last longer than the countdown to her leaving home. She whimpered and turned away from his kiss, burying her face in his chest, her voice trembling. Did I want to go back to the bedroom? Carry me back. He brushed aside the damp strands of hair from her face, a slight smile forming on his lips. Not watching the movie anymore? She gritted her teeth. No more, no more. The curtains in the screening room were tightly closed, and Shin Nanji had no idea what time it was, or if it was dark outside. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the bedroom. Outside, it was pitch black, with only a dim night light on the other side of the bed. The other side of the bed was empty. Still half asleep, Shin Nanji turned over and reached out, but her hand met only emptiness, and her drowsiness quickly faded away. She looked at the empty side of the bed, then sat up. After searching the room and not seeing Jiang Jinyan, her brows furrowed slightly. In the brightly lit hallway outside the bedroom, a man stood by the white marble staircase, his expression serious as he listened to a report from a senior executive of the A country branch on the phone. The project continues. I'll go over first thing tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Jiang Jinyan turned around and saw Shin Nanji, who had woken up at some point. His gaze paused for a moment. He dismissed the idea of emailing the branch manager and walked over. It's only 1 a.m. Why are you awake? Shin Nanji was wearing a thin silk camisole, her skin glowing under the hallway light, making the marks on her neck more noticeable. She ignored the marks and focused on Jiang Jinyan, her delicate brows furrowing deeper as he approached. I just heard. You're going on a business trip? The wind had picked up tonight, and the temperature had dropped. Jiang Jinyan held her hand and checked her warmth, relieved that she wasn't cold before answering her question. There's an issue at the A country branch that I need to attend to. Her voice dropped to a barely audible whisper. You're leaving early tomorrow? Jiang Jinyan helped her back to bed. The project is urgent. I have to leave early in the morning. Wrapped in the thin blanket, Shin Nanji lowered her head and softly replied, Oh. Seeing her in low spirits, Jiang Jinyan comforted her by saying, The situation in country A won't take long, just a few days at most. Once it's sorted out, I'll come to country R to find you. The issues at the branch office tonight were unexpected. Jiang Jinyan had already arranged everything for the next couple of days, planning to spend quality time with her before heading to country R together on September 1st. However, he didn't anticipate the sudden problems at the upper management level in country A. Shin Nanji felt a bit disappointed, but she understood the urgency of the situation. If it weren't for the special circumstances, the branch wouldn't have called Jiang Jinyan at midnight, and he wouldn't need to go there in person. Suppressing her rising disappointment, she nodded understandingly. Okay, there's no need to rush. Jiang Jinyan gently patted her back, comforting her like a child. I've made arrangements for country R. Gigi, you go ahead, and I'll come find you soon. She nodded again, leaning into his embrace. The next day, Shin Nanji woke up very early. Before 6 o'clock, she got out of bed. Jiang Jinyan was already discussing the details of his business trip with Huo Ling. At exactly 7, the car left Yushan Mansion for the airport. Shin Nanji saw him off outside the villa. The morning air was heavy with moisture and a light fog. Once the car left the tree-lined road and entered the main road, it quickly disappeared from sight. Behind her, by the fountain, two little creatures were squatting on the ground, staring up at her. Shin Nanji pulled her gaze away and sighed softly, leading the two little ones toward the courtyard. The items for her trip abroad were already packed. She went upstairs to her room and checked the documents and things she needed against the messages in the group chat. Then, she settled on the sofa and called Gu Qinghe for a video chat. Shin Nanji and a few senior classmates were going abroad for further studies, just as Gu Qinghe was returning to Huaihai University after a year off. Looking at the upcoming school start date and thinking about her best friend going abroad for a whole year after taking a break, Gu Qinghe felt a bit down. She sighed and said, "Last year you were alone at school, and this year I'm alone too. Sai, Gigi, why don't you ask your advisor if they would take in someone who's not good at physics? If they agree, I'll go with you," Shin Nanji replied. She joked with her, "If listening to lectures for an hour is tough, how can you handle a whole year, miss?" Gu Qinghe was silent for a moment, then waved her hand. "Never mind, I'll just stay at my old school." By the way, she leaned back against the pillow, watching her best friend in the video. "Is there any news in your group? It's been a whole year without a break." "It seems there isn't," Shin Nanji replied, not feeling very cheerful. "Then I'll come visit you every now and then," Gu Qinghe said. Shin Nanji leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought about the research institute. Hearing Gu Qinghe's words, she instinctively asked, "What about the child?" After asking, Shin Nanji realized it was an unnecessary question. In her best friend's new home, there were several caregivers, housekeepers, and nannies. With one child being cared for by 7 or 8 adults, plus the doting grandparents from both families, it was more than enough. The marriage between her best friend and Huo Ling had taken the "you give birth, I raise" approach to the extreme. Gu Qinghe applied a face mask, placed her phone on the dressing table, and smoothed out the wrinkles in the mirror. "I don't need to take care of the child all the time. Besides, with the housekeeper and nannies Huo Ling hired, they can easily take care of Xiaozi." Xiaozi was the child's name, chosen together by both families after much deliberation. After applying the mask, Gu Qinghe wiped off the excess cream from her fingers with a tissue, picked up her phone, and walked outside, asking her best friend, "I'm leaving early tomorrow. Want to go out today?" Shin Nanji thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. With Jiang Jinyan on a business trip, she felt bored at home. They could go out in the morning, have lunch with her brother at the Shin family, and then she would be off on an early flight the next day. Getting up from the sofa, Shin Nanji walked to the wardrobe and picked out her outfit. "Same place?" Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "Okay, I can get there in half an hour." In the afternoon, Gu Qinghe returned to the Gu family. By the time she came back in the evening, it was already getting dark. Today, Huo Ling returned from work unusually early. As soon as Gu Qinghe walked in, she saw Huo Ling in the living room, holding Xiaozi and trying to soothe him. She was a bit surprised and paused at the entrance. Before she could step inside, Huo Ling turned to look at her. "You're back?" His tone was casual, just like their interactions over the past 2 months since the child was born. When the baby was just born, Gu Qinghe stayed at the maternity center for over a month. During that time, she gradually got used to falling asleep without the sound of French meetings. After returning home, she rarely went to Huo Jingqing's study. In the evenings, she would spend over an hour playing with little Ji in the nursery before going back to her own room, where she would fall asleep almost instantly and hardly ever experienced insomnia again. Her relationship with Huo Jingqing also slowly returned to its previous state. It was ordinary and simple, but sometimes, because of the child, there were moments that gave the impression of a happy family of 3. Just like now. He was holding the baby and soothing him. She returned home late, and their calm gaze and gentle conversation created the illusion that they were a couple. But that paper agreement was always there. In those fleeting moments, no matter how often this illusion occurred, it couldn't change the reality that they were only in a contractual marriage. Did Ji cause any trouble today? Gu Qinghe shook her head slightly to push away those confusing thoughts and walked in with the bag she was holding. Huo Jingqing was still in his suit, clearly having just returned not long ago. Aunt Lin said Ji looked for his mom twice this afternoon, but he didn't cry. Gu Qinghe approached Hu Jingcheng and pointed to the little toy she had bought for the baby. Mommy got a toy for little Ji. Later, Mommy will play with him. The little one, seeing his mom finally back, waved his tiny hands and reached out from Hu Jingcheng's arms, clearly wanting to be held by her. Gu Qinghe placed the bag and toy on the table and hurriedly reached for the baby. Today was only the 46th day since little Ji was born. During her time at the maternity center, Gu Qinghe had held the baby only a few times. Most of the time, the caregivers brought the baby to her bed for her to see. After returning home, with the caregivers and housekeepers taking turns, there were few moments when she needed to hold the baby herself, so she still wasn't very skilled at it. In fact, Hu Jingcheng was more experienced than she was. When the little one had looked for his mom twice in the afternoon, he eagerly lunged toward Gu Qinghe as soon as he saw her. Seeing her a bit flustered, Hu Jingcheng steadily supported the child. After she carefully took little Ji from him, he watched her hold the baby and gently adjusted her hand position, saying, "Don't hold it here. Support it here. This way, the baby will be more comfortable." His palm was warm and dry, and when it covered the back of her hand, Gu Qinghe paused slightly. She didn't look up at him, her gaze focused on the soft little one in her arms, nodding in agreement with his corrections. She was worried about dropping the baby if she held too lightly, and about hurting him if she held too tightly. While holding little Ji, she tried to keep her arms steady, but she wasn't very experienced, and soon her arms began to ache. Hu Jingcheng didn't let her hold him for too long. After a few minutes, he took the baby back. Not wanting to go, the little one was coaxed gently by him. "If you stay in Mommy's arms too long, she will get tired. Daddy will hold you, and you can hold Mommy's hand, just like when you let Mommy hold you." The little one seemed unsure if he understood, but he stopped tugging at the corner of Gu Qinghe's clothes and let Hu Jingcheng take him. After school started, gathering for a meal together became a tradition over the years. Especially since Gu Qinghe had just returned to school after a year off, this gathering felt like a special welcome back. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Gu Qinghe called the Jin Ting restaurant in the evening to say she would be a bit late. Her marriage to Hu Jingcheng was not a secret among the wealthy circles in Huaihai City and Beijing. Almost every prominent family knew. However, this news was mostly kept within elite circles, and outside of that, her classmates at Huaihai University were unaware of the reasons behind her year away. They assumed she had some personal matters that delayed her return. During the dinner at Jiangjin Club, curious classmates asked her about her time off, but Gu Qinghe only briefly touched on the topic, without going into detail. She couldn't suddenly drop a bombshell and say she had been away to have a baby. If she did, she would surely be the talk of the school forum the next morning. Around 7:30 p.m., Gu Qinghe stepped outside the private room for some fresh air. The Jiangjin Club was located next to a skyscraper in the city center. Standing at the end of the long corridor by the floor-to-ceiling windows, she looked down and could see half of Huaihai's night view. Gu Qinghe leaned against the viewing vase and called Shen Nanji. The call was answered slowly, just before it was about to hang up automatically. "Gigi, have you arrived?" Shen Nanji had just landed and was carrying her luggage to the car. She held the phone between her ear and shoulder, handed her suitcase to the person waiting for her, and then replied to Gu Qinghe, "I just got out of the airport."
How about you?
Not bad. Gu Qinghe turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window at the night view. "We're having a dinner right now, similar to before." "At Shengyi?" Shen Nanji asked. "No, we're at Jiangjin Club today." Shen Nanji was a bit surprised. "That's unusual. Jiangjin is for business negotiations. Why did your department choose to meet there?" Gu Qinghe sighed lightly. "A few department heads suggested it, saying we should get used to the internship pace early." Shen Nanji. At the other end of the semicircular corridor on the same floor, a serious private room door opened, contrasting with the lively gathering. A few well-dressed professionals stepped out, followed by Hu Jingcheng and the CEO of Sibling Technology, who were discussing a project collaboration and signing. The CEO handed the successfully completed contract to his secretary and smiled as he shook hands with Huo Jingcheng while parting in the corridor. Mr. Huo, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. An hour ago, a message came from the Jinting villa saying that the lady would return late. At that time, Huo Jingcheng was in discussions with the CEO, and Himu only replied to the butler at Jinting, not having time to report to Huo Jingcheng. After the Sibling Technology Group left, Himu immediately said, Mr. Huo, Jinting sent a message saying the lady called an hour ago and has some matters to attend to tonight, so she will be back late. Ren Heng and several secretaries from the Huo family had already organized the contract and various documents. Huo Jingcheng did not enter the private room. He simply responded with a light HM to Himu's report, asked no questions, and directly instructed Himu to prepare a car to return to Jinting. As he walked out of the curved corridor toward the elevator, a boy carrying a large bouquet of roses rushed from the opposite direction. Perhaps he was nervous about confessing, as he focused on ensuring the bouquet looked perfect. While running and adjusting the vibrant roses, he almost bumped into Huo Jingcheng, who was listening to Himu's report. Himu's voice suddenly stopped. They looked at the hurried boy. The boy quickly protected the bouquet in his arms, stepping back while apologizing. I'm sorry. Huo Jingcheng glanced at the bouquet he was carefully holding but didn't mind it and simply said, It's fine, before continuing toward the elevator. The boy sighed in relief and ran toward the end of the corridor. Huo Jingcheng, Himu, and Ren Heng were waiting for the elevator on the same side as the curved corridor. While waiting, Himu turned to look in the direction the boy had gone. That glance changed everything. When he saw the boy stop in front of Gu Qinghe by the floor-to-ceiling window, nervously offering her the flowers as a confession, Himu's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, pointing in disbelief, unsure if he was seeing things. That's? Ren Heng, who was reviewing notes from a meeting, turned to look at Himu, puzzled by his sudden outburst. At the same time, Huo Jingcheng, who was checking the surveillance footage of the lobby, also glanced in the direction Himu was pointing. Initially surprised to see his wife at the Jiangjin Club and then witnessing her being confessed to, Himu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He felt like slapping himself. He instinctively wanted to take back what he just said and turn around to discreetly block Huo Jingcheng's view, hoping he wouldn't see this scene. But it was too late. Huo Jingcheng had already looked over. Himu's heart raced, and he felt a knot in his throat. He didn't even dare to glance back at the floor-to-ceiling window, standing frozen in place, nervously whispering, Huozong, should I handle this? Gu Qinghe had just hung up the phone with Shen Nanji and hadn't turned back to the private room when she suddenly found a large bouquet in front of her, leaving her momentarily stunned. When the student council president nervously confessed, Qinghe, I like you. Can we have a chance to date? The distance from the elevator to the floor-to-ceiling window was too far to hear their conversation. However, even though they couldn't hear, the two sharp secretaries, who were trying not to look at their boss's personal matters, could guess what the boy was saying to their wife. The elevator area fell silent. He didn't dare to breathe, unsure if it was his nervousness or just a feeling. In the agonizing wait that felt like an eternity, he even thought the air had become thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. The elevator display showed the numbers rising from the 3rd floor to the 12th. With a ding, the sound of the elevator doors opening echoed loudly in the tense silence, like thunder in his ears. He quietly lifted his eyelids to see what expression Mr. Huo had. But from his angle, he could only catch a glimpse of Huo Jingcheng's sharp jawline, unable to see his face. Huo Jingcheng was focused on Gu Qinghe and ignored Himu and Ren Heng, who were lost in their thoughts. At their age, boys and girls usually prepared long confession speeches. For nearly 7 or 8 seconds, the boy held out flowers while saying something. When the elevator doors opened, Huo Jingcheng didn't linger. He looked away from his phone, showing no visible emotions, not even a hint of a change. He didn't respond to Himu's earlier question and coldly said 3 words as he stepped into the elevator, return to Jinting. Himu and Renheng tried to minimize their presence as they entered. Just before the elevator doors closed, Huo Jingcheng glanced up and saw Gu Qinghe reaching out by the floor-to-ceiling window at the end. Gu Qinghe was unaware that Hu Jingcheng was nearby. Looking at the flowers presented to her and the hopeful gaze of Sun Jingyang waiting for her response, she felt a strange thought enter her mind. Memories of little Ji Yi and Jinting and the fleeting moments that felt like a real marriage during their time together. Sun Jingyang was a year older and the student council president. When Gu Qinghe first entered Huaihai University, she was briefly interested in the student council and signed up to experience campus life. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never done any household chores. She didn't know how to handle the small tasks and wasn't skilled at them. Since joining the student council offered advantages like extra credits and better connections with counselors, many new students signed up each year. During the evaluation period, she struggled to contribute and faced some exclusion from her peers who had also applied. She originally came with a playful attitude, but the various scattered and annoying tasks quickly wore down her curiosity and interest. Not to mention the competition for a few spots. Even without it, she had little interest in joining the student council. Halfway through the evaluation period, she started to slack off. However, she was surprised when the final results showed that she had actually been selected. Gu Qinghe was puzzled. Not only did others seem dissatisfied, but even she couldn't understand why they would want someone like her, who seemed useless. She couldn't endure hardship, couldn't handle tough tasks, and wasn't suited for running errands or doing hard work. Surely, they wouldn't want someone like her, who was used to a pampered life. Later, she learned that based on her performance and lack of effort during that time, she was almost guaranteed to be eliminated. Yet, before the results were announced, she was personally chosen by Sun Jingyang, the then minister, which allowed her, the slacker, to join the student council. During that time, she slacked off so much that she often missed group activities. She either accompanied Shinanji to attend classes in the physics department or wandered between various clubs, or spent time in the beautiful Huai University campus and library, known for its greenery and decoration. She hardly attended any meetings organized for prospective student council members. So, when she learned the truth about being kept, it was the first time she noticed their department's minister. Sun Jingyang was not only favored by the counselors, but also a true academic star in the department. Plus, he was handsome and stood out among the vibrant college crowd. Moreover, Gu Qinghe had a thing for hands. She really liked nice hands. Sun Jingyang was good-looking, had a great personality, and his long, beautiful hands matched her taste perfectly. In the past, she would have seriously considered someone like him from her own department, especially since she had signed an agreement with Hu Jingcheng, allowing her much more freedom to do anything, even date privately, compared to before they were officially registered as a couple. But when faced with Sun Jingyang's sudden confession, Gu Qinghe, who seemed married but was essentially still half-single, found herself inexplicably silent. She didn't feel the joy she had imagined, nor did she feel the excitement of finally being free to date whoever she wanted. Little Ji Yi's chubby little face and the small details of her interactions with Hu Jingcheng over the past few months kept replaying in her mind. Without thinking deeply, her body instinctively reached out to gently push the flowers back and politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, senior, but I don't plan to date right now." Sun Jingyang couldn't hide his disappointment. His hopeful expression faded. He silently took back the flowers, forcing a smile to maintain appearances. "I didn't consider it properly. You just returned to school, and it's a busy time for you. You really don't have the time to think about this. Focus on your studies for now, and if you change your mind later, I'll be here waiting for you." On the way back to Huo Ling, the atmosphere in the car was tense. Himu didn't dare to speak, sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead while silently cursing Renheng, who had rushed off without finishing the work he left behind. The unusual tension was so palpable that even the driver sensed something was off. At a red light, he cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, worried about being noticed by Hu Jingcheng, and quickly turned his gaze to Himu in the passenger seat. Himu noticed the driver's glance and hurriedly shook his head, like a gourd with its mouth sewn shut, not making a sound. Hu Jingcheng ignored both the driver and Himu. The surveillance footage on his phone was still playing. In the clear video, a nanny was seen carrying little Ji Yi down the stairs. As they entered the camera's view, Ji's cries could be heard. Another nanny followed behind, bringing Ji's favorite toy, but despite the efforts of several nannies to cheer him up, the little one showed no interest, his big, tear-filled eyes looking very pitiful. Huo Jingqing's jaw tightened. His gaze darkened. He stared intently at the footage on his phone. As the light turned green, he coldly ordered the driver, "Speed up." The driver, already feeling the pressure from the cold atmosphere, jumped at Huo Jingqing's command. He didn't dare to say anything, nervously replied, "Okay," and quickly pressed the accelerator. In less than 20 minutes, despite the evening rush hour, they arrived at the Deepening villa.
In the hall, little Ji was still crying.
Such situations were rare before. Little Ji was usually very obedient and rarely cried. Even when he did cry, it was easy to calm him down. Today, however, it had been almost half an hour without success, which was unusual. So when they heard the engine noise outside and saw Huo Jingqing coming back at this time, the caregivers who hadn't managed to calm the little one felt a bit anxious. The butler followed him in, dutifully reporting to Huo Jingqing about Gu Qinghe's late return. Huo Jingqing walked into the hall without stopping. Before the butler could finish his detailed report, he interrupted coldly, "Mu has already informed me." The butler promptly fell silent. Huo Jingqing approached Ji and noticed the little one was still crying. His brow furrowed even more. "What's wrong with Ji?" He came over and personally took the child. The lead caregiver, worried about displeasing the employer, cautiously said, It's probably because the child hasn't seen his mother all day and is a bit unsettled, so." Huo Jingqing looked down at the pitiful little one. He wiped away the tears and asked the caregiver, "When was the last time Ji was fed?" The caregiver quickly replied with the last feeding time. After glancing at the clock, she added, "Sir, it's time to feed him again. We can hold the little master to feed him and then bring him back." But before she could finish, Huo Jingqing succinctly said, "No need, just prepare the formula." The caregiver complied and soon brought the prepared formula. After several caregivers had tried to calm little Ji for nearly half an hour without success, Huo Jingqing held him for a few minutes, and the little one's cries gradually stopped. Gatherings like the one at the start of school or before a holiday usually lasted late. Although Gu Qinghe had asked the butler to keep an eye on little Ji, she worried he might cry at home. After briefly sitting in the private room following Sun Jingyang's confession, she decided to return home early, letting them continue their gathering. When Gu Qinghe returned to the Deepening villa, it was completely dark outside. As before, she entered the hall and saw the father and son inside. However, unlike before, when Huo Jingqing was around, the little one usually seemed happy, but today he looked pitiful, as if he had just finished crying. The atmosphere in the hall felt a bit off. Gu Qinghe walked in, tossed her bag aside, and approached the sofa where Huo Jingqing and Ji were sitting. The little one didn't cause any trouble, did he? Huo Jingqing turned his gaze away and finally looked up at her. Clearly, their expressions were the same and their gazes unchanged, but something felt different. However, Gu Qinghe did not notice this at the moment. She walked up to Huo Jingqing as she always did, gently holding the little one's hand to look at the child he was holding. "He cried for a bit earlier, but he's better now," he said. The little one had calmed down after drinking milk, but the corners of his eyes were still a bit red. The feeling of being abandoned by his mother for a day seemed to resurface, and he looked at Gu Qinghe with a pitiful expression. Gu Qinghe paused while holding the little one's hand. With a slight frown, she asked, "Is it because I came back too late?" Huo Jingqing's lips pressed together for a moment. He didn't ask her why she returned late and didn't mention anything about the Jiangjin Club. It was as if nothing had happened. He simply looked down at Huo Zi, who was staring at Gu Qinghe, and calmly said, "He will have to get used to it eventually." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghe's gaze paused, and her first thought was about the nature of their marriage, the 3-year marriage agreement quietly resting in the safe. If they followed the agreement, little Z would indeed have to get used to it eventually. Although some of Huo's business had gradually moved to Huaihai City after the marriage, the foundation of the Huo family remained unchanged. After the agreement ended, Huo Jingqing would likely return to Beicheng, while she would stay in Huaihai City. Beicheng and Huaihai were far apart, and Huizi would have to slowly adapt to the days when only one parent, either dad or mom, would be by his side. Hu Jingcheng did not lift his eyes, his eyelids slightly lowered, his sharp gaze emanating from his brow. After a restless night, Gu Qinghe woke up around 7 the next morning and got out of bed to go downstairs. At this time, especially since little Z was born, Hu Jingcheng usually didn't go to the office before 8, but today, it was not yet 7:15, and the sofa where Hu Jingcheng often sat was already empty. Gu Qinghe instinctively glanced at the wall clock and asked Aunt Wang, who was preparing breakfast, "Did Hu Jingcheng already go to the office?" "Yes, ma'am," Aunt Wang replied. "Mr. Huo left early today. He went upstairs to see the young master and left before 7. Gu Qinghe couldn't quite describe her feelings, but after returning last night, that indescribable unease seemed to resurface in her heart. Seeing her unusually take the initiative to ask about Hu Jingcheng, Aunt Wang quietly observed Gu Qinghe's expression and cautiously asked, "Ma'am, do you need to see Mr. Huo for something? Should I call Secretary He?" Gu Qinghe came back to her senses and stopped her, saying, "No need. I was just asking casually. You all continue with your work. I'll go upstairs to see Ji." After saying that, Gu Qinghe didn't stay in the hall for long. Her figure quickly disappeared around the corner of the spiral staircase. Aunt Wang watched her leave, feeling a bit confused. It wasn't just the lady. Since last night, the atmosphere in the house had felt a bit strange, an indescribable oddness. Not to mention Gu Qinghe's surprise, she was also taken aback when she saw Hu Jingcheng leave the mansion for the company early in the morning. But as a housekeeper, she didn't dare to ask too many questions about the family matters. After signing the contract with Sibling Technology yesterday, today Huo Corporation officially began working on the project. However, the atmosphere on the executive floor was quite heavy. Even the project manager and vice president who came to report felt tense, as if a vague cloud was hanging above them, creating a suffocating pressure that made everyone on edge. For He Mu and Ren Heng, who had been around Hu Jingcheng for years, the subtle changes were most noticeable. After a morning of anxiety, when they came back from the secretary's office to report again, Ren Heng discreetly nudged He Mu with his elbow behind the files, signaling him to handle yesterday's matter. He Mu shot him a glance, feeling unhappy about being used as a shield whenever Ren Heng had issues. But ever since Ren Heng was sent to a branch office without a word from their boss, he had developed a fear of being sent away again. So, he reluctantly took on the thankless tasks that Ren Heng passed off to him, just like now. As soon as He Mu glanced over, Ren Heng, quicker than a rabbit, stepped back 2 paces. Hu Jingcheng frowned and looked over, his gaze deep and imposing. He Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly focused back on his report. After finishing, he hesitated and cautiously glanced at Hu Jingcheng behind the desk, nervously asking, "That I didn't get to ask you yesterday, should we intervene regarding the lady senior?" Hu Jingcheng didn't lift his eyes. His eyelids were slightly lowered, and his sharp gaze was intense. His voice was cold and emotionless, lacking any warmth. He replied with a chilling question, "It's just a contractual marriage. Why intervene?" Hearing the words contractual marriage, Ren Heng's eyelid twitched. He had suspected that there might be some hidden reasons behind the marriage between Mr. Hua and Miss Gu, but during the time the marriage was confirmed, he was sent away to the branch office by Mr. Hua and was unaware of the details. After enduring many hardships to return, he was afraid of being sent away again, so he didn't dare to inquire about the sensitive topic of the marriage. Hiemo was a person who kept secrets well. For almost a year, he hadn't let slip a single word. In the 2 months after he returned from the branch office, he felt that the marriage seemed distant and unreal. He had thought several times that there might be something unusual about this union. However, as Mrs. Hua's pregnancy progressed, the interactions between Mr. Hua and his wife increased, and the initial strangeness began to fade away. Especially during the 2nd and 3rd trimesters, Mr. Hua held online meetings with senior executives from the overseas branch every day to ensure his wife could sleep well, regardless of the weather or how busy the domestic company was. He never missed a day. Even during the one business trip, He recorded the meeting audio in advance, fearing that his wife might have trouble sleeping at night. After the baby was born, Mr. Huo started coming home earlier. Watching their interactions over the past 6 months, Hung gradually dismissed the thought that the marriage was not genuine. He felt that a normal couple's daily interactions were just like this. Who would have thought that today he would unexpectedly hear the words contract marriage? After the initial shock, a chill crept up his back, and Hung felt a wave of panic. He had always been seen as a little spy for the old man in Mr. Huo's eyes. If the old man found out that this marriage was a sham, would Mr. Huo suspect that he had leaked the information? As this thought crossed his mind, Hung felt unsteady. He wanted to slip away immediately and forget everything he had just heard. Fortunately, before he could find an excuse to leave, he shakily picked up the documents on the table, dared not mention Gu Qinghe or the senior from yesterday, and hurriedly walked out. As September arrived, Huaihai City enjoyed pleasant autumn weather, while across the ocean in Country A, it was rainy and stormy, with the entire city shrouded in low pressure. This gloomy weather matched perfectly with the chairman's office in the towering buildings of the commercial street. Li Xian and Wei Xiao, 2 general managers from the branch office, were in tears in the chairman's office, pleading with Jiang Jinyan to spare their jobs. They kept insisting that they were blinded by greed and only had the thought of leaking business secrets, but they hadn't actually shared any important information. However, with solid evidence already in hand, Huo Ling was furious at their lies and wanted to kick them out. If it weren't for their greed, the branch in Country A wouldn't have faced problems, and they wouldn't have had to come all the way to Country A, especially at a time when their wives were starting school in Country R. Jiang Jinyan remained cold and silent, not saying a word to their excuses, and simply instructed Huo Ling to take them away, call security, and throw them out. Huo Ling acted immediately, letting the waiting security into them out. Once the door was closed again, the chaotic chairman's office finally returned to calm, but the coldness in Jiang Jinyan's eyes lingered. Although these 2 troublemakers were dealt with, the leaked secrets still posed a problem. The internal phone on the chairman's desk kept ringing. Outside, the heavy rain mixed with strong winds howled, while water streamed down the windows. The sky grew darker, and the lights in the tall building began to turn on as various departments worked overtime to recover losses. The lights in the chairman's office stayed on late into the night. The storm outside had long since calmed, and the dark sky was illuminated by the soft glow of night lights, creating a hazy atmosphere filled with moisture. At 1 a.m, Jiang Jinyan finished typing the last email and hit send. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his tired forehead. In this quiet night, even the sound of breathing felt amplified. Having been there for almost 2 days, Jiang Jinyan was eager to go to Country R to be with Shin Nanji and didn't want to delay any longer, even though it was late. He opened another electronic document, took a couple of sips of coffee, and was about to continue reading when his phone suddenly rang. He paused, glancing at the screen to see it was a video call from Shin Nanji. The coldness in his expression softened significantly as he set aside the document, picked up the phone, and answered the call. Looking at the screen, his eyes turned gentle, and his voice unconsciously softened. Did you wake up? A country and our country are not close to each other. While it is late at night in a country, it is already morning in our country. Since arriving at the research institute, I have been busy with various forms and tasks. The past few days have felt like a battle, and today I finally have a chance to rest and don't have to get up early. Shin Nanji is too lazy to get out of bed and stays buried under the covers. She lies on her side, with her phone resting on the pillow. Her long, damp eyelashes flutter as she sleepily looks at the screen. Just woke up. Halfway through her sentence, she notices that the background behind him looks like the company office. Shin Nanji pauses, her delicate brows slightly furrowing in suspicion as she asks, "Why are you still at the office? Isn't it almost midnight there?" Jiang Jinyan leans back in his office chair and chuckles softly, saying, "I still have a few documents to finish, working overtime, so I can come to see you sooner." Shin Nanji's brows deepen slightly. "I'm not in a hurry. I can wait a day or 2. He smiles gently. "I'm in a hurry. Shin Nanji's expression slightly pauses. Jiang Jinyan, I want to come see you soon. Shin Nanji's breath catches for a moment as she meets his gaze through the screen, her heart seemingly pausing for a beat. Jiang Jinyan's fingers resting on the table move slightly. He longs to hug her, but they are in different countries, far apart, and can only see each other through video calls. How have things been over there? Are you getting used to it? He asks. Shin Nanji holds her phone a bit farther away, propping her arm on a pillow and resting her chin on her arm as she talks to him. It's okay. I've just been a bit busy since I got here. Luckily, there's a helper at home who cooks different meals from back home every day, so I'm adjusting. After chatting for a while, Shin Nanji finally gets out of bed, pulls back the curtains, and goes to wash up. There have been constant messages in the group chat these days. After changing clothes and coming out of the closet, she is about to check if there are any urgent plans for the morning. Just as she opens WeChat, she sees a message from Gu Qinghe before even scrolling through the group chat. Shin Nanji glances at the time on the screen. It's still early. Instead of typing a reply, she directly calls. Today, Huaihai University has no classes after 4, and when Shin Nanji calls, Gu Qinghe has just returned to Deepening. She answers the call, lying on the sofa, her eyelids heavy. She didn't sleep well last night, and her energy is low today. Noticing her lack of energy, Shin Nanji asks, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Gu Qinghe sighs and shakes her head, her voice sounding weak. "I couldn't sleep last night, and now I'm feeling really tired." Shin Nanji, can this sleep issue really come and go? Or is it just the stress of starting school? Gu Qinghe was puzzled. You know my personality. Can I really be so anxious about returning to school that I can't sleep? Shin Nanji, it doesn't seem like it. Gu Qinghe leaned back on the sofa and sighed. This feeling is just like when I couldn't sleep because of worries about GE. Shin Nanji offered the simplest solution. If it doesn't work, just go to Mr. Huo's place and take advantage of his sleep aid. Gu Qinghe frowned slightly, leaning against the railing to look at the bright sunshine outside. After hanging up with Shin Nanji, Gu Qinghe stood on the balcony for a while, then went to the nursery. Huo Jingcheng came back unusually late today. It was still quiet in the courtyard at 8 o'clock. After putting Huo Ji to sleep, Gu Qinghe returned to her own room. Just like last night, she lay in bed tossing and turning, feeling wide awake, her mind a jumble of thoughts that made her head hurt. As the night deepened, she struggled until 10 o'clock, her patience completely worn out. She ran her fingers through her hair, glanced at her phone, threw off the covers and went outside. Huo Jingcheng was already back, the study light was on, and she could faintly hear him talking on the phone through a small in the door. Gu Qinghe stood at the door for a moment. After some hesitation, she raised her hand and knocked. The voice inside stopped. Not long after, the door, which wasn't fully closed, opened, and Huo Jingcheng stepped out, his dark eyes looking at her. What's wrong? Gu Qinghe felt a bit shy. She wasn't sure if she could still seek his help for sleep like she did during her pregnancy after having little Ji. So when his deep gaze fell on her, Gu Qinghe hesitated and asked uncertainly, do you have a meeting today? Is it okay if I stay for a while? Huo Jingcheng looked down at her. The darkness in his eyes made it hard to read his emotions. As Gu Qinghe waited nervously and anxiously, she heard him ask softly, "Can't sleep?" She nodded quietly. Her fingers clutched the edge of her clothes tightly. Fortunately, he didn't refuse. Just like during her pregnancy, he turned to the side and let her in. "Come in." A glimmer of light appeared in Gu Qinghe's eyes. She quickly entered his study. Actually, there wasn't an online meeting tonight. To be precise, there was only a small project discussion. This level of video meeting didn't require him to be present. Sitting at his desk and glancing at Gu Qinghe, who was eagerly waiting on the sofa, Huo Jingcheng sent a message on his phone. 5 minutes later, the meeting began. Listening to the familiar sound of French in the meeting, Gu Qinghe soon felt her eyelids growing heavy. The drowsiness she had struggled to summon quickly gathered. She pulled off the blanket she had casually draped over herself and stood up, wanting to hurry back to her room. But as she stood, a fleeting clarity broke through her tired thoughts, reminding her of something important. Gu Qinghe paused and looked at Hu Jingcheng. Noticing her gaze, he turned off his microphone and looked back at her. With a slightly dreamy voice, Gu Qinghe cleared her throat and asked softly, "Do you have a meeting tomorrow night? If I can't sleep again, can I come back?" She had already tried listening to French audio for sleep during her recent insomnia. She had found many audio clips about negotiations and business meetings, but none were helpful. Even the 2 French meeting recordings he had made for her before a business trip long ago had little effect after listening to them multiple times. There was a brief silence in the study. While the people on the other end communicated in French, Gu Qinghe heard Hu Jingcheng's reply, "Yes." With the answer she wanted, her anxiety instantly faded. She didn't linger and quickly returned to her room, maintaining her drowsiness. 2 days later, Jiang Jinyan finished handling matters in Country A. Zhou arranged everything and came to the chairman's office to confirm Jiang Jinyan's return schedule. "Mr. Jiang, as decided last night, are we returning to the country tomorrow morning?" At his desk, Jiang Jinyan was looking at the weather for the next 2 days. Both Huaihai and Country A were sunny, but Country R had a 90% chance of heavy rain, along with thunder and lightning. Frowning, the man said to Zhou Lin in a serious tone, "Let's not take a detour. Change the flight. Go directly from Country A to Country R. We leave at 3 this afternoon. Also, call Butler Pang and have him send the 2 dogs from Yushan Mansion using the Jiang family's private plane." Zhou Lin was a bit surprised but quickly nodded to take care of it. In Country R, it was the evening of September 6th. Jiang Jinyan landed in Country R. The 2 little ones personally delivered by Butler Pang arrived an hour early. To prevent them from running around, Butler Pang locked the car doors and waited with them inside for Jiang Jinyan and Zhou Lin to arrive. Usually mischievous, the 2 puppies were surprisingly well-behaved today, sitting on the leather seat with their heads stretched out to look outside. An hour later, a black Rolls-Royce smoothly approached. Seeing their owner after many days, the puppies excitedly wagged their tails while resting on the leather seat. As soon as the car door opened, they eagerly jumped out. Only Butler Pang remained behind, carrying their belongings. Jiang Jinyan didn't get out of the car. He glanced at the 2 excited puppies and asked Butler Pang, "Did they behave on the plane?" Butler Pang suppressed a laugh. They only ran around excitedly in the lounge. Everything else was normal. When he first saw the little one, Butler Pang thought it was a quiet dog, unlike Tuan Tuan, who was very good at borrowing flowers to present to Buddha and often acted like it had eaten something strange. But he forgot the saying a person is influenced by their surroundings. Under Tuan Tuan's constant influence, the little one also became lively and cheerful, which could be a bit troublesome. Fortunately, they maintained one last good trait: they didn't destroy things. Otherwise, during the private flight to our country, Butler Pang wouldn't have known how to prevent them from damaging the expensive interior. At the bottom of the research institute, Tian Xiao linked arms with Shin Nanzi as they came down together. Rubbing his sore eyes from looking at experimental data, he sighed, "Tomorrow is Saturday. Finally, we can rest for 2 days." Before we arrived, the group chat was full of talk about how slow the progress was and how we needed to adapt to life and pace abroad. They mentioned little breaks every 3 days and big breaks every 5 days, saying that even though the holidays wouldn't allow us to go back home for a couple of days, they would definitely help us balance work and rest. And what's the result? She shrugged her hands. "We've been here for a whole week, and we only get 2 days off, and during those 2 days, we still have to handle several data sheets. If we weren't here as exchange students, I would suspect they were exploiting us." Listening to her complaints, Shen Nanji helplessly smiled. After she finished speaking, she pointed to the newly built research lab and quietly said to her, "I heard that several members of the professor's team are known in academia as experiment fanatics. When they conduct experiments, forgetting to eat and sleep doesn't even begin to describe it. Although we haven't had much rest since we got here, we've already been given 2 days off in just a week. Senior sister, be grateful." Shin Nanji added, "If we follow the nature of those old professors, we might not get a day off for a month." Tian Xiao remained silent. As they left the research institute, they noticed the strong wind outside, and the sky was dark with heavy clouds. Tian Xiao tightened her thin jacket, glanced at the ominous sky, and frowned slightly. It looks like there's going to be a heavy rain. Little junior sister. She turned to her. Are you afraid of thunderstorms? If you are, come stay with me. The wind howled, swirling fallen leaves in the air, and the biting cold easily penetrated their jackets, chilling their skin. Shin Nanji glanced at the threatening weather, then quickly looked away and shook her head, declining her senior sister's kind offer. No need. I'll just go home, lock the doors and windows, pull the curtains, and sleep under the covers until the weather clears up. There's no need to go back and forth. Tian Xiao genuinely worried that her little junior sister might not manage alone. All of their senior and junior sisters lived close by, in the same building. Even if there was a storm at night, they could climb up to be together. But her youngest junior sister was different. The head of the Jiang family had personally arranged a house near the research institute for her. Shin Nanji didn't live in the apartment with them. Instead, she was in a high-end residential area. Even if Tian Xiao wanted to go keep her company at night, she couldn't get into the gated community. Just as Tian Xiao was about to persuade her again, she noticed a black Rolls-Royce smoothly approaching and coming to a stop nearby. The front passenger door opened first. Tian Xiao wondered about the luxury car's origin when Huo Ling stepped out and walked over to Shin Nanji, respectfully and happily calling her madam. A guess formed in Tian Xiao's mind. Sure enough, the next moment, the rear window of the car was lowered. A man with deep-set features appeared in view. Upon seeing Huo Ling, Shin Nanji instinctively looked toward the back seat. When she saw Jiang Jinyan looking at her through the lowered window, an unnamed joy surged from deep within her. She hurried over, and the car door opened as she approached. Shin Nanji didn't rush to get in. Her lips curved into a big smile. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to surprise you, he replied. Inside the car, two excited puppies were eagerly spinning around, wanting to jump out and rush into Shin Nanji's arms. But at that moment, Jiang Jinyan held them back, preventing them from jumping down. As he spoke, Shin Nanji saw the two puppies wagging their tails and softly barking happily, struggling to get to her. She reached out to pat their heads, then turned to Tian Xiao, who looked surprised but relieved now. Happy weekend, senior sister. I'm leaving now. Tian Xiao waved at her. Go on, go on. Now, even if it rains or hails, I won't worry. Shin Nanji waved back, holding down the puppy that wanted to squeeze out of the car, and took Jiang Jinyan's hand as he helped her into the car. Once she was inside, the door quickly closed to prevent the two puppies from jumping out. The black Rolls-Royce turned around and headed back. Huo Ling and the driver quickly raised the partition, giving Mr. Jiang and his wife some space for their long-awaited reunion. However, they had counted the people but overlooked the dogs that were not cooperating with them and heading to the trunk. The two puppies stood firmly between Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji, completely unaware of the situation, sticking close to Shin Nanji. Facing the enthusiastic puppies, Shin Nanji could only pet them a few times before finding a chance to speak with Jiang Jinyan. Have things been sorted out at the branch office in Country A? Jiang Jinyan's gaze shifted from the playful Samyeds back to her. Yes, everything is taken care of. The vacant positions have been filled, so you don't need to go there for now. Butler Pang didn't return to the country. Seeing the two puppies following Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji like little shadows, he stopped them when they tried to follow into the bedroom, grabbing each one and leaving them outside. He blocked the two boundaryless puppies, opened the window, and pointed to the large apartment across the way. Do you see that? As far as I know, it's already been bought. If you two keep being so clueless, you'll only be able to see your owner from across the balcony in the future. Tuan tuan número uno. Tuan tuan número dos. The two little puppies stared blankly at the spacious apartment across from them, their wagging tails suddenly stopping. Butler Pang wasn't scaring them. He wasn't lying to them either. The place across was indeed bought, and it was meant for them to live in. However, it wasn't just them moving there. He and the aunt and chef of the residence were going too. For the next year, except for mealtime and necessary cleaning, they would mostly stay across to avoid being in the way. But the two new puppies didn't know that. Confused about being sent away, the two puppies, with average intelligence, suddenly turned and rushed toward the master bedroom to scratch at the door. Fortunately, Butler Pang was quick. He caught each of them and took them to the other side, saying, "Come on. I'll take you to get familiar with your new home and show you the luggage I prepared for you." In the master bedroom, as soon as the door opened, Shen Nanji was embraced by Jiang Jinian. Her eyes curved with a smile as she wrapped her arms around him and curiously asked, "Weren't you in country yesterday? How did you manage to bring Tuan Tuan and the others here in just one day?" Jiang Jinian held her waist gently with one arm while the other brushed her lips softly, his gaze deep and warm like an expansive sky. "I didn't return home. Those two little ones were brought by Butler Pang. Otherwise, it would have taken another day for them to come." Dark clouds loomed over the city, and a storm arrived as expected. The windows weren't tightly closed, and the sound of rain pattering against the glass filled the room. Shen Nanji, held in Jiang Jinian's arms, felt her clear, lake-like eyes shimmering as he kissed her, the corners slightly reddening. "Should I close the window?" He moved his hand from her neck, gently pinching her warm earlobe. Shen Nanji let out a soft hum of comfort, feeling relaxed in his embrace. Hearing his question, she leaned her head against him. While trying to catch her breath, she shook her head. "Let's wait a bit. It's stuffy." Jiang Jinian's dark eyes seemed to draw her in. Following her suggestion, as she gradually calmed her breathing and tilted her head up for a kiss, he held the back of her head and kissed her deeply. As their lips met, his fingers hovered at her waist and he quietly asked, "Should we close the curtains first?" She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her slim waist tightly against him. Shen Nanji let out a soft whimper, tears welling up in her eyes from his intense kiss, and she nodded vaguely in response to his question. Jiang Jinian pressed the remote, and the curtains slowly closed. A cool breeze slipped through the small gap, causing the edges of the curtains to flutter and mixing the damp, cool air from outside with the warm, stuffy air inside, bringing a slight chill. Late at night, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Not only did it continue, but thick lightning split the dark sky, illuminating everything for a moment, followed by the deep rumble of thunder brewing in the clouds. With a loud crash, the sound echoed powerfully in the distance, as if it were right outside the window. In the center of the master bedroom's big bed, Shen Nanji, too tired to even lift a finger, was half asleep when the booming thunder suddenly startled her awake. She quickly opened her eyes and instinctively moved towards Jiang Jinian, diving into his arms. Jiang Jinian was about to pick her up to take a shower but hadn't bent down yet. She grabbed his arm and nestled into him. Outside, lightning flashed continuously and the thunder rolled on, as if trying to tear the sky apart. The wind howled so fiercely that it seemed like the trees might snap in half. Jiang Jinian's body reacted before his mind, and he quickly held her tightly, soothing her softly. "Gigi, you don't have to be afraid." Her sleepiness vanished in an instant, startled by the thunder that sounded as if it were right next to her ear. Shen Nanji's body tensed up. She gripped his shirt tightly, her knuckles turning white, and held her breath, urging him to close the window. Jiang Jinian gently patted her back, his voice calming. "I'll close the window. Just stay here for a moment, okay?" Shen Nanji frowned slightly, but after a short while, she slowly relaxed her grip on his shirt. Seeing this, Jiang Jinian ruffled her hair and walked a few steps to securely close and lock the double-glazed window. Instantly, the sound of thunder in the room decreased significantly. During his actions, the girl sitting on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket, followed his movements with her gaze. When he returned to the bed, he said, "The rain should stop in 2 or 3 hours, and the thunder won't last much longer. Gigi, should I take you to shower now?" With the curtains drawn again, blocking the view of the distant lightning, Shen Nanji glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window and, without refusing, nodded quickly, "Okay." After finishing her shower and returning from the bathroom, she lay back under the covers, which had already been 20 minutes later. Jiang Jinian turned off the ceiling light, lifted the blanket, and pulled the girl, who was curled up on one side of the big bed, into his arms. The thunder outside had softened a bit, and the double-glazed windows blocked most of the noise. The sounds that reached the room were faint. Shen Nanji lay in Jiang Jinyan's embrace, listening to the distant rumble of thunder, her mind drifting back to 11 years ago, the day she first arrived at the Jiang family. The continuous thunder stirred memories of a painful past she had long avoided. Noticing that she had been silent for a while, Jiang Jinyan gently pinched the back of her neck and leaned down to look at her in the dim light. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Shen Nanji lowered her eyes, coming back to reality. Her voice was soft. "I was thinking about the thunderstorm when I first came to the Jiang family."
It was just like now.
The difference was that back then she was alone. Now he was with her. Jiang Jinyan knew exactly what day she was referring to. "Why didn't you call if you were scared?" he asked. "Even though my parents were abroad, the housekeeper and servants were in the small building behind. A phone call would have brought them over. Anyone would have been better than you hiding alone on the sofa in the hall." She could have called him too. He remembered giving her his number on her first day at the Jiang family. But for 10 years, she had never called him. It was only during the recent Shen family crisis that she finally reached out to him. Shen Nanji wanted to explain that she had just arrived at the Jiang family, and despite their good relationship, she couldn't truly consider it her home in such a short time. Moreover, it felt wrong to disturb the Jiang family in the middle of the night. But before she could finish her thought, she suddenly realized what he had said last. She paused, looking up at him in the dim light. "How did you know I was on the sofa in the hall that night? Did Jiang Tingsa tell him, or?" Before she could think further, Jiang Jinyan answered her. "I returned to the old house that night. As soon as I walked in, I saw you on the sofa." Shen Nanji's eyes widened in surprise. Her breath caught for a moment. "When did you leave?" "Early the next morning," he replied. Another rumble of thunder echoed outside. Shen Nanji felt a mix of emotions and was momentarily speechless. Jiang Jinyan gently brushed her hair and chuckled softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. He wondered if it was because she had always kept her distance from him over the years, or if it was her fear that made her run away when they met. "I've watched over our little princess all night, and after 10 years, I haven't heard a single thank you." This only made her more afraid of him. Shen Nanji's heart trembled slightly, as if something was building up inside her. She held his wrist, looked up at him in the dim light, and seriously added the overdue thank you that had been 10 years in the making. "Thank you, Jinyan." Her tone was very sincere. So sincere that Jiang Jinyan, who had only intended to tease her about something from 10 years ago, looked at her a bit longer. They embraced and gazed at each other. He traced her brow and eyes, looked into her clear gaze, swallowed hard, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "When will you be willing to change how you address me?" "Change it to what? What do you think?" Shen Nanji realized what he was implying. Her eyes flickered slightly as she turned away. The two words that are quite normal for any couple were on the tip of her tongue, and it wouldn't have been hard to say them. For a brief moment, it felt like they were about to slip out. But his gaze was too intense, staring straight at her, stopping her from saying those words that were almost on her lips. In the end, she buried her head in his neck in the dim light, her soft breath brushing against him, and the two words came out clearly in the night. "Husband." Jiang Jinyan tightened his arms around her waist. A low chuckle escaped his throat. He reminded her, "If anything like that happens again, call me anytime, and I'll be there as fast as I can." Shen Nanji nodded vigorously. After a night of storms, the sky cleared up early the next morning, bright and blue. Around 11 in the morning, Shen Nanji woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she received a call from Tian Xiao. As soon as she answered, the cheerful voice on the other end asked, "Little junior sister, I hope I'm not interrupting you?" Shen Nanji rubbed her hair, looked out at the bright sunlight nearing noon, and then checked the time on her phone, which read 10:51. Her eyelids twitched. "Of course not, senior sister. What's up?" The atmosphere was lively over there, with several senior sisters chatting nearby. "It's nothing much, just wanted to let you know that we, along with your senior Yan Yao, have finished those experiment forms. You can enjoy your time with your husband these couple of days and not worry about the lab. We've got it covered." Shen Nanji was a bit surprised. Aren't we supposed to handle the forms this afternoon and tomorrow morning? You all finished so quickly? Yesterday, there was a storm with thunder and lightning, and Tian Xiao and Yan Yao couldn't sleep. They spoiled their youngest junior sister, Shen Nanji, and when they heard her husband was visiting, they stayed up all night to finish the forms ahead of time. This way, Shen Nanji and Mr. Jiang could spend more time together without worrying about experiments and studies during their reunion. Tian Xiao didn't tell Shen Nanji the whole truth and just joked, "It's just that the weather in our country is so scary. We couldn't sleep, so we used the time to finish the forms last night. Now we can enjoy the weekend." After saying that, Tian Xiao was about to hang up to avoid bothering her junior sister. "All right, there's nothing else.
Don't worry about the lab.
Enjoy your time together. I'll hang up now." Oh, wait. Just before hanging up, Tian Xiao remembered something. "I saw yesterday that your Samyed came along too, right?" Hearing this, Shen Nanji guessed what her dog-loving senior sister wanted to say. Sure enough, before she could respond, Tian Xiao cheerfully continued, "If they disturb you or need to be walked, just send them over to us. We'll make sure they're well taken care of." Shen Nanji couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, thank you, senior." Before Jiang Jinyan arrived, Shen Nanji planned to spend her long-awaited weekend sleeping, working on experiment forms and reviewing papers, just like she did during her first 2 years at Huaihai University when she stayed home in her small apartment. But after Jiang Jinyan came, the past 2 days became exceptionally fulfilling. Their physics research institute wasn't in a remote area. In fact, the most bustling district was nearby. Starting from Saturday afternoon, Shen Nanji followed Jiang Jinyan shopping at various department stores in our country, dining at 5-star hotels to try local delicacies, and taking their 2 clingy puppies for walks. 2 days passed in a flash. Just like the end of a pleasant weekend before a new week of work or study, as Sunday night arrived, Shen Nanji's bright mood gradually faded. At 8 in the evening, after dinner, she waited for Jiang Jinyan and Zhou Lin to finish their work calls. Shen Nanji's mind was completely off the movie. Holding a blanket, she leaned on the sofa and turned to Jiang Jinyan, who had just finished discussing work with Zhou Lin at the bar. "Are we going to the company tomorrow?" Jiang Jinyan put down his phone, brought over 2 cups of water, and handed one to her. Shen Nanji felt a bit uneasy. She took the water but didn't drink it, still looking up at him, waiting for his answer. "Yes, we need to go to the company," he said. Later, Shen Nanji thought for a long time about her feelings after hearing this. It was like knowing the holiday was ending and school was starting, but then someone suddenly said the start of school would be delayed, giving her a mix of anxiety and hope as she waited for the announcement, only to finally receive a message saying school would start as scheduled. Then, she tightened her grip on the cup, not showing any disappointment. With such a big company, he couldn't avoid going for long. "Are you flying tonight or tomorrow morning?" Jiang Jinyan sat next to her, pulling the slightly dim-eyed girl into his embrace, explaining that he wouldn't be returning to the country this year. "You don't need to go back. You won't have to return this year." Shen Nanji was stunned. He gently explained, "I can't leave you here alone. No matter how many people I arrange to watch over you, I won't feel at ease. So when you told me you wanted to stay in our country for a year, I started arranging the projects between the headquarters and the Our Country branch. To keep things on track, I could have accompanied you when you came to our country a week ago. You would be studying in the lab while I stayed with you at the branch. But something unexpected came up in a country, which delayed me a few days." Shen Nanji couldn't help but recall the time before coming to our country for school. Normally, when she was about to start school, even if it was just at Huaihai University, he would clear a few days to be with her. This time, however, as she was leaving Huaihai City for her country, he seemed busier than ever right before her school started. She found it a bit strange back then. But as the leader of the group, since his return home last year, the focus of the Jiang family and Eid, our group has already shifted back to the domestic market. It would be unrealistic to casually change the group's business to accompany her to our country. So she never considered this possibility. However, looking at it now, she asked, "So, during those days at the end of August, the group was busy with various matters because of the project coordination between the headquarters and the branch in our country?" "Yes." He put down his cup, wrapped his arms around her waist, and watched as the light in her eyes gradually returned. "Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll take you to the Research Institute before heading to the branch. For the next year, just like before, you'll go to the Research Institute on weekdays while I go to the company, and on weekends, I'll take you out to have fun." In fact, many signs had already pointed to this. She had just subconsciously thought this possibility was too far-fetched, so she never considered it. Whether it was the unusual overtime at Tiansheng Group the day before school started, or when he brought the 2 puppies over the other day, and even the butler, Mr. Pang, who was staying next door and not returning home for a while, all indicated that he would be staying with her abroad for a year. Shin Nanji let Jiang Jinyan hold her. Her soft lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes softened as she asked, "Do my parents know that we'll be staying here for a year?" "I've already told them," he said, holding her close with his hand on her back. They fully support it. The news that Shin Nanji was going abroad for further studies with Jiang Jinyan accompanying his newlywed wife quickly spread among the elite circles in Huaihai City. When Gu Qinghe heard this news from her brother, it was as surprising to her as it was for Shin Nanji when Jiang Jinyan said he wouldn't be returning home for the next year. On the way back to Jinting, sitting in the car, she recalled the gossip circulating in their circle about the leader of the Jiang family accompanying his wife abroad for further studies. Gu Qinghe intended to call her best friend. But when she opened her contacts and glanced at the top of her phone, she suddenly remembered that according to our country's time, it was just past 5 in the morning. A few days ago, when her friend had just gone abroad, she might have already been awake and reviewing her lab reports at this hour. But now, with Jiang Jinyan there with her, there was no way her friend would be awake at 5 in the morning. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghe smoothly exited her contacts and opened an entertainment app to watch videos and pass the time on her way back to Jinting. Hu Jingcheng returned early today, around 7:30, to Jinting. At 8:15 there was an online meeting. Gu Qinghe had spoken with Hu Jingcheng in advance, so just before 8:10, she left Xiao Zi's room, took her phone, and went to Hu Jingcheng's study. When she arrived, he was already sitting at the computer, handling something with the mouse. She pushed the door open a little. Peeking in, she asked, "Is it a good time for me to come in?" The man's voice was calm, with no extra emotion. "Yes, we have 3 minutes until the meeting starts." With his permission, Gu Qinghe entered. She sat down on the sofa, intending to make small talk and indirectly thank him for helping her sleep after the birth of Xiao Zi. However, he was busy with emails. Gu Qinghe scrolled through her phone, glancing at him several times, but he was still focused on his emails. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. 3 minutes passed, and the meeting began on time. Gu Qinghe instinctively muted her phone and, as usual, listened to the French audio to help her relax. However, perhaps because it was early or due to the many thoughts crowding her mind lately, she felt drowsy but not very sleepy. Frowning slightly, she changed her position and pulled a light blanket over herself, resting her chin on her arm while absent-mindedly scrolling through videos, trying to drift off. The sofa where Gu Qinghe sat was right in front of Huo Jingcheng's desk. He could see her leaning on the sofa whenever he looked up. Noticing her change in position, Huo Jingcheng glanced in her direction a few times but didn't say anything, signaling the executives at the other end to continue their report. Today's meeting was about a bidding project for a subsidiary company and lasted quite a while. By the time it ended, Gu Qinghe had not returned to her room. Huo Jingcheng closed the meeting window and walked over. He immediately noticed Gu Qinghe, resting her head on her arm, watching a video with the sound off, seemingly asleep. He paused in front of the sofa for a moment. Seeing no signs of her waking up, he stepped closer, bent down, and gently picked her up to carry her to her room. The light in Gu Qinghe's room was on. As he placed her on the bed, she furrowed her brow slightly, as if she might wake up. Huo Jingcheng did not leave right away. Instead, she stopped by the bed, slowly watching the wrinkles on her forehead fade away as she fell back into a deep sleep. Only then did he cover her with a blanket, close the door, and leave. When Gu Qinghe opened her eyes again, the clock's hands pointed to 7 in the morning. Still feeling sleepy, she sat on the bed, looking around her familiar room. As her mind cleared, She recalled the moment from last night when she had accidentally fallen asleep in Huo Jingqing's study. Gu Qinghe ran her fingers through her hair. She pressed her forehead, which felt a bit heavy from just waking up, then got out of bed and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face. After refreshing herself, she came downstairs, where Huo Jingqing had not yet left for work. Gu Qinghe paused at the stairway for a moment before walking over to thank him for escorting her back to her room last night. Huo Jingqing had just finished discussing the bidding project from last night's online meeting with Himu. Hearing her thank him, he didn't show much reaction. He glanced at her calmly and said, "No need to thank me. The agreement isn't over yet and our marriage is still in place. It's only a small matter." Since their grand wedding over a year ago, Gu Qinghe had rarely heard the word agreement from Huo Jingqing. Most of the time, whether during her pregnancy or after the birth of their child, their interactions resembled those of a normal couple. Occasionally, during their time together, she would even have fleeting moments of illusion, as if the agreement didn't exist. It wasn't until today, more than a year later, that Gu Qinghe heard the word agreement again and suddenly realized that those fleeting illusions were just that, illusions. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. The words of thanks she hadn't finished were stuck on her lips, replaced by another question. After the agreement ends, who will the child be with? Huo Jingqing paused at the entrance when he heard her question. Morning light filtered through the glass columns in the courtyard, casting a glow on his profile. From Gu Qinghe's angle, she couldn't see his expression, but his tone remained calm as always. If you want Ji, then he stays with you. If you don't want him, the child stays with me. An expected silence spread throughout the hall. Gu Qinghe couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. She only felt a heaviness in her chest. Huo Jingqing didn't stay at home for long. He quickly left after confirming there were no other issues, as Himu and Ren Heng were waiting outside for a meeting at the company. Gu Qinghe felt a strange heaviness in her heart, as if an emotion was pressing down on her, making her feel inexplicably restless. Aunt Wang came over quietly and asked what she wanted for breakfast. Gu Qinghe tried to control her negative feelings and not take it out on others. "I don't have an appetite, I won't eat." "Aunt Wang, you can go back to your work. I have an early class today, so I'm heading to school." Little Ji was still asleep. Aunt Wang stood in the hall, stunned, watching the couple leave one after another, feeling anxious, but unable to do anything. Gu Qinghe was affected by the morning's conversation all day. The restlessness lingered in her chest, making it hard for her to focus on anything. By 4 in the afternoon, she had no classes left. For the first time, Gu Qinghe didn't want to go home so early. After calling the nanny to check on little Ji, she decided not to take a bus home. Instead, she went to the library, like she had done when she was feeling down before, hoping to calm her mind with some reading. When Gu Qinghe returned to Jinting, it was already dark. Huo Jingqing was still not back, but Huo Ji was relatively well-behaved today and hardly cried. Gu Qinghe spent some time with the little one and, around 9 o'clock, managed to put Huo Ji to sleep before quietly returning to her own room. These past few days, staying in Huo Jingqing's study had made her sleep schedule resemble that of her pregnancy. He had a fixed time for online meetings every day, usually between 8:30 and 9. After spending a little time in his study, she would feel sleepy and could fall asleep by around 9. However, after the conversation this morning, she inexplicably didn't want to go to his study. Just as he said, their marriage was bound to end according to the agreement, and even little Ji would have to gradually adapt to growing up with only one parent at a time. As an adult, she had to face it too. During the agreement period, if she couldn't sleep, she could seek him out. But after the agreement ended, if she still had insomnia, she couldn't just go to him again. Gu Qinghe closed her bedroom door tightly and tossed and turned in bed, trying to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in the study next door, a small gap in the door let in bright, cold light. Along with the light came the hesitant voice of the overseas branch manager, making a phone call. "Mr. Huo, do we still need to hold the regular meeting tonight?" The branch manager asked nervously, while a dozen people in the meeting sat quietly, waiting with their heads down. Huo Jingqing sat behind his desk, holding a cigarette between his fingers. The smoke curled up, gradually blurring his features. The branch company's manager was on the phone, unable to see Huo Jingqing's expression. After a long silence, he finally heard Huo Jingqing's flat voice say, "It's fine. Let's all go home." The manager didn't fully understand the situation at home, but could tell from his tone that Huo seemed upset. He quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Huo." The call ended, and the meeting notification on the computer screen disappeared. Huo Jingqing remained still in the same position, the smoke in the air growing thicker. The lights in the hallway flickered on and off, leaving only a dim light from Huo Jingqing's study. As night deepened, everything seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Gu Qinghe tossed and turned in bed until 11 o'clock. She briefly fell into a light sleep, but woke up again just a few minutes later. Seeing the time on her screen was 11:03, Gu Qinghe frowned. Realizing she couldn't sleep, she calculated the time in Shenanxi's location and decided to call. While it was deep night for Gu Qinghe, it was bright daytime for Shenanxi. Receiving a call from her best friend at this hour surprised Shenanxi. She answered the call, placing the phone to her ear, and asked suspiciously, "Qinghe, you're not asleep? It's the middle of the night back home, right?" Gu Qinghe lay in bed, her voice muffled as she sighed. "I can't sleep." Shenanxi had just finished reviewing some experimental data and was free at the moment. Noticing that this call seemed more serious than usual, she stepped out of the lab and leaned against the window to talk. "Is your Mr. Huo on a business trip again?"
No.
Shenanxi replied, "Then why not just go to his study and listen to the meeting? Or are you immune to the meeting noise now?" Gu Qinghe didn't know how to respond. She wanted to organize her thoughts and explain everything, but the words wouldn't come out. In the end, she simply muttered, "Not on a trip." Shenanxi, who knew Gu Qinghe well, picked up on the hint. Growing up together, just this one sentence, along with the unusual timing of the call, made her suspect something was off. But she didn't ask directly. She hinted, "Did you have a fight? Or did Miss Gu meet someone special outside and want to end this arranged marriage quickly?" Gu Qinghe rubbed her forehead and replied, "Not really." She felt frustrated, and hearing Shenanxi's teasing made her open up about what she had been struggling to say. "I don't know what's going on. Before the marriage agreement and during my time with Xiaoji, all I wanted was to finally be free to date openly, to talk to whoever I wanted, and to find a cute guy. But now that I can finally fulfill that wish, it feels like I've lost the desire to have a passionate romance."
Not only that.
Even now, she couldn't understand why she had unconsciously rejected Sun Jingyang's confession.
Clearly, he was her type.
When it comes to feelings, those involved often get confused. After hearing Gu Qinghe's words, Shenanxi fell silent for a rare moment. After a while, she asked from the side, "Are you willing to spend your life like this with Mr. Huo?" Gu Qinghe's eyelids fluttered. That question echoed in her mind, and even her fingers pressed against her temples tightened. After a moment of silence, she shook her head honestly. "I don't know. Gigi, I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead." When she was pregnant, all she thought about was wanting to give birth quickly. After the baby was born, she finally felt free and just wanted to go out and have fun. She hadn't really considered the future. Or perhaps, deep down, she thought this kind of life would last a long time. Even if she had to think about it, it would be about the future. Maybe when she first signed that agreement, she only focused on the 3 years part. It had only been 1 year. She hadn't thought about what would happen after the agreement ended. Gu Qinghe felt a bit resistant to think about that question. Signing the agreement was a mutual decision. Ending it was also a mutual decision. In her confused state, she subconsciously avoided thinking about the future and lowered her eyelashes, telling Shenanxi about her current situation. Insomnia can happen even after the agreement ends. Gigi, I can't just go looking for Huo Jingqing after the agreement is over. Someone once said that silence is the most honest answer. Just like Gu Qinghe. Just now, when asked, would she be willing to spend a lifetime with Huo Jingqing? She remained silent for a long time before answering, "I don't know." Gu Qinghe is in the middle of it all, and I can't see the answer through her confusion. But Shenanxi has already guessed the answer from her silence. It's not too surprising. Since the later stages of her pregnancy, Every time Gu Qinghe called her, she would often unconsciously mention Hu Jingcheng, and Shin Nanji had anticipated that this day would come. Since this agreement has additional benefits, Qinghe, why not consider extending the term? Gu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback and asked, how long should we extend it? Shin Nanji chuckled lightly. That depends on your feelings. If you're willing, extending it for a lifetime is not a problem. After all, in the eyes of both families and outsiders, your marriage to Hu Jingcheng is just a normal union between wealthy families. Moreover, you have a child, which creates a lasting bond. After the call, Gu Qinghe sat on the bed for a long time. In the early hours of the morning, she seemed to doze off for a bit. But the dreams were strange, and she woke up again shortly after dawn. Habitually, she opened her phone and saw the nearly half-hour call record from last night at 11 o'clock, reminding her of the conversation. This time, she didn't hesitate for long. After changing her clothes and freshening up, she quickly went downstairs. She intended to talk to Hu Jingcheng and had already thought of an opening line while getting ready. However, as she came down the spiral staircase, before she could speak, she saw He Mu reporting to Hu Jingcheng that the flight had been arranged. Gu Qinghe frowned slightly. Letting go of the handrail, she walked toward the sofa and asked, "Are you going on a business trip?" Hu Jingcheng didn't expect her to wake up so early today. It was just past 6 o'clock. "Yes," he replied, pausing briefly when he noticed the dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep, then continued, "There's a project with a foreign company that requires my presence." Gu Qinghe remained silent. Hu Jingcheng had already changed his clothes, and Ren Heng and He Mu were waiting nearby. Before leaving the hall, he said to her, "I might be away for 1 or 2 weeks. I've arranged for a nanny and Aunt Wang for Ji. If you need anything during this time, feel free to call me or ask the butler and the aunt." Aunt Wang, watching this couple who had grown closer since the birth of their son, now seemed to be drifting apart again, felt a bit puzzled. But not long after Hu Jingcheng left, she took a tablet to Gu Qinghe. "Ma'am," she handed over the tablet. "This is for you from the sir." Gu Qinghe felt a bit down. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, she lowered her eyes and took the tablet. When she turned on the screen and saw nearly 10 recorded audio files, her fingers paused. Aunt Wang also hoped the young couple would be well. They were a handsome couple, well-matched in family background, and they had such a lovely child. Everything seemed perfect, and she tried her best to help. "The sir is worried you might have trouble sleeping, so he asked me to give this to you." Hu Jingcheng's order was correct, but his exact words were that if you still couldn't sleep, to send the tablet to you. However, Aunt Wang was quick. As soon as Hu Jingcheng left, she brought the tablet over. Since he had previously recorded 2 audio files for her before a business trip, Gu Qinghe recognized what was on it right away. Although each audio file was not long, there were many of them, at least a dozen or 20. This was more than enough for the time he would be away. Gu Qinghe opened the audio files and saw that they were recorded during her postpartum recovery after the birth of their child, Ji. Gu Qinghe listened to these audio files every few days. On days she didn't listen, sometimes she had trouble sleeping and sometimes she didn't. 2 weeks passed like this, and she had only listened to half of the audio files on the tablet. On Wednesday afternoon of the 2nd week, it was exactly 2 weeks since Hu Jingcheng left for his trip. With no classes in the second period that afternoon, Gu Qinghe returned to the house at 4:30. As she entered the hall and took off her coat, she went upstairs to check on little Ji, as usual. However, today, as soon as she opened the door, she saw the nanny holding the little one, chatting with Hu Jingcheng on the phone. Hearing the door open, the nanny turned around with the baby and smiled at Gu Qinghe. "You're back, ma'am? Back early today?" Gu Qinghe nodded. "I had fewer classes today." As the nanny turned, the phone screen revealed Hu Jingcheng in the background of the company office. The nanny was perceptive. In this situation, it was perfect for the young couple to talk together. "The sir is on a video call checking on the little master. Since you're back, why don't you spend some time with him while I go make a bottle?" Little Ji is clingy with both dad and mom. Before Gu Qinghe returned, when the video call connected, the little one eagerly looked at the phone screen. After Gu Qinghe came back, The little one kept switching between looking at the screen and at Gu Qinghe, clearly wanting both dad and mom. Gu Qinghe glanced at the child, walked over, and took him from the caregiver's arms. Mr. and Mrs. can chat first. I'll go prepare some milk for the little master. The caregiver quickly left, closing the door quietly behind her. Held by Gu Qinghe, with dad on the video call, the clever little Ji was obviously very happy, smiling widely. His tiny hands were reaching out, and his dark, grape-like eyes were so cute they made one's heart flutter. Gu Qinghe comforted the child, and there was a moment of silence in the room, as well as on the other end of the video with Huo Ling, until Gu Qinghe shifted her gaze from the child in her arms to the video screen. Are you coming back tomorrow? Gu Qinghe is not very aware of time, but these past 2 weeks felt very clear. So clear that even if she didn't try to remember, her subconscious told her today was the last day of the 2 weeks. The office of Huo Jingqing's company was brightly lit, and the man had distinct features, his lips forming a sharp curve. I can't come back for now. There are still some matters to handle abroad. Gu Qinghe couldn't tell if he was busy or if they were just in a contractual marriage, and since he was already born, there was no need to get too close, so he wouldn't come back. Her wrist stiffened for a moment, then she nodded casually, her expression normal. Okay. Huo Jingqing looked at her through the video screen. Have you finished listening to those audio files? Gu Qinghe lowered her gaze, focusing on little Ji in her arms. Not yet. There was a pause on Huo Jingqing's end. Then he said, I'll send you a few more audio files later. It's hard to say when I can come back from abroad. After the call ended, she quickly received audio files from Huo Jingqing on her phone. Since the later stages of her pregnancy, and after little Ji was born, their communication on WeChat had gradually become more frequent, no longer just a simple remember to close the window every night. During this time, it seemed that since the first few days of her school, their relationship gradually returned to how it was when they first agreed to the marriage arrangement. Life here felt particularly slow, but in country Shen Nanji's days flew by. Every day began with experiments and ended with darkness. It was at this time that Tian Xiao and others realized what the message in the group chat about the slow pace at the beginning of the school year, giving them time to adjust, really meant. They had just transitioned from the carefree days of summer vacation to the grueling routine of being in the lab every day. The change felt overwhelming, and they often complained about how different life in country was compared to what was mentioned in the group chat. However, after another half-month passed, the overworked professors thought they should have adapted to the lab's pace and wanted them to truly experience the normal intensity of the research institute. Only then did they realize how happy they had been during that first week. After half a month of intense research, amidst the complaints of exhausted students, a few professors finally showed some compassion and granted them 3 days off. When the news was announced, there was an uproar in the lab. Without waiting for Professor Lin to come and inform them, the overworked students quickly packed their things and rushed out of the research institute. On the way back to their residence, Tian Xiao, nearly too tired to stand, leaned on Shen Nanji and complained about how unbearable life had become. Junior sister, do you think we can still make it back to our country in time? Shen Nanji patted her arm, smiling helplessly. I don't think so. Our application was submitted in May. Tian Xiao lamented, but who told us that life would be like this back then? We love physics and are happy to work hard in this field, but turning 1 hour of work into 8? Even a dog couldn't do that. As they walked back to their respective homes, Shen Nanji listened to Tian Zhao's complaints the entire way. When they reached their parting point, Shen Nanji saw her senior, who was swaying from exhaustion and too tired to say much, just waving goodbye. She asked Senior, "Are you okay on your own? Should I walk you back?" Tian Xiao waved her off. "I can manage walking, junior sister. You should hurry home and get some sleep. Rest well before thinking about anything else." Shen Nanji was doing okay. After gradually adapting to the intensity of the experiments, she could still hold on. On her way back to the apartment, she thought that once she got home, she would first organize the data from the experiments she had done over the past 2 days, then play with her dog for a while before resting. However, today Jiang Jinyan returned early. As soon as she walked in, she saw the man who had just finished a call with Zhou Lin in front of the sofa. Seeing her return so early, Jiang Jinyan was a bit surprised. After hanging up the phone, he waved at her. "You're back early today? I was just thinking about going to pick up Gigi later." Shin Nanji dropped her bag and ran towards Jiang Jinyan like a tired bird returning to its nest, jumping straight into his arms. "The professor gave us a surprise day off, so I came back as soon as I got the notice." He hugged her, his fingers skillfully massaging her neck. "Are you tired?" On the way back, she felt fine, but now being held and massaged by him made her fatigue suddenly surge. Shin Nanji, who was supposed to organize the experiment data, now nestled in his arms, nodded like a little chick and said she was tired. Jiang Jinyan chuckled gently, patted her back, and said, "Come sit on the sofa. Standing for too long will make you more tired." Shin Nanji obediently followed him over. "It's not even 5 yet. What do you want for dinner? Should we go out for French food or have it delivered?" Shin Nanji tilted her head in his arms, glanced at her watch, thought for a moment, and said, "I haven't gone out in 2 weeks. I'm feeling a bit restless. How about we eat out?" Jiang Jinyan had no objections. "I'll have someone make a reservation." After returning from dinner, Shin Nanji took the 2 little dogs out for a walk again. When she got back to the bedroom, she didn't even take out her computer. She just took a shower and went to bed. When she finally woke up well-rested, the sun was already high in the sky. There was an early meeting today, and Jiang Jinyan had left for the office 2 hours ago. Shin Nanji took out her phone and looked at the message he had left her on WeChat. She opened the input box to reply, then got up to wash up and have breakfast. Butler Pang and the housekeeper were in the other apartment. After breakfast, Shin Nanji didn't rush to go out. She sat on the sofa and took out her computer to process the data she had missed yesterday. By the time she finished, the clock showed it was 11 o'clock. Butler Pang came over to ask what she wanted for lunch. Shin Nanji closed her computer, looked out at the bright sunshine, thought for a moment, and declined Butler Pang's suggestion to have the chef prepare lunch. "Uncle Pang, no need to have anyone busy. I'll go find Brother Jinyan for lunch. I'll eat out." Pang Guanjia was watching how well the young couple got along. The more time they spent together, the better their relationship would be. He smiled widely and nodded repeatedly. "I'll let Mr. Jiang know that his wife is here. He will surely be happy," he said. Shin Nanji stopped him. "There's no need to send a message. The meeting at the company isn't over yet. Uncle Pang, just have a car ready for me, and I'll go directly." The branch office wasn't too far away. On the way, Shin Nanji asked the driver to drive slowly, enjoying the breeze and the scenery. Just before arriving at the company, she decided to stop and buy 2 small cakes. She had come to surprise Jiang Jinyan, but unexpectedly, the people at the branch office gave her a surprise first. Jiang Jinyan's office was on the 26th floor. Since the meeting room was still in session, she wandered around the chairman's office. Jiang Jinyan hadn't returned yet, and she felt bored being inside alone, so she went out to explore. As she reached the tea room on the 25th floor, she overheard a few young women complimenting someone, but their words also included negative remarks about her and Jiang Jinyan's marriage. It seems what people say privately is true. "Mr. Jiang has been at our branch for so long, yet we haven't seen his so-called wife here. It's been almost a month, and Mr. Jiang hasn't gone back even once." Another girl disdainfully replied, "Of course, the gossip in the group can't be wrong. I heard that Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang married due to a family arrangement, probably just a show of a plastic marriage. My cousin is in the elite circle, and this kind of thing is very common. I heard the other party is just a girl who hasn't graduated. I really don't understand what the Jiang family is thinking. They should take this arrangement seriously. What can a pampered young lady from a wealthy family do? I think Mr. Jiang is much better suited with our Qiao Jia. They are a perfect match, both talented and capable. Plus, Mr. Jiang is focusing on our branch in our country. If he were with Qiao Jia, it would be a strong partnership that benefits both." Exactly. If Mr. Jiang really valued that marriage, how could he suddenly come to our country? It's not close to headquarters. According to the people in the secretary's office, Mr. Jiang is planning to stay for at least a year. Newlyweds with a good relationship wouldn't separate right after getting married, especially not for a year. With such a long time apart, the relationship will surely fade. A few people were chatting animatedly in the break room, and Shin Nanji was able to catch bits and pieces of their conversation. Once they finished speaking, a mature woman, elegantly dressed in a cream-colored professional skirt and sipping coffee, finally spoke up. This was the Jojva they had been praising. How many family unions last long? If they did, why would Mr. Jiang leave the headquarters to come here? A year is a long time, and who knows what could happen in between. If it comes to divorce, our future president's wife might not even know where to cry. One of the younger assistants quickly chimed in, trying to flatter her. When it comes to matching, who is more suited than our Jojva and the big boss? I heard that Vice President Zhang has already moved Jojva to Mr. Zhang's secretarial office. Once Jojva becomes the president's wife, don't forget to promote us old employees. Zhou Shu, the one being flattered, clearly enjoyed the attention, almost forgetting her own worth, as if she could climb into Jiang Jinyan's bed at any moment. Of course, my uncle is the group president. No need to wait. I'll tell him to promote all of you to mid-level positions and give you raises. Jojie is amazing. Thank you, Jojie. Sticking close to the future president's wife is definitely the right move. Hearing from Zhou that Shin Nanji had arrived but couldn't be found after the meeting in the chairman's office, Jiang Jinyan sent a message. Gigi, where are you? Shin Nanji's phone was not on silent. A notification sound startled everyone inside. As Shin Nanji unlocked her phone and began to reply, the half-closed door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. One of Zhou Shu's assistants frowned at Shin Nanji, looking her up and down with a critical and arrogant gaze, assuming she was a new applicant. She sneered, "This is the 25th floor, little sister. If you want to interview, go to the first floor. High-level people don't just let anyone in here. Hurry up and leave." Zhou Shu also approached, crossing her arms and looking down at Shin Nanji with disdain, flicking her fingers dismissively. She assumed Shin Nanji was there to apply for a job and, wanting to avoid any issues since Shin Nanji might have overheard their conversation, Zhou Shu casually decided to dismiss her as a candidate using her uncle's position. At a leading company like Tiansheng Group, which operates both domestically and internationally, new hires need to be observant. Young lady, even before you join, you're acting like you own the place and wandering around. Even if you get in, you won't pass the probation period.
Exactly.
Hearing Xiao Shu speak, a jealous follower nearby stared at Shin Nanji's exceptionally beautiful face and chimed in to bully her. She doesn't even know her place. Our Xiaojia is the niece of President Zhang. Since she has spoken, I advise you to save your effort and just leave. A company like Tiansheng is not somewhere you can enter. Shin Nanji almost laughed in anger. She had just typed listening to jokes in the break room on her phone but hadn't sent it yet. She smiled slightly and sent the message. Jiang Jinyan replied quickly, almost instantly. Which floor's break room? She glanced down, ignoring the arrogant group in front of her, and sent her location, 25th floor. Are you done with the meeting? Shin Nanji typed the next message. Finished. He replied, I'll come down to find you. No need. Shin Nanji lowered her gaze slightly, feeling a bit cool. I'll come up now. Seeing her turn to leave, Xiao Shu and the others thought she was backing down and arrogantly continued, Young lady, next time you come, know your place and don't have unrealistic expectations. Shin Nanji turned back, giving them a polite but cold smile, finally fixing her gaze on Xiao Shu, who secretly wanted to get close to Jiang Jinyan. She left a vague remark, I hope we won't meet again. Xiao Shu, who got into the branch office through her uncle's connections, was used to being treated with respect. This was the first time someone dared to disregard her. Xiao Shu clenched her teeth in frustration. Suppressing her anger, she told her follower, Go find out who this interviewee is and make sure she's passed over. The follower quickly nodded, Don't worry, Xiao Jia, I'll check right away. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Jiang Jinyan looked at the messages Shin Nanji sent, his brows slightly furrowed. Especially the first one, listening to jokes in the break room. After hearing from Huo Ling that Shin Nanji had arrived, Jiang Jinyan didn't go to the 25th floor, but called Huo Ling to check the surveillance in the break room on that floor. Huo Ling was always proactive. Shin Nanji had just come inside when Huo Ling brought the high-definition footage from the break room to Jiang Jinyan. "What is this?" Shin Nanji couldn't immediately tell what Huo Ling had brought. When Jiang Jinyan opened the tablet and the voices of Qiao Shu and her friends came from the video, he said, "Let's see what the lady is watching." Most of what Qiao Shu and her followers said could easily lead to someone being dismissed. Not to mention, it also involved Jiang Jingyan's least tolerated issues of favoritism and abuse of power. Halfway through the video, Jiang Jingyan's expression had already darkened significantly. "Who is this person?" he asked, pointing at Qiao Shu, who was surrounded by others on the screen. Huo Ling leaned in, staring at Qiao Shu for a while but couldn't recall who she was. Scratching his head, he quickly replied to Jiang Jingyan, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'll find out right away." Without wasting a moment, he quickly sent a message. Once the message was sent, he noticed Qiao Shu's obviously altered appearance and suddenly remembered something. With a lead, Huo Ling quickly compared Qiao Shu's face with a photo from a stack of resumes that had been sent to the secretary's office a couple of days ago. Finally, he told Jiang Jingyan, "Mr. Jiang, I remember who she is." He pointed at the screen and summarized, "A couple of days ago, the secretary's office added a few positions from within the company, and Qiao Shu is one of them. I was going to send you their information as soon as the selections were finalized, but I didn't have time today." The video continued to play. During Huo Ling's thoughts, the video was nearing its end. Jiang Jingyan, suppressing his anger, pressed the pause button, his eyes cold as ice. In the Our Country branch, who are the vice presidents with the surname Zhang, Huo Ling had just reviewed the senior structure of the branch and answered without hesitation, "The vice president in the administrative department is named Zhang, as well as the executive vice president, and the deputy director of the finance department is also named Zhang." Before he could finish, his efficient subordinate had already sent over the information about Qiao Shu and her uncle's relationship. Hearing the notification sound, Huo Ling immediately checked his phone. After reading the information, he frowned and reported to Jiang Jingyan, "Mr. Jiang, we found out who she is. Qiao Shu is backed by Vice President Zhang Tan from the Administrative Department." The Administration Department. Today at the meeting, the Administration Department was personally called out by Jiang Jinyan for poor performance. At this moment, even Huo Ling felt nervous for Qiao Shu and the Vice President of the Administration Department. As expected, the next moment, Jiang Jinyan ordered in a deep voice, "Bring them in." Huo Ling quickly nodded and was about to head out when he heard Jiang Jinyan add, "Bring in everyone from the break room." Huo Ling understood this meant they were all in trouble and said nothing, quickly going to do his task. Zhang Tan still had no idea what was happening. Qiao Shu arrived quickly, thinking Huo Ling was notifying her about joining the secretarial office. As soon as she got the news, she checked her makeup and took the elevator to the top floor. She met her uncle outside the chairman's office. Wearing high heels, her excitement was almost overflowing, as if she could fly up and become a phoenix at any moment. "Uncle, am I joining the secretarial office? Did President Zhang send for me?" In contrast to Qiao Shu's excitement, Zhang Tan felt a bit worried. He had just been called out at the morning meeting and was a bit apprehensive about seeing Jiang Jinyan. However, seeing his niece and hearing about the secretarial position gave him a glimmer of hope. "The company has been busy these days, and I haven't received any news about you joining the secretarial office. But since Assistant Zhou asked you to come over, it's likely related to that." He quietly advised Qiao Shu, "Be sharp when you go in. If you catch President Zhang's attention, our future will be bright." Qiao Shu maintained a calm expression, but inside, she was eager. Huo Ling approached from the other side of the hallway. When Qiao Shu saw the group of his followers behind him, her expression stiffened. A bad feeling crossed her mind, but she dismissed it as unlikely. Wu Shan and the others felt the same as Qiao Shu, thinking her uncle was efficient and that they would soon be promoted. If Huo Ling hadn't been there, they would have rushed over to ask Qiao Shu what position she was being assigned. Zhang Tan frowned slightly at the group Huo Ling brought, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. The next moment, Huo Ling opened the office door, allowing them to enter. Xiao Shu was the second person to enter the chairman's office after Zhang Tan. As she walked in, her gaze eagerly turned towards Jiang Jinyan, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed there seemed to be another person in the sofa area. She instinctively looked over, and when she clearly saw Shenanji, who was sipping a delicate tea and casually glancing their way, Xiao Shu's expression stiffened for a moment. Then came the disbelief and a creeping sense of fear. The people who entered behind her, including Wu Shan, were equally shocked to see Shenanji's face in Jiang Jinyan's private office. Those with quick wits realized what Shenanji meant when she had meaningfully said, "I hope we won't meet again," just before leaving, as they saw her calmly sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea. Zhang Tan, unaware of what Xiao Shu and the others were thinking, approached the desk with a flattering demeanor, bending slightly as he spoke. "Mr. Jiang, did you call for me? Is there something you need? Just let me know, and I promise to complete the task beautifully." After Jiang Jinyan finished signing the documents, he threw the pen onto the desk with a loud thud, causing Zhang Tan's face to turn pale immediately. The man looked up, his eyes gathering hidden anger as he stared at Zhang Tan, his tone cold. "I wouldn't dare give orders. I rarely come to this branch, and didn't know that the Our Country Tianqing branch had already become Zhang Vice President's territory. Middle management positions can be given to anyone, and the secretarial staff can interfere as they wish. Even my marriage with my wife has to go through Zhang Vice President's evaluation first. How about this? If you have such power, why not just take control of the Jiang family's affairs directly?" Zhang Tan was nearly terrified. From Jiang Jinyan's first sentence, he was already pale, and by the time he heard the last sentence, he was trembling all over. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and he didn't dare to wipe them away. Instead, he stammered, "Mr. Jiang, this must be a misunderstanding. I have always been diligent and sincere to the company. For many years, I have only focused on my duties, and I have never had any other intentions. Is that so?" Jiang Jinyan interrupted him with a cold laugh, pushing a tablet toward him. The surveillance video from the tea room clearly reached everyone's ears in the tense atmosphere. "Then what is this? Zhang Vice President, using public resources for personal gain, is this your dedication to the company?" Due to the distance, Xiao Shu and Wu Shan, standing behind Zhang Tan, couldn't see what was on the tablet, but hearing the high-definition audio of what had just happened drained the color from their faces, just like Zhang Tan's. In the moment of silence, apart from the flattery heard in the surveillance video, Shenanji leaned against the soft cushions in the sofa area, lightly tapping her nails against the cup, creating a soothing rhythm. Wu Shan and the others looked like they had seen a ghost, glancing nervously at Shenanji, who they had mistaken for a new interviewee, feeling an endless dread creeping up their backs. Xiao Shu's expression was even worse. Zhang Tan hadn't even seen the end of the surveillance footage, but he knew Xiao Shu well enough to understand what kind of person she was. He just didn't expect her to openly conspire against Mrs. Jiang in such a public place as the company break room. Zhang Tan felt desperate, but he didn't have the energy to defend Xiao Shu. His mind was solely focused on extracting himself from the situation. However, he didn't anticipate that Jiang Jinyan would be completely unforgiving about this matter, not even giving him a chance to explain, and coldly interrupted with a final decision. The Tianqing group is too small to accommodate someone like General Manager Zhang. Huo Ling, inform HR to terminate this group of people by the end of the workday today, and include them in the Tianqing headquarters employee records, ensuring they are never hired by any of our subsidiaries again. Huo Ling quickly acknowledged the order. Wu Shan and the others wanted to plead for mercy, but didn't even have a chance to speak. Also, Jiang Jinyan continued, "I came to our country to support my wife's studies. If any employee disrespects Mrs. Jiang again, they will be terminated immediately upon discovery." Huo Ling and the secretarial team acted swiftly. Jiang Jinyan set the deadline for the end of the workday. Yet, within less than an hour, Zhang Tan, Xiao Shu, Wu Shan, and the others had all packed up and left. They also took the opportunity to thoroughly clean up the company, removing all employees who had entered through connections or favoritism. After this incident, no one in the company dared to entertain any improper thoughts. With the situation involving Zhang Tan and Xiao Shu, everyone, including those in the Our Country branch and all subsidiaries worldwide, understood that Mrs. Jiang was the protected matriarch of the Jiang family and no one dared to speak ill of her behind her back. The news spread widely, even reaching Gu Qinghe, who heard about it from Gu Wenchuan while in the country. That evening, while lying in bed with a face mask on, Gu Qinghe joked with Shen Nanji over the phone. Good thing this isn't a secret marriage. With both families' engagement known to everyone, if such things can happen privately, imagine how many people would try to climb the social ladder if it were a secret marriage. There would be a constant stream of them, more numerous than mushrooms after rain, and it would be impossible to deal with them all. Shen Nanji was playing with two puppies. They didn't discuss this topic for long, and quickly moved on to Gu Qinghe and Hu Jingcheng. How are things between you and Hu Jingcheng? Has your fiancé returned from his business trip? Gu Qinghe's eyes dimmed slightly. It's still the same, no progress. He hasn't said when he will be back. With a sigh, she sat up from the bed and looked at the screen. Gigi, when are you coming back? I'm getting really bored here in the country, all by myself. There should be a short break soon. As soon as it's a holiday, I'll come back right away, or Shen Nanji suggested if you're really bored, the National Day holiday is coming up. Why don't you come stay with me for a few days? Gu Qinghe's tone was a bit down. I'll see if I can make it. Our department is organizing an outdoor team-building event before National Day, and it might take up 2 days. As a cool autumn breeze blew in, the end of September arrived, along with the day of the finance department's outdoor team-building event. Feeling a bit chilly from the wind, Gu Qinghe seemed a bit listless throughout the event. After it ended in the evening, everyone rented a space nearby and set up the barbecue grill to cook together. In the finance department of Huaihai University, there were slightly more boys than girls, so the boys took the lead in grilling, while some girls joined in to help with the food. Gu Qinghe didn't have much appetite and felt like leaving early. Just as she was about to get up, Sun Jingyang approached with a plate of deliciously grilled lamb skewers. He naturally held out the cooler end of the skewer for Gu Qinghe to take. Are you hungry? It's a bit hot, but you can eat it now. Since Gu Qinghe joined the student council, some classmates had noticed Sun Jingyang's quiet care for her. Now, seeing this pair of campus stars together, many seemed focused on grilling, but were actually watching them out of the corner of their eyes. The area was backed by the garden of the Xingrui Hotel, a new project recently invested in by the Huo family in Huaihai City. Hu Jingcheng had just returned from abroad and was inspecting the area for work. As he walked past the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 3rd floor, he casually glanced down and saw the scene. Mu, who was behind him looking at work reports, almost ran into him when Hu Jingcheng suddenly stopped. Looking out the window in the direction of where Hu Jingcheng was looking, Mu saw Sun Jingyang holding a skewer and handing barbecue to Gu Qinghe at the college student team-building event. He felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and thought to himself how unlucky he was. In such a big city like Huaihai, how could it be a coincidence to run into this? Their boss had been away for over 20 days, just returned from abroad, and hadn't even gotten back to the hotel before witnessing this scene. At that moment, Mu felt like he could just die. According to the schedule, after reporting on the Xingrui hotel matters, he planned to ask Hu Jingcheng if they should head back to the hotel first. Given that their boss had been away for so long and there was still Xiaozi at home, it was highly likely he would want to return. But after seeing this, Mu didn't dare to ask anymore.
Of course, he didn't have the chance to ask.
Before he could pull his gaze away from the scene outside, Hu Jingcheng had already left, and Ren Heng, who had been following behind after speaking with the hotel manager, noticed Mu standing there and was about to ask what was wrong when he heard Mu mutter, "So unlucky." Ren Heng was confused. He looked at him like he was crazy and said, "What do you mean unlucky? Mu, have you lost your mind on this business trip? You're the one who's lost." Mu shot him a disdainful glance. "When you report to the boss later, don't blame me for not warning you.
Good luck to you.
With that, he ignored Ren Heng and walked away. Ren Heng chased after him, frustrated and ready to explode. What do you mean good luck? Himu, can't you finish a sentence? After leaving Xingrui Hotel, Hu Jingcheng instructed the driver to take them to the company. Ren Heng, who had similar thoughts to Himu, thought their boss would go back to the marital home first and handle work matters the next day. He was a bit confused, but he wasn't foolish enough to miss the strange atmosphere and was eager to find out what was going on. As evening approached and after finishing the last report, Ren Heng mustered the courage to ask, "Boss, what are the next plans?" Hua Jingcheng didn't look up, the pen scratching against the paper, making a soft sound. Tomorrow at 10, meet with Vice Director Qi Jiao to discuss the project. Go confirm the time with him. Ren Heng nodded, looking a bit worried. Just as he was about to leave, Himu came in, placing a document in front of Hu Jingcheng and nervously saying, "Boss, I had someone check the relationship between the lady and that senior from the student council." Ren Heng, who was about to leave, froze in place, secretly giving Himu a look that said, "You're really brave." He didn't have time to pay attention to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed the air in the office suddenly become tense. Without daring to pause or look up, he quickly stated the result before Hu Jingcheng could interrupt. "Madam has already returned to the Jinting villa, and I found out that she rejected the student council president's confession back at the beginning of September, when school started." Ren Heng didn't have the courage to continue eavesdropping. He quietly lifted his leg to leave. But before he reached the door, a special ringtone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw it was Hua's grandfather calling. Ren Heng turned back and handed the phone to Hu Jingcheng, who was sitting at the desk. "Mr. Hua, it's a call from Grandpa Hua." Hu Jingcheng glanced up, took the phone, and put it to his ear, speaking normally, "Grandpa." The old man was not surprised that he answered the call. He had anticipated that his grandson would be turned by this guy. "Jingcheng, I've heard you've been on business trips lately?" Smart as Hu Jingcheng was, he guessed the purpose of the call the moment he saw the old man's name. He kept his voice steady and replied calmly, "I just finished handling some matters at the overseas branch and returned." Old Grandpa Hua responded with an "oh" and then asked, "After being away for so long, how is your relationship with my granddaughter-in-law?" "Everything is fine," Hu Jingcheng said, lowering his gaze slightly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. And my great-grandson? He is doing well too." The call didn't last long. After a few questions, the old man shifted the topic back. "Still the company? You've been away for so long. You should work less overtime and go home early to spend time with my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson. No matter how busy work gets, your wife and son are the most important." At Jinting, it was just getting dark when Gu Qinghe returned to the hall. Little Ji was still asleep, soothed by the nanny. She peeked into the nursery, saw her son sleeping soundly, and quickly returned to her room. Feeling a bit under the weather, she noticed her throat was slightly sore. Gu Qinghe took some cold medicine before lying on the sofa to rest while scrolling through her phone. She dozed off for a bit while watching videos. When she woke up again, it was already dark outside. Gu Qinghe rubbed her neck, glanced at the time on her phone, and got up. To her surprise, as she came down from upstairs, she unexpectedly saw Hu Jingcheng playing with the child in the hall. In the bright light, their eyes met across the sofa area. The young couple reunited after a long time apart, which should have felt like a sweet reunion. The nanny intended to take little Ji away to give the couple some private time to reconnect. However, little Ji was excited to see his dad and refused to leave, insisting that Gu Qinghe join him. Gu Qinghe came over, and together with Hu Jingcheng, they tried to comfort the little one. After more than half an hour, when Ji got tired of playing, he finally let the nanny carry him away. As soon as the little child left, the hall felt suddenly quiet. Gu Qinghe felt dizzy and her vision blurred. She instinctively stepped back to sit on the sofa, but stumbled and almost fell. At that critical moment, Hu Jingcheng caught her. When his hand touched her slightly warm arm, he frowned. His deep gaze was fixed on her, and he continued to support her without hesitation. "Are you sick?" he asked. Gu Qinghe shook her head, trying to shake off the dizziness. She rubbed her throbbing temples and quietly said, I think I just caught a chill. I took some medicine when I got back. Gu Qing, he often struggled to recover from colds, and Hu Jingcheng had seen her suffer from high fevers for days. Noticing her temperature was off, he helped her sit on the sofa and immediately called for the family doctor. The doctor arrived, checked her temperature, and asked what medicine she had taken. He then handed her 2 boxes of different fever-reducing and cold medications, advising her to take them after her meal. Once the doctor left, the hall was once again just Gu Qing, he, and Hu Jingcheng. Gu Qing, he was lost in thought. Hu Jingcheng's sudden return had caught her off guard. While the doctor was still there, she had been contemplating their arranged marriage. She didn't even notice when the doctor left until the sharp edge of the medicine box pressed painfully against her palm, bringing her back to reality. She looked up to see Hu Jingcheng offering her a glass of water. "Drink more water," he said. Gu Qing, he released the medicine box and took the glass from him. She took a sip, thought for a moment, and called out to him as he turned to get her some fruit. "Hu Jingcheng." He paused, thinking she was still feeling unwell, and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Gu Qing, he unconsciously tightened her grip on the glass. She felt a bit nervous. As he watched her, she lowered her gaze and then spoke. After the agreement ends, if Ji Yi is with you, will he have a stepmother?" Hu Jingcheng did not expect her to ask this. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Their eyes met, and he pressed his lips together, speaking to her honestly as always. "No. He will never have a stepmother." Gu Qinghe paused her breath for a moment, then looked into his eyes and asked the question she had wanted to ask for over 20 days, but hadn't had the chance due to his sudden business trip. "If Ji is attached to you and also to me, what if after the agreement ends, he wants both a dad and a mom?" This time, the silence in the hall lasted a bit longer. Gu Qinghe couldn't understand what Hu Jingcheng was thinking, and she couldn't guess how he planned for the future after her question. Just when she thought he wouldn't answer, she heard him say in the quiet night, "By normal calculations, there are still 2 years until the agreement ends. If you want a child during these 2 years, I will gradually have less contact with the child." Gu Qinghe never expected his answer to be like this. Her emotions stirred inside her, and after hearing the second half of his sentence, she almost instinctively asked, "What if I don't want a child? Does that mean I will gradually fade out of Ji's life during these 2 years?" Hu Jingcheng remained calm. Gu Qinghe originally thought that being emotionally stable was a great strength, but at this moment, she hated this calmness that felt unshakable in the face of disaster. Hu Jingcheng said, "I've said before about the child. If you want one, I will never compete with you." The implication was that as long as she wanted a child, Ji would grow up with her, and even after the agreement ended, he would provide all financial support for her and the child. If she truly did not want a child, only then would he take Ji back to the city. Gu Qinghe felt a lump in her throat, a strange bitterness rising. He had thought about her wanting a child, about not wanting one, and even about who the child would want to be with, but he had never considered that they could raise a child together like a normal family. Gu Qinghe's lips turned slightly pale. Hu Jingcheng's eyes darkened, and in a place she couldn't see, his fingers curled silently at his side. He withdrew his gaze from her and quickly turned away. "The doctor said you are a bit low on vitamin C. I'll go get you a fruit platter." The outcome of today's conversation surprised Gu Qinghe. Perhaps it was because they had spent so much time together, and the bond with their child made even a pretend marriage feel different over time. Gu Qinghe thought that if he were a bit more distant and indifferent after the child was born, she probably wouldn't have asked him those questions today. She wouldn't be troubled about whether to continue or extend their marriage after the agreement ended. When Hu Jingcheng came in from the kitchen with a fruit platter, Gu Qinghe was already upstairs. The sofa area was empty, except for a cup of lukewarm water. He paused at the island, looking at the spot where Gu Qinghe had just sat, gripping the fruit platter tighter. Aunt Wang thought that after the husband returned from his trip, having their son in the middle would improve the couple's relationship and the atmosphere at home. But unexpectedly, there didn't seem to be much change. Gu Qinghe didn't come back downstairs. She sent dinner up instead. After delivering the meal, as she stepped down the last few stairs, she heard Hu Jingcheng, standing by the large window and smoking, say, "In half an hour, Go remind my wife to take her medicine. Yes, sir, Aunt Wang replied. Sometimes, Aunt Wang found this young couple quite strange. If they had no feelings for each other during the late pregnancy and after their child was born until early September, they seemed like an ordinary couple. Even now, Huo Jingcheng was diligent in taking care of Gu Qinghe, reminding her about small things like taking medicine and daily meals. However, if they did have feelings, they were very different from a normal couple. Their married life, which should have been sweet, felt increasingly unfamiliar since Gu Qinghe started school. Gu Qinghe didn't come down all evening. Huo Jingcheng only returned to his study after Aunt Wang went upstairs to inform Gu Qinghe about her medicine. The door was left slightly ajar, with a little light spilling out. Huo Jingcheng sat behind his desk, looking at the computer screen that showed a message from overseas company executives asking if they should hold an online meeting tonight. Smoke curled from his fingertips, gradually blurring the short and straightforward reply on the screen, as well as his expression, making the emotions in his dark eyes hard to read. The light in the study stayed on all night, and the thick, pungent smoke seeped out through the small gap in the door. Aunt Wang and the nanny didn't dare to easily enter Huo Jingcheng's study. They didn't know that the light had been on all night. They only noticed a faint smell of smoke lingering in the hallway when they came to the nursery to check on the young master the next morning. Gu Qinghe had a restless night. After finally falling asleep, her dreams were chaotic, filled with memories of her time with Xiaozi before and after his birth, appearing like a surprise box in her uncontrolled dreams. When she woke up the next day, her head was pounding. By 11, all the universities in the country were on break, including Huaihai University. While working late into the night, and on her way back to the apartment, she remembered Shen Nanji mentioning wanting to relax in country R. She found Gu Qinghe's number in her contacts and called her. When Shen Nanji called, Gu Qinghe had just opened her eyes. Seeing the contact name on the screen, she rubbed her forehead and got up to answer the call. Yiji? Shen Nanji, are you on break? Want to come to country R for a few days? Gu Qinghe lowered her eyes in silence for 2 seconds, then nodded. Sure. Shen Nanji asked her for specific dates and said, let me know when you board the plane and I'll pick you up. Okay. After the call, when Gu Qinghe went downstairs, Huo Jingcheng was already gone from the hall. Looking at the empty space, the frustration and restlessness from their conversation the night before resurfaced in her mind. Gu Qinghe rubbed her slightly swollen forehead, spent some time with Xiaozi upstairs, and then returned to the Gu family home. Gu Wenchuan happened to be home today. When he heard she was going to country R to see Shen Nanji, he didn't think much of it, assuming they were close friends who missed each other after a long time apart, and casually acknowledged it. Besides, with Jiang Jinyan there, he didn't worry about her visiting. However, when he saw his sister's slightly pale and listless face, Gu Wenchuan frowned. Why do you look sick? Are you catching a cold again? Gu Qinghe leaned on the sofa, holding a cup of warm water sent by the housekeeper. Hearing Gu Wenchuan's words, she weakly nodded. It's just the weather change. I caught a chill. Gu Wenchuan looked skeptical. In the past, when she was at home, she had been sick before, but she was usually carefree. As long as she wasn't too unwell to speak or couldn't muster any energy, she would still chatter away, often making people's heads hurt. This unusual situation today was almost unheard of. Gu Wenchuan twirled the wine glass in his hand, looking at her thoughtfully, and asked directly, haven't you argued with Huo Jingcheng? Gu Qinghe's hand holding the water cup froze for a moment. Water nearly splashed out. She casually placed the cup on the table, shrugged her shoulders, and replied nonchalantly, what's there to argue about? He just got back from a business trip yesterday. Gu Wenchuan didn't fully believe her words. He had watched her grow up and knew her well. However, he didn't press the issue, clicking his tongue lightly and casually saying, I thought he would stay with you longer. Little Z was just born, and your husband has been away for over half a month. Gu Qinghe grabbed a pillow from the side and hugged it tightly, insisting, I can manage on my own. I don't need him to take care of me. Gu Wenchuan studied her for a moment. He lightly tapped the wine glass and changed the subject. How long do you plan to stay in country R this time? Gu Qinghe relaxed her back, leaning against the sofa and resting her forehead on her hand. I haven't seen Gigi in over a month, so I'll probably stay a couple more days. I rarely go to country R, so I want to explore a bit. Does Hu Jingqing know? Gu Qinghe lowered her eyelids slightly. I haven't told him yet. I'll mention it when I board the plane. Qinghe. Gu Wenchuan paused, his tone losing some of its laziness as he looked at his sister, who seemed a bit down. He finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Do you like Hu Jingqing? Hearing those words made Gu Qinghe's heart race. She instinctively denied it, of course not. But Gu Wenchuan noticed her fingers tightening around the pillow. His gaze deepened, and the hall fell silent for a while. Finally, he nodded towards the pillow she was holding. I should have told you, sister. Whenever you lie to me, you unconsciously clench your fingers. Gu Qinghe quickly loosened her grip. However, the soft fabric of the pillow left some creases that wouldn't fade immediately. She hurriedly flipped the pillow over, her lips pressed tightly together. Gu Wenchuan observed her every move. To be honest, he had never supported her relationship with the Huo family, especially with Hu Jingqing. But people aren't omniscient. You can't predict everything. No matter how much he opposed her marrying Hu Jingqing, they were still together, and their child was already several months old. Now that the marriage certificate is obtained and the wedding is held, everyone knows about the union between Beicheng and Huaihai City. The children from both families are growing up day by day. If she truly likes Hu Jingqing, he won't stop her anymore. Since the day the two families agreed to the union, he couldn't hold her back. In the early days of their agreement, Gu Qinghe's attitude wavered several times. As her older brother, he could see that her uncertainty mostly stemmed from their family's grievances with the Huo family. Now, if she has feelings for Hu Jingqing, he doesn't want her to suffer because of him. The Huo family may not be much better than our Gu family, but they are still quite prominent. Sister, if you wish to continue this high-profile marriage and work with my nephew to restore the Huo family's business, I fully support you. Gu Qinghe rolled her eyes at her brother. Brother, you've been thinking about the Huo family's assets since before I even got the certificate. Gu Wenchuan casually defended himself. Is that being greedy? It's my sister's rightful gain. Besides, who would say no to more money? Gu Qinghe. After deciding to go to country R, Gu Qinghe didn't delay. She settled little Ji and booked a flight for the same day. Before boarding, she saw a message from Hu Jingqing reminding her to take her medicine. Gu Qinghe hesitated with her finger hovering over the input box for a while, then finally typed a short message. I'll be in country R for a few days. Hu Jingqing didn't ask what she was going for or when she'd be back.
He quickly replied, okay.
Gu Qinghe glanced at the message and felt even more restless. She didn't check her phone again and turned it off as she entered the VIP passage. When Gu Qinghe landed in country R, it was evening. At that moment, Shen Nanji had just finished her experiment for the day. Based on the time Gu Qinghe sent, Shen Nanji left the research institute and went to the airport to pick her up. As soon as they met outside the airport, Gu Qinghe dropped her suitcase and jumped into Shen Nanji's arms. Gigi, I've missed you so much. Shen Nanji laughed and patted her shoulder. I've already arranged dinner. Come on, let's go eat. Gu Qinghe straightened up and jokingly asked, am I stealing you away from Jiang Jinyan as soon as I arrive? Your Mr. Jiang won't throw me out, right? Shen Nanji teased. Well, then I'll leave with you. Gu Qinghe linked her arm with hers, raising her eyebrows. All right, I fully support that. Shen Nanji booked a 5-star private room for dinner. While chatting, she heard Gu Qinghe mention the agreement and asked, has Mr. Huo returned? Gu Qinghe sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, he has. Did you have a good talk? Gu Qinghe frowned slightly, her tone dropping. We talked, but what happened? There was champagne on the table. Shen Nanji intended to take a sip, but when her fingers touched the glass, she suddenly remembered Jiang Jinyan's repeated warnings about not drinking outside. She paused, then chose to drink some juice instead. Gu Qinghe's eyes held a hint of sadness, but she tried to sound casual. Well, an agreement is just an agreement. It's different from a regular marriage. Feelings might develop in a regular marriage, but I don't think that will happen in our kind of agreement. Gu Qinghe briefly summarized the outcome of their conversation, and Shen Nanji felt surprised. She had seen Huo Jingqing stay by Gu Qinghe's side in the hospital, caring for her every day. If it was just a temporary agreement with no future connection, why would he do so much? However, Gu Qinghe's mood was clearly low, so Shen Nanji decided not to say much. After dinner, she took Gu Qinghe for a walk nearby before having the driver turn back. Shen Nanji intended for Gu Qinghe to stay with her, but her friend stubbornly refused to be a third wheel. No matter how much Shen Nanji insisted, Gu Qinghe insisted on staying at a nearby hotel. With no other option, Shen Nanji booked a presidential suite for her and sent her off before returning to her apartment. When she got home, Jiang Jinyan was already there. As she entered, Shen Nanji instinctively rushed into his arms, seeking his embrace. The man looked at her gently, familiar with her needs, and lightly massaged her neck to help her relax. Did Miss Gu arrive in our country? Shen Nanji nodded in his arms, looking sweet. Yes, Qinghe will probably stay here for a few days. I'll be taking her out, so I might be back a bit later. Okay, Jiang Jinyan replied. I'll send a few secretaries and assistants to make it easier for you to have fun. Shen Nanji thought for a moment and didn't refuse.
All right.
Are you tired? Jiang Jinyan continued to massage her neck, looking down at her. I can run a bath for you to help you relax, and later I can massage your back in the bedroom? Shen Nanji didn't respond immediately. The suggestion was tempting to her, but she met his gaze and clarified, just a massage. We won't fulfill our marital duties tonight. I need to accompany Qinghe shopping tomorrow, and I can't be sore. Jiang Jinyan bent down and picked her up, his voice deep. As you wish, Mrs. Jiang. Just before the bedroom door closed completely, a question from Shen Nanji suddenly came to mind. I forgot to check on the puppies. Did you feed them? They've been fed.
Don't worry, madam.
Gu Qinghe spent the entire holiday in country R. During the first week of the new semester, there were academic activities, and classes were rescheduled for the following weeks, giving them nearly a week off after the National Day holiday. Gu Qinghe wasn't in a hurry to return home. She stayed in country R until October 11th, when the Research Institute's experiment, which had lasted for half a month, was completed ahead of schedule. As usual, after finishing the experiment and preparing for the next topic, Shen Nanji was looking through the new materials when Professor Lin walked in, beaming, to announce some long-awaited good news. Due to the recent rush to complete experiments, which made everyone miss the National Day holiday, all professors at the Institute have unanimously decided to give everyone a 7-day holiday. As soon as the words were spoken, the lab erupted with excitement. Even the usually composed class leader, Du Rue, tossed aside his materials and eagerly asked Professor Lin, Professor, does the 7-day holiday start now? Professor Lin couldn't hide his smile. Yes. The neatly seated group quickly packed their bags and rushed out of the lab, shouting, Let's go. Hurry and book tickets. We're going home. Professor Lin, amused yet exasperated, called out to them. No need to book tickets. The Institute has arranged a private plane for everyone. You have 2 hours to pack, and the plane will take off in 2 hours. Tian Xiao excitedly hugged Shen Nanji, exclaiming, We're on holiday. Finally, the break. Junior sister, are you coming back with us? As soon as he asked, Tian Xiao was pulled away by Wu Shan, who laughed and scolded. Are you out of your mind? The junior sister will definitely go back with Mr. Jiang. Hurry, don't disturb their time together. Come help us pack. Tian Xiao stood up, grabbed his bag, and ran out, waving to Shen Nanji. All right, junior sister, we're leaving now. The laboratory quickly became empty. As Shen Nanji finished packing and went downstairs, she called Jiang Jinyan, who happened to be free, and answered almost immediately. Gigi, we're on break. Her tone was cheerful, and her happiness was clear from her voice. We have a 7-day holiday. Brother Jinyan, do you have time to come back to the country? A low chuckle came from the other end of the line. Jiang Jinyan glanced at his watch, handed a proposal to Zhou Lin, and said to the phone, Of course I have time. Can we go back tomorrow morning? Shen Nanji raised her eyebrows. Sure, it's still early. You can keep working for now. I'll go talk to Qinghe. Jiang Jinyan replied, Okay, message me when you come back and I'll pick you up. When Shen Nanji mentioned her holiday, Gu Qinghe was a bit surprised. Originally, she planned to fly back to Huaihai tomorrow or the day after, but now that her best friend was also returning, she quickly canceled her ticket and decided to take her friend's flight back, where she could also play with 2 dogs. During her days in country, Gu Qinghe felt much better. That evening, while helping her pack clothes in the hotel, Shen Nanji hesitated and subtly brought up the agreement issue in front of her. Qinghe, what are your plans with your Mr. Huo? Gu Qinghe paused while dragging her suitcase.
Well,
I don't really have any plans. Bringing up the topic again, her tone was still a bit downcast. Let's just go with the flow for now. Once Ji grows up a bit more, we can talk about the rest later. Shen Nanji understood Gu Qinghe's feelings very well. Her current avoidance was similar to how she had initially avoided the marriage between the Jiang and Shen families. But avoiding the issue wouldn't solve anything. Some things need to be faced, regardless. This marriage, which started with an agreement, needs a conclusion, whether it continues or ends. Dragging it out is not a solution. Shen Nanji returned to Huaihai City on the evening of October 13th. This trip back was sudden and unplanned. Before returning, she estimated that they would arrive in the country around midnight or early morning. Shen Nanji and Jiang Jinyan took a private plane without informing anyone to avoid disturbing everyone's sleep in the middle of the night. When the car stopped outside the Yushan mansion, it was already midnight. During the journey back, Shen Nanji spent nearly half the time sleeping, but she wasn't tired. After playing with 2 lively Samyieds for a while, she went upstairs to take a bath and then lay comfortably on the big bed while scrolling through her phone. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, seeing the girl buried under the blankets still had no intention of sleeping, Jiang Jinyan put down his tablet, walked to the bedside, and took the phone from her hand. It's almost 2 o'clock, aren't you tired? He turned off her phone screen, placed it on the bedside table, and gently ruffled the hair of the girl who had rolled into his arms, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Aren't you going to the Shen group tomorrow? If you stay up all night, how will you go? You should sleep first. After rolling over, the blanket was almost wrapped around them like a barrel. She blinked, turned to look at his tablet where he was handling work, and confidently pushed the blame back to him. I'm just waiting for you to finish your work. Jiang Jinyan chuckled, worried she might feel cramped, and pulled her out from under the blanket. I'm done. Sit still, don't fall off, I'll turn off the lights. Soon, everything went dark. With the sudden darkness, Shen Nanji couldn't see anything. Before she could reach for her phone to turn on the screen and adjust the blanket to lie down, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a familiar embrace. The man's calm voice came from above her, his large hand gently patting her back like he was soothing a child to sleep. Sleep first, you can check your phone tomorrow. This position wasn't very comfortable, so Shen Nanji shifted her waist to find a better position, resting her head on his arm, and quickly fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, the sun was shining brightly outside. Shen Nanji sat up, stretched, and checked her phone, seeing it was 10 minutes to 9. Jiang Jinyan had sent a WeChat message half an hour ago, saying he would visit his uncle and would pick her up in the evening to go to the old house for dinner. Shen Nanji unlocked her phone and replied. After sending her response, she didn't delay any longer. She quickly washed up, changed her clothes, went downstairs for breakfast, and then took a car to the Shen group. Shen Huayan didn't know she was back. Early that morning, he had messaged her on WeChat about the temperature drop in country tomorrow, reminding her to dress warmly. Shen Nanji wanted to surprise him, so she didn't mention her return and replied as usual with okay. At exactly 10 o'clock, Shen Nanji arrived at the headquarters of the Shen group. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, Fong Jing, who happened to be coming out, was stunned to see Shen Nanji and took a moment to react. Miss Shen? Once he regained his composure, he took out his phone to report to Shen Huayan. You're back? When did you come back? Shinzong will be so happy to know you're here. Let me tell him. Before he could dial, Shen Nanji stopped him. No need to call. Is my brother in the office right now? I can go up myself. Fong Jing understood her meaning, quickly put down his phone, and turned to call the direct elevator for Shen Nanji. Yes, miss. I have a project to check on. President Shin just finished a meeting half an hour ago and should be in the executive office now. You can go straight there. Shen Nanji nodded and took the elevator to the top floor. Unlike the other departments below, the top floor is Shun Huayan's office area, where no one dares to make noise. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, the long corridor felt cold and serious. Shun Nanji skillfully walked down the corridor until she stopped in front of the executive office. The door was slightly ajar, and without thinking much, she naturally pushed it open, just like she had done countless times before when coming to the company. "Brother, I'm back," but when she saw the scene behind the large desk, her unfinished words and all her actions came to a sudden halt. She was so shocked that she forgot to change her expression, one hand still gripping the doorknob. Her clear eyes blinked in surprise, and after confirming she wasn't imagining things, she quickly regained her composure. She withdrew her hand from the doorknob to cover her eyes and quickly stepped back, repeatedly saying, "Sorry, just pretend I'm not here. You all continue." Before she finished speaking and turned to run back, a certain assistant suddenly remembered the door she had pushed open. She smoothly turned around and firmly closed the door, then sighed in relief as she lowered her hand from her eyes. Inside the executive office, Shan Huayan looked at his clearly confused sister, then at Qin Li, who had come to deliver documents. She had tripped over a pen cap left by Fong Jing's careless assistant and fell toward him, but he caught her just in time. Shun Huayan's temples throbbed. He wanted to call out to his obviously confused sister, but Shen Nanji had already left with a good sense of timing, closing the door behind her. Shun Huayan pressed his temples and helped Qin Li up. He looked at her feet. "Did you twist your ankle?" Qin Li held the documents and slowly stood up. She had worn high heels for years and was steadier in them than in flats. Just a pen cap wouldn't likely cause her to twist her ankle. But as she noticed Shun Huayan looking at her feet and heard his question, she calmly nodded, adding a bit of weight on his arm as she stood up. "I don't know, but it hurts." Shun Huayan frowned deeply. If Fong Jing were here, he would definitely get scolded.
Can you walk?
"Should I have the driver take you to the hospital first?" Qin Li's eyes shifted slightly, and her lips curved into a small smile. "No need for the hospital. I still have a few data charts to finish. How about you take me back to my office instead?" Shun Huayan did not refuse. From early September to early October, over the past month, Qin Li's pursuit of her partner had been slow, but there was some progress. At least, unlike before when she would mention stock market matters and he would dismiss her with a quick talk to Fong Jing, now whenever there was something related to the company, big or small, Qin Li would find a way to visit his office. No matter how busy he was, as long as she came, he would listen to her until she left to attend to other matters. Qin Li thought this counted as progress. Given their current relationship, she felt that after she asked him to take her back to the office and he didn't refuse, him carrying her was probably the limit. So she didn't think much of it, grabbed her documents, and turned to tiptoe out. But unexpectedly, just as she took a step, she suddenly felt light as Shun Huayan picked her up. Qin Li was startled, almost dropping her documents. She looked up at him in surprise. His expression didn't change. He steadily carried her outside and said softly, "If you twist your ankle, moving around will make it worse. I'll carry you." Qin Li suppressed her surprise, holding back a smile, and silently gave a thumbs up to Shin Nanji and the forgetful assistant Fong in her mind. However, she calmly thanked Shun Huayan. "Thank you, Mr. Shin." Shun Huayan glanced at her. "Miss Qin, you're too polite." Shin Nanji didn't go downstairs. She was near the corner of the corridor by the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing the door open, she turned to look, and when she saw her brother carrying Qin Li, her eyes lit up with excitement. Qin Li was a partner invited by the Shin family, with a prestigious background. Her dedicated office was on the same floor as Shin Huayan's, not far from his presidential office. After leaving the presidential office, when Shin Nanji looked over, Qin Li happened to see her too. She gave her a look and then waved her phone, indicating to connect on WeChat. Shin Nanji understood immediately, nodding and giving an okay gesture. Shun Huayan didn't waste any time. After dropping Qin Li off at her office, he returned the same way. He He saw his sister, Shin Nanji, crouched in the corner of the hallway, sneaking around and typing on her phone. Shun Huayan tightened his jaw and called out to her, Nanji. Shun Nanji, who hadn't finished reading the new message from Qinli, looked up reflexively when she heard her brother call her name. Brother? He stopped in front of the president's office and noticed she was still lingering there. The veins on his forehead seemed to pulse again. Shun Huayan pinched the bridge of his nose and, gritting his teeth, gestured toward the office. What are you doing just standing there? Come here. Shin Nanji glanced at her lit phone screen, then back at her brother. Finally, she turned off the screen with a smile and walked over to him. Brother, you came out so quickly. Is Sister Qin okay? Shun Huayan shot her a look. I just took her back to the office.
How slow could that be?
When did you come back? Shin Nanji followed him inside. Last night. I got back to Huaihai City around midnight. I wanted to surprise you, but now it seems. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she plopped down on the sofa and asked, Brother, am I going to have a sister-in-law soon? Shen Huayan was getting her some snacks when he heard her question. He glanced at her and replied, Stop guessing. I'm just curious since I haven't been back in a while. Brother, do you and Sister Qin have any plans to get engaged or married? I'm your only sister, so when you do, no matter how busy the research institute is, I'll definitely take a week off to fly back. As she rambled on, Shin Huayan couldn't take it anymore. He tore open a bag of snacks and shoved it into her hands. Talk less and eat. Shun Nanji. She took a bite of the chips, but her eyes, still full of curiosity, kept glancing at him. Brother, also, Shun Huayan shot her a look that cut off her next question. How long are you staying? Shun Nanji paused for a moment and obediently replied, 7 days. How have you been getting along with Jiang Jinyan during this time? A smile she didn't notice spread across Shin Nanji's face as she nodded eagerly. Very well. Life in country is not much different from here. After answering her brother's question, Shin Nanji's curiosity didn't fade. She wanted to ask about his progress with Qin Li, but her brother was tight-lipped. No matter how long she asked, she couldn't get a word out of him. After finishing an entire bag of chips and drinking a glass of juice, when Fang Jing came in to report on work, Shin Nanji picked up her phone, stood up, and waved goodbye to Shun Huayan as she headed out. Brother, you keep working. I'm going to talk to Sister Qin Li. Qin Li had been waiting for Shin Nanji. As soon as she arrived, Qin Li pulled her inside. Even the desk where they usually worked was filled with the snacks she had specially collected. Here, try this, Qin Li said enthusiastically, pointing to the pile of snacks on the desk. These are all your favorite snacks that I found out from your brother. Looking at the mountain of snacks, Shin Nanji's mouth twitched. So many? Sister Qin, you and my brother have talked quite a bit, huh? Qin Li nodded modestly, waving her hand as she sat down across from her. It's not too much, really. Having just eaten breakfast and a whole bag of chips at Shin Huayan's place, Shun Nanji was not only not hungry, but also a bit full. However, seeing the spread of snacks prepared by her future sister-in-law, she didn't want to refuse Qin Li and picked up a small sausage. As she peeled it, she asked Qin Li, Sister Qin, have you and my brother made any progress recently? Qin Li crossed her legs, rubbed her sore ankle, thought for a moment and nodded. I guess so. By the time you come back from your next break, I hope to have some good news for you. Shun Nanji thought to herself that since her brother, who usually avoided contact with the opposite, had taken the initiative to walk Qin Li back to the office, it was very likely that there was indeed good news about them. Just as that thought crossed her mind, there was a knock on the door. Shin Nanji turned to look back. Qin Li also glanced at the door and said, Come in. Soon, the door was pushed open from the outside. Seeing the family doctor, Yi Cheng, come in carrying a familiar medical kit, Shin Nanji was slightly surprised. Yi Cheng looked even more surprised. Miss, you're back? Shin Nanji nodded, glancing at the medical kit he was carrying. Dr. Yi, what's this about? Yi Cheng explained, Oh, it's like this. Mr. Shin said Miss Qin hurt her foot and asked me to come take a look. Yi Cheng was the Shin family's private doctor, who usually stayed at the Shin villa and rarely treated outsiders. Shin Nanji looked at Yi Cheng and then at the equally surprised Qin Li, and her thoughts about having a sister-in-law became even stronger. Qinli, on the other hand, had no idea what Shenanji was thinking at that moment. She was completely caught off guard by Shen Huayan calling their private doctor. She looked at her ankle and then at Yi Cheng, who seemed very professional. For once, she fell silent. "Miss Qin, let me take a look," Yi Cheng said warmly as he approached. Yi Cheng was the private doctor of the Shin family, and his medical skills were unquestionable. As he examined her injury, Qinli felt her heart race. Fortunately, it was not serious. "You have a mild sprain, but it's not severe. However, Miss Qin, you should avoid physical activity for the next few days," Yi Cheng said, handing her 2 tubes of ointment. "Apply it 3 times a day, and try to keep it dry." Qinli sighed in relief and smiled as she took the ointment. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Yi Cheng quickly replied, "You're welcome, Miss Qin. This is Mr. Shen's instruction." Qinli's eyes brightened as she played with the ointment in her hands. "Then I'll personally thank Mr. Shen later." Qinli was the type of striking beauty who had a strong presence when serious, but when she smiled, her charm was so bright that it made it hard for others to look directly at her. Yi Cheng quickly averted his gaze and left to report Qinli's injury to Shen Huayan in the president's office. Not long after he left, Shen Huayan arrived at Qinli's office. At that moment, Shenanji was talking to Qinli when they heard 2 polite knocks at the door. She turned to see her brother, raising her finely shaped eyebrows slightly. Shen Huayan glanced at his sister and then focused on Qinli. "Yi Cheng said your injury isn't serious, but you shouldn't move around much. Hand over the charts to Fong Jing and go home to rest. Come back when your ankle is better." Hearing this, Shenanji, always eager to help, looked at Qinli's injury and quickly stood up, deciding to excuse herself. "Brother, it's getting late, almost midnight. I'm hungry, so I'm going home for dinner. You don't need to see me off. Qinli can't move easily with her injury. Please take her home." Grateful for the support, Qinli secretly gave Shenanji a thumbs up. Shenanji returned her look, then quickly grabbed her phone and waved goodbye as she headed out, moving so fast that Shen Huayan couldn't call her back. The quiet office was left with just Qinli and Shen Huayan. Qinli broke the silence first, thinking for a moment before saying, "You don't have to worry about Nanji. After I finish these charts, I can go home by myself." Shen Huayan unbuttoned his cuff and, hearing those words, glanced back at Qinli. He said nothing else, just walked over and picked her up again as she looked at him wide-eyed. "Miss Qin was injured at my place, so it's only right to take you back." Qinli couldn't help but smile, saying it was a bother, yet her arms honestly wrapped around his neck. Shen Huayan looked at her for a moment, silently accepting her embrace, not putting her down or making her adjust her hold. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Fong Jing, who had just finished his tasks, arrived on the top floor and unexpectedly saw his boss Shin carrying Miss Qin out of the office. He was confused about what was happening. Even after years of working with Shen Huayan, he was taken aback by the scene. As Shen Huayan and Qinli approached, Fong, feeling flustered, blurted out the most thoughtless question. "Mr. Shen, Miss Qin, are you going to eat? Do you need me to book a restaurant?" As soon as he said it, he wished he could take back his words. Sure enough, right after he spoke, he received a cold glare from Shen Huayan. Feeling uneasy, he quickly touched his nose and turned to press the elevator button, not daring to say another word until the doors opened. Shen Huayan then tossed out before noon, clean up all the pen caps that fell on the top floor. Fong Jing didn't dare to look up. Yes. Huo Group. Top floor. After personally seeing off a group of domestic and international experts, Himu looked at the closed door of the president's office and recalled how, since his wife went abroad before the National Day holiday, Mr. Huo, who usually refused to let experts and doctors check on him, had repeatedly asked him to contact authoritative experts in this field. Himu's frown deepened. When Ren Heng suggested checking on Mr. Huo, Himu stopped him, saying, "You go ahead. I have something to do. If Mr. Huo asks, just say I went to see off the experts." Ren Heng looked at him suspiciously. What's so mysterious? Himu didn't explain further, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Don't ask too many questions. I'll be back soon. Once outside the company, Himu quickly called Gu Qinghe. It took a moment for her to answer, but when she did, he quickly said, "Ma'am, I have something to discuss with you regarding you and Mr. Huo. Do you have time now?" Half an hour later, at the cafe downstairs. When Gu Qinghe arrived, Himu was already waiting by the window. "Secretary, what's the matter?" Seeing Gu Qinghe come in, Himu quickly stood up and gestured to the seat across from him. "Madam, you're here. Please have a seat." After Gu Qinghe sat down, Himu got straight to the point. "It's about your engagement with Mr. Huo." Gu Qinghe looked at Himu, thinking that Huo Jingcheng had sent him to deliver some order. She straightened her lips and said softly, "Just say it. What does he want you to tell me?" Realizing her misunderstanding, Himu quickly clarified, "Madam, you misunderstood. I'm here today not on Mr. Huo's orders, but because there's something I want to discuss with you privately. Madam, I have been by Mr. Huo's side for many years and know quite a bit about the internal matters of the Huo family. Regarding the agreement and marriage, it's not that Mr. Huo doesn't want to continue this marriage, but rather, he doesn't want to keep you waiting forever." Gu Qinghe frowned. "What do you mean?" Himu then told Gu Qinghe about how Huo Jingcheng was kidnapped by enemies during his childhood and poisoned in many ways. He also explained why Huo Jingcheng hesitated to move forward, even when Gu Qinghe tried to get closer. In fact, Himu had been with Huo Jingcheng longer than Ren Heng and understood his feelings better. During the second and third trimesters of her pregnancy, Huo Jingcheng, who was dedicated to his work, repeatedly postponed his tasks for the sake of his wife, even holding online meetings with senior staff from the overseas branch just to help her sleep. Himu had subtly noticed the changes in Mr. Huo. After the birth of their son, their relationship grew closer. Although their marriage was a mere agreement, it felt more genuine than many real marriages. Everything changed when Madam started school in early September. The first time they saw Sun Jingyang confessing to her with flowers at the Jiangjin Club, the harmonious relationship suddenly shifted. It was as if they had been living a real married life under the guise of a contractual agreement, only to be jolted into reality. That was when Mr. Huo began to distance himself from Madam, trying to steer their relationship back to the normal agreement. Yet, despite wanting to create distance, he found it hard to ignore his feelings, caught in a struggle that left them both in pain. After listening, Gu Qinghe frowned tightly. "Are you saying that the last bit of poison in Huo Jingcheng's body has not been completely removed?" Himu nodded seriously, "Yes, ma'am. To be precise, it can no longer be considered poison. It has been in his body for so many years that it has become a trigger for his condition. When it flares up, he nearly loses his mind and could even hurt someone." At this point, Himu observed Gu Qinghe's expression before continuing. "Because of this, Mr. Huo avoided contact with the outside world for a long time. Even when the frequency of his episodes decreased and he managed the Huo group like a normal person, he never considered marriage or having children. He didn't want to burden anyone. He feared that if his condition flared up again, he might accidentally hurt his closest loved ones and be seen as a monster by his family. That's why he never thought about marriage until a year ago, when you and Mr. Huo unexpectedly became involved, leading to the existence of the young master and this 3-year marriage agreement. 3 years is the time Huo Jingcheng has given Gu Qinghe and the child. During this time, he will take care of everything for them and provide for their future. However, the unexpected part is that in this nominal marriage, both of them have gradually developed genuine feelings for each other. Himu truly hopes for a happy ending for Gu Qinghe and Huo Jingcheng. If they didn't like each other, he wouldn't interfere, but now they both have feelings for one another. And then there's the young master, who relies on both his father and mother. For such a young child, it's best to grow up in a complete family filled with both parental love. Ma'am, forgive me for speaking out, but actually Mr. Huo's condition is not as severe as it once was. During your time in country, our Mr. Huo invited numerous experts in this field to Huaihai City. All the experts unanimously agreed that the chance of his condition recurring is extremely low. But Mr. Huo worries about that 1 in a million chance and is afraid to get close to you. I assure you, the Huo family's medical team is always prepared with calming medication. Even if that one in a million chance were to happen, Mr. Huo would ensure that you and the young master are safe. Years ago, during the worst and most uncontrollable episodes of his condition, Huo Jingcheng never let his emotions harm anyone. Now that his condition has mostly disappeared, such an incident is even less likely to occur. Gu Qinghe was silent for a long time. Himu couldn't understand her thoughts and felt anxious. Just then, she asked, "Where is President Huo now?" Himu replied honestly, "President Huo just met with a group of foreign experts and is now at the company." Gu Qinghe took her phone and typed a message. Himu couldn't see what she was sending and didn't dare to look. After sending the message, she grabbed her bag and was about to leave. This sudden action startled Himu, who was worried that he had messed things up with his earlier decision. Then, she said, "You tell President Hua that I will be at Yujin Club in an hour, ordering a male model. Whether he comes or not is up to him." Himu was taken aback by her words. It wasn't until Gu Qinghe walked out of the cafe that he finally understood what she meant. Realizing this, he hurried back to the company without delay. Outside the president's office, Ren Heng, who was struggling to hold on, sighed in relief when he saw Himu return. He scolded him in a low voice, "Himu, where have you been? The pressure in the president's office is crushing me. If you were any later, I would have been in big trouble." Compared to Ren Heng's complaints, Himu looked relaxed. He took the documents Ren Heng handed him and even had the mood to comfort him a bit. "Just hang in there. It will be over soon. This gloomy atmosphere should clear up by tonight." Ren Heng, confused by his words, looked him up and down and guessed, "What's going on? Did you, the traitor, come back to us, or are you siding with Huo now?" Himu shot him a glance, too lazy to explain, and pushed past him into the president's office to continue his work. After receiving Gu Qinghe's message, Sheng Mu Yan arrived quickly. When she entered the club and saw Gu Qinghe sitting alone in a booth, lost in thought while holding a drink, she couldn't believe it. "I can't believe you're really doing this. You're openly ordering a male model without considering your married status?" Since marrying Huo Jingcheng, Gu Qinghe hadn't visited any entertainment venues except for one time when she went with Sheng Mu Yan after the marriage between their families. Sheng Mu Yan thought Gu Qinghe was living a normal married life like Nanji. Unexpectedly, today she made such a bold move. Sheng Mu Yan wanted to persuade her, but before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qinghe interrupted, "No need to worry. Just get me the most expensive and handsome male model at Yujin."
Shen Muyan. Kropka.
Her lips twitched as she realized she couldn't stop her. Lowering her voice, she tried to persuade from another angle. "Oh dear, can't we just hold back a little? This is the place where you and your husband first met and got close. If they really started arguing, hiring a male model would only make things worse." But Gu Qing, he was determined, saying, "I want it to be here, just do it." Meanwhile, at the Huo group, Himu was anxiously watching the clock. When an hour passed, he pretended to casually bring up some news, hesitating a bit before saying to Huo Jingcheng, "Huo, Mr. Huo, there's something I might need to report to you." Seeing him stutter, Huo Jingcheng frowned. "Speak." It seems the lady has gone to the Yujin Club to hire a male model." As soon as he said this, Himu felt the atmosphere in the office freeze for a moment. Huo Jingcheng's expression darkened, and Himu didn't dare look up but pushed through his nervousness to add fuel to the fire. "You previously said that in our marriage agreement, we shouldn't interfere with her matters. I didn't dare send anyone to stop her." After a brief pause, he asked, "Mr. Huo, should we proceed with the regular meeting in half an hour?" In the tense atmosphere, every second felt exceptionally long. Himu was sweating as he finally heard the deep voice say, "Cancel." Immediately, the signature pen he had been gripping was thrown onto the table. Just as secretary, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The sound made his heart race. Huo Jingcheng suddenly stood up, grabbed his coat, and walked out. As he passed by Himu, his sharp gaze landed on him, and unexpectedly, he asked, "Where did you go during lunch?" Himu's breath caught in his throat. Trying to brush off the suspicion, he calmly replied, "I didn't go anywhere. I just saw off that group of experts." Huo Jingqing narrowed his eyes, unable to tell if he believed him. Really? Himu looked down, cold sweat soaking his shirt, but he forced a calm expression. Yes, Mr. Hua. Huo Jingqing didn't press further, shifting his gaze away as he strode out, the cold air carrying his command. Prepare the car. On the second floor of the Yujin Club, Sheng Muyan brought in 7 or 8 male models into the private room. Gu Qinghe chose a sofa near the edge, and aside from the first drink she had, the rest on the table remained untouched. Miss, Sheng Muyao said, tilting her chin toward her, this is the person you wanted. The male models at the Yujin Club are all very perceptive and eager to serve. As soon as Sheng Muyao finished speaking, several male models lined up in front of Gu Qinghe. The most handsome one stepped forward and asked, Miss Gu, how would you like us to assist you? He bent down to pour a drink, intending to hand it to Gu Qinghe. But as he raised his hand, Gu Qinghe stopped him with a gesture, saying no need, just stand there. The male model looked puzzled. Sheng Muyao, observing this scene and considering Gu Qinghe's recent behavior, slowly realized what was happening. She smiled helplessly, unsure of what else to say. Glancing at her watch, she excused herself, saying she had something to attend to. Once Sheng Muyao left, the male models were even more confused, but since Gu Qinghe instructed them to stand, they obediently remained in front of her. The room was quiet, and Gu Qinghe was focused on her phone. After a while, Himu quietly sent her a message, informing her that Huo Jingqing would arrive at the club in 1 minute. Gu Qinghe turned off her phone and instinctively reached for a drink to soothe her dry throat. As her fingers touched the cup, she had a thought and withdrew her hand, looking at the male models who were either confused or curious, and said, I want to eat some fruit. The male models quickly responded, some grabbing juice and others bringing fruit platters, eager to please. But before she could take a bite of the lychee, the door to the private room suddenly swung open with a loud. The noise startled all the male models, who turned to look. Gu Qinghe, sitting on the sofa, remained calm and simply raised her gaze to Huo Jingqing, who had just entered. He had walked quickly from the elevator to the private room, with Himu and Runhing struggling to keep up. Despite his hurried pace, he appeared composed, showing no signs of having rushed. He scanned the eager male models and, trying to control the tension in his jaw, said through gritted teeth, Everyone leave. The male models exchanged glances. Gu Qinghe looked up and told them to go. You'll still get your tips, just leave. With that, everyone quickly exited. The room fell silent, and the door was closed, leaving only Huo Jingqing and Gu Qinghe inside. Gu Qinghe twirled the lychee that the male model had given her, looking up at Huo Jingqing as he approached. She asked playfully, when we got our marriage certificate, didn't we agree to stay out of each other's lives? I thought I didn't need to report to you about the male model. What is this about, Mr. Hua? Huo Jingqing's gaze was fixed on her. As she brought the lychee closer to her mouth, he frowned slightly, acting before he thought, and grabbed her wrist, knocking the peeled lychee to the ground. Ji needs both a dad and a mom. Qinghe. We should give our child a healthy environment to grow up in. This answer did not satisfy Gu Qinghe. After what Himu had told her, she was no longer content with excuses about the child. She struggled slightly in his grip, but didn't pull away. Instead, she looked at him and asked, a while ago when I asked this, I remember you said everything would follow the agreement and the child would only have either a dad or a mom around. Huo Jingqing tightened his grip on her wrist and clarified, Himu has already told you everything, hasn't he? Gu Qinghe was momentarily stunned. She instinctively thought that Himu might have cracked under Huo Jingqing's pressure and revealed everything about the cafe incident. Before she could speak, he continued, the agreement is void, Qinghe. We've gotten married, had a wedding, and have Ji. Let's try a normal married life. After spending so much time together, Gu Qinghe could see that Huo Jingqing had a sense of responsibility similar to Jiang Jinyan. They were the kind of people who would fulfill their promises for a lifetime. But perhaps she was being greedy. At that moment, she didn't want to talk about responsibility. She didn't want to be a joke after everything that had happened in the past month. So, after he said that, she pressed on, is the agreement void for Ji or for me? Before waiting for his answer, she tightened her fist and added, If it's for Ji, the agreement can be temporarily voided, but there's no need to pretend for a lifetime just for our son. Before she could finish, he pushed her wrist against the back of the sofa and, before she realized what was happening, leaned in to kiss her softly. Gu Qinghe's voice caught in her throat. In the pause of her breath, she clearly heard him say, "For Ji, but more for you. Because of the poison inside me, I have kept myself stuck in one place, afraid to face the truth of this marriage. Until now, Qinghe, if you are willing, let's give it a real try, as if that paper agreement doesn't exist. Just the two of us, along with Ji, can be a true family." After saying this, he looked at her. Even though he already understood her purpose for choosing this place to point out the male model, he still felt nervous as he waited for her answer. "Are you willing?" They were so close that they could hear each other's breaths. She opened her mouth and, before saying yes, asked him, "What if one day you change your mind and distance yourself from me?" "I won't, and I wouldn't want to," he replied softly but firmly. With his promise, Gu Qinghe tilted her head and kissed him on the lips. Huo Jingcheng held the back of her head and kissed her deeply, just like that night when they both lost their senses.